Silence, everyone. The job transition ceremony officially commences. In the grand expanse of eastern China, at Qingshan No. 2 High School. The solemn and majestic Hall of Practitioners houses a resplendent transition platform, radiating with brilliant golden light. Over 200 senior students await with bated breath. Their eyes gleaming with anticipation, yearning for this fateful opportunity. May the gods of the great Xiao bless us. I hope this year brings forth high-quality professions, granting hope to our land amidst the looming threats. Principal Ji Chonglin's expression is grave as he clasps his hands in silent prayer. This year marks the occasion of the biannual competition with the neighboring foreign tribe. It is indeed a challenge. Beside the transition platform, school leaders including the Director of Education express mixed sentiments. Some shake their heads, others display resignation. The neighboring school has yet to unveil a single epic practitioner this year. Let us hope for a miracle among this year's freshmen. That child Chili in Class 1 seems to have great potential. The atmosphere in the hall is thick with solemnity, as everyone harbors a blend of tension and expectation. Amidst the crowd, a young man clad in black stands with his hands in his pockets. His tousled dark hair framing a striking yet somewhat disheartened visage. I have indeed crossed over. Tian retrieves a glimmering awakening stone from his pocket. The unfamiliar transition platform merging with his memories. In his past life, he was a salesman, tirelessly laboring for months to secure a multi-million contract for his company, only to be abruptly informed that his boss had gambled away the company's assets, leaving it bankrupt. His company vanished. It felt akin to leading a team to a triumphant comeback, only to discover his own crystal was shattered by his teammates. Damn that treacherous boss! Frustration surged, leaving his mind blank. When he awoke again, it was this morning, in a new world. This blue star parallels Earth in many ways, yet reveres the extraordinary powers known as practitioners. 2 centuries prior, a mysterious crimson meteor struck, unleashing malevolent forces from alternate dimensions that ravaged the land and devoured its inhabitants. Moreover, interdimensional gateways have opened, with foreign tribes employing both soft and hard tactics. Threats of coalition forces and competitive trialsto incessantly devour and enslave this territory. Only practitioners possess the ability to combat these invaders. Thus, the day of transition is also dubbed the Day of Destiny. Students whose names are called, grasp your awakening stones and step forward to the transition platform. The principal, Ji Chonglin, aged over 80, does not require a microphone. His voice resonates throughout the hall. The quality of practitioners is classified into 6 tiers: ordinary, elite, rare, epic, legendary, and divine. The higher the quality, the more challenging the awakening. Annually, only 20 to 30 individuals nationwide achieve an epic-level profession, while legendary ones are exceedingly rare. In the 200-year history of the extraordinary, only 3 individuals have attained the divine level. Upon a successful transition, a radiant beam of light envelopes the practitioner, with the brilliance reflecting their quality. I did it. I am rare. I have awakened a rare-level profession. Ha ha ha. I have practiced martial skills for a decade. Why must I awaken to a mundane profession? Why? I'm a towering figure at 6 feet 3. What does it mean to awaken as a healer? Why a blacksmith? I refuse to accept this. I yearn for the battlefield, to drive away the invaders. In an instant, the hall erupts into chaos and noise. In this brief ceremony that determines their futures, many students express their dissatisfaction, some even breaking down in despair, unable to accept their fates. In this era, the day of transition is not a celebration, but a gamble. The awakening of professions is entirely random. Some aimless individuals may suddenly ascend to prominence overnight, while those with lofty aspirations might toil for years only to awaken as mundane practitioners, spending their lives in aimlessness. Principal Ji Chonglin sighs deeply, resigned yet seemingly accustomed to such scenes. For 200 years, once a profession is awakened, it cannot be altered. Now is the moment to confront destiny. Tian, it is your turn to awaken. Called by name, Tian approaches the transition platform. Feeling a pang of anxiety. In my previous life, a humble beginning might have offered a chance in this life. A poor transition truly leaves no hope. If I have crossed over, grant me a touch of luck. The brilliance of the transition platform converges with the awakening stone in Tian's grasp. However, in the next moment, the awakening stone crumbles to dust, and no beam of light signifying a successful transition emerges. Ji Chonglin stands in shock. Has the transition failed? Even the lowest tier of ordinary professions would elicit a faint white awakening light. Yet Tian's awakening reveals no sign of disturbance. A wave of sympathetic gazes from the audience turns towards Tian. A flicker of bewilderment crosses Tian's face as he perceives his data-ized profession panel. He realizes that it is not a failure of transition, but rather his profession appears to be unable to display its quality. Personal panel Tian profession. Boss level 0 apprentice quality. Unknown level 0 strength, 10 agility, 10 stamina, 10 mentality, 10. Professional talent view resume. Allows the viewing of any individual's resume, including their life history and potential, for accurate recruitment. Professional skill recruitment investment. Spend funding to recruit talents, signing contracts, and investing in their new professions, successfully acquiring all their professional abilities and sharing 100 of their attributes and experience gained. The stronger the talent's potential, the higher the quality of the profession that can be invested in. Successful recruitment automatically marks the target as employee. Passive profession dividend. Earn funding dividends and special rewards whenever an employee achieves honors or accomplishments. Passive profession management log. Each night at midnight, assess the employee's daily work performance, awarding a small amount of funding based on work quality leveling. Upquesting slacking. Professional skill dismiss. Terminate the contract with an employee and reclaim their professional abilities. Initial funding, 20 points. A boss. Tian is certain this is a new profession that has not been transitioned into in the global history of the past 2 centuries. Just having been betrayed by a boss in his previous life, now he finds himself in the role of a boss? With initial attributes of only 10 points, it is quite meager, equivalent to an ordinary white-quality profession. However, he will equally gain the attributes and professional skills of his employees. Whatever experience they accrue, he will receive the same. This profession's potential is undoubtedly unparalleled in strength. Upon recruiting employees, he can invest in their new professions. The more employees he recruits, the stronger he, as the boss, becomes. A true win-win. Furthermore, after recruitment, the professions he invests in are not random. By spending funding, he can even invest in legendary, divine, or even legendary hidden professions. Such an ability is surely coveted by any nation. Recruitment details. Talent potential levels. White, yellow, blue, purple, gold, iridescent, special investable profession quality, ordinary, elite, rare, epic, legendary. Divine, hidden, recruitment funding required. 1 point, 3 points, 5 points, 10 points, 20 points, 40 points, 60 points. With an initial funding of 20 points. It means that if he finds a talent with sufficient potential, Tian can recruit a legendary professional employee right now. Legendary professions are incredibly rare, appearing only occasionally, even in superpowers like Great Xia and the United States. No wonder my profession lacks a grade. What level can measure a boss capable of investing in legendary, divine, or even hidden professions at this moment? Among the crowd of those who have completed their job transitions, scarcely anyone stands alongside Tian. Most students are clustered around a few elite and rare combat classes, their eyes brimming with envy and flattery. Esteemed masters, might you consider guiding me through the trial of apprenticeship? I am an auxiliary class and will surely heed your commands. Please take me with you, esteemed ones. I am willing to contribute 200,000 to join the party. I would even wear my thermal underwear inside out. The trial of apprenticeship is an essential novice challenge that must be completed following the job transition ceremony. All newcomers are teleported to a trial realm, where they may form teams of up to 5. Based on their performance, they receive rewards for completing the trial. Successfully passing the trial allows one to shed the title of apprentice and become a full-fledged professional. However, failure to complete or opting out of the trial means one cannot level up or advance. They must wait until the following year, until the next job transition ceremony, to challenge the trial once more, until they succeed. Yet, the trial is no small feat each year. Numerous students meet their demise therein. Consequently, many who possess lesser skills are eager to find a reputable ally to rely upon. Tian has not forgotten. He is determined not to squander a year of his professional life. He surveys the surroundings, not in search of a team, but rather in pursuit of a reliable employee. Activating his innate ability view resume. Name: Lulei. Basic information: male, 18 years old, from Chiching, Daxia. Profession: archer. Potential: white. Mediocre background and inconspicuous. Ordinary person since childhood, neither particularly diligent nor entirely laid-back. Investment opportunity: ordinary class. Profession: warrior. 1 point of funding. Name: Wangyan. Basic information: male, 18 years old, from Chiching, Daxia. Profession: hunter. Potential: yellow. Fortunate background, indolent and lazy. It has enjoyed favorable luck since childhood, living without worry. Investment opportunity, elite class profession dice mage 3 points of funding. It is evident that the investment opportunities listed signify the most suitable professions for the targeted individuals. Tian scanned through dozens of resumes, discovering that the vast majority possess white potential, with very few showcasing yellow or blue potential. Even some students excelling in martial arts and swordsmanship classes displayed nothing remarkable in terms of potential. The evaluations of potential in these resumes are indeed quite stringent. At present, Tian has not identified a candidate worthy of recruitment. With an initial funding of merely 20 points, once depleted, it will be gone. He requires an employee with sufficiently high potential to secure honors and achievements for himself, thereby generating dividend funds. Honors encompass trial rankings, examination rankings, and even competition rankings. If he cannot consistently acquire funding, the prospects for his professional future will remain bleak. Of course, should there be no suitable candidates for recruitment in this cohort, Tian would have no choice but to settle for individuals with slightly lower potential, a final resort in his quest. At that moment, as Ji Chonglin called out the next name, a strikingly graceful figure approached the transition platform. Bai Qiuli, please step forward for awakening. Chapter 2. The Fallen Genius. At this moment, the gaze of both the school leaders and students converged upon a singular young girl. Her sleek, raven black hair was elegantly tied up, while her slender brows resembled delicate ink strokes. Her eyes, clear and cold like an icy lake, radiated an exquisite beauty. The loose school uniform could not conceal her athletic and upright stature, nor her long, straight legs, which exuded a captivating grace. Bai Qiuli, the top scholar of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, the epitome of beauty, the dream lover of countless male and female students. She excelled in swordsmanship, martial arts, and academics, ranking first year after year. Many teachers openly proclaimed that she was destined to become a pillar of society. Tian couldn't help but click his tongue. Compared to his former self's inconspicuousness at school, Bai Qiuli was a dazzling star. Amidst the crowd's attention, Bai Qiuli stepped onto the promotion platform. In the next moment, a faint white light radiated around her. What? A life profession of florist? How cruel is fate? Is it true that all of Bai Qiuli's hard work has come to naught? Instantly, the venue erupted into noise. Even the principal, accustomed to such scenes, could only sigh in regret. We often lament the injustice of fate, but who could have anticipated it would be this merciless? Ji Chonglin's expression turned sympathetic. Child. Upon seeing the outcome, Bai Qiuli stood dazed for a few seconds, then closed her eyes, her heart turning to ashes. Life profession, florist. In a mere 10 seconds, it seemed to negate the entirety of Bai Qiuli's life. Like a dull blade, it cruelly severed 10 years of her dedication and effort. Bai Qiuli forced herself to straighten her back, stifling the sting in her eyes, and managed to squeeze out a smile for Principal Ji Chonglin. Principal, I am fine. She took a deep breath, her trembling fingers tightly clenched. I am fine. The fall of a prodigy occurs every year on this day across the nation. Persistence and effort are merely lottery tickets in the game of fate. On the other side of the promotion platform, the head of education side, crossing Bai Qiuli's name off the list for direct admission to prestigious universities. Witnessing this scene, Tian couldn't help but empathize. In his past life, he too had exerted every ounce of effort, only for everything to dissolve into nothingness. Perhaps this was the cruel jest of fate. Tian's thoughts stirred as he opened Bai Qiuli's resume. Name, Bai Qiuli, basic information, female, 18 years old. From Daxia Qingsheng, profession, florist, potential, gold, exceptional talent. Life story, parents killed by a foreign tribe, dedicated to exterminating the invaders. Ranked first in swordsmanship for 3 consecutive high school entrance exams. First in martial arts. First in knowledge competitions against evil foreign tribes. First in combat simulation assessments. Investment opportunities. Legendary profession. Cold Moon Sword Immortal, 20 points funding. Epic profession. Ice Mage, 10 points funding. Tian's eyes brightened. Golden potential. 2 investment opportunities. One must be chosen. Observing the long list of first-place rankings in her life story, one could only imagine the amount of effort and sweat Bai Qiuli had invested behind the scenes. Seeing the resume, Tian immediately locked onto his first recruitment target. Meanwhile, the promotion ceremony approached its conclusion. Principal Ji Chonglin wore a frown. With over 80 life professions, more than 70 ordinary professions, 36 elite professions, and 12 rare professions, one had failed to promote. This year's senior class had not fared well in their promotions. It seemed that the success or failure of the upcoming intertribal tournament would have to rely on other schools. Ji Chonglin shook his head helplessly, then looked at the students below, some in sorrow, others in joy, and spoke solemnly. The promotion is concluded, and the apprentice trials are about to commence. As mentioned repeatedly in class, the trials present significant challenges for you. It is best to form teams of 5 to collaborate and avoid casualties. Students with life professions, or those who have failed to promote, may choose to leave the Hall of Practitioners, forfeiting their entry into the trials, at least ensuring their survival. Upon hearing this, the hall erupted into noise once more. Almost all the students with life professions silently left the Hall of Practitioners, tears streaming down their faces. Leaving the hall meant that they would be unable to level up for at least a year, their futures dimmed. But as the principal stated, it meant preserving their lives. After all, life professions possessed almost no combat capability. No one wished to have a life profession in their team. Dragging down the trial scores. The trial scores pertained to rewards that were crucial for the starting path of novice practitioners. No one would gamble with their future. Even Bai Qiuli, the top student in all subjects, found no one willing to team up with her. Bai Qiuli did not leave. Qiuli, giving up is not disgraceful. As a life profession, entering the trials would be akin to seeking death. Indeed, with her excellent academic performance, even if she could not become a combat profession, she could always return to teach at the school in the future. Ji Chonglin and the head of education urged Bai Qiuli to abandon the trials. Life professions had no teams, and entering the trials was a matter of life and death. Yet Bai Qiuli remained stubborn, or rather, it was her final act of defiance. I believe this may be the only opportunity one have in my life to enter a dungeon. Principal, please grant me this chance. Becoming a florist meant bidding farewell to her dreams. She wished to seize the only opportunity for a trial as a means to justify her decade of hard work. Ji Chonglin fell silent. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the distant crowd. What a joke! Awakening as a florist, you might as well just be a vase. The voice was soft yet particularly jarring, piercing the heart of the victim and causing Bai Qiuli to breathe slightly unevenly. Ji Chonglin erupted in anger, his eyes wide with fury. Who said that? Step forward. The old man's voice reverberated throughout the hall, the authority of a high-ranking practitioner causing the mocker's legs to tremble. A girl from Bai Qiuli's class lowered her head, afraid to meet Ji Chonglin's gaze. Sometimes, the malice among girls can be 100-fold harsher than that among boys. Tian sighed inwardly, only to hear Ji Chonglin coldly declare, "Have you all forgotten the discipline of the promotion ceremony?" As his words fell, a boy in the front row spoke with conviction. The citizens of Daxia are all compatriots. After promotion, we must become comrades. Following the promotion ceremony, no form of mockery or belittling of others' professions is permitted. We should stand united against external threats. Any violation will result in severe warnings or even expulsion from school, barring participation in college entrance examinations or military service. With each word the boy uttered, the girl who had mocked Bai Qiuli grew paler. Ji Chonglin stepped forward abruptly, his voice filled with fury. In these times, with evil forces wreaking havoc outside and foreign tribes occupying our land, the nation strives to uphold peace. It is not for you to indulge in jealousy and ridicule. His voice boomed as he turned to the girl, expressing disappointment. You merely rely on a slight favor from fate. How dare you mock others? Even less so someone who has worked hard. Principal, I was wrong. The girl trembled, her voice cracking. I'm a rare profession, Principal. Finally, finding the courage to raise her head when mentioning her rare profession, Ji Chonglin fixed his gaze on her, snorting coldly before turning away. Severe warning, a deduction of 30 from your practitioner allowance. One more infraction, and you will be expelled. The hall fell silent. No one dared to plead for her. This was the century-old iron rule of Daxia. Practitioners could fight each other to the death, hurl insults aplenty, but they could never mock another's background or profession, because that is not something one can decide. Tian couldn't help but admire. This was the demeanor one would expect during wartime in a nation. In just a few minutes, the matter was settled. As the time for the apprentice trials drew near, Tian swiftly approached Bai Qiuli's position. At this moment, Principal Ji Chonglin's expression of worry reappeared as he looked toward the stubborn Bai Qiuli, saying, "Qiuli, I respect your choice. However, it would be perilous for you to undertake the trial alone. It is advisable to seek a team. Yet, finding a group in the realm of life professions is no trivial task." Bai Qiuli shook her head, lamenting that no one would wish to ally with her. But there is someone. A youthful, melodious voice pierced through the crowd as Tian approached, directly extending an invitation to form a team with Bai Qiuli. Ji Chonglin's countenance reflected astonishment. Tian, did you not fail your class change? Why are you still here? No, there was no failure. My profession is simply a bit unconventional, Tian elucidated, casting a glance at Bai Qiuli's striking profile. Shall we join forces? After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively accepted Tian's offer, recognizing it as her only viable option. The fact that you can form a team suggests you truly did not fail your class change. Ji Chonglin nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding Tian's profession, but with the novice trial imminent, it was prudent to allow the team members some time for discussion. Bai Qiuli turned to Tian and stated solemnly, since we have become allies, I must clarify in advance. I am a floriculturist, possessing merely 5 points and basic attributes. Her current attributes felt almost burdensome, and she hoped to prompt Tian to ponder this matter thoughtfully. Yet, Tian waved his hand resolutely, indicating that no further explanation was necessary. I believe in you. This declaration took the headmaster and others by surprise. Could this young man truly be risking his life and future for the sake of love? There was a tremor in Bai Qiuli's clear gaze. Before her class change, she had often been the subject of others' faith. However, this was the first time she felt such profound trust following her transition to floriculturist. Reflecting on the contents of her resume, Tian's tone grew more assured. You may find it hard to believe, but I have more faith in you than anyone present. Even more than you do in yourself. Chapter 3. 3 minutes east of the river, 3 minutes west of the river. As the resounding chime echoed through the hall of professionals, the radiant golden light emanating from the transfer platform swiftly converged, forming a luminous gateway. Thus commenced the apprentice trial. Principal Ji Chonglin surveyed the students, his expression grave as he observed the throngs being irresistibly drawn into the trial's portal. I do not yearn for exceptional results from this cohort. I merely hope that the children exercise caution and prudence. He then cast a worried glance towards Tian and Bai Qiuli, particularly emphasizing, you two, if you must, abandon the trial, survival is paramount. Tian remained silent, giving an okay gesture. Together with Bai Qiuli, they stepped into the radiant portal. In a flash of golden light, the scenery around them transformed dramatically. Tian's face lit up with curiosity as it seemed they had instantaneously arrived in a new world. They found themselves deep within a vast forest. A shroud of gray obscured the sky, enveloping the surroundings in mist, making it difficult to discern direction. The atmosphere was cold and desolate. Although all students entered the same secret realm, the randomness of their arrival left only Tian and Bai Qiuli together. Trial tasks have been issued. 1. Defeat more than 10 ferocious beasts for the entire team's trial to succeed. The more monsters slain, the higher the score. 2. Traverse through the misty forest to reach the realm's exit for the entire team to succeed. Challenge task. Locate and defeat the trial boss. Dangerous. Tian observed the task panel that had appeared, noting the 2-hour countdown in the upper right corner. Once the time elapsed, they would be automatically teleported out of the secret realm. Time was of the essence, and the tasks were pressing. He turned his head and suddenly noticed Bai Qiuli standing beneath a withered tree, searching for something. What are you looking for? Withered moss. Bai Qiuli was intently inspecting the roots of the trees, explaining, our combat prowess is not robust. To pass, we must find the exit of the secret realm. The withered moss, when applied, can mimic the scent of dead vegetation, reducing the likelihood of being attacked by ferocious beasts. That's unnecessary. Tian waved his hand. Activating his professional skill, recruitment investment. Please select an investment opportunity. Legendary, 20 funds. Epic, 10 funds. With unwavering resolve, Tian chose to invest in the legendary profession. Going all in. In the next instant, a recruitment contract materialized in Bai Qiuli's hands. What is this? Bai Qiuli blinked in confusion, having never heard of needing to sign a contract for team recruitment. I am a conscientious employer. A contract is essential for recruitment. Tian reassured her, attempting to alleviate her bewilderment. Rest assured, you cannot suffer losses or be deceived by signing. However, as the words left his mouth, his expression shifted dramatically. Be careful. From the misty depths of the jungle, a shadow hurtled towards them like a tempest, charging directly at Bai Qiuli's position. Bai Qiuli reacted with astonishing speed, supporting herself with her hands, rolling backward to narrowly evade the attack. In the mist-laden trial forest, ambushes by monsters were common occurrences. A man-bone bull demon. What terrible luck! As the shadow revealed itself, Bai Qiuli instantly recognized the creature. Without hesitation, having narrowly escaped a fatal blow, she drew a common iron sword awarded by the school and thrust it forward. Tian marveled inwardly. knowing that the Man-Bone Bull Demon would be momentarily stunned after a collision, providing the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. While this was theoretically sound, most individuals would be left aghast after nearly suffering a deadly strike. Few could react and retaliate as swiftly as Baiqiuli did. Clang! The iron sword struck the Man-Bone Bull Demon's hind leg, leaving only a minor wound on its armor-like, dark brown hide. The power is too weak. Although the Man-Bone Bull Demon was merely a low-tier ferocious beast, Baiqiuli's meager strength of 5 made it challenging for her to inflict significant damage. Do you desire strength? Tian inquired, suddenly feeling like a devil tempting mortals. Signing the contract could grant you some sort of buff? Baiqiuli gazed at the contract, finding it unassuming. Assuming it to be Tian's kind of buff skill. Seeing the Man-Bone Bull Demon recovering from its stunned state, she pressed her hand on the Party B section of the contract. Boom. At that moment, a brilliant golden beam of light shot through the clouds without warning. The startled Man-Bone Bull Demon stumbled backwards several paces upon regaining consciousness. Tian could not help but click his tongue. The awakening moment of a legendary profession was indeed quite dramatic. He would have to exercise caution when transitioning others outside the secret realm in the future. Baiqiuli's lake-like eyes shimmered with ripples as she stood bathed in golden light, utterly entranced. The girl, who typically reacted to beastly ambushes within fractions of a second, took a full 5 seconds to comprehend the alert sound from her panel. You have accepted the recruitment from boss. Your original profession as a flower gardener has been replaced. You have now transitioned to a legendary level profession, Cold Moon Swordswoman, apprentice. Am I dreaming? Baiqiuli stared blankly at her hands. This seen a recurring vision throughout her decade of diligent training. Yet now, it had become a reality in her most desperate hour. Even when her dream of becoming a gardener was shattered, she did not weep, but at this moment, 2 silent tears streamed down her cheeks. In such a scene, even a transformer would shed a few drops of oil. Tian mused oddly before glancing at the retreating Man-Bone Bull Demon, suggesting, "Shall we dispatch it before you indulge in tears?" At his words, Baiqiuli opened her eyes once more and raised the iron sword again. From several meters away, a sword chi, as sharp as ice, sliced through the mist, cleaving the bull demon in 2 amidst its wailing, with frost still lingering at the cut. In one strike, it was slain. The ability to execute such a decisive blow from a distance indicated that Baiqiuli's adaptability to the swordsman profession and the attributes of her legendary class were far beyond Tian's expectations. He opened the employee panel to inspect Baiqiuli's attributes. Employee, Baiqiuli. Profession, Cold Moon Swordswoman, 0th rank. Apprentice, quality, legendary level, 0 strength, 35 agility, 40 physique, 25 mentality, 30 professional talent, Cold Moon Decision, professional skills, Cold Moon Sword Dance. Moon Shadow Step, Cold Light Sword Spirit. Tian gasped in astonishment. The attributes of this legendary profession were simply inhuman. Her initial stats exceeded those of an ordinary professional by more than threefold. The strongest rare profession from this year's senior class barely reached half of her attributes. Moreover, she possessed an additional skill and a talent compared to rare professions. It was no wonder that every legendary profession was nurtured as a treasure by countries. For the potential for future achievements was undoubtedly immense. Legendary professions were indeed extraordinary. Simultaneously, Tian received several notifications. You have successfully recruited employee, Baiqiuli. Gaining her attributes, strength 35, agility 40, physique 25, mentality 30. You have acquired the talent skills, Cold Moon Decision, Cold Moon Sword Dance, Moon Shadow Step, Cold Light Sword Spirit. Shared growth attributes and newly acquired professional skills of employees are also shared. Employee, Baiqiuli has slain the ferocious beast Man-Bone Bull Demon. You share the experience gained, experience 30. Tian nodded without a hint of shame. Fortunately, my profession is a tad bit more formidable. Meanwhile, nearly all students within the secret realm observed the soaring golden beam of light. The radiant pillar piercing through the clouds was overwhelmingly brilliant amidst the grayish forest, making it nearly impossible to overlook. On the other side, another small team had also vanquished the Bone Demon. The leader of this group, a young man named Lu Chuang, possessed the rare class of Stormfighter. His right arm was stained crimson, having been struck painfully by the demon earlier. Linyu, hurry and heal me. At that moment, the girl being called was none other than Linyu, the rare-level priest who had previously taunted Baiqiuli in the main hall. It was precisely due to her rare profession that she was able to join this exceptionally powerful team. Among the 5 of us with rare-level professions, our combat strength is undoubtedly the highest in this session. Let us strive to break the trial score record. As Lu Chuang's wounds gradually healed under the spell, he thought of the rewards from the principal, along with the coveted guaranteed admission quota. Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor. Her jealousy towards Bai Qiuli largely stemmed from the opportunity of that prestigious university's guaranteed admission. Now, Bai Qiuli was utterly hopeless, yet she had a chance. Suddenly, a magnificent golden beam of light shot up into the sky, capturing the attention of Lu Chuang and his companions. It is said that within the secret realms, danger and opportunity coexist. Could this be our opportunity? Regardless, we cannot afford to hesitate. We shall charge forward to investigate, for in the misty jungle, we have lost our sense of direction. Chapter 4. Who transformed the school bell like this? The Cold Moon Swordsman, a profession I have always dreamt of. Bai Qiuli wiped away her tears, yet her eyes still reflected a sense of uncertainty. A sudden fear gripped her heart. If she had remained a gardener, perhaps she could have endured it silently. However, having tasted the power of the Cold Moon Swordsman, the thought of reverting to a gardener filled her with dread. Rest assured, as long as I live, your dreams will become a reality, Tian remarked, raising an eyebrow as he discovered a piece of dropped armor near the corpse of a bull demon. Mighty bull armor. This belongs to me. As the leader, safety is paramount. Bai Qiuli, torn between curiosity and conflict, responded, I recall reading in the ethnic compendium that within the elven royalty of the South China region, there exists an exceedingly rare group known as the Holy Sacrifice Elves. They can bestow new racial abilities upon other elves, but at the cost of their own lives. Such a method of granting abilities to others often comes with a heavy price. Why was I chosen? After a moment of contemplation, Tian sincerely replied, because you are a competent employee. This answer did not quell Bai Qiuli's confusion. Instead, it piqued her curiosity about Tian's thoughts. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, she smiled sweetly. All right, boss. Regardless, from now on, I shall protect you. Hearing Bai Qiuli's confident promise, Tian glanced at his attributes, all exceeding hers by 10 points. He silently nodded, deciding not to dampen his employee's enthusiasm. The two ventured into the mist, this time taking the initiative to seek out monsters. Demon Chi Flower, a plant that thrives in areas rich with demonic energy. It seems we are on the right track. Bai Qiuli observed her surroundings, her fighting spirit ignited. Suddenly, two bone bull demons charged from the gray fog. However, with their heightened mental attributes, they detected the two fierce beasts sooner. Without hesitation, Bai Qiuli unleashed a powerful strike. Her sword imbued with the passive skill, Cold Light Sword Spirit, the sword energy sharp and lethal as ice shards. Employee, Bai Qiuli has slain a bone bull demon. You share experience 30. Employee, Bai Qiuli has slain a bone bull demon. You share experience 30. The attributes and talent bonuses of a legendary profession are formidable. Bai Qiuli beamed with joy, but the next moment, she looked at Tian with a hint of remorse. I apologize. Since we are in a team, I should have left some health for you to slay. During the trial, experience is divided according to team contributions. Logically, Tian, being a slacker, would not earn any experience and would have to rely solely on Bai Qiuli. Yet, Tian was uncommonly pleased. You kill as you wish. Don't mind me. As long as you slay, I will still share the experience. Why bother doing it myself? Trial task. Slay 310 beasts. Rating level. None. Remaining time. 1 hour 47 minutes 30 seconds. There is ample time. But the ambitions of Tian and Bai Qiuli extend beyond merely clearing the trial. They aim for a high score and a record-breaking achievement. Particularly for Tian, the honor of being first in this trial is a necessity, as it directly impacts the reward from the dividends. With his current funds at zero, he desperately needs to recoup his losses. At that moment, fierce sounds of battle erupted from beyond the mist. Tian and Bai Qiuli exchanged glances and swiftly turned to observe. They discovered 2 rotting black giant apes, accompanied by 4 bone bull demons, pursuing a student team. The team member at the rear was Lu Chuang, enveloped by a tempest of power, severely injured as he retreated with his comrades. It was evident that their team possessed considerable strength. They had slain a few bull demons, yet for novice adventurers, dealing with a horde of beasts is the most daunting challenge. Once surrounded, the psychological terror inflicted upon most novices can lead to disarray. At that point, forget about launching a counterattack. Simply executing skills accurately would be a feat in itself. It's a demon ape, a low-level evil creature. Their speed and intelligence surpass that of the bull demons. Bai Qiuli identified the monsters, while Tian, intrigued, pointed out one individual, the one running the fastest in Lu Chuang's team. terrified to turn around and cast skills. That's Lin Yu, the girl who mocked you not long ago. Do you intend to help her? Tian teased, looking at Bai Qiuli, who, with a face as cold as ice, resolutely advanced with her sword drawn, not to help anyone, but to slay monsters and claim my rightful first place. Boss, take care of yourself. Without hesitation, Bai Qiuli moved like a phantom, each step leaving a faint moonlight trail beneath her feet. Moonlight steps. Tian could not help but admire. An exemplary employee indeed. Help? Save me. Lin Yu fled desperately, clearly frightened by the pack of evil creatures. Meanwhile, Lu Chuang stood firm at the back of his team, facing immense pressure from the two demon apes. Damn it! Someone heal me. Suddenly, a zigzagging silver trajectory flashed among Lu Chuang's five-member team, lunging directly at the demon ape with the sword thrust. Swish! The sword pierced through the throat of the demon ape with the swiftness of a gale, striking its weak point and delivering a fatal blow. Employee, Bai Qiuli has slain a demon ape. You share experience 60. Tian's experience bar was already full, but since he had not completed the trial, he remained in the novice state and could not level up, only accumulating experience for future use. Tian felt an urgency to level up. Reaching level 10 would allow him to advance his profession, elevating from tier 0 to tier 1 and granting him a unique professional skill. There are 5 tiers for professions: level 10, 25, 50, 75, and 100, each representing a condition for advancement. Each tier bestows a unique skill and advances the profession. However, the 4th tier transfer dungeon at level 75 is exceedingly difficult. Currently, no one has succeeded globally. The pinnacle of level 74 is the limit for professions across Blue Star nations. Tian is intensely curious about what the boss's unique skill will be. Meanwhile, observing the fallen demon ape disintegrate into a pool of putrid blood, Lu Chuang's expression turned to one of horror. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his tone faltered. School bell? Bai Qiuli ignored him, turning back to continue her assault, dispatching the bull demon with one strike and the demon ape with another blow to its vital area. Bai Qiuli's swordsmanship was formidable, and with the Cold Moon swordsman profession, she was empowered further. In that moment, Lu Chuang and his teammates were utterly stunned. Isn't the school bell a gardener profession? Compared to her, I seem to be merely a mundane profession. Did she seize the opportunity from that golden beam of light? Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Lin Yu trembled and halted, glancing back in sheer terror. More frightening than being pursued by the evil creatures. Bai Qiuli. How could you? Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Bai Qiuli's bloodied sword, her gaze coldly directed at her. Lin Yu's knees buckled in fear, collapsing to the ground, too terrified to utter another sound. Buzz! A wave of sword energy surged towards her, causing Lin Yu's pupils to constrict to the size of pinpoints, her expression blank. However, the sword energy struck behind her, cleaving the last bone bull demon attempting to ambush her in two. Having completed her task, Bai Qiuli returned to Tian's side without a single glance towards Lin Yu. Trial task: slay 10 beasts. Rating level D. Trial can be exited at any time upon completion. Remaining time: 1 hour 44 minutes 36 seconds. After slaying 10 beasts, the rating of the trial task altered, yet it still fell short of Tian's expectations. The highest trial record of Qingshan No. 2 middle school stands at an impressive A rank, achieved by 2 legendary professionals. Tian is determined to set a modest goal for himself, aiming to start at S rank. Boss, shall we go? Bai Qiuli remarked, conversing with Tian. At that moment, Lu Chuang approached awkwardly, stuttering as he asked, "Be Bai Schoolflower, may I team up with you?" His fellow teammate, having witnessed Bai Qiuli's formidable prowess, hurriedly chimed in, "Yes, Bai Schoolflower. We are both rare professionals and can assure you we won't hold you back. We are definitely not sloths." Bai Qiuli said little, merely glancing at Tian, awaiting his decision. "Boss, do you wish to take them along?" Her voice remained cool and unperturbed, yet it seemed to stir tumultuous waves in Lu Chuang and the others' ears. "Boss." Upon hearing this address, Lu Chuang and his companions turned in disbelief towards Tian, who looked rather disheveled, filled with countless thoughts. Why did she call him boss? The illustrious Ice Mountain Schoolflower, a captivating figure, now wielding such terrifying strength, was actually addressing this seemingly aimless young man as her superior? Moreover, it appeared she truly obeyed his commands. Who had transformed the Schoolflower in such a manner? For a moment, Lu Chuang and the others could almost hear their hearts shattering. Tian, uninterested in their astonishment and conjectures, shook his head in exasperation and stated, "Let us expedite our efforts to accumulate points and strive to defeat the trial boss as well." All right. As Lu Chuang, Lin Yu, and the other 5 exchanged glances filled with varying emotions, Tian and Bai Qiuli departed, leaving them with only their retreating figures. Outside the secret realm, within the professional hall of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, Principal Ji Changlin silently observed the glowing screen above the portal, which displayed the trial scoring board. Whenever the trial team submitted their scores or there were any changes, the information would be relayed to the outside world through this screen. Although he expressed little hope for this cohort, Ji Changlin remained fixated on the scoring board. Director Wei, what brings you here? Suddenly, a group entered the professional hall. Leading them was a man clad in a dark blue Zhongshan suit, exuding a refined demeanor. With a gentle smile reminiscent of a literary professor, he was Wei Yuan, the chief director of the East China region. Upon hearing his name, Ji Changlin stood to greet him. Wei Yuan's voice was as smooth as jade. I just returned from observing the trial results at No. 1 Middle School, and they produced an A-ranked team this year. Quite commendable. Despite Wei Yuan's words, Ji Changlin, having served as principal for many years, understood that this achievement was not what Wei Yuan truly sought. This year coincided with the competitive period against the Yaga dynasty, especially requiring exceptional newcomers to safeguard some interests for the Great Xia. As the head of East China, Wei Yuan was there to scout top-tier talent. However, Ji Changlin could only shake his head in resignation. Our No. 2 Middle School's cohort will likely mirror that of No. 1. The results of their vocational transitions were already telling. After reviewing the transition reports from No. 2, Wei Yuan could not help but sigh quietly. The awakening of professions is destined by fate. We cannot force our students. Well then, I shall proceed to No. 3 Middle School for a visit. Ji Changlin nodded. Allow me to see you off. Chapter 5. No time to waste on employees. The first bonus. Ji Changlin and Wei Yuan, along with their companions, departed from the grand hall, leaving only the teachers from the second school and the director behind. They began to engage in casual conversation. I wonder which team from our school will achieve notable results this year. I specifically instructed Lu Chuang to assemble a team of 5 rare professions, which should secure an A-grade rating, thereby bringing some honor to this session. What keen insight from the director. Look, a team has received their score. Upon hearing the excited exclamation from one teacher, the director and others turned their attention to the trial scoring board. To their astonishment, the first column of the scoring board changed. Trial scoring ranking. First place, Tian squad. Members, Bai Qiuli. Current score, D. They've already slain 10 ferocious beasts. And it's just a 2-person squad. It's that child Qiuli. Isn't she a gardener? How did she manage that? Tian, wait, which class are they from? In an instant, the teachers were filled with amazement. Even for a 5-member team, achieving such swift kills was a remarkable feat. Let alone a gardener like Bai Qiuli entering the secret realm. Could it be that she took advantage of an opportunity? One teacher speculated. Perhaps they encountered 2 waves of beasts and attacked the weakened ones. Though it sounds a bit far-fetched, it seems to be the only explanation. However, before the words could settle, the scoring board shifted again. Without the second score even appearing, Tian squad's rating soared again. Current score, DC. The teacher who had just proposed the opportunistic theory was left dumbfounded, and the others shared a similarly shocked expression. A C-grade score requires slaying 20 beasts, and they accomplished that in just a minute or 2? The only explanation must be their incredible killing speed, possibly even instant kills. Such efficiency could only stem from the attributes of an epic profession, right? But it didn't end there. Within a mere hour, the Tian squad's score escalated at a pace that left the teachers, who had initially held little hope for this session, wide-eyed and captivated by the scoring board. 5 minutes later, CB. 15 minutes later, BA. 30 minutes later, AS. Quick, call the principal back. The director exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. What could be so exhilarating? Ji Changlin returned to the grand hall, witnessing the teachers in a state of frenzy. The director pulled him toward the trial scoring board, where a grand S-grade score reflected in Ji Changlin's eyes. In less than an hour, an S-grade score. Ji Changlin's voice rose, his body trembling with excitement. This achievement was beyond even the 2 epic professionals in the history of the second school. Bai Qiuli may be a gardener, but Tian's profession must possess something extraordinary. He clapped his hands, pacing back and forth in exhilaration. Quick, summon the person in charge back. If the outside world could witness the battle within the secret realm, the evaluation of this S-grade score would surely be even higher. For the truth was, this S-grade score was solely the result of Bai Qiuli's efforts. Tian merely lay back. Moreover, aside from the weapons, all other equipment was initially utilized by Tian. If other male students were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be compelled to confront him for being such a freeloader. The illustrious school beauty, yet Tian showed no mercy, treating her like a mere pawn. What was even more infuriating was that the school beauty herself thoroughly enjoyed it. Ah, so refreshing, with the tip of her sword dripping with the blood of demons. Baichuli exclaimed with unabashed thrill. After traversing this marshland, we shall encounter the trial boss, Dorger. Tian genuinely applauded. Realizing that recruiting a Baichuli was undoubtedly more efficient than hiring a dozen ordinary individuals. This girl was simply a killing machine of youthful vigor. Her swordsmanship was extraordinary, and her strikes against demons were exceedingly fierce, targeting their weaknesses with remarkable speed while conserving her stamina. Yet, did he truly intend for her to monopolize all the experience? Throughout their journey, Baichuli had been the sole recipient of experience points, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty towards Tian. However, Tian appeared relaxed and content, waving his hand dismissively. Just focus on slaying the monsters. As the boss, his words were genuine. After all, the experience would be shared equally with him. Preposterous. Did the boss still need to work? Yet in Baichuli's mind, a multitude of thoughts swirled. What does he mean? Does he think I'm not putting in enough effort? Sometimes, a woman's logic can be elusive. Baichuli raised her chin slightly, a cold yet proud demeanor emanating from her. Rest assured, I will strive harder than anyone else. Tian looked puzzled. Suddenly, he felt that this batch of employees was remarkably easy to manage, as if he had unknowingly subjected himself to psychological manipulation. Baichuli surveyed the path ahead, then turned to Tian with earnest seriousness. This marshland is treacherous. If one isn't careful, they might fall in. Allow me to carry you across. Tian? From the very beginning, Baichuli regarded Tian as a support class. Since support classes typically possess lower agility, her suggestion stemmed from that assumption. However, if she truly carried Tian, what would become of his dignity as a boss? There's no need for that. With that, Tian leaped into action, his 50 agility points allowing him to traverse the marshland as lightly as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Seeing this, Baichuli looked astonished. How is it that his agility seems to rival mine? As Tian reached the opposite bank, Baichuli hurried to follow. The two arrived deep within the misty forest, where they immediately spotted a fearsome demon. It was a troll, towering at 4 to 5 meters, with a massive, rugged physique and muscles bulging. Its sharp tusks protruded from its lower jaw, and its arms were as thick as tree trunks, radiating an aura of raw power. The troll was a medium-sized elite demon. It possessed great strength, but its long attack intervals were a disadvantage. Its weaknesses lay in its eyes, the back of its head, knees, and elbows. In an instant, Baichuli recalled all the troll's vulnerabilities. She then stepped forward with her sword, declaring, "Boss, I'm going in," with a deafening roar. The troll charged at them, shaking the ground with its steps. Tian had no doubts about Baichuli's strength, even if her attributes were slightly inferior to the troll's. Her skill and combat level could easily compensate. It's essential to understand that the combat abilities of an ordinary person turning into a legendary profession differ vastly from those of a swordsmanship genius doing the same. In just 3 or 4 exchanges, Baichuli severed the troll's right forearm. Most large creatures have their joints as one of their weak points. However, at this moment, the troll descended into a frenzy. Baichuli, low on stamina, steadied herself, her gaze fierce, enhancing the cold glint of her sword. Cold Moon Sword Dance. As the troll charged with a roar, Baichuli's figure seemed to meld with the moonlight, her sword transforming into a white streak, conjuring 10 sword dance phantoms in front of her. The sword energy surged, and the cold light radiated. In an instant, the various sword dance phantoms left behind trails of blood upon the troll's body. Cold Moon Sword Dance condenses sword energy into 10 phantom sword dances, striking all enemies within 1 second while in an invulnerable state. Upon completion, it inflicts explosive damage. With a loud bang, the trails of blood erupted, and the troll's roar shifted to a scream as it fell heavily to the ground. As the highest output skill of the Cold Moon Swordsman, it dealt nearly 15 to 20 times the damage of a regular attack. This is the terrifying power of a legendary combat profession. Feeling her mana and stamina nearly depleted, Baichuli was about to let out a sigh of relief. Yet, the next moment, her pupils constricted. There was no kill notification. Suddenly, the troll on the ground opened its blood-red eyes, exerting its last ounce of strength to swing its left arm desperately, sweeping the ground and aiming to strike Baichuli. The boss's health was indeed substantial, as it had not been dispatched in a mere instant. As an observer, Tian had already recognized this fact. Although the troll's dying counterattack would not be fatal to Bai Qiuli, it could at least leave her severely injured or even with fractures, an outcome Tian wished to avoid. It would hinder the employees from performing their duties. As the troll raised its arm, Tian brandished an iron axe dropped by a lesser creature, hurling it forth like a javelin. Bang! Accompanied by a whoosh of wind, Bai Qiuli, prepared to withstand the impending blow, was astonished to find the troll behind her felled by that very axe. His strength, it seems to surpass mine? Bai Qiuli was momentarily bewildered. Simultaneously, a plethora of notification panels erupted before Tian. You have slain the trial realm boss, troll. Your team rating has risen from S to SSS. You have attained the highest rating, automatically exiting the realm. You have completed the novice trial. Lifting the probationary status, accumulating experience released. Your level has risen to level 6. Employee, Bai Qiuli's level has increased to level 6. You share growth attributes, strength 60, agility 72, physique 42, spirit 48. Employee Bai Qiuli has achieved first place in the secondary novice trial rankings. You receive a bonus, funds 5. Employee Bai Qiuli has attained an SSS rating in the trial, achieving the honor of the highest historical score in the Qingqing trial. You receive a bonus, funds 25, high-tier equipment blind box 1. Chapter 6, Wei Yuan. The Great Xiao is never lacking in talents. Upon witnessing the trial scoring board, where Tian's team score escalated from S to SSS, the teachers, including Ji Chonglin, were rendered nearly speechless with excitement. SSS. At this moment, if someone were to tell me that Tian had awakened a legendary profession, I would wholeheartedly believe it. No one anticipated that this batch from the second high school would achieve such remarkable results. Even more astonishing was that it was the two individuals least expected before the trial who had attained the most terrifying score. Ding! The portal to the secret realm swung open, and both Tian and Bai Qiuli returned to the Hall of Professionals. The teachers greeted them with fervent enthusiasm. Yet Ji Chonglin suddenly sensed something unusual. Bai Qiuli's current aura was akin to a sharp blade, radiating an undeniable brilliance. A stark contrast to her demeanor before entering the trial. Realizing this astonishing transformation, his expression grew solemn. This is not a place for discussion. Bai Qiuli, Tian. Follow me. In the office of the principal of the second high school, Ji Chonglin employed a device to establish a layer of shielding barriers within the room. This was not an overreaction. The current situation had surpassed his comprehension and that of the entire Great Xia. Bai Qiuli's profession had changed. This was the first instance in the 200 years of the extraordinary era on Blue Star. Qiuli, you. Facing these two students, Ji Chonglin, an octogenarian principal, found himself feeling somewhat anxious. Bai Qiuli understood his confusion and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, principal, my current profession is legendary class, Cold Moon Swordsman. Ji Chonglin's pupils widened in disbelief as he lowered his voice in astonishment. How did you achieve this? Under normal circumstances, the emergence of a legendary profession would excite him to host a grand banquet. However, at this moment, anxiety consumed him. If a living profession could transform into a legendary class, such a breakthrough, if replicated, would undoubtedly bring unprecedented change to the Great Xia. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuli simply turned to Tian. In response, Ji Chonglin glanced at Tian, equally incredulous. Could it be that Bai Qiuli was indicating whether Tian should disclose this information? Tian too was contemplating. Should he inform the state of his abilities? Indeed, if he concealed his abilities and independently grew stronger, his future in this profession would surely reach its zenith, but that would be exceedingly exhausting. Scouring the world for talents, safeguarding against the ever-looming threat of malevolent foreign entities, and hiding the anomalies of each job transition. Why should he burden himself so? Given the current internal strife and external threats facing the Great Xia, there was an urgent need for talent, and a collaboration between his capabilities and the state would yield a mutually beneficial outcome. The only concern remained. The state was vast. Could there be individuals with ulterior motives within? That was easily resolvable. Tian's view resume could unveil every detail of a person's history, as if even the most astute judge would be left astounded. Including Ji Chonglin, Tian had already perused his history, a retired veteran, deemed trustworthy. Soon, Tian made a decision. He would disclose part of his abilities to the state and collaborate with them. In the expectant gaze of Ji Chonglin, Tian finally spoke. Principal, my occupational ability allows me to transform others' professions, not randomly. In just 2 sentences. It was as though thunder had struck in Ji Chonglin's ears, leaving him momentarily speechless. Tian's voice resonated again. Therefore, principal, please contact the higher-ups. The higher the better. At the entrance of Qingqing's third high school, Wei Yuan, the regional head of East China, was en route to the school accompanied by his secretary and bodyguards. Recently, news had emerged from the second high school that a team had reached an S-level trial score in under an hour. Would you like to take a look? Inside the car, as the secretary briefed Wei Yuan on the itinerary, he remained decidedly calm. We can take a look. This score is indeed impressive. However, the third high school has just awakened a legendary class combat profession, and their principal reported that the potential is remarkably high. Since they were already heading to the third high school, they would first observe there before returning to the second high school. The secretary nodded in agreement, postponing the second high school's arrangements. At that moment, Wei Yuan felt a vibration in his pocket. He retrieved his regular phone only to discover a different encrypted satellite phone ringing. His expression turned grave. This phone could only be reached by the leaders at the Great Xia headquarters and a few old comrades, each call indicating a significant event. Stop the car, Wei Yuan commanded, soon realizing it was a call from his former sergeant, Ji Changlin. After ending the call, even with Wei Yuan's composure, he found it difficult to suppress his astonishment. A legendary profession. Furthermore, the ability to create a legendary profession. Wei Yuan took a deep breath. Fully aware of the immense significance this could hold for the Great Xia if the news were accurate, he promptly exited the car, leaving his bewildered secretary behind. Sir, are we not heading to the third high school? Wei Yuan waved his hand. You all return first. With that, he transformed into a streak of azure light, darting toward the second high school at a speed exceeding that of the vehicle, leaving his secretary and driver in a state of confusion. Within the principal's office of the second high school, Ji Changlin paced back and forth, unable to contain his excitement. He understood the importance of Tian all too well. Should this news leak, countries across the globe would undoubtedly vie for him at any cost. The current turmoil and crises facing the Great Xia stemmed from the brevity of their extraordinary era, resulting in a severe shortage of legendary-level talent. If Tian's abilities were indeed genuine, the situation would transform dramatically. Bang! Less than a minute after the call ended, the office door swung open as Wei Yuan entered. Ji Changlin and he exchanged nods of mutual understanding. Wei Yuan first turned to Bai Qiuli with a warm smile, his voice as refreshing as spring. You are Bai Qiuli, correct? A legendary combat profession in the sword path. Your future is promising. After the college entrance examination, I will arrange for the Ministry of Education to implement a focused talent development program for you. Work hard. Bai Qiuli responded with composed affirmation. I will. With that, she excused herself. She was fully aware that she was not the main focus of today's discussion, even though she now held a legendary profession. Wei Yuan nodded, and both Ji Changlin and Bai Qiuli exited, leaving him alone with Tian. At this moment, Tian had already utilized View Resume to gather insights about Wei Yuan. Name, Wei Yuan, basic information. Male, 58 years old, from Qiqing, Great Xia. Regional head of East China, profession, Star Soul Master, level 74, potential, gold, talent of the state, background, awakened legendary profession Star Soul Master at 18. Served in the military for 20 years, eliminating demons and becoming the strongest in East China. Subsequently, reached an agreement with the alien Egu kingdom to retreat behind the scenes, significantly developing East China's military and economy to this day. Investment opportunity, legendary class profession, chess sage, 20 points of funding. Upon reviewing this resume, Tian couldn't help but marvel. This is the true legend of the Great Xia. Golden potential, coupled with a legendary profession. Such individuals are exceedingly rare. Over the past century, only one Wei Yuan has emerged. Tian considered recruiting Wei Yuan, but investing would cause his original profession to vanish. And he doubted that a level 74 legendary professional would agree to such a sacrifice. Simultaneously, Wei Yuan's penetrating gaze scrutinized Tian. His demeanor gentle as he remarked, Tian, I have heard of your abilities. However, you must understand that the circumstances within the secret realm are difficult for us to verify. There was no need for further elaboration, having lived 2 lives. Tian understood the principle that words alone could not substantiate claims. The higher-ups had their concerns. Fortunately, after clearing the trial, Tian's funding had returned to 30 points, allowing him to continue recruiting. I understand. I am capable of awakening another legendary profession. Really? Wei Yuan's gaze was sharp and penetrating. Upon receiving Tian's confirming nod, his excitement became increasingly difficult to contain. In the Great Xia, they had stumbled upon a talent of nuclear weapon caliber. From their conversation, he could discern that Tian's confidence was far from mere bravado. Furthermore, Tian's proactive communication with the state, articulated with clarity and precision, prompted Wei Yuan to dispense with any further frivolities. So, what do you require from the state at this moment? Tian had long considered this and replied without hesitation. I need protection. Additionally, please assist me in searching for talent. Seeking the state's aid in talent acquisition was one of Tian's primary objectives in collaborating with the government. After all, the efficiency of state resources far surpassed his own efforts. Once suitable candidates were identified, he would be able to demonstrate his capabilities. Seeing Tian's determination, Wei Yuan smiled reassuringly. You need not worry about these matters. I will personally ensure your safety. His tone then shifted to a more solemn note, as if reminiscing. The Great Xia is never lacking in potential talents. What they lack is merely an opportunity. To this, Tian wholeheartedly concurred, echoing the sentiment from his past life. While excellent horses are abundant, true connoisseurs are rare. Subsequently, Wei Yuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Is this the principal of the 3rd high school? This is Wei Yuan. Please select some of this year's outstanding students and have them wait for us in the conference room. We will arrive shortly. Chapter 7, Golden Potential. The Pillar of the Nation. As Wei Yuan aptly remarked, he took Tian directly to Qingshan No. 3 High School. If they were to seek out talent, then the current senior class was undoubtedly the prime choice. Tian readily consented, reasoning that since there were no suitable candidates in No. 2 High School, it would be prudent to explore other institutions. Upon receiving Wei Yuan's call, a welcoming banner had been quickly hung to greet the responsible official visiting their school. As the general director of the East China region, Wei Yuan oversaw all affairs of the 12 major cities in East China, making his personal visit to a high school a momentous occasion for the latter. The principal and school leaders stood at the entrance to receive him. Their astonishment grew when they noticed Wei Yuan was accompanied by a young man who walked almost shoulder to shoulder with him, without any secretary in sight. Who was this youth, walking alongside one of the 5 regional directors of the Great Xia, a globally renowned professional? Welcome. We are honored to have you here, the principal exclaimed. It has been quite some time since your last visit. May I ask who this is? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the principal's curious gaze shifted to Tian. Wei Yuan gently patted Tian's shoulder, bestowing upon him a new identity. He is my newly appointed recruitment officer. Recruitment officer? The implication was profound. Any talent favored by him would be prioritized for nurturing by the Ministry of Education. This statement resonated with Tian, as he sought individuals with golden potential, ensuring they would at least possess legendary-level careers, thus certainly warranting significant cultivation. Upon hearing this, the principal and the school leaders regarded Tian with fervent admiration. This young man possessed the authority to determine special recruitments sanctioned by the Ministry of Education, a power and capability that was truly formidable. It is worth noting that every special recruit represents a precious asset for the school. In the next moment, the principal and others eagerly extended their hands to Tian, welcoming him warmly. Welcome, sir. We have arranged for the outstanding students of this session to meet in the conference room. Please let us know if you require anything. Tian managed a slight smile, obliged to shake hands with the enthusiastic crowd. A little while later, Wei Yuan and Tian finally arrived at the conference room, where 12 exceptional students had been specially selected by the principal and awaited their arrival. Tian's discerning gaze swept across the room, perusing each resume. He could not deny that the chosen few exhibited remarkable potential, with most showcasing blue potential and 2 boasting purple potential. Regrettably, given the current scarcity of funds, Tian's priority lay in securing stable, honor-earning golden talents. Moreover, the attributes and skills conferred by legendary careers significantly surpassed those of epic-level ones. Was there no suitable candidate? Wei Yuan inquired after dismissing the students. The threshold for potential evaluation was quite high. Some students who had excelled in practical simulations had still not attained golden potential. Tian shook his head. There are 2 individuals who are quite promising, but they still fall short of my desired caliber. Let us continue our search, Wei Yuan suggested. Just as they were about to exit the conference room, they were suddenly greeted by a cacophony emanating from the nearby Academic Affairs office. Director, this is my application for regularization. I've told you countless times, your abilities are insufficient. Just serve as a practical course intern and refrain from any nonsense. Director, but I have been interning for nearly 3 years. Enough chatter, leave. As the voices of a man and a woman faded and the door to the academic office closed, a handsome young man emerged, holding an application report. With jet black hair and a robust, youthful visage, he exuded an aura of vitality, though a hint of dejection clouded his expression. Having experienced a similar situation in a previous life, Tian felt a spark of curiosity. 3 years of internship, yet still not regularized? Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan turned to the principal of number 3 high school with a critical gaze. I recall him. Wang Jiang was your top practical genius 3 years ago. Renowned throughout Qing City and even Lin City. Yet, after transitioning to a lifestyle career and being appointed as a practical course assistant, why is he still being denied regularization? Has the former prodigy now fallen short in practical teaching? The principal's face paled at the questioning, hastily shaking his head. No, you do not understand. His situation is somewhat unique. Before he could finish, Wang Jiang, the recently rejected applicant, turned to see Wei Yuan and the principal. And his eyes sparkled with recognition. He hurried over, excitement evident in his demeanor. Director Wei, you are my idol. My father often spoke of you, urging me to become someone like you. May I have your autograph? Wang Jiang eagerly presented a piece of paper and a pen. Wei Yuan smiled gently, readily agreeing. Of course, your father, but his expression shifted as he glanced at the folded paper Wang Jiang had presented. Upon unfolding it, he realized it was a regularization application. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Oh? Wang Jiang rubbed the back of his head, casting his gaze elsewhere, a sheepish grin forming. Attempting to trick Wei Yuan into signing the regularization application had been a futile endeavor. Wei Yuan stowed away the paper and pen, his smile turning to one of curiosity. Is it truly so difficult for you to secure regularization that you resort to such clever tricks? At that moment, the head of the academic affairs office, a middle-aged woman clad in a plain professional outfit, emerged awkwardly. Director, it's not that his regularization is difficult, but our quota for practical course teachers is already full. I do not require a formal teaching position. Wang Jiang insisted with unwavering determination, addressing Wei Yuan. I only wish for a chance to serve on the battlefield, even if it means working in logistics or as a combat engineer. With this, Wei Yuan comprehended. Formal practical course teachers, even those in lifestyle careers, were permitted to assist on the battlefield, whereas assistants were not. With fervor, Wang Jiang proclaimed, in these perilous times, with foreign enemies lurking, a man should take up arms to defend his homeland. Wei Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Even if you are a lifestyle professional, you may only be able to undertake logistical support. Wang Jiang's voice grew somber. My father went missing during an invasion by dark forces. I have diligently honed my practical skills to fight on the battlefield, unwilling to miss even a chance to find him. At this, the middle-aged woman, the head of the academic affairs office, visibly grew agitated. With your carpenter profession, going to war is merely courting death. Tian raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity amidst the ensuing argument to open Wang Jiang's resume. Name, Wang Jiang. Basic information, male, 21 years old, from Ding City, Great Xia. Profession, carpenter, potential, gold, pillar of the nation. Background, born into a military family, inspired by his father's teachings to serve the nation, possesses exceptional practical talent, unmatched marksmanship. Father went missing 3 years ago, leaving behind a ring. Investment opportunity, legendary career, dragon warrior marksman, 20 points. It seems I have found the talent I was seeking. Chapter 8, The Mysterious Ring and the Contract of Servitude. Tian inhaled sharply, taken aback by the impressive potential rating of Wang Jiang, a cornerstone of the nation. It was likely that his future achievements would rival those of Wei Yuan, and Bai Chuli would be no exception. Yet, what intrigued Tian even more was a ring left behind by Wang Jiang's father. If it were merely an ordinary ring, it would not have warranted a mention in his life resume. However, whether it represented an opportunity or a risk was difficult to ascertain at this moment. All one could do was await future developments. Tian gestured to Wei Yuan, indicating he had found something. Found what? Wei Yuan paused momentarily. Then his eyes sparkled as he turned to Wang Jiang, elated. A talent has been discovered. With this thought, he promptly dismissed the others and summoned the bewildered Wang Jiang to the conference room. With a snap of his fingers, Wei Yuan conjured a celestial barrier that enveloped the room in a starry shield. Wang Jiang stood still, bewildered. I merely wish to sign a regularization application. Is such formality truly necessary? He looked at Wei Yuan, who motioned for him to direct his gaze towards Tian. It was then that he realized the one orchestrating the proceedings was this youth, even younger than himself. Is your dream to enlist in the military? Tian reclined in his chair, posing the question. It was not strictly necessary to inquire, but Tian felt it befitted the atmosphere of a recruitment session. Wang Jiang, Believing he was about to sign his regularization application, declared with conviction, "Yes, leader. To defend our homeland and expel evil and foreign tribes, it is our duty." Tian nodded, recognizing that opportunities for honor in the military seemed more plentiful than those in academia. This recruitment endeavor appeared promising. Funds -20. Recruitment investment, skill activated. And a contract landed in Wang Zhang's hands. "Sign this, and you shall address me as boss. Then, I will have Manager Wei escort you to the military." Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang's face lit up with joy. Signing meant he could enlist. Wait a moment, could this be a contract of servitude? No matter. As long as he could join the military, he would sign anything. After all, with Wei Yuan present, he doubted Tian could be a charlatan. At that very moment, Wei Yuan gazed intently at him. A person capable of awakening a legendary profession. He was eager to ascertain the authenticity of this ability. If it were true, then those foreign evildoers. Wei Yuan had not felt such intense anticipation in a long while. He watched as Wang Zhang inscribed his name on the contract. Boom. A golden beam of light, signifying the awakening of a legend, illuminated Wang Jiang. The radiance reflected in Wei Yuan's pupils, a light known as hope. Wei Yuan's expression grew somewhat dazed as he murmured, "Tian, the great Xia is grateful for your arrival." Within the beam of light, Wang Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the transformation. "My profession." Tian opened the employee panel. Eagerly reviewing the abilities of the newly acquired profession, employee, Wang Jiang profession, Dragon's Courage Gunfighter, level 0, quality, legendary, level 0, strength 40, agility 35, physique 35, mentality 25, professional talent, Dragon's Courage ignores fear status. For every 1 decrease in health, agility and physique increase by 1. For each enemy nearby, strength increases by 2. Professional skills, Dragon's Spirit Shield, breakthrough. One man against the world, if by Chioli's Frost Moon swordsman epitomized the elegance of an assassin. Then Wang Zhang's Dragon's Courage Gunfighter represented the sovereign of the battlefield. Especially with his talents, he was exceptionally suited for frontline combat. It was only a matter of time before he achieved greatness in the military. With this thought, Tian felt increasingly optimistic about recouping his investment. You have successfully recruited employee, Wang Jiang, gaining attributes, strength 40, agility 35, physique 35, mentality 25. You have acquired talent skills, Dragon's Courage, Dragon's Spirit Shield, breakthrough. One man against the world. With the recruitment of his second employee, the terrifying potential of Tian's boss profession began to emerge. Now at level 6. Tian possessed the attributes and skills of 2 legendary professions, truly formidable. Meanwhile, having witnessed Tian's capabilities firsthand, Wei Yuan profoundly recognized his significance. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a secure satellite phone and promptly sent a message to a specific number. Seal Tian's file with the highest authority. Once the message was dispatched, Wei Yuan lifted his gaze, filled with emotion, only to suddenly notice Wang Jiang deeply bowing before Tian, his voice trembling with suppressed tears. "Boss." Tian hurriedly gestured for him to cease his emotional speech. No need for further words, just focus on working hard. In that instant, Wang Jiang finally comprehended why Wei Yuan held this youth in such high esteem. "Boss, I will surely repay you." Tian casually nodded. Then reminded him, "Remember to take care of the ring your father left you." Wang Jiang paused, his voice quivering. "I will. I finally have the ability to go to the battlefield. I can finally search for my father." Wei Yuan dispelled the barrier of the conference room and approached. Gently patting his shoulder, "I will escort you to the military base at the eastern border. It will be an excellent place for you to showcase your talents." "Wait, Chief. Before I leave, there is something I must do." Wang Jiang dashed out of the conference room, arriving before the office of the Academic Affairs Department. The principal, curious, glanced over. What is happening here? Due to Wei Yuan's barrier, the radiant beam from Wang Zhang's second profession transition had gone unnoticed by others. Wei Yuan stepped out to inform. "Wang Jiang has been specially recruited. I will be taking him to the border military." The principal, upon hearing this, was immensely pleased. "Good. Very good." Wang Jiang pushed open the door to the Academic Affairs office. Over the past 3 years, he had no idea how many times he had come here to apply for regularization. The director, a middle-aged woman, was engrossed in writing a report. Seemingly oblivious to his presence, Wang Jiang approached her quietly, his steps light. He regarded this woman, who had repeatedly stalled his regularization application with various excuses. This woman who had incessantly berated him for being a vocational failure, for lacking ability, and merely settling into teaching. This woman who had warned him countless times that going to the battlefield was tantamount to seeking death. Yet, she was the very one who had nurtured him for 21 years, the one who had believed in him the most before his transition into a combat vocation. Mother, I am leaving. Wan Zhang's heart was a tumult of emotions, yet his resolve was unwavering. Mother, I have always known that your reluctance to permit my regularization was out of concern for my safety. You feared I might impulsively rush into battle without the means to protect myself, and you worried I might perish on the battlefield. The pin in his mother's hand did not falter, as if she were indifferent to his words. Yet, her eyes, lined with fine wrinkles, were silently brimming with tears. Mother, I now possess the capability. I will not die. I will enlist, grow stronger, protect our homeland, and ensure that more families are spared from the harm of foreign tribes and evil beings. And I will find my father. As he spoke, Wan Zhang's throat tightened, rendering him momentarily speechless. He knelt, bowing his head 3 times to his mother. Mother, take care. Mother, I am leaving. Chapter 9. The Agu Dynasty. A surprise for the other races. As dusk fell, a military off-road vehicle departed from Qingqing, heading towards the eastern border of Huadong. Dingqing, Wei Yuan, taking the wheel himself, accompanied Tian to escort Wan Zhang to the border military camp. Should anyone witness the total head of Huadong personally driving 2 young men, they would likely be left speechless. Dingqing, though labeled a city, resembled more of a fortified military stronghold. The imposing steel walls were adorned with rune cannons and metallic storm defenses, while battle eagles, patrol drones, soared in the night sky to monitor the border and preempt enemy incursions. Upon entering Dingqing, the atmosphere bore no semblance of life. Tian was particularly astonished to observe that the streets of Dingqing at dusk were not populated by vendors or returning residents, but rather by several foreign beings. Towering 3 meters high, the lizard-headed giant lizard men, the scorpion-tailed, blade-like hand creatures known as the Crimson Sand Scorpions, and the winged half-dragons roamed freely. How could there be foreign races in a city of the Great Xia? Sensing Tian's bewilderment, Wan Jiang, a native of Dingqing, sighed and explained, Dingqing no longer hosts any residents of the Great Xia. 25 years ago, dark forces launched a full-scale invasion of Blue Star, attacking from all directions. Subsequently, some foreign races seized the opportunity to invade and plunder, aiming to claim Blue Star's territory, resulting in the annihilation of numerous small nations. Dingqing was then taken over by the Agu Dynasty. The Agu Dynasty? Indeed, the portal that appeared in Dingqing connected to a world even larger than Blue Star. With the Agu Dynasty reigning supreme in that realm, they ruled over dozens of foreign races, their strength exceedingly formidable. The beings before them were all subjects of the Agu Dynasty. As Tian recalled the existence of the otherworldly portal, he remembered that when it first emerged, adventurers mistook it for a mere dungeon entrance. Only upon entering did they realize it was a 2-way passage. Other races from the otherworld could descend upon Blue Star, while adventurers from Blue Star could venture into the foreign realm. Some amicable foreign races, such as elves, dwarves, and mechanized beings, coexisted peacefully with humanity, engaging in trade and resource exchange. However, the majority were dangerous and warlike races. They employed various means to seize Blue Star's land and plunder its resources, with the Agu Dynasty being one of them. They viewed Blue Star as a delectable feast, eagerly vying for a bite. Given that Dingqing had already been occupied, why establish the border here? Tian felt puzzled. As the border of the Great Xia, there were numerous foreign figures visible outside the vehicle. Yet, he remained unafraid, for Wei Yuan was still present. As a level 74 legendary class Star Soul Master, Wei Yuan was regarded as one of the strongest beings on Blue Star. At this, Wan Jiang grew even more animated. I have heard that General Wei Yuan, then the captain of a special task force, fought valiantly to reclaim Dingqing. Charging into the Agu Dynasty, he battled his way from the southern part of Dingqing to the Agu royal city, fighting for 3 days and nights, slaying 300 royal dragon descendants. Stop, stop, stop! Wei Yuan, driving, interjected sternly. Let us acknowledge history accurately and refrain from exaggeration. 300 royal dragon descendants could conquer all 22 nations of the world. Wan Jiang closed his mouth in disappointment, though his admiration for Wei Yuan was evident. Wei Yuan then appeared to drift into reminiscence as he spoke. Dingqing is a strategic stronghold for Huadong, easily defensible yet hard to assault. To ensure the safety of more cities in the rear, it is imperative to reclaim it. The foreign races intend to take advantage of our struggle against the dark forces to seize territory in the Great Xia. They must be made to understand, if we suffer, they shall not fare any better. At that time, the Great Xia actively relinquished 12 defensive lines in Huadong, ceasing resistance against the dark forces and concentrated all efforts on attacking the Agu dynasty, targeting the royal bloodline. Even if it meant inflicting 800 casualties upon themselves to slay one enemy, they sought to instill fear in the foreign races, ensuring they would think twice before encroaching. Finally, after I slew the third royal dragon descendant, a peace treaty was reached, and the Agu dynasty agreed to return Dingxing. Wei Yuan spoke with a tone of ease and nonchalance. Yet, Tian discerned that, under the dual threat of dark forces and foreign races, every step taken by the Great Xia was fraught with peril. A slight misstep could lead to total ruin. However, compared to the circumstances of other nations worldwide, it was evident that the Great Xia had made the right gamble. A century ago, when faced with the arrival of foreign races across the globe, some nations offered tribute, ceding territory in hopes of allying with the invaders. Others even willingly bowed down, seeking the protection of these powerful foreign races. The result was invariably the same. These nations almost entirely vanished from history. Peace sought through struggle persists, while peace sought through compromise fades. Nevertheless, the overwhelming threat of the Agu dynasty remained apparent. After all, foreign races were still able to tread upon the land of the Great Xia. Had the Great Xia been sufficiently powerful, no citizen would have permitted foreign races to inhabit their cities. At that time, the Great Xia and Wei Yuan had undoubtedly exerted their utmost effort. The off-road vehicle traversed the city and arrived at a heavily guarded military camp, where 2 rows of border troops signaled for a stop and inspection. Upon recognizing Wei Yuan's identity, the border troops promptly saluted respectfully and allowed passage. As they drove closer to a training ground, Wei Yuan spotted the individual he sought. Tian also alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the bustling training ground center. In the expansive martial arena, a dueling platform had been established, separated by alloy fencing. On the platform, a new recruit from the Great Xia border troops was engaged in a fierce battle with a lizard man from the Agu dynasty. The audience, comprised not only of the Great Xia border troops but also a significant number of Agu dynasty's foreign races, cheered enthusiastically. Go, Fang Gu. Take him down. Fang Gu. Try attacking the center. The fervor was palpable, though Tian could not comprehend the shouts from the Agu dynasty spectators. Even within the military camp, foreign beings existed? For an ordinary high school student like Tian, knowledge of the specific circumstances regarding the Great Xia border was rather limited. No, that was indeed the border troops of the Agu dynasty. Remember the peace agreement reached between the Great Xia and the Agu dynasty? Wei Yuan motioned for Tian and Wang Jiang to approach as he explained, the terms of the treaty are as follows. Both races shall cease hostilities and unite against the dark forces. Dingxing will be returned to the Great Xia, but half of the area will be governed by the Agu dynasty. The 2 races will coexist peacefully, engaging in friendly exchanges, and each will station troops in Dingxing to jointly confront the dark forces. Peace. Friendship? Although the dark forces that devour sentient beings are a common enemy for humanity and all foreign races, to claim that the 2 races could fully unite, even Tian, let alone anyone else, would find such a notion incredulous. Wei Yuan chose to clarify further. The Agu dynasty harbors unquenchable ambitions, seeking opportunities to seize territory from the Great Xia and plunder Blue Star's resources. This is the prevailing mindset among most foreign races. Meanwhile, the Great Xia needs to leverage the strength of these foreign races to combat the dark forces, reducing casualties among adventurers and alleviating national pressure. It's a mutual exploitation, a covert game of strategy. Tian came to an understanding. Ultimately, the situation stemmed from the limited power of the Great Xia. Otherwise, why should they engage in such duplicity with foreign races? The forced division of Dingxing was a reluctant concession for the Great Xia. Now Tian comprehended that the border troops of both races, stationed within the same city, were bound to experience friction and rivalry. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded from the dueling platform as the rookie known as Fang Gu was thrown several meters by the lizard man, suffering a dismal defeat. Damn it. This lizard man is like a lump of excrement, both stinky and tough. Come on, new recruits. Can't you manage to win a single match? Next up. With the new recruit's failure, the enthusiasm of the border troops visibly waned. At this moment, Wei Yuan accompanied Tian Wang Jian as they approached a military officer of considerable rank. The officer, taken aback, exclaimed, "Old Wei, what brings you here?" To which Wei Yuan responded with a smile, "I have brought you a talent, just as you have been lamenting the lack of personnel in the border defense forces. Wang Jian, you shall remain in the vanguard regiment from now on." "Yes, Wang Jin gazed dreamily at the border military camp, filled with exuberance as his long-sought dream of 3 years finally came to fruition. "Greetings, Commander." The leader of the Vanguard Regiment's eyes sparkled, recognizing that anyone deemed a talent by Wei Yuan must be exceptional. "Excellent. We are currently engaged in a martial arts competition with the new recruits of the Yaga dynasty." On the martial arts stage, all participants were locked at level 1, relying solely on their combat prowess and the application of innate skills. A victor would emerge after winning 5 consecutive matches. "Are you brave enough to give it a try?" Wang Jin, having gazed at the arena for quite some time, was eager to respond. "Why not? Chief, I'm going in." Tian nodded, pondering whether this martial arts competition could be considered an honor. Upon hearing Wang Jin's words, the Vanguard Regiment leader cast a suspicious glance at Tian. "Chief," Wei Yuan chuckled and clarified, "I am merely responsible for bringing Wang Jin to the military camp. He was discovered and recommended by this student, so it is not an exaggeration to say he is a talent under his guidance." The leader of the Vanguard Regiment was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of Tian's status, the notion of a student recommending talents to the military seemed ludicrous. His initial optimism toward Wang Jin morphed into irritation, furrowing his brow as he said, "Old Wei, this." Before he could finish his sentence, cheers erupted from the martial arts stage. There, a lizardman's claws sliced through the air, only to be swiftly evaded by Wang Jin's sidestep. He delivered a powerful kick to the creature's knee joint, and as the lizardman lost its balance, Wang Jin unleashed a heavy punch. Breaking the Army. Breaking the Army, a highly destructive single-target skill that concentrates immense force into a weapon or fist, inflicting colossal damage that ignores defenses while stunning nearby enemies. The legendary skill showcased devastating damage. With a resounding crash, akin to a boulder striking a bird, the lizardman was embedded into the ground, unable to rise again for a long while. The battle concluded in mere seconds. Wow, what fluidity! Where did this recruit come from? Whose subordinate is this, displaying such valor? The exclamations from the onlookers were unmistakable, even without understanding their language. The Vanguard Regiment leader's eyes widened in astonishment. Having frequently faced foreign adversaries, he knew well that the Yagu dynasty's races possessed diluted dragon bloodlines, endowing them with formidable physical prowess that far exceeded that of humans. Yet, in this moment, Wang Jin had effortlessly dispatched one. With his rich battlefield experience, he recognized the finesse in Wang Jin's sidesteps, knee strikes, and final punch, undoubtedly indicative of someone with exceptional combat skills and professional capability. Wei Yi struck gold. The leader's expression shifted from anger to delight, even adopting a hint of flattery as he remarked, "Ah, Tian, do you have any more talents under your command? Please send a few more to our Vanguard Regiment. You see, we are tasked with repelling demons from the north while also guarding against foreign races. Times are tough." Tian remained silent. The martial arts competition required 5 consecutive victories, yet after witnessing the first match, Wei Yuan and Tian took their leave. With Wang Jin's legendary class attributes coupled with his combat proficiency, Tian felt a strong sense of confidence. Furthermore, the foreign races dispatched to the border forces were limited in both lineage and capability. The true threats were the royal dragon descendants of the Yagu dynasty. As night deepened and the clock struck 12, the management log was due for a refresh. Once again, it was Wei Yuan driving Tian home. During the journey, Wei Yuan seemed intent on imparting more knowledge regarding the conflicts with foreign races. Today's martial arts competition is a microcosm of the ongoing struggle between the Great Xia and the Yagu dynasty. The peace agreement includes a second clause, survival of the fittest. Every 5 years, the two races engage in a grand competition of new talents. The contest consists of 5 one-on-one duels followed by a team battle in a secret realm. The outcome influences the allocation of resources in the Huadong region for the next 5 years, as well as territorial control. Wait, Tian interjected in surprise. If we win, we could reclaim half of Dingqing's territory. Not only that, Wei Yuan continued, theoretically, we could even gain control over the Yagu dynasty's homeland. With a resigned smile, Wei Yuan added, unfortunately, we have never won. Never won? But we haven't lost any territories, have we? He explained, we cannot afford to lose any more land. Which is why we use control over small secret realms each year to substitute for the penalties of losing the grand competition. Secret realms are categorized as small, medium, and large, providing resources for advancing professions, crafting materials, and skill attributes. For Qingcheng, the output from 5 small secret realms is sufficient to sustain a city. And what about us? Tian inquired. To preserve our territory, the Great Xia has relinquished control over 27 small secret realms. Admittedly, sacrificing some land and population might make life easier for the Great Xia. But who will make that sacrifice? They are all citizens of the Great Xia. Losing 17 small secret realms could potentially undermine the very foundation of the Great Xia. Curiosity piqued, Tian asked, is the Yagyu dynasty truly that formidable? The Great Xia has only 2 centuries of extraordinary history, whereas the Yagyu dynasty has existed for at least several millennia, boasting a profound heritage. Furthermore, the dragon descendants of the Yagyu dynasty maintain their lineage through close kin marriages, with occurrences of fathers marrying daughters and grandfathers marrying granddaughters not being uncommon. This practice ensures that each generation of royalty possesses formidable bloodlines. In contrast, humans require years of arduous toil and sweat, honing their skills and accumulating attributes, and must rely on luck during the promotion ceremony. Comparatively, the Yagyu dragon descendants' method of breeding through consanguinity seems remarkably simpler. It is no wonder that they rarely face defeat. Wei Yuan expressed a hint of gratitude, saying, fortunately, you have appeared this year, bringing a glimmer of hope to Huadong. Otherwise, we might have to compete with the Yagyu dynasty for national fortune once again. Yet Tian sought more than just a glimmer of hope. He harbored ambitions far grander. I wonder, if we triumph in the grand competition against the Yagyu royal family, how much reward will be distributed? If we manage to drive them out or even counterattack the Yagyu dynasty, the honor and spoils. Upon returning to Qiqing, they arrived at a building adorned with the Xingshan apartment. This was the new residence Wei Yuan had arranged for Tian, offering a significantly improved environment and security compared to his previous abode. By the way, take this. Wei Yuan handed Tian several spherical objects, barrier sphere, an epic item that, when activated, creates a 555M shielding barrier, preventing external entry and detection. If you awaken again, you can deploy this barrier to obscure the awakening light. Should foreign races, extremist organizations, or hostile nations discover a high-quality profession awakening, it could lead to unnecessary dangers. Tian gratefully accepted the items, well aware of the wisdom of remaining concealed. A smile graced Wei Yuan's cultured face as he remarked, I hope the racial competition in half a month brings a surprise to the foreign races. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both revealing smiles of mutual understanding. Chapter 10, Management Log. Advanced Tasks. Apartment 502, Qishan. Despite its designation as an apartment, the interior exudes grandeur. The spacious abode of over 100 square meters, arranged by Wei Yuan for Tian, features a balcony and a room equipped with a one-button defensive barrier and a support call button, specially crafted by the state. Additionally, Wei Yuan resides in the vicinity, providing a significant sense of security. As for Tian's previous dwelling, there was little to reminisce about. Orphaned and raised in the Qingshan Welfare Institute, he lacked parental figures and his former residence was merely state-provided housing. For an orphan to live safely in the Great Xia and graduate high school, attending the job transfer ceremony, is unimaginable in any other country. This alone affirms the wisdom of collaborating with Great Xia. The time is now 11:45. There remains a brief interval until the management log refreshes its rewards at midnight. Tian opens his personal backpack, retrieving a high-level equipment blind box from his trial earnings. High-level equipment blind box. Upon opening, randomly receive one high-level item, weapon armor accessory. Probabilities: Rare 50, Epic 40, Legendary 10. The quality of the equipment corresponds with the profession's caliber. Tian had not anticipated such high-quality gear from a trial earnings box. He mused on the potential terror of rewards should they triumph in the upcoming racial competition. Globally, epic and legendary equipment is scarce, primarily due to the emergence of foreign races seizing many of Blue Star's secret realms, resulting in diminished equipment and material outputs across nations. Even high-level professionals struggle to forge top-tier gear. With resolve, Tian opens the equipment blind box. In the next moment, a lightweight armor adorned with a golden hue and a pattern reminiscent of rolling sands appears in his hands. Sands armor, Epic level 5, Defense 30, Physique 6. Magic damage reduction 20. Upon taking damage, gain a shield value equal to Physique 500. Epic grade armor is considered top tier for most professionals. Tian promptly dons it. Despite having protection, personal defensive gear remains indispensable, for many extremist organizations still exist in society. They believe that foreign races will ultimately dominate Blue Star and actively assist these races in hunting down human talents through various means. The number of such traitorous organizations is considerable, as many foreign races boast millennia of extraordinary history, with numerous powerful factions, and some even rumored to possess divine entities. In stark contrast, the path for humanity is fraught with challenges. At last, midnight arrives. Tian's professional panel displays an extensive settlement log, accompanied by numerous financial rewards. Management log employee, Wang Jiang, secured first place in the Border New Soldier Martial Arts competition. Reward, Fund 7. Employee, Bai Chioli, achieved first clearance of the hell difficulty in the Qingshan solo dungeon. Reward, Funds 4. Employee, Bai Chioli, cleared the hell difficulty in Qingshan 4 times. Reward, Funds 04. You shared Bai Chioli's hell dungeon experience, 5,000 points. You shared employee monster hunting experience, 26,000 points. Your level has risen to level 10. You have achieved the required level for advancement. Upon completing the advancement task, you will acquire a profession-exclusive skill. It appears my employees are diligently working. Tian's face brightens at the management log. He hadn't expected that aside from Wang Jiang's first place, Bai Chioli had also been busy, achieving her first clearance in solo play. For Bai Chioli, with her exceptional swordsmanship and legendary profession, it was no surprise that she could tackle hell difficulty solo. With the remaining 10 points, the funds have returned to 21. 4. It seems the funds gained from employee dungeon runs are significantly lesser than those from first clearances. After Bai Chioli's first clearance, a subsequent run on hell difficulty yielded only 0. 1 in rewards. Clearly, they need to explore new dungeons and conquer new difficulties to ensure a steady influx of funds. Moreover, what delights Tian the most is reaching level 10. Truly, an effortless ascent. All thanks to Bai Chioli's efforts. While others toil for a day on hell difficulty, she has cleared it 5 times with remarkable efficiency. Finally, he can advance. Tian opens the professional panel and, beside the 0th rank, he notices an upward upgrade indication button. He clicks to view the advancement task. First rank advancement task. Recruit 3 individuals with golden potential. Current completion, 2-3. Only 1 more golden talent is needed. Tian glances at his fund balance of 21.4 and feels a surge of gratitude. Fortunately, he has recruited top-tier talents who generate revenue. Otherwise, completing the advancement task could have taken an extensive period. With ample funds, he resolves to check for suitable candidates tomorrow. Tian eagerly anticipates the exclusive skills that come with his position. In the central China region, at the Great Xia headquarters. In the conference room, a sprightly elder stands before the desk, his penetrating gaze fixed on a holographic strategic map resembling a 3D sand table. The map illustrates the entirety of Great Xia's territory, encompassing 5 major battle zones: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, alongside their respective combat situations. Beyond Great Xia, dark strategic points represent the malevolent forces threatening to engulf the realm. Additionally, over a dozen gray and red strategic points at the borders signify foreign races, also adversaries that require attention. For an ordinary person, merely gazing upon such dilemmas might incite thoughts of surrender. However, for the headquarters of Great Xia, this predicament has persisted for decades. Across the room, 2 officials discuss the challenges that lie ahead this year: the Shadow Moon Wolf clan of North China, the Dracula Empire of West China, and the Yagyu dynasty of East China will pose formidable contests. We must dispatch reinforcements from South China and Central China, especially to North and East China. We cannot afford any further issues. It is rumored that 2 days prior, the capital of the Han country was obliterated by the Void Insect clan, leaving Blue Star with 1 less nation. The proximity of Han country to our southeastern borders raises concerns about potential impacts. The officials grow increasingly despondent as they speak. At that moment, the elder at the desk suddenly interjects. East China is not a concern this year. The remaining attendees are taken aback, their expressions shifting to astonishment. What do you mean? Not a concern? Are we abandoning East China? The elder gazes at several messages on his satellite phone, a flicker of anticipation gleaming within. Wei Yuan has conveyed that they may possess the capability to manage independently this year. Let us reassign the support from Central and South China to other regions. Instantly, the mood shifts from despair to joy as the others express their surprise. The Yaga dynasty, a formidable entity among foreign races, and yet Wei Yuan exhibits such confidence? Perhaps we should trust this judgment. If East China can withstand on its own, then North and West China will receive more support, potentially enabling them to endure as well. Clearly, aside from East China, threats from foreign races loom large over South China, West China, North China, and Central China. Yet for Great Xia, it remains a matter of taking each step as it comes. May East China witness some fortuitous changes this year. Chapter 11. Golden Potential, Martial Arts Prodigy. The following day, Tian awoke in the bed of his new home, instinctively reaching for his phone to check the time. Suddenly, a delightful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. "You're awake?" A melodious voice chimed from the living room. Through the haze of sleep, Tian saw a graceful figure clad in white leisurewear entering the room. "Would you like some breakfast? Why are you here?" Tian gazed blankly at Baichili. Such scenarios, where a beautiful woman appears by one's bedside upon waking, were typically reserved for interactive visual novels. Baichili approached with a bowl of unidentifiable food, explaining, "Elder Wei said that you are of utmost importance now, and that someone must be assigned to protect and care for you without fail. I promise to protect you. So here I am." Tian fell into contemplation. It was uncertain who would be protecting whom. However, knowing that Wei Yuan had arranged this, he assumed Wei Yuan would ensure everything went smoothly. Feeling a pang of hunger, he looked expectantly at the food Baichili had brought, only to hesitate. "Is this fodder?" "It's salad," Baichili asserted. "It's nutritionally balanced, meeting the daily needs of a professional." Tian's expression grew grave as he wavered between consuming pure green fodder and wasting food. "Elder Wei mentioned that a team of professionals has been arranged for you today, specifically to help you level up and achieve career advancement as soon as possible." Not only Baichili, but even Wei Yuan believed that Tian should pursue some auxiliary profession, making his own progression rather slow. After all, being able to facilitate others' advancement was already impressive. It was unlikely that his own combat prowess would be formidable. "Do I really need a power leveling service?" Tian shook his head. "That won't be necessary. I'm already at level 10. So soon?" Baichuli's eyes widened. "I just completed 5 hell difficulty dungeons yesterday and only reached level 10. "Indeed, thanks to you." Tian silently expressed gratitude, then coughed lightly. "By the way, what is your first tier advancement task?" Different professions have distinct advancement tasks, with the difficulty increasing alongside the quality of the profession. "My task is to clear a dungeon that no one has completed before." Baichuli's task indeed reflected her legendary profession's high level of difficulty. For 2 centuries, the Great Xia has entered an extraordinary era, where each new dungeon offers immense rewards to professionals, prompting guilds and teams to eagerly accept challenges. The reason behind a dungeon remaining unconquered is simply its daunting difficulty. Nevertheless, Baichili remained undaunted, and Tian was equally excited. The first completion of a dungeon would surely yield substantial financial rewards. "How about we find a team to see if there's a suitable dungeon we can conquer?" At Qingshan No. 2 High School, the entire campus was imbued with an atmosphere of diligent effort, for the college entrance examination loomed just 6 days away. For most students, this examination determined the quality of their university and, consequently, the trajectory of their lives. As a result, the low-level dungeons available at Qingshan No. 2 were fully booked by students eager to level up. Those from affluent families even sought out professional power leveling services for their children. At the school gate, a power leveling team consisting of 2 males and 1 female repeatedly declined one offer after another. "Brother, other power levelers have already run several dungeons. Why hasn't our employer arrived yet?" One of the young men leaned against the wall, visibly frustrated. "We've been waiting too long. Even the King of Heaven himself would have to pay extra for this wait." The older youth, appearing to be the leader of the trio, admonished him sternly. "Jiangche, be patient. Our employer is highly regarded by the higher-ups. Didn't we sign a confidentiality agreement? If we complete this successfully, the benefits will be substantial. No more complaining." Sitting on the ground, Jiangche muttered under his breath, "They should at least pay more." At that moment, Tian and Baichili approached. Throughout the journey, Tian had been scouting for suitable individuals, yet the cumbersome process of checking resumes one by one had slowed their pace. After all, he was just 1 golden potential away from advancement, and his impatience was palpable. Upon seeing Tian, the older youth's eyes brightened. "Mystery, is it? Greetings. We are the power leveling team from Xingho Martial Arts School. I'm Jiang Xing, a level 25 epic dual gun ranger." Tian stepped forward eagerly to shake his hand, realizing that this was the team Wei Yuan had arranged to assist him. However, he felt he did not require their services. Instinctively checking Jiang Xing's resume, he was surprised to find that Jiang Xing had purple potential, an epic-level profession with purple potential, yet he had only reached level 25 after 2 years of transitioning. Upon inquiring, Jiang Xing offered a somewhat resigned smile. "My abilities are limited. Since reaching higher tiers is challenging, I might as well earn some money as a power leveler. Professionals above the first tier cannot form teams, so many power levelers opt to halt their progression, keeping their levels below 25 to assist newcomers." Jiangxing's expression hinted at something unsaid, yet Tian refrained from probing further. Jiangxing introduced the last member. This is my sister, Jiang Han. A level 25 shield sword warrior. The petite Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement, though Tian did not require their assistance. He acknowledged that their strength was commendable and that teaming up with Bai Qiuli to explore new dungeons could be advantageous. Finally, Jiangxing pointed to the last young man. This is my brother, Jiang Che. Get up. He kicked Jiang Che, who was sitting on the ground, to his feet. Jiang Che stood at approximately 1.78 meters tall. Appearing somewhat malnourished from childhood, with a lean physique, fair skin, and a youthful visage that belied his latent martial prowess. Upon seeing him, Tian's eyes lit up. And he couldn't help but exclaim, a martial arts genius has become a spirit priest? Simultaneously, a resume appeared before Tian, detailing Jiang Che's profile. Name, Jiang Che. Basic information, male, 19 years old, from Qiqing, Great Xia. Profession, spirit priest. Potential, gold, martial arts prodigy. Background, an orphan taken in by the Xingho Martial Arts School as principal, a descendant of ancient martial arts. With exceptional talent and comprehension in martial arts, yet with a keen interest in making money. His dream is to open a new martial arts school for the old principal. Investment opportunity, legendary level profession, martial arts master, 20 points of funding. To his astonishment, he had discovered a golden potential talent within the power leveling team. Tian was elated, as this would complete the final piece of the puzzle for his career advancement. However, Jiang Che seemed somewhat disgruntled. To him, Tian's words sounded like mockery. His demeanor shifted dramatically. What's wrong with being a spirit priest? I'm doing just fine. He continued, regardless of your identity. You cannot belittle others' professions. Jiang Che. Jiangxing shouted, quickly intervening. Yet Tian remained unfazed, directly addressing Jiang Che. I can change your profession. Do you believe me? At this declaration, the three siblings were momentarily taken aback, particularly Jiang Che, who stood frozen for 2 seconds. In the next moment, he rushed toward Tian. Clasping his hands in excitement, Jiang Che, having drifted through life, has long regretted not encountering a wise master. Chapter 12, Career Advancement. Exclusive Skills. How can a person's ability to change face be so swift? Were it not for the fact that Jiang Che's investment opportunity displayed him as a martial arts master, Tiandu might have thought he was a master of Sichuan opera. Jiangxing and Jiang Han first cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Che, then began to deeply question Tian's words. Destiny dictates one's profession. This has been the law for 200 years. How could one possibly change careers? Anyone else hearing this would undoubtedly consider it a boast. Who wouldn't desire a career change? But who can actually do it? However, the Jiang siblings were different. They understood that Tian was a trusted employer of Wei Yuan, a person Wei Yuan held in high regard, and thus had no reason to deceive them. In fact, Jiang Che shared this sentiment. But what if? What if a miracle were to occur? Tian led Jiang Che and the others into the second school. For changing jobs at the school gate would be too ostentatious. Principal Ji Chonglin, one of the few aware of Tian's abilities, naturally offered strong support, lending Tian a private space. Tian took out the barrier orb and enveloped himself and Jiang Che within it. In the next moment, a cost of 20 points was deducted, and a recruitment contract fell into Jiang Che's hands. The latter, bewildered, meticulously examined the contract. You want me to be your employee, yet you don't even mention a salary? Are you jesting? Jiang Che discovered a glaring oversight and exclaimed in shock. Your terms are utterly unscrupulous, not even a dime for salary? Whoever signs this contract must be foolish. Wait, what do you mean by providing a legendary level profession? Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he was dumbfounded. Tian offered no explanation, merely stating that the details were all in the contract and that the decision to sign rested solely with him. Jiang Che immediately seized a pen, declaring, I sign. After all, if you cannot provide a legendary profession, it would be a breach of contract, and the contract holds no sway over me. With that, Jiang Che boldly inscribed his name. As a golden light erupted, Jiang Che's previously indifferent expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his pupils dilating in disbelief. Are you serious? In an instant, Jiang Che's professional panel underwent a transformation. Employee, Jiang Che. Profession, Kung Fu Kid, Tier 0, Quality, Legendary, Level 0, Strength 40, Agility 40, Constitution 30, Mentality 25. Professional Talent, Art of Martial Arts, Maintain Composure in Battle. Increases unarmed or weapon damage by 50, Armor Piercing Value by 50. Professional Skills, Bagwazang, Crushing Fist, Bagwazang, stick mountain lean, bagwazang, splitting palm. As the saying goes, literature has Tai Chi to bring peace to the world, while martial arts has bagwazang to stabilize the universe. Bagwazang is fierce and vigorous. Yet it is indeed the simplest profession Tian has encountered. The entire set of skills comprises 7 techniques, all belonging to bagwazang. However, it is also the profession with the highest initial strength and agility, and combined with the talent-enhancing damage, it possesses a certain aesthetic in its numerical representation. Soon after, a notification chimed, indicating that the career advancement had finally been achieved. You have successfully recruited employee Jiang Che, gaining attributes, Strength 40, Agility 40, Constitution 30, Mentality 25. You have acquired talent skill, Heart of Martial Arts, bagwazang. You have completed the career advancement task. Profession tier has been upgraded from 0 to 1. All future recruited employees will have their initial profession tier upgraded to 1. Professional skill, View Resume Upgrade. You have gained the exclusive professional skill, Meeting. While the effect of the Heart of Martial Arts is robust, the limited number of skills is a drawback. Now that it has been shared with Tian, the available skills have multiplied exponentially. This bears even greater efficacy for Tian. Furthermore, when recruiting new talents awakening their professions, they will no longer start at Tier 0 but at Tier 1, seemingly aligning with the boss's professional tier. Following this, he glanced at the resume upgrade details. View Resume Upgrade automatically detect nearby talents with golden or higher potential. Upon seeing this capability, Tian felt a wave of relief. Otherwise, each time he sought a talent, he would have to individually open each resume, which could be quite tiresome. Now, after the upgrade, as long as there are talents with golden potential nearby, he would be automatically alerted. Finally, he was utterly taken aback to discover that Meeting is also a skill. Meeting. Ignore distance limitations. Summon all employees to a special space for a meeting. There are 2 types of meetings, strategic meeting and tactical meeting. Strategic meeting. After the meeting concludes, all participants gain a 40 experience boost, lasting 3 hours. If using employee benefits, experience gain is increased to 120. Tactical meeting. After the meeting concludes, all participants' 4-dimensional attributes are enhanced by 30, lasting 3 hours. If using employee benefits, attribute enhancement increases to 80. Employee benefits expend funds to grant special rewards to all employees. The 2 meeting modes resemble a form of collective buff. However, the effects are considerably significant, nearly equivalent to a legendary level passive skill. Before leveling or venturing into a new dungeon, it seems wise to test its effects. At this moment, having just finished reviewing the new skill, Jiang Che finally began to recover from his prolonged astonishment. A bittersweet sensation welled up within him as the youngest among the siblings. He had always been cared for by his older brother and sister, especially after transitioning to an elven priest, which had made him feel like a burden. But now, everything had finally changed. Jiang Che could hardly contain himself, throwing a couple of punches into the air. The wind from his fist swirling around. This is the profession a real man should pursue. Elven priests are for dogs. With that, he turned to Tian. Excitement coursing through him. Boss, what do I need to do now? He understood that this transformation had all been brought about by Tian, who had given him newfound hope. Tian fully recognized that every talent with golden potential has a unique path to tread. Forcing them into prescribed roles would be less effective than allowing them the freedom to flourish. Thus, he did not assign Jiang Che any specific tasks, merely informing him that when he was occupied, he should follow orders. At this juncture, Tian had intended to invite him to explore a new dungeon, but suddenly found himself curious about testing the effects of Meeting. After all, the buff lasts a full 3 hours, ample time to persist until they embark on the new dungeon. With this thought, Tian activated the skill, Meeting. In that instant, his form became ethereal, the surrounding scenery shifting like a holographic image, as if he had entered another dimension. Before him lay a unique virtual space, resembling a celestial expanse. Surrounded by gentle light and shadows, remarkably forming a semblance of a conference room. At the center was a crystal-long table, with Tian seated at the head in a boss's chair, the high back resembling a throne, exuding an air of majesty as if he were surveying the cosmos. Simultaneously, an intangible will envelop the space. Boss, where is everyone? Jiang Che looked on as Tian suddenly vanished, and the next moment, a meeting invitation popped up before him, which he promptly accepted. Outside, Jiang Xing and Jiang Han appeared tense and expectant, none of them knowing whether a profession change could indeed succeed. Bai Chuli, standing nearby, maintained a calm demeanor until she received the meeting invitation. Her heart stirred, and she instantly vanished from sight. Hey, where did she go? Did she go invisible? Jiang Han scratched his head in bewilderment. In Dingxing, the border zone, the vanguard team was about to conduct a practical exercise. At this moment, Wang Jiang received a notification. Boss invites you to a meeting. If there are no significant events, please click accept or silently recite to attend the meeting. The boss has something for me? Wang Jiang pondered for a moment before decisively withdrawing from the training squad, reporting directly to the new recruit instructor. Instructor, I have an upset stomach. It's urgent. I need to use the restroom. For Wang Jiang, who had led the team to victory in 5 consecutive battles against foreign tribes and secured first place in the new recruit martial arts competition. The officers of the vanguard team were quite lenient. The drill will commence shortly. You may leave for now. Indeed, Wang Jiang arrived at a secluded spot, silently reciting a phrase in his heart. Gradually, he became ethereal until he vanished, as if being drawn into another realm. Chapter 13. Employee Benefits. Unsealed Instance. Please select the meeting type, Strategic Meeting, Tactical Meeting. Since we are about to embark on a new instance, it would be prudent to enhance our attributes. Thus, a tactical meeting it is. Tian settled into the boss's chair, making his choice. In the next moment, on one side of the long table, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and Jiang Che appeared sequentially in the conference room according to their recruitment order. What a splendid venue, akin to sitting beneath a starlit sky. Boss, you summoned me? To his astonishment, Wang Jiang, who had just won first place in yesterday's border martial arts competition, was also an employee of the boss. The sudden appearance of the three left them momentarily taken aback, particularly Wang Jiang, who could hardly fathom how Tian had transported him from several dozen kilometers away in Dingxing, a feat that even legendary professions found challenging. Tian pondered this, realizing that the skill-hold meeting might have even greater potential in the future. However, for now, he merely wished to test the effects of the skill. It's nothing serious. Just a trial of a new skill. Once the meeting concludes, I will grant you a rather impressive buff. With that, Tian decided to examine the costs associated with employee benefits. To his surprise, utilizing employee benefits could directly enhance buff attributes by 80. Such an increase would be extraordinary, comparable to a doubling of one's level. Employee benefits. 1. Insurance, costing 3 points of funds per employee, generates a life-protecting shield for all employees, capable of withstanding a fatal blow, lasting 3 days. Only one option available for level 1 employee benefits, a single chance to avoid death. Although Tian had only one option at level 1, it was evident that the content of this employee benefit was quite impressive. Regrettably, it required 3 points of funds per person, totaling 9 points for 3 employees. Tian glanced at his balance of 1 for points and silently closed the employee benefits window. All right, the meeting is over. Tian was quite satisfied with the test of the meeting skill. The ability to summon employees regardless of distance, bestowing buffs upon all, and the enticing employee benefits all yielded commendable results. This left Tian eagerly anticipating the exclusive skills of level 2 and level 3 professions. As the meeting concluded, this special conference space vanished, and everyone returned to their previous positions. Wang Jiang gazed at his attribute's 30 buff in astonishment. What a powerful buff! Even upon returning to his training squad, his squad leader and the other squad leaders were equally stunned, questioning, how did he become even stronger after merely stepping away for a moment? Jiang Che, your profession has truly transformed. Witnessing Jiang Che's current state, Jiang Xing and Jiang Han were filled with genuine joy and astonishment, still grappling with disbelief. It was then they understood why Wei Yuan had insisted they sign a confidentiality agreement before their arrival. Tears welled in Jiang Che's eyes. Brother, we no longer need to grind levels for the sake of boosting our ranks. We now possess the capability to form a raid team and earn substantial rewards. Meanwhile, Tian and Bai Qiuli were summoned by Principal Ji Chonglin for a discussion. Tian, Qiuli, the college entrance examination is fast approaching. Do you intend to participate? Though Tian and Bai Qiuli's professions were sufficient to secure special admission quotas, entering a university through special admission and passing the entrance examination were fundamentally different. In the current era where practical experience was paramount, the examination would determine grants, mentor choices, and more. Bai Qiuli resolutely declared, I will participate. I wish to apply to Huaxing University. I have heard that the esteemed Yuan Shuang, the strongest in the art of swordplay in Daxia, teaches there, and I aspire to study under her. After speaking, Bai Qiuli turned to Tian, awaiting his response. Unbeknownst to Tian, his opinion held significant weight in Bai Qiuli's mind, capable of altering her original plans. However, Tian refrained from imposing his views. That sounds wonderful, but I believe I shall abstain from participating. The likelihood of Bai Qiuli achieving a commendable rank in the examination was quite high, and she would subsequently receive a share of the rewards. If Tian were to participate, he would forego the dividends that came from his direct involvement, adhering to his principle of taking a passive approach whenever possible. Furthermore, with his capabilities encompassing those of 3 legendary professions, it seemed somewhat unfair to compete against less experienced candidates. Upon departing from the principal's office, Tian and Bai Qiuli joined the Jiang siblings and proceeded to the Hall of Professionals. Bai Qiuli needed to complete her advancement task. Tian sought to conquer the new instance for rewards, and the 0-level Jiang Che required experience to level up. Within the Hall of Professionals, aside from the job transfer station, there existed an instance area. Several low-level instances owned by Qingshan No. 2 High School could be accessed through the instance entrance at the back of the hall. As the entrance examination approached, the area was bustling with individuals. Tian opted not to push through the crowd, but instead headed to the instance bounty station. Instances that had yet to be cleared and posed extreme difficulty were marked on the bounty list. The government offered bounties for these instances because upon their first completion, the difficulty would be reduced, categorizing them into 5 levels of difficulty, allowing novice professionals to gain experience and equipment. This indirectly enhanced the leveling efficiency for newcomers. Should the team that achieves the first completion submit their strategy, they would also receive additional rewards from the government. These strategies would subsequently be incorporated into textbooks, educating students to elevate the standards of new professionals in Daxia. However, as Tian and the others surveyed the bounty list, they discovered that all uncompleted instances required high levels to enter. Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Che were all too low in level to meet the entry requirements. Shall we check other high schools? In truth, most low-level instances had already been cleared. Wait, here's one, Bai Qiuli exclaimed with delight, pointing to the top of the bounty list. The higher an instance appeared on the bounty list, the longer it had remained uncompleted. The name of the instance had even taken on a blood-red hue. Beast King. Unsealed instance, difficulty, limited to level 10 and below professionals, maximum of 3 participants. An unsealed instance. The Jiang siblings gasped in unison, finding it tantalizingly out of reach. Tian's expression mirrored their astonishment. He had not anticipated that an unsealed instance remained uncompleted. For once an unsealed instance is cleared, a secret realm would randomly generate in that area. The significance of a secret realm is beyond doubt, yielding abundant resources, materials, and equipment. A veritable oil field in contemporary times, a money-printing machine. Even a small-scale secret realm would bring considerable benefits to the nation. Therefore, whenever an unsealed instance appeared, the government would promptly dispatch individuals to conquer it. The fact that this instance had yet to be cleared indeed indicated its formidable difficulty. Should we give the unsealed instance a try? Jiang Che was eager with anticipation. The higher the difficulty of an instance, the greater the honor and rewards upon completion, and naturally, Tian would not refuse. Then it shall be me, Qiuli, and Jiang Che together. Upon hearing this, a receptionist at the bounty station hurried over, initially intending to dissuade Tian and his party from their quest. She quickly changed her tune upon recognizing Bai Qiuli among them. You are the Bai Qiuli who achieved the first completion of the held difficulty instance, Beast Ridge, yesterday, correct? Given your track record, you are indeed fit to take on the challenge. Tian had never imagined that this instance had become so daunting that most individuals lacked the qualifications to attempt it. The receptionist continued to explain, the Beast King instance is inherently challenging, and there seems to have been an anomaly within the instance. An anomaly? Indeed. It is possible that the dungeon boss has mutated or been corrupted, or perhaps other unknown creatures have manifested within the instance, but the reasons remain obscure to scholars. Upon hearing the lady's warning, Tian felt an exhilarating surge of eagerness. Possessing the capabilities and attributes of 3 legendary professions, along with 2 legendary colleagues, and bolstered by the attribute enhancements from the meeting, their ensemble was nothing short of extravagant. As the saying goes, the root of all fear lies in insufficient power. Ultimately, the lady bestowed upon Tian and his companions a dungeon escape talisman each, urging them to flee promptly should danger arise. Meanwhile, the onlookers by the dungeon's entrance were taken aback as they witnessed Tian and his companions daring to challenge the unsealed dungeon. Truly courageous. This unsealed instance has not been cleared for over a decade. I recall a legendary professional and 2 epic professionals from central China who attempted this dungeon 2 years ago, only to meet with utter defeat. That enchanting lady, by Chioli, I am acquainted with her. She achieved the first clear of the Hell Dungeon yesterday, showcasing formidable prowess. The two gentlemen beside her, I do not recognize, yet they must possess considerable strength to team up with by Chioli. Best of luck to you. The sister wielding the longsword. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Tian and his companions stepped into the entrance of the unsealed dungeon. Jiang Che wore a vexed expression. Why was it that, despite being the chief representative of the Xingho Martial Arts Hall, no one recognized him? Sooner or later, I shall make a name for myself in Great Xia. Tian interjected. Enough chatter, let us hasten into the dungeon. Chapter 14. The Vanishing Special Talent. You have entered the sealed instance, Beast King. Accompanied by an instance prompt, Tian and his companions found themselves in a desolate prairie. All around them lay scattered enormous beast bones and shattered weapons, with a narrow canyon of colossal stones visible in the distance. Unlike other instances, the moment the trio arrived, they were immediately threatened. A silver-gray wolf howled, and several gray-black wolves bared their teeth at the trio. Baichioli surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, as expected of a sealed instance, the attributes of these minor monsters are even higher than those at hell difficulty. These level 10 wolves possess attributes nearly 1.5 times that of rare classes of the same level. Unfortunately, they still fall short compared to legendary professionals. Watch my moves. Attack. Jiang Che shouted as he tightened his calves and threw a punch at an approaching wolf. His fist struck the wolf's head, but to his surprise, it only inflicted surface wounds, and he was promptly flung several meters away by the wolf's headbutt. Are you kidding me? You're level 0, and you think you can take on level 10 monsters? Baichioli retorted coolly. As Jiang Che was sent flying, she soared past him, her sword slicing through the air. The crimson damage numbers popped up repeatedly, each one indicating a critical hit. Even the pack leader wolf was no match for Baichioli's prowess. After dispatching the minor monsters, Baichioli turned and said, Boss, let us move on. Boss? Both she and Jiang Che glanced over to find Tian standing motionless, his expression peculiar, as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. Before him flickered a special prompt visible only to him. Ding. Special potential talent detected in the vicinity. On the other side of the instance, within the Beast King's lair, a colossal tiger, as large as a small mountain, lounged. Its fur resembled rocky gray armor, and beneath it, muscles coiled with explosive power. At that moment, a figure cloaked in black approached the giant tiger and bowed, My Lord Beast King. The voice of the cloaked figure was androgynous, devoid of emotion. The tiger's eyes snapped open, clearly displeased by the interruption. The cloaked figure bowed even lower. My Lord Beast King, challengers have appeared. You disturb me for this trivial matter? The Beast King growled. No, my lord, this challenger is unlike any before. Their strength is extraordinary. One among them possesses attributes I have never encountered. The cloaked figure spoke with a hint of trepidation. In a direct confrontation, we would be no match. I suggest we send scouts to lure them deeper. When the time is right, we can dispatch elite troops to attack their two companions while we exhaust their stamina through attrition, ultimately allowing you to engage personally for a chance at victory. Before the cloaked figure could finish, the tiger exhaled a hot breath and roared defiantly, Nonsense. The tiger rose to its feet, its eyes blazing with fury as it glared at the cloaked figure. I had thought you capable, but it seems your courage is wanting. In this instance, what strength can a level 10 human possess? The cloaked figure remained silent. The tiger disregarded them and strode towards the lair's exit, its footsteps shaking the ground. Challengers? Merely fresh prey. I find myself hungry. As the tiger exited the lair, it intended to hunt Tian and his companions directly. At that moment, the cloaked figure's aura became palpable, radiating a chilling malice as they expressionlessly watched the tiger depart. The presence they exuded was even stronger than that of the instance's boss. Fools are fools. Utterly useless. They regarded the departing tiger with disdain, a stark contrast to their earlier demeanor. If I cannot defeat him, do you truly believe you stand a chance? It would be tantamount to seeking death. This instance seems poised to be cleared if I do not leave. My life may be at risk. I cannot perish alongside that foolish tiger. With that, the cloaked figure revealed a silver-gray arm, glinting coldly. They waved it before them, opening a door of ethereal purple, resembling a passage to the void, with light flowing like liquid within. The cloaked figure stepped through, vanishing from the instance as the portal closed behind them. Ding. Special potential talent detected in the vicinity. Note: special potential does not necessarily surpass golden or iridescent potential, but possesses or can awaken a unique ability, existing as a singular entity among the myriad worlds. Before Tian could fully comprehend the uniqueness of this special potential, the automatically detected information abruptly vanished. Huh? Tian's expression turned skeptical as he reopened the skill interface, only to be informed. No golden or higher potential talents detected nearby. How could this be? Tian was taken aback. After finally discovering an exceedingly rare special potential, it had now disappeared. While recruiting a special potential talent required 60 points of funds. A steep price indeed, the prospect of having such a talent by his side had been worth it. Now, that hope had been snatched away. Tian furrowed his brow, contemplating the talent that had appeared in the instance only to vanish. It could either have been killed or left the instance. Resolute, he addressed by Chiuli and Jiangche, quickly, let us expedite our progress through the instance. We must thoroughly search for hidden rooms or special passages to other regions. Tian had initially intended to avoid direct confrontation. However, the urge to find that vanishing special potential talent compelled him to take action. Be meticulous. Tian unleashed his full power, dispatching various formidable elite monsters as though they were mere pests. Even creatures that by Chiuli needed to strike accurately to defeat fell before Tian's effortless punches, showcasing his numerical prowess. Jiangche watched in awe. Could the boss possess the strength of a legendary professional? As they progressed through the instance, the ground began to tremble. Before the trio loomed a fearsome giant tiger. Its form akin to a moving mountain, accompanied by a deep, rumbling growl. A boss. Why would the instance boss appear here? Beast King, level 18 epic boss. Upon seeing the tiger's information, both Bai Chiuli and Jiangche could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension. An 18-level epic boss boasted attributes significantly surpassing those of Bai Chiuli, a level 10 legendary professional. The latter understood that victory would require utmost caution. At that moment, the giant tiger roared, shaking the heavens, its savage gaze fixed on Tian and his companions. Ha! Humans, are you already frightened? Tian ignored the creature, primarily due to his ineptitude in universal beast language, having not understood the words. He had no intention of wasting time on hindrances, if one were not a special talent. They were simply obstructing his path. With that, Tian unleashed a no-frills punch, striking the rock-splitting Tiger King with the force of a cannonball. With the damage augmentation from the heart of martial arts, a blood-red sheen enveloped his right fist. Breaking Army. The fusion of two distinct legendary professional abilities erupted with devastating power. The Tiger King's enormous pupils constricted as Tian approached. Never anticipating that a human could unleash such terrifying strength, a stark contrast to the previous human professionals it had encountered. Like a tyrant dominating the playground in elementary school, he suddenly encountered an adult today. The disparity was akin to a chasm. Just as Tian's fist was about to strike, the Tiger King recalled the warning from the man in the black robe. Boom. The massive form of the Tiger King collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a vast pit in the ground, while cracks in the earth spread like a spider's web. One punch, a swift defeat. Jiangche's jaw seemed poised to drop to the ground, his mind swirling with questions. Who, pray tell, was it that urged me to train alongside such a terrifying individual? Am I losing my mind? Ah, it was Wei Yuan. Then all is well. Bai Chiuli's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tian's figure. How could I possibly be so inferior to him? Could it be that I have not exerted enough effort? Chapter 15. Medium-sized Secret Realm. After gathering intelligence, do you still wish to leave? Or is it still not possible? Boss, there are no hidden rooms, nor any passages leading to other areas. After searching the entire dungeon for half a day, we still have not found any trace of the special talent. Tian, feeling somewhat helpless, speculated. Could it be that he was killed? At this moment, Bai Chiuli held a dying monkey demon and exclaimed joyfully, Boss, I just interrogated this monkey demon. And he said that there was originally a figure in a black robe by the Tiger King's side, but he did not appear today. Jiangche, upon hearing this, was extremely astonished. You can interrogate monkeys? Bai Chiuli replied matter-of-factly, my universal beast language has always been perfect. The monsters and various alien races in the dungeon speak different languages, and mastering their tongues can be immensely beneficial in combat and exploration. The Great Xia selects certain universal languages to include in high school textbooks, but unfortunately, neither Tian nor Jiangche managed to grasp them. Tian's eyes sparkled, a figure in a black robe. Jiangche inquired curiously, wait, he didn't engage us in battle and just left. Does that mean he knew he couldn't defeat us? It is quite possible. And if he is a dungeon monster, yet he could still leave the dungeon, it is indeed rather extraordinary. The knowledge of dungeon monsters is basic knowledge in high school. No dungeon monster can leave the dungeon. Moreover, from the monkey demon's description, The style of that black-robed figure was clearly different from the other monsters in the Beast King dungeon, suggesting that he likely did not belong to this dungeon at all. An existence that can traverse the dungeon freely without going through the entrance. Such exceptional potential is indeed remarkable. Tian could not help but sigh. Since he is not dead, there will be opportunities to encounter him again in the future. Perhaps we can ask Wei Yuan to send someone to investigate. With this conclusion in mind, Tian decided not to linger any longer and directly left the dungeon to begin the clearance settlement. However, this incident reminded him that it would be prudent to save more funds. To avoid missing out on recruitment opportunities due to insufficient funds when encountering high-potential talents in the future would be truly lamentable. Leaving the dungeon. You have cleared the sealed dungeon, Beast King. A medium-sized secret realm will randomly generate in the surrounding area. Employees by Chioli and Jiangche have cleared the sealed dungeon. You receive a bonus. Funds 15-2. Bai Chioli has completed her advancement task and has progressed to Cold Moon Sword Master. You share a Tier 1 exclusive skill. Ice Ceiling Absolute Cut. Bai Chioli's level has increased to level 12. You share growth attributes. Strength 26, Agility 30, Physique 20, Spirit 22. Jiangche's level has increased to level 8. You share attributes. Strength 96, Agility 96, Physique 64, Spirit 56. Your level has increased to level 14. Secret Realm Unsealed. Medium resource type Secret Realm will refresh in the outskirts of Qingqing in 2 days. As the clearers of the sealed dungeon, based on your contribution, you will receive 9.5 of the resource output from the medium-sized Secret Realm. Meanwhile, at the Qingqing Lord's Mansion, in the spacious conference room, the Lord of Qingqing and the commanders of the garrison stood solemnly behind the chief officer, Wei Yuan. Originally, Wei Yuan had planned to personally arrange for Tian to level up and advance today, but things did not go as intended. The reason stemmed from the opposite side of the conference room. 7 half-draconians from the ancient royal dynasty arrived as envoys to negotiate in East China, with the leader, known as Red Emperor Dragon Envoy, holding a significant status within the ancient royal dynasty. Lord Wei Yuan. We need not discuss the rewards and punishments of this year's competition between our two races any further. If your great Xia loses again, it would be better to cede the cities of Dingxing and Qingsheng to our dynasty. It would benefit both of us. The voice of the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was hoarse, yet brimmed with confidence. Before the annual competition, the ancient royal dynasty would send envoys to negotiate the outcomes and rewards of the contest, seeking to gain more benefits. They also openly sought to test the military strength of East China. In the past, the ancient royal dynasty's demands were limited to the number of small secret realms. But this year, they audaciously demanded to annex 2 cities of the Great Xia. After the division of these 2 cities, our clan will also assist the Great Xia in defending against evil forces. This way, the military and economic pressures on the Great Xia would be alleviated somewhat. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Wei Yuan? Such a grandiose plot to seize the territory of the Great Xia caused the Lord of Qingqing and the commanders of the garrison to turn furious. Their gazes burned with the desire to devour the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy. Yet, Wei Yuan remained calm and relaxed, leaning back in his chair, and spoke with a playful tone. A lion's demand must also entail the presence of your Red Emperor, correct? The Red Emperor is one of the rulers of the ancient royal dynasty, a pinnacle of the dragon lineage's combat power. Years ago, he had a confrontation with Wei Yuan, and the outcome was inconclusive. In response, the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy retorted with irritation, "You are correct, Lord Wei Yuan. But whether the Red Emperor comes or not will not change the outcome of the competition. You and the Great Xia should prepare early." Although the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was somewhat wary of Wei Yuan, he was extremely confident about the outcome of the ethnic competition for the entire ancient royal dynasty. The Dragon Envoy's gaze was filled with mockery. No matter how strong Wei Yuan is, he is merely one man. One man cannot alter the rise and fall of an entire race. At this moment, both Wei Yuan and the Dragon Envoy received news. The sealed secret realm in Qingqing has been cleared. A medium-sized secret realm will appear in Qingqing. Both Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy were somewhat astonished. That sealed dungeon was one that Wei Yuan personally arranged for people from central China to conquer 2 years ago, yet they had not succeeded. Who could it be now? He suddenly thought of a possibility. Meanwhile, the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy was astonished that the sealed dungeon had actually refreshed into a medium-sized secret realm. It is important to note that the resource output of a medium-sized secret realm is comparable to that of 10 small secret realms, sufficient to sustain 2 or 3 cities. Even for a powerful alien race like the ancient royal dynasty, A medium-sized secret realm is exceedingly enviable. Across all of East China, there is only one medium-sized secret realm. Lord Wei Yuan, congratulations, congratulations. The Red Emperor Dragon Envoy smiled insincerely, wondering if we could go and take a look. Wei Yuan's calm expression paused for a second before responding. All right. In the vocational hall of Qingshan No. 2 School. After the news of the cleared dungeon was announced, the hall erupted with cheers akin to a tidal wave. This was not only due to Tian and his companions solving a difficult problem for Qingqing. It was also because of the medium-sized secret realm. The emergence of a medium-sized secret realm in Qiqing, if conquered, would greatly benefit the practitioners there. Principal Ji Chonglin was also curious and rushed over. But upon seeing that the clearers were Tian and Bai Qiuli, he felt a sense of inevitability. Two talents from the same cohort at Qingshan No. 2 School. Perhaps they might even have a chance to take the top spot in the East China College entrance examination. No, I was thinking too small. It seems there is hope for winning the ethnic competition this year as well. Amidst the astonishment and cheers, Tian and his companions exited the dungeon. Jiang Che initially wanted to stand tall to welcome the cheers, but upon recalling that he had done nothing in the dungeon, merely coasting along as a legendary profession, he felt disheartened. It seems I must strengthen myself sooner. I cannot lose to the boss. No, I just can't lose to Bai Qiuli. After reuniting with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han, the receptionist lady nearby was also astonished, her mouth agape in disbelief that these individuals could truly achieve this. She quickly spoke up. Wait, I need to register your information for subsequent reward distribution. At this moment, in the distance outside the hall, Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor Dragon Envoy had certainly not pressed into the hall. Both possessed keen eyesight and spotted Tian and the others from afar. Tian. Bai Qiuli, indeed it is them. Wei Yuan sighed inwardly. Although he was unsure of Tian's combat capabilities, he always felt a sense of miracle appearance from him. Jiang Che. His profession also differed from before, likely the result of Tian's influence. Very few possess the skill to detect the capabilities of legendary professions. Yet discerning a person's vocational transformation and quality through high mental acuity is certainly achievable. With this thought in mind, Wei Yuan cast a sharp glance at the Dragon Envoy of the Crimson Emperor beside him. The envoy remained enraptured by his recent discovery, a medium-sized secret realm, indeed. It was generating. Wait, legendary level. 2 legendary level newcomers. Damn it, how could the great Xia be so fortunate this year? And why had those scouts failed to uncover this? The Dragon Envoy's expression turned grim, only to be followed by a flicker of relief. Fortunately, I discovered it. 2 legendary newcomers might pose a significant threat to the Yaga dynasty during the upcoming 2-clan competition. Moreover, these individuals had successfully navigated the initiation dungeon, showcasing remarkable combat prowess. A person of exceptional capability transitioning into a legendary profession could very well yield another Wei Yuan for the great Xia in the future. This was an outcome the foreign tribes would undoubtedly abhor. The Dragon Envoy resolved firmly, upon returning to the court. I must inform Lord Crimson Emperor to eliminate these 2 legendary newcomers in their infancy. As for the other individual who cleared the dungeon with them, their vocational quality remains undetermined. Tian's vocational grade is unknown, and even the data panel cannot discern it, no matter how high others' mental acuity may be. It is futile. The Dragon Envoy furrowed his brow and decisively remarked, never mind, it is best to eliminate them altogether. Furthermore, with a medium-sized secret realm in an unclaimed state post-creation, whoever clears it shall claim it as their own. Our tribe may very well seize the opportunity. However, the immediate priority is to depart swiftly and relay the information back. We cannot allow Wei Yuan to be forewarned. The Dragon Envoy contemplated for a considerable time, preparing to don a facade of false congeniality to steady Wei Yuan. Yet, in the next moment, Wei Yuan swiftly grasped Celestial Star Net. Countless radiant chains of starlight surged in from all directions, ensnaring the Dragon Envoy of the Crimson Emperor and the other 6 foreign entities. The swiftness of the attack left the Dragon Envoy utterly unprepared. Wei Yuan, you dare to disregard martial etiquette. The bindings of the Celestial Star Net tightened progressively, rendering the Dragon Envoy speechless, unable to transmit information, as his strength was sapped away until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Cloaked, imprisoned, silenced, disarmed, dazed. While the combat prowess of a Star Soul Master may not be the strongest among legendary professions, their control abilities are undoubtedly unparalleled. Wei Yuan regarded the 7 ensnared foreign entities on the ground with a detached, cold glimmer in his eyes. Did you think you could gather intelligence and simply depart? Such fortune does not exist. Chapter 16. The Tide of Demons Approaches. The Mysterious Ring Unleashed. Wei Yuan dispatched personnel to take away the 7 locked-up alien emissaries, confining them indefinitely. Killing the emissaries would inevitably alert the Yagyu dynasty, and given the overall level of practitioners in East China, it would be unwise to confront the Yagyu dynasty directly. It was far better to seal their powers away. As Wei Yuan took action, Tian sensed something amiss and was beckoned by Wei Yuan to join him in a secluded office for a conversation. You've done remarkably well. I never anticipated you would be able to clear the sealing dungeon. I've arranged for the logistics department to equip you with some gear. Next time you enter a dungeon, do let me know beforehand. It is rather reckless to venture in without any equipment, Wei Yuan remarked, observing Tian's lack of gear. Yet he had managed to conquer a dungeon that had plagued East China for over a decade. A wry smile crossed his face. He would rather see the dungeon remain unconquered than risk Tian's safety. Tian nodded in agreement and proceeded to discuss a mysterious figure in a black robe he had encountered in the Beast King dungeon. He shared the characteristics of this enigmatic potential talent with Wei Yuan, who was particularly intrigued. Despite the current lack of funds for recruitment, Wei Yuan furrowed his brow at Tian's words, then replied, "A creature that can leave the dungeon at will is indeed unprecedented. I shall issue a bounty through the Military and Practitioners Guild. Once located, I will inform you of its whereabouts." "Thank you, Wei Lao," Tian replied. The two exchanged pleasantries before shifting the conversation to the newly transitioned Jiang Che. Wei Yuan held high hopes for the talent Tian had discovered. However, Jiang Che intended to collaborate with Jiang Xing and Jiang Han to form a profession-oriented expedition team, specifically targeting dungeons and secret realms, rather than joining the military or pursuing higher education like Wang Jiang. Both Wei Yuan and Tian opted not to interfere. "All right, you should head back now," Wei Yuan stated, rising as if he had pressing matters to attend to. "The city will be on lockdown soon." "Lockdown?" Tian inquired, realizing that a citywide lockdown often signaled dire circumstances. Wei Yuan nodded, his tone tinged with resignation. "The tide of demons is upon us. Since the Crimson Meteor fell to Blue Star 200 years ago, there had been a continual influx of demons invading various nations. To this day, no one has unraveled the origins of these fiends. It is only known that they are frenzied and bloodthirsty, existing solely to devour life. Notably, demons harbor no discrimination between humans and aliens. All living beings are their foes, and many other worlds similarly face the onslaught of these invaders. Scholars from the Great Xia have suggested that periodically, demons are drawn by some unseen force, inciting them to become extraordinarily violent, leading to widespread demonic incursions. This phenomenon has been dubbed the Tide of Demons. Upon returning to the Qingshan apartment, Tian, having learned of the impending danger of the demon tide, promptly activated his defensive measures, dismissing any thoughts of venturing out. Drawing from his experiences in a past life, he understood one fundamental truth. As a leader, survival was paramount. His subordinates were all formidable and could aid in his strength. There was no need to put himself in peril. With his subordinates possessing such prowess, Tian resolved to remain at home today, grabbing a bottle of soda to browse the practitioners' forum and indulge in some gaming. However, before he could begin, a message from Wang Jiang appeared on his phone. "Wang Jiang, boss, are you there?" "Wang Jiang, can we have that meeting buff again?" "Wang Jiang, the demon tide is approaching, but the squad leader says new recruits can't go to the battlefield unless their attributes reach 150 points. I'm just short of that." As the demon tide loomed, the frontline city stood as the first line of defense. Its fortifications were crafted like a war fortress, and the border troops were stationed there year-round specifically to combat demons. Tian was taken aback by Wang Jiang's fervor to create opportunities to fight despite lacking the necessary conditions. Yet, as the boss, he felt compelled to respond. Perhaps Wang Jiang could indeed make a name for himself amidst the chaos of the demon tide. With this thought, Tian glanced at the limitations of the meeting skill, limited to twice within 24 hours. After the second use, there will be no attribute bonuses. It meant that while the skill could be activated indefinitely, benefits would cease after 2 uses. Fortunately, this was only the second time. Tian promptly utilized the skill, convening a tactical meeting. Meanwhile, in the border defense sector, Wang Jiang emerged from the restroom, exhilarated by the tactical meeting buff he now possessed. Finally, he could step onto the battlefield. Wang Jiang, profession, Dragon Lance Duelist, quality, legendary level, 9 strength, 148/44, agility, 125/38, physique, 125/38, mentality, 88/26. Values in parentheses denote buff enhancements. with the meeting buff. Wan Zhang's primary combat attributes soared above 150, with his strength reaching an astonishing 192 points. This was the attribute level of a rare profession at level 25. Achieved at level 9 under the buff's influence. At this moment, various border military units were mobilizing towards the front lines. The squad leader of the Vanguard Regiment approached Wan Zhang and urgently commanded, "Wan Zhang, return to the rookie camp for training. I know you wish to go to battle, but lacking sufficient strength would only lead to your demise. Go back for now." With a radiant smile, Wan Zhang replied, "Squad leader, I've met the attribute requirements." "What? Huh? Where did you gain such high attributes?" Wan Zhang displayed his attributes, leaving the squad leader momentarily dumbfounded. "Is this really a level 9? Well then, which squad should I report to?" The squad leader's advice faltered at his lips, ultimately conceding, "Go to the reserve team's 5th squad." "Yes." As he watched Wan Zhang excitedly depart, the squad leader fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he approached the commander of the Vanguard Regiment, solemnly reporting, "Commander, have you noticed that every time Wan Zhang returns from the restroom, he seems to grow stronger?" The commander contemplated for a moment, replying, "It's only human nature." As a fortified border city, in addition to its ironclad walls, there were also 2 additional defensive lines situated 5 to 6 kilometers outside the city. In the event of a minor demon tide, the border troops would engage in small-scale battles, using ambushes or skirmishes to preemptively thwart the tide before it reached the city. This strategy not only prevented the depletion of city defenses but also served to train soldiers and enhance their combat experience. For this minor demon tide, our 5th squad would primarily operate in the eastern line of District 12, tasked with mopping up the remaining demons behind the main Vanguard forces. Caution was paramount. At the 2nd defensive line outside the city, the captain of the 5th squad cautioned his 5 team members. The operational forces were divided into the main troop and the reserve team, with the latter primarily responsible for hunting down the lower-tier demons left in the wake of the larger forces. Wan Zhang was among them. Although he could only follow behind as a reserve member, he was immensely satisfied with his first battle experience. He gripped the gleaming blue steel spear bestowed upon him by the commander after meeting the conditions to join the battlefield, a rare-grade weapon. Resources within the military were scarce. Or rather, the entire Great Xia lacked ample provisions. Securing a rare-grade spear was a reward for Wan Zhang's triumph in the rookie martial arts competition. The wind howled, carrying the stench of decaying demon energy. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder, like a silver dragon dancing, striking far-off demon hordes that surged like a black tide. These were the high-level practitioners of the main force. As the lightning illuminated the edges of the battlefield, the captain of the 5th squad raised his hand. In the distance, 3 malevolent entities were detected. These lowly fiends, known as ghost children, bore the diminutive stature of a child, yet their forms were marred by a sickly shade of grayish-black. Their surfaces riddled with cracks, possessing a strength comparable to that of a level 30 elite. The captain signaled with tactical gestures, and the team sprang into action according to their respective roles. Taunt. The shield-bearer among them acted first, drawing the ire of the 3 ghost children. The initial wave of taunting aimed to concentrate their firepower for a swift kill. However, before any other member could strike, Wan Zhang had already timed his taunt perfectly, leaping into the air as the tip of his spear ignited with a sanguine glow. Breaking the army. Boom. What astonishing power does this rookie possess? The captain was momentarily taken aback, witnessing Wan Zhang shatter one of the ghost children with a single thrust. Yet, unbeknownst to all, as Wan Zhang vanquished the fiend, wisps of faint gray-black magic emanated from the vanishing corpse, flowing into the ring left to him by his father, which suddenly radiated an ethereal luminescence. Chapter 17. The Demon Sealing Tower. The 1000-gene body tempering. "Well done, Wan Zhang," exclaimed the captain of Team 5, brimming with excitement. After Wan Zhang vanquished a ghostly child, the remaining 2 fell into a state of shock under the influence of his formidable presence, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Consequently, the pace of exterminating the malevolent spirits quickened considerably. Team members expressed their exhilaration. Should this efficiency persist, they might very well rank among the top in accolades among the various Vanguard teams. Each time a demon tide arose, the reserve teams of the Vanguard would be rewarded and ranked based on their number of demon kills, with higher-ranked teams receiving additional rewards and promotion opportunities. No one anticipated such ferocity from a new recruit. However, their jubilation was short-lived. In the next moment, the ring on Wan Zhang's hand emitted a spectral blue radiance, enveloping him entirely. Subsequently, he vanished from sight. What the hell? Where did he go? What is happening? The team members were left dumbfounded. searching frantically yet finding no trace of Wan Jiang. He had truly disappeared. In a dark crimson abyss. The ground was strewn with gray-white stone blocks inscribed with arcane patterns, surrounded by a suffocating glow. Faintly glowing paths led toward a central space resembling a prison. Where am I? Wan Jiang's expression was one of bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had been on the battlefield slaying demons, and now he found himself in this strange realm. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from above, reverberating in Wan Jiang's ears. You have met the conditions to unlock level 1 of the Demon Sealing Tower, defeat an evil spirit level demon. Commencing level 1 trial of the Demon Sealing Tower. Instinctively, Wan Jiang looked up to see a flickering phantom of a ring hovering at the apex of the space. Identical to the one adorning his finger. Is this the ring left by my father? Wait, could this be more than just an ordinary ring? Piecing together the recent clues with his current predicament, Wan Jiang speculated a possibility. Could it be that I am now within the ring? The words demon, ceiling, tower echoed in his mind, causing his heart to race. The ring, which he had always regarded as a mere relic from his father, concealed boundless wonders. After vanquishing an evil spirit-level ghostly child, he had been transported to this extraordinary space, realizing he possessed an artifact from his father. Wan Jiang's confusion and fear dissipated considerably. Gripping his spear, he strode purposefully down the path illuminated by glimmers of light. Upon reaching the center of the space, he beheld a somber altar, Demon Sealing Tower Level 1 trial, defeat 10 ghostly children. Each trial has 3 attempts. Failure in all results in permanent closure of the Demon Sealing Tower. A challenge to single-handedly confront 10 ghostly children. The difficulty of this task was rather excessive. In military training, even asking a new recruit to face 3 ghostly children would be tantamount to cruelty. The attacks of ghostly children were laden with potent negative buffs, slowing, bleeding, and corrosion. Without a shield bearer in front, being ensnared mid-escape would be nearly impossible. Even seasoned veterans would approach with caution, let alone Wan Jiang, who was only at level 9. At that moment, ghostly children began to claw their way out from the dim altar, creating a scene reminiscent of a horror film. Yet, this was merely a trial. It was far better than the despair of being powerless. Wan Jiang took a deep breath. In the next instant, with unwavering resolve, he inflicted wounds upon himself, reducing his health to below 40. Simultaneously, his agility and physique attributes surged dramatically. Dragon Gallbladder, ignore fear status, for every 1 reduction in health. Agility and physique each increase by 1. For each enemy in proximity, strength increases by 2. At this point, his agility had risen by 60. And his strength by 20. Coupled with the tactical meeting buff, Wan Jiang's attributes far surpassed those of the ghostly children. Since their attacks bore formidable negative buffs, he must avoid being struck. Time to kill. Wan Jiang brandished his spear, leaping into action as if it were a dragon unleashed. Meanwhile, outside, the members of Team 5 exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with concern. While casualties were inevitable during a demon tide, the sudden disappearance of one of their own was exceedingly bizarre. The squad captain, despite years of military experience, found himself momentarily at a loss. We can't wait any longer. Let us report this situation. In apartment 502 of Qishan, Tian was perusing the professional forum when he received a call from Wei Yuan. What? Wan Jiang has vanished. Just 3 minutes prior, Team 5 had reported the situation to the Vanguard commander. Having been informed by Wei Yuan that Wan Jiang was a legendary profession, the commander understood the gravity of the situation. After a fruitless investigation, he promptly relayed the information to Wei Yuan, who was equally perplexed. If anyone might comprehend the reason behind this, it would only be Wan Jiang's employer, Tian. Thus, Wei Yuan called, do you have any leads? If not, I'll dispatch someone to the front lines for a search. Hold on, let me take a look. Tian ended the call, his expression strange. Could Wan Jiang's disappearance be related to the ring left by his father? Having frequently read web novels during his university days, he immediately considered a possibility. He opened the employee panel. The work status of employees would only be settled at midnight unless checked manually. Soon, he discovered Wan Jiang's status. Demon Sealing Tower Trial Challenge status. Unable to leave this space. The Demon Sealing Tower? Tian felt a surge of confidence, convinced this was some sort of golden finger. With this revelation, he felt a sense of anticipation. After all, if his employee grew stronger, he would benefit as well. Simultaneously, several kill notifications appeared. Employee Wan Jiang has slain an evil spirit-level demon. Ghostly child. You share experience 400. Finally, after the 10th kill notification, Wan Jiang's status changed. Employee Wan Jiang has cleared the first level trial of the Demon Sealing Tower. You receive a bonus, funds 5. Wang Jiang has received trial rewards, talent advancement. You share the talent advancement, Dragon Gallbladder Unmatched. Wang Jiang has received trial rewards, 1000 Gene Body Tempering, currently undergoing tempering. Body tempering. Upon realizing this effect, Tian was astonished. He had never anticipated that the first level of the Demon Sealing Tower would contain something so legendary. 1000 Gene Body Tempering. Temper the body with the weight of 1000 genes, profoundly enhancing physical form, laying the groundwork for the refinement of an extraordinary physique. This signified a potential opportunity to cultivate an extraordinary physique. What is an extraordinary physique? It refers to those endowed with superior attributes and special abilities, almost exclusively found among other races, such as the dragon race's draconic body, the spirit race's elemental spirit body, etc., or possessing innate strength, divine power, or a unique ability. The reason the royal lineage of the Yagu dynasty was formidable was due to their inherent draconic bodies, with initial attribute values soaring to dozens or even hundreds of times that of human beings. Yet, among humans, extraordinary physiques had never been witnessed, only whispered of in the legends of certain other races. And now, the chance to refine an extraordinary physique had emerged. Although body tempering was merely the foundation for such a physique, it undoubtedly offered a glimmer of hope. Chapter 18. The pleasure of borrowing another golden finger within the confines of the Demon Sealing Tower. Wang Jiang exhaled deeply, feeling exhilarated. His strategy, though perilous, yielded unexpectedly favorable results. The high agility gained at the cost of his own injuries rendered him untouchable by the 10 ghostly children, and with the range of his lance, he successfully navigated through the trials unscathed. Moreover, the rewards of the trial included a class advancement card, allowing Wang Jiang to directly ascend from level 10 to the first tier. Class: Dragon's Might Gunfighter Dragon Shadow Gun Soul, first tier. New skill acquired, Gun Shadow Formation. What thrilled Wang Jiang even more was the advancement of his innate ability, for typically, one could only experience such an upgrade upon reaching the third tier. Yet, the rewards from the Demon Sealing Tower allowed him to upgrade his talent even at the 0 tier. This was akin to acquiring an ability that was meant to be obtained at the 3rd tier, but instead received at the 1st tier. Dragon's Might, Ignore Fear Status. For every 1 decrease in health, agility and physique increase by 1. For every enemy nearby, strength increases by 2. Advancement, Unmatched, Ignore all negative statuses. For every 1 decrease in health, all attributes increase by 1. For every enemy nearby, all attributes increase by 3. If the talent was of low quality, the effects after advancement would not be overly astonishing. However, Wang Jiang's talent was already of legendary caliber, and its effects post-advancement were nothing short of terrifying. The body refinement process is about to commence. Challengers, please prepare for the gravity baptism. Baptism may be conducted up to 3 times. If the challenger can withstand 1000 June gravity, it signifies a perfect level of body refinement. Is perfection really defined by enduring 1000 June gravity within 3 attempts? As the words hung in the air, an invisible pressure seemed to solidify around him, and Wang Jiang felt as though his body was firmly held down. Cracks resembling spider webs forming beneath his feet, expanding relentlessly. His resolute face was filled with fighting spirit. Bring it on. Outside, the captain of the 5th Squad fell into contemplation. Tian had informed Wei Yuan of the situation, and following the orders from the commander of the Vanguard Corps, their 5th Squad received a command to stand by. Thankfully, it seemed Wang Jiang was in no peril. However, waiting here significantly hampered their efficiency in eliminating the evil spirits, didn't it? The squad members expressed slight discontent, and the captain understood their frustration, as slaying evil spirits was a matter of merit. Although the 5th Squad was not particularly strong, the desire to earn a bit more merit was universal. Should we split into 2 teams? Wait, don't divide. Look. One of the members, with a look of horror, instinctively glanced in a certain direction. There, amidst the dimness, over 10 evil spirits were charging toward them, some ghostly children crawling on all fours, advancing at an alarming speed. Encountering a horde of evil spirits was typically a stroke of misfortune, necessitating a defensive retreat and gathering surrounding teams for an encirclement. Yet, at this moment, their comrade Wang Jiang was still in a vanished state. Are we still waiting? The captain gritted his teeth. Let us wait 3 more minutes. The shield guards can hold for a while, and if it doesn't work. Before he could finish, that ethereal blue aura reappeared, and Wang Jiang emerged from the Demon Sealing Tower. What the? You, hurry and go. The captain was overwhelmed with emotions, but at that moment, he could only urge everyone to retreat hastily. My apologies, my apologies. Wang Jiang scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. For he truly hadn't anticipated the events within the demon ceiling tower, turning to see the menacing rush of over 10 evil spirits. His expression shifted to one of calm determination. Gun shadow formation. He thrust his lance fiercely into the ground. Golden light erupted. And a dazzling formation of golden light with a 10-meter diameter blossomed around him, countless phantoms of lances shimmering with sharp glimmers. As the evil spirits charged in, the phantom lances moved like agile soldiers, intertwining and mercilessly shredding through the invaders. With a single skill, the horde of evil spirits was obliterated. The members of the fifth squad exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a mix of confusion and incredulity, wondering, is this person truly our teammate? And Wang Jiang, gazing at the effects of the body refinement, felt an exhilarating surge. Body refinement level, 270 June. Talent effect, strength 50, physique 50, spirit 20. In his first body refinement, he had only managed to endure up to 270, still some distance from the 1000 June, requiring further effort. Yet, his current combat power was already double that of before he faced the tide of demons, with 2 body refinement opportunities remaining once he reached the 1000 June level. The effects would surely be even more formidable. Additionally, he learned the conditions for the next level of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial, defeat a monster-level evil spirit. This revelation plunged Wang Jiang into contemplation. Currently, there were 5 known tiers of evil spirits in the Great Xia: malevolent spirits, monster spirits, demonic spirits, demon lords, and demon kings. The appearances of demon lords and demon kings were catastrophic events for Blue Star, possessing the capability to decimate cities and even nations. At this rate, the challenge to unlock the 4th and 5th levels of the Demon Ceiling Tower seemed excessively daunting. However, what was even more terrifying was that Wang Jiang discovered a miniature tower emblem on his ring, clearly indicating a total of 9 tiers. Where on earth did his father acquire such an artifact? After much pondering, he could not come up with an answer. Resolutely focusing on the present, he decided to take one step at a time. He turned to his 5th squad comrades, revealing a radiant smile. Let us go. I'll lead everyone to achieve first in merit. Simultaneously, after Wang Jiang completed his body refinement, Tian also shared the effects of the 1000 June body refinement talent. Although currently only at 270 June, Tian had great confidence in Wang Jiang, believing that the 1000 June threshold was not far off. The extraordinary physique. Tian was quite intrigued by this ability that could elevate a practitioner's limits. Should he procure something to enhance Wang Jiang's attributes? The higher the attributes, the sooner Wang Jiang would reach the 1000 June level, and Tian would benefit as well. This would also assist in the trials of the higher tiers of the Demon Ceiling Tower, since the reward for the first tier trial was body refinement. The subsequent layers' rewards should likely pertain to extraordinary physiques, right? I must admit, the sensation of leveraging another's golden finger is rather delightful. Tian reclined in his computer chair, browsing forums as he awaited the approach of midnight. Tonight, he was alone in the house. After initiating the unsealing instance, Baichuli had entered solo mode and had yet to return. It seemed Tian's previous swift defeat of the boss had spurred her on. Moreover, with only 6 days until the college entrance examination, striving for strength was likely a common aspiration among all high school seniors. The prestige attached to the examination was undoubtedly substantial, and rewards and special accolades would be plentiful. Tian looked forward to it intensely. As night deepened, the demonic tide appeared to have subsided, the dark miasma that had shrouded the eastern border gradually dissipating. As the clock struck midnight, the management log S settlement list began to refresh. Chapter 19, The Mysterious Realm Approaches. Prismatic Potential. Upon completing the unsealing dungeon and conquering the first layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower, Tian's funds soared to an impressive 36.4. Although there remained a considerable distance to recruiting exceptional talents, the figure was still quite significant. He was curious about the rewards from the recent settlement and began to peruse the management log from the previous day. Management log. Wang Jin achieved first place in the new recruit training. Reward. Funds 2. Wang Jin achieved first place in the Vanguard's Demon Tide Reserve Team. Reward. Funds 5. Baichuli completed the solo dungeon. Soul Valley on Hell difficulty. Reward. Funds 4. Baichuli completed the solo dungeon. Blood Rage on Hell difficulty. Reward. Funds 4. Baichuli cleared Blood Rage on Hell difficulty 3 times. Reward. Funds 0. 3. You shared the experience gained by your employees. Monster farming. Training. First clear. 84,000. Your level has increased to level 16. Rewards from dungeons like the Unsealing Dungeon and the first layer of the Demon Sealing Tower had already been collected by Tian in advance. Thus they did not appear in the management log. Thus far, the income from funds was still substantial. Tian's funds further increased to 51.7. Experience also surged dramatically. Yet due to the exponential rise in experience required for leveling up, the speed of progression had not accelerated significantly. However, Tian noticed a peculiar situation. What was Jiang Che up to? In any case of exploration, first clears of dungeons, or even farming dungeons to level up, achievements would be counted and some funds would be returned. Yet, Jiang Che had evidently received no feedback at all. Could it be that he had merely slacked off the entire day? No, his experience had indeed increased quite a bit. Jiang Che had now reached level 10. Tier 1, advancing from a martial artist to an energy warrior. Strangely, judging from the settlement panel, he had not cleared any dungeons. The Jiang siblings Jiang Che, Jiang Xing, and Jiang Han had originally planned to transition from a leveling team to an exploration team, aiming to profit from dungeon exploration and mysterious realms by selling strategies or materials. Their early development, it seemed, had not been smooth. He would inquire further when they met the next day. In contrast, Bai Qiuli was a source of great comfort for Tian, as she challenged hellish dungeons almost daily. Naturally, her profession as a cold moon sword master, with its high damage and agility, was particularly suited for solo runs. Lost in thought, a message from Bai Qiuli suddenly popped up. Bai Qiuli has transferred 0.5 of the rights to the Mysterious Realms output to you. Your current control over the Mysterious Realms output rights. 10. It dawned on Tian that during the completion of the Unsealing Dungeon, all members would share 10 of the rights to the Mysterious Realms output based on their contributions. A reward for those who unsealed the Mysterious Realm. Tian had initially secured 9.5 of the rights, while Bai Qiuli obtained 0.5, which she now transferred to Tian. The remaining 90 belonged to the team that first cleared the Mysterious Realm. Once the unsealed Mysterious Realm emerged and was conquered, those in possession of the rights could continuously extract equipment, materials, and other resources from the realm's output. Securing rights to a Mysterious Realm's output was akin to discovering a gold mine. Even if surrendered to the state, it would yield a lifetime of wealth. Thus, the competition for the first clear of a mysterious realm was far more intense than that for dungeons. Not only would the state dispatch talents from various regions to form exploration teams, but major professional guilds and even foreign races would devise strategies to participate in the contest. All teams would enter the mysterious realm simultaneously, and the first team to clear it would be recognized as its master. Tian remained intrigued, knowing that conquering a medium-sized mysterious realm would also bring honor and a generous share of profits. A day later, the medium-sized mysterious realm would refresh. In the Yagyu dynasty, at the Crimson Emperor City, in the otherworldly passage connecting to the northern part of the city, Crimson Emperor City towered majestically at the pinnacle of the world. At its center lay a dragon-shaped palace, resembling a colossal dragon poised for flight, each scale crafted from epic-grade crystalline materials. Upon the throne within the palace sat the Dragon King, adorned in dark red scales, his gaze fierce as the blazing sun, his voice commanding and low. "Where's the envoy?" he inquired. Returning to the great Crimson Emperor, "The dragon envoy has yet to return," replied a half-dragon attendant, bowing low. The Dragon King of the Yagyu dynasty expressed his dissatisfaction. "My lord, perhaps the human wishes to seek your protection, thus attempting to delay the envoy's return." Upon hearing this, the Crimson Emperor showed no sign of concern. After all, the envoy dispatched by the Yagyu dynasty was a matter of his prestige. Aside from a select few audacious top-tier human practitioners, none dared to show disrespect, especially certain extremist organizations, who believed that other races were the rightful rulers of the world and often sought to join the Yagyu dynasty, ingratiating themselves with the envoy. At that moment, a scout hurried into the hall to reporting to the great Crimson Emperor, "The Azure Emperor has discovered a medium-sized mysterious realm emerging, not far from our battlefront. It lies near the human, Daxia, Qiqing region. A medium-sized mysterious realm." The Dragon King's eyes gleamed with greed. "Excellent. In these pressing times of war, resources from the mysterious realm are sorely needed." Among the royal dragon descendants of the Yagyu dynasty, there were currently 3 emperors: the Crimson Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the White Emperor. The Crimson Emperor, being the pinnacle of combat prowess, served as the military leader of the Yagyu dynasty and was one of the chief adversaries of Daxia in the east. The Azure Emperor, known as the Dragon of All Laws, possessed a profound sensitivity to magic and spiritual energy, allowing him to perceive the fluctuations of energy accompanying the formation of mysterious realms. Thanks to his presence, the Yagu dynasty could take early action to seize numerous mysterious realm resources. Send my orders. The Crimson Emperor, growing impatient, declared. Although the mysterious realm appears within Daxia, a medium-sized realm is worth dispatching men to contest for. Deploy Mao and Yedra to ensure we seize the mysterious realm before the humans. Understood. The following day, Tian awoke from his hazy slumber. After freshening up, he discovered that Bai Qiuli had already departed. Had it not been for the traces of life left behind in the apartment, he might have suspected she had not returned the entire night. She truly slept later than him and awoke earlier, ruffling his disheveled hair. Tian made his way to the cafeteria downstairs for breakfast, only to be met with Jiang Che, who rushed over with great urgency. Boss, I finally found you. Jiang Che exclaimed, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he took a seat beside Tian. Tian intended to inquire about his activities the previous day, but seeing his eager demeanor, he altered his question. What is it? Boss, could you arrange for Qiuli to team up with us? Meeting Tian's puzzled gaze, Jiang Che elaborated. Boss, my brother, sister, and I have transitioned from a leveling team to an exploration team, but most exploration dungeons require a 5-man team, and we simply cannot recruit teammates. How could 3 of you with such strong professions struggle to find teammates? Isn't the medium-sized mysterious realm about to appear? All major professional guilds are scrambling to recruit, preparing to assemble their top forces to tackle the mysterious realm. Their salaries are soaring, and naturally, our small team is left without anyone. Tian then realized that the allure of the medium-sized mysterious realm was even greater than he had imagined. For various organizations, it was a gamble. If they succeeded, it could lead to a lifetime of wealth. Consequently, the market value of skilled professionals was steadily rising. No wonder Jiang Che struggled to find teammates. At this moment, Jiang Che recalled something and indignantly added, Boss, we actually stumbled upon a secondary mysterious realm yesterday. We were the first batch of explorers, but another mediocre 5-person team snatched the first clear from us. Oh, now Tian understood why Jiang Che had only gained experience without any records of dungeon clears the previous day. It turned out that they had encountered the secret realm but were preemptively beaten to it. In the secret realm, once the first team clears it, the remaining teams automatically fail. Secondary secret realms present a lower difficulty than minor ones, and there are numerous records of adventurers clearing them in teams. Given the abilities of Jiang Che and Jiang Xing, they should not have been outpaced. How could a mediocre team have secured the first clear before them? Tian finished the last bite of his fried dough stick and inquired with curiosity. Jiang Che, though somewhat displeased, responded earnestly that team leader indeed possesses some tactical acumen. Leading 4 average teammates, they managed to achieve a swift clearance. As he spoke, Jiang Che clenched his fist, a flicker of indignation crossing his face. If it weren't for him snatching my secondary secret realm, we would have been able to afford a complete set of equipment by now, or even renovate Master S Dojo. A secondary secret realm, though not as valuable as a minor one, still held significant worth. Tian pondered for a moment before agreeing to Jiang Che's request. All right. I'll ask Qiuli for her opinion. With a smirk, Jiang Che followed Tian out, his eyes seemingly ablaze with the flames of vengeance. If Qiuli had been present yesterday, they would never have claimed the secret realm from us. The next time we encounter that team leader, we shall show him our true strength. As Jiang Che exited the cafeteria alongside Tian, he suddenly caught sight of a figure walking down the street, his eyes widening in recognition as if he had spotted an adversary. No way. It's him. Tian, equally intrigued, glanced up to see a somewhat disheveled, slender figure. Jiang Che's gaze sharpened. Indeed, I remember him. He was the team leader who snatched my secret realm. Yishio. Ding. Detection of prismatic level potential talent in the vicinity. Chapter 20. Night Training. The genius driven away by the guild. Potential of iridescence. The moment Tian heard the skill prompt, he could hardly believe his ears. In the small town of Qiqing, hidden talents abound. It truly echoed Wei Yuan's words. The great Xia has never lacked for talent. Meanwhile, the lean youth, Yishio, also heard Jiang Che's voice. He paused and turned back, revealing a natural smile. Oh, it's the martial arts dojo kid from yesterday? Observing Jiang Che's expression, which was brimming with the intent of revenge, Yishio teased, You're not still angry about me getting the first pass to the secret realm, are you? Jiang Che scoffed. If it weren't for the fact that there were 3 of us yesterday, you definitely wouldn't have secured the first completion of the secret realm. Prepare for my revenge today. In response, Yishio did not refute this, but rather acknowledged it with ease. Of course, I've witnessed your damage output. Your professional quality is likely astonishing. However, he continued, spreading his hands in a playful manner. But don't look for me for revenge. I've already left the Sega Guild. Huh. Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Didn't you just lead the team to conquer a mid-level secret realm yesterday? Why? Meanwhile, Tian was perusing Yishio's resume. Name: Yishio. Basic information. Male, 20 years old, from Qiqing, Great Xia. Profession: battle mage, elite level. Potential: iridescent, full-time expert. Biography: gifted, a tactical genius, with a profound understanding of nearly all professional abilities. After transitioning, he joined the Sega Guild as a team leader, leading numerous first completions with his remarkable insight into dungeons. After conquering a mid-level secret realm, the Sega Guild recruited an epic-tier professional as the new leader and, citing contractual stipulations, demanded that Yishio relinquish his ownership of the secret realm to serve as a practice partner. Yishio left the Sega Guild, sacrificing ownership of the secret realm. Investment opportunity: divine-level profession, loaner, 40 points of funding, sigh. The Sega Guild is truly despicable. Upon finishing the resume, Tian couldn't help but lament. A guild that grew stronger thanks to Yishio, now casting him aside after gaining the foundation of the secret realm, is indeed heartless. Yet, Yishio did not elaborate to Jiang Che, casually stating, in any case, if you seek revenge, you might as well go find Sega. I need to find another team. Farewell. With a casual wave, he left, as with his current capabilities, being alone would slow his leveling and equipment acquisitions. And he could not conquer high-level dungeons without a team. Jiang Che sighed, seemingly feeling a twinge of regret for this former rival. Those who understand your strength best are often your opponents. The Sega Guild failed to recognize Yishio's worth, but Jiang Che clearly understood his capabilities, especially for a dungeon-breaking team. Jiang Che hesitated. Do you want a fresh start? Tian called out to Yishio. Jiang Che turned to Tian in surprise. He had intended to recruit Yishio but feared he couldn't offer satisfactory conditions. However, since Tian had spoken up, it became much simpler. How about considering joining me? This legendary professional Jiang Che is one of my subordinates. Tian wasted no time, patting Jiang Che on the shoulder, getting straight to the point. If others had heard Tian's words, they would have scoffed. A legendary professional is your subordinate? Dream on. Legendary professionals are rare nationwide, esteemed by every major faction, and how could they possibly serve a mere youth? Yet, Yishio genuinely believed it. Having witnessed Jiang Che's prowess during the competition for the mid-level secret realm, he knew that his level 10 damage was remarkably high, and his professional quality must be equally impressive. Jiang Che was quite cooperative, continuing, indeed. I am the boss's first. Second. He initially intended to showcase his position, but recalled by Qiuli and Wan Jiang, realizing they might surpass him. Third strongest, Jiang Che declared, giving a thumbs up, while Tian beside him couldn't help but break into a slight sweat. Yishio scrutinized Jiang Che seriously. He did not appear to be lying, which piqued his curiosity further about Tian. What kind of organization is this? Is the internal environment so harmonious? A legendary professional is surprisingly modest, he mused, instinctively thinking that a legendary professional ranking third must surely be self-effacing. Perhaps it was due to being at too low a level. Others might be at higher levels. If what Jiang Che claimed were true, Yishio held a favorable view of this organization. After all, the Sega Guild that abandoned him, using the mid-level secret realm as a gimmick, could not even recruit a legendary professional, only managing to attract an epic one. Noticing Yishio's intrigue, Tian suggested they find a quieter place to discuss, as the street was somewhat conspicuous. Yishio followed along, casually inquiring, "What is your salary like?" Jiang Che answered without hesitation, "Absolutely nothing." Tian, Yishio, forget it, as long as there's a place to stay. It'll do. The three arrived at Tian's apartment. Yishio had few conditions, and Tian did not impose any demands, making the recruitment process quite smooth. However, when Tian presented the contract to Yishio, the latter fell into silence. Compared to the Sega Guild, this contract seemed to have been drafted by a philanthropist. Not only did it place no restrictions on employees' actions, nor demand the relinquishment of ownership of the secret realm, but it also featured remarkably few clauses. Yet upon seeing the phrase "boss provides divine-level profession," Yishio's mouth twitched. Heh. The current scene resembled a street encounter where a beggar presented the scriptures of the Buddha to you with righteous fervor. Young man, I see your remarkable bone structure. In truth, Tian indeed said something along those lines. However, he had more to add. Seeing Yu Xiu's expression of feeling toyed with, Tian remarked, "I've called someone over. Seeing him should give you some confidence." Before long, there was a knock on the door, and Jiang Che opened it for Wei Yuan. My heavens! Yu Xiu's previously relaxed demeanor suddenly became serious. Having seen this legendary figure, the head of Huadong, multiple times on forum headlines, the imposing presence of a high-ranking professional was wholly unlike any performance. "Behold, you see him now." Tian gestured with interest. "This is our partner, collaborating with the state. How could he not be considered a partner?" The reason for calling Wei Yuan over was primarily to facilitate the divine-level transfer. It was his first time, and he was unsure if any unexpected situations might arise. In the 200 years of global history, divine-level professions have only appeared 16 times. Yet now, only 3 remain. Each time a divine-level profession emerged, without exception, they were targeted by malevolent forces, hunted mercilessly by foreign races and extremist organizations, with no respite. Having a formidable ally nearby would be advantageous in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Soon enough, the reality confirmed Tian's caution. Wei Yuan's gaze swept over Yu Xiu, and he exclaimed, "Another talent has emerged." Aside from his curiosity about the new talent, he was also somewhat astonished. How many legendary professionals could Tian possibly recruit? Yet he never imagined that this transfer would not be for a legend. At this moment, Yu Xiu no longer hesitated and decisively signed the contract. If the head of Huadong was standing by his side, even if it meant receiving the scriptures of the Buddha from a beggar, he would seize the opportunity. Seeing this, Wei Yuan lightly snapped his fingers, and a starry barrier of shielding appeared. However, the next moment, Wei Yuan's calm demeanor abruptly changed. A terrifying, iridescent light coalesced around Yu Xiu, exuding such overwhelming momentum that it seemed poised to tear through the barrier and soar into the heavens. Chapter 21. The Solitary Wanderer. I alone can resolve all issues. Not a golden light, but a resplendent, ethereal glow. For a fleeting moment, Wei Yuan appeared dazed. As the barrier was on the brink of being shattered by the resplendent beam of class advancement, he swiftly conjured a 3-layered barrier with his hands. Even the divine-grade beam of class advancement was thus obscured, had Wei Yuan not been present. The appearance of the divine-grade beam earlier that day would have likely led to an assassination attempt by dark forces and alien races by noon. Divine-grade. Though Wei Yuan had never witnessed a divine-grade class manifest, he had heard tales of the ethereal glow accompanying such advancements. Instinctively, he glanced at Tian, who, unlike Jiang Che's awestruck expression, displayed no surprise, clearly having foreseen this event. Tian, can even a divine-grade class be awakened? Such a power is undeniably terrifying. Fortuitously, Tian appeared in the Great Xia. Wei Yuan exhaled, his thoughts deepening, seemingly filled with a heightened hope for the current state of affairs in the Great Xia, particularly in regard to thwarting the covetous gazes of the alien races and dark forces. Yu Xiu's gaze froze, his pupils dilating slightly, as if he were rooted to the spot. The tactician, who could rapidly devise strategies for any instance or secret realm, now found his mind blank. Overwhelmed by an indescribable shock, he stared at the current panel with rare tremors. Yu Xiu, Class, Wanderer, Stage 1, Quality, Divine Grade, Level, 10, Strength, 170, Agility, 170, Constitution, 170. Mentality, 170, Class Talent, 1000 Mechanisms Umbrella, a weapon exclusive to Wanderers. Its level increases alongside the Wanderer class, allowing the wielder to transform into any weapon form without cooldown, possessing attributes of a mythical grade weapon. Talent 2, Full-Time Enhancement, allows unlimited learning of all low-tier skills, Stage 2 and below, from any class, with skills gaining super enhancements upon acquisition. This class possesses 2 talents, yet it lacks inherent skills. Tian could hardly contain his eagerness to explore the capabilities of this divine-grade class, the Wanderer. It was undeniably distinct from any class he had encountered before. Firstly, the possession of a mythical-grade weapon was somewhat preposterous, and the ability to transform its shape without cooldown was astounding. It is crucial to note that no mythical-grade equipment currently exists in the world. Indeed, not a single piece. The few remaining dungeons capable of yielding mythical-grade equipment are as challenging as stage for class advancement dungeons, with their levels and difficulties so high that no one has yet succeeded in clearing them. Thus, this stands as the only mythical-grade weapon in existence. No. It is one of 2, as Tian's successful recruitment means he also possesses one. However, Tian found the second-class talent somewhat lacking. While the ability to learn all classes' skills without restriction is undoubtedly powerful, it only applies to low-tier skills. The actual combat effectiveness still hinges upon Yi Xiu's capabilities. Yet, one wonders, how potent is this super enhancement? Tian reserved his expectations for the latter part of this effect. You have successfully recruited the employee, Yi Xiu, acquiring the following attributes: Strength 170, Agility 170, Constitution 170, Mentality 170. The ethereal glow of the class advancement beam gradually dissipated. Wei Yuan's starry barrier was also dispelled. Before him, the fourth divine grade class in the world, and the second in the Great Xia, had been born. For a moment, Wei Yuan was filled with emotion, pondering if in the future, the total number of high-quality classes worldwide might not surpass those under Tian's command. Here, take these. Wei Yuan produced 3 rings and handed them to Tian. These were items known as concealment rings, which possess the ability to mask one S-class quality from detection. Although skills capable of detection are rare, and few can perceive the existence of class quality through mental energy, caution is still warranted. Tian accepted them gratefully. Such items were necessary to mitigate unnecessary troubles. Originally, the 3 rings were intended for Tian, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Che. Wanzhong's had already been delivered to the military camp, yet Wei Yuan had not anticipated the addition of Yi Xiu today. Please come to my office later. I shall provide you with another ring, and I have a set of equipment for you as well. Wei Yuan instructed Tian before departing. Once Wei Yuan had left, Yi Xiu finally emerged from the overwhelming surprise. It was only then that he began to comprehend some of his earlier perplexities. Why would Jiang Che, a legendary class, heed the commands of a mere youth like Tian? How could even Wei Yuan be summoned by Tian? Now, Yi Xiu finally understood. Boss. Yi Xiu steadied his emotions and said, if that is the case, I shall address you as such. Of course. Now, are there any tasks you require me to undertake? The usually carefree Yi Xiu now found himself eager for Tian to assign him responsibilities. The weight of gratitude for this divine grade class compelled him to demonstrate his worth. It felt akin to joining a company and being gifted a luxury car, a villa, and a 10 million bonus upon entering. At this moment, failing to exert oneself felt like ants crawling upon his skin. Tian, in turn, aligned with his desire. Tomorrow, the medium-sized secret realm of Qingqing opens. I wish for you to lead the team as tactical commander to ensure our success. With Yi Xiu now on board, Tian felt notably more confident about conquering the medium-sized secret realm. The medium-sized secret realm, Yi Xiu had certainly heard of it. Recently, major guilds had been fervently recruiting, and merely contemplating the competition was daunting. In fact, the Sega Guild had stripped Yi Xiu of his leadership position precisely because they sought to recruit members for the medium-sized secret realm. To conquer a secret realm implies racing ahead of all other teams, being the first to achieve success. However, Yi Xiu was never one to shy away from challenges. Boss. Who will our teammates be? The maximum number of members in a secret realm team typically caps at 5. Tian had suitable candidates in mind and relayed the relevant information regarding Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and Jiang Che to Yi Xiu, thus adding Tian himself. They would have a perfect team of 5. All legendary classes. Yi Xiu gasped in astonishment, his gaze toward Tian filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that someone could assemble such a formidable team. If the reputation of this all-legendary class team were to circulate, it would likely intimidate 90 of guilds vying for the medium-sized secret realm. As he contemplated this, Yi Xiu suddenly turned to Jiang Che. So, you truly are the third strongest. There was no false modesty in your claim. Jiang Che. However, as Yi Xiu digested the information about his teammates, he felt a slight unease. The medium-sized secret realm was inherently challenging, with its monsters all above stage 2, level 25, and the final boss nearing stage 3, level 50. Although the quality of Yi Xiu and his teammates was exceptionally high, their levels were rather low. The highest among them, Bai Qiuli, had just reached level 14. Yi Xiu fell into contemplation, prompting Tian to inquire, is it unattainable? Of course not. Yi Xiu replied without hesitation, exuding confidence. Lower levels merely translate to lower damage. However, with our class quality, we can easily make up for that through leveling up. Yi Xiu reflected on his teammates' abilities, feeling assured. Yet, he noticed that Tian had only shared the capabilities of the other 3 teammates, omitting his own. He instinctively assumed that he was expected to lead his fellow teammates, even though he felt no concern. Given the high quality of the teammates' classes, any failure to support the boss would surely be a shortcoming. As Yi Xiu pondered this, he voiced another concern. Boss, I am contemplating the configuration of our team's classes. What do you mean? The Cold Moonsword Master. The Dragon Shadow Spear Soul and the Chi Strength Martial Artist were all melee damage-dealing classes, leading to an overly homogeneous skill set. While it is effortless to breeze through low-level dungeons, the medium-tier realms demand a more meticulous preparation. Upon hearing Yu Xiu's observation, Tian belatedly recognized this issue. An optimal configuration of professional roles typically comprises a sturdy tank, an agile assassin, a high-output ranged attacker, a healer, and a support or alternative class. In stark contrast, the deficiencies in our party's composition are glaringly apparent. We lack healing capabilities, a frontline to draw aggro, area of effect crowd control, and anti-air measures. However, Yu Xiu declared, his tone increasingly assured, "Rest assured, boss. I alone am more than capable of addressing these challenges." Chapter 22. Never have I engaged in such a prosperous battle. At present, only a few skill books are lacking. Tian contemplated Yu Xiu's innate talent, full-time enhancement, and could not help but harbor immense expectations for the super enhancement of skills. What effects could the enhancement of a divine class profession achieve? However, as a solo player, he lacked initial skills and could only learn abilities through skill books. These books primarily drop from dungeons and secret realms, with a low drop rate, yet they are also available for purchase at the trading platform established by the Qingqing authorities. The problem was that Tian and Yu Xiu, one a destitute high school student and the other recently stripped of all assets by his guild, were both penniless. No matter, let us seek out old way. Tian thought without hesitation. With the country's resource reserves, obtaining a few skill books should be a trivial matter, especially given their cooperative relationship. With this thought, Tian prepared to bring Yu Xiu to Wei Yuan's office. Wei Yuan, as the chief administrator, originally worked in the only major city in East China, Xingqing. Since discovering Tian, he had personally taken on the role of Tian's protector and relocated to Qiqing. Coincidentally, as a medium-sized secret realm was about to open, his office was established at the city lord's mansion, just a few hundred meters from the Qingshan apartment. You've arrived. Noticing Tian's entrance, Wei Yuan paused his writing, nudging a large equipment box beside him. This was the set of equipment Wei Yuan had promised to provide for Tian's self-defense. Tian, curious, opened the box, and in an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted. Before him lay an entire legendary set of armor, 5 pieces consisting of a chestplate, bracers, leggings, boots, and a helmet, all adorned with silver wolf head motifs, exuding both power and elegance. This was a set with formidable defensive capabilities known as the Heavenly Wolf set. Even though he anticipated the state's generous assistance, he was still astonished to receive a complete legendary set. After all, the Great Xia was currently in a period of resource scarcity. With the need to guard against malevolent forces and to confront various alien races, battles were frequent. And although Tian was not privy to the specific circumstances, he understood that the Great Xia had long been in a state of financial strain. The secret realms plundered by foreign races over the years amounted to a significant loss. The fewer secret realms there were, the more scarce the resources of the Great Xia, leading to a decline in the production of high-quality equipment. A complete legendary set was likely something even Wei Yuan could not assemble on his own. Yet, Tian did not linger on sentimentality. He accepted it readily, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. He was acutely aware of his worth. This was merely a legendary set of equipment, and he was confident he could earn back 100-fold. As an exemplary leader, I would never allow my partners to incur losses, Wei Yuan added. By the way, the Qianlong base in central China and the military in East China are planning to form 2 expedition teams to tackle tomorrow's medium-sized secret realm. They wish to recruit Bai Qiuli and Wang Jiang for their teams. I wanted to inquire about your opinion first. The name Qianlong base was not unfamiliar to Tian. It was a renowned special squad department within the Great Xia. Within the Qianlong base, several elite teams comprised of top-tier professionals of epic quality were on standby, tasked with handling special missions for the Great Xia and responding to urgent or perilous threats. They were indeed a distinguished organization among official professionals. Tian did not expect Bai Qiuli's reputation to have reached the Qianlong base, but having already decided to form his own team, he had no reason to agree. I have also resolved to assemble a team to explore the secret realm. Tian firmly declined, stating, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Zhang Che, these individuals are all my teammates. What about you? Wei Yuan was momentarily taken aback, entirely unprepared for Tian's response, as the levels of Tian and his companions were significantly low. At such levels, it was unlikely anyone could withstand the damage from the secret realm's monsters. However, seeing Tian's resolute demeanor, he refrained from discouragement and instead inquired, Have you made your decision? Indeed. Youth is truly wonderful, Wei Yuan spoke enviously, even when he was in his teens. He had never dared to challenge the medium-sized secret realms that approached Tier 3 difficulty. Of course, this was also because he had lacked the legendary level teammates necessary to form a team. Very well, I shall decline their offer. Wei Yuan respected Tian's decision, even if he held reservations. After all, the secret realm would open in a day, and the gap in levels would be challenging to bridge. At this juncture, Tian articulated his primary objective, to acquire some low-tier skill books. The military's treasury or the logistics department in East China stored some skill books, but they could only be exchanged for military merits or contributions. Yet, Wei Yuan promptly responded, a few low-tier skill books are merely a small issue. Soon, Wei Yuan led Tian and Yishou to the logistics department. The logistics department is the official supply division responsible for providing equipment materials to the official military and rewarding contributing professionals across East China. With Wei Yuan at the helm, Tian and Yishou traversed the silver-white, technologically advanced corridor, arriving at the skill book repository. Here, one could find skill books of level 0 and level 1, albeit with fewer high-quality options. Wei Yuan gestured, indicating the drop rate for high-quality skill books is lower than that for awakening high-quality professionals, and their numbers in the logistics department are quite limited. Yishou, understanding the situation, calmly remarked, I only require the most basic skill books. After all skills would receive enhancements, and low-tier skills would be equally potent in his hands. With anticipation, he soon discovered a foundational skill book on the shelves. Basic healing spell, restores a small amount of health to a single ally, limited to priests. Upon seeing Yishou select what was practically the weakest skill, Wei Yuan displayed a look of confusion. Initially thinking Yishou was reluctant to take it, he simply turned his head away. Having promised Tian, he would not be stingy. Yet, neither Yishou nor Tian had given it much thought. They were both eager to ascertain just how far full-time enhancement could elevate the effects of skills. Yishou immediately used the skill book, which transformed into a pale white glow that merged into his body. In the next moment, the skill underwent a monumental transformation. Full-time enhancement, healing spell enhanced to Divine Revelation of Healing. Divine Revelation of Healing instantly restores a massive amount of health to all nearby allies, removes all negative status effects, and grants a layer of Life Shield and Holy Blessing. Life Shield, equivalent to a shield value of 50 of maximum health. Health remains unchanged until the shield is broken. Holy Blessing, increases attack power and speed by 20, lasting for 2 minutes. By heavens! Both Tian and Yishou felt a surge of exhilaration, unable to contain their excitement. A basic quality low-tier skill, after full-time enhancement, appeared to be even more powerful than legendary skills. With just this one skill, Yishou could nearly become Qingqing's foremost healer. Gazing at the numerous rows of shelves filled with skill books, Yishou found himself momentarily dazed and lost in thought. He had never before engaged in such a bountiful battle. Chapter 23, The First Team Mission. At this moment, the library brimming with skill books appeared to Yishou as a veritable treasure trove. Simultaneously, the skills that had been enhanced through talent reinforcement were also shared with Tian. You have shared the skill of employee Yishou, Divine Oracle Revelation. The issue of team healing was resolved, yet this was merely the beginning. Yishou continued his search and soon discovered his next target, Gatling Gun. Inflicts rapid-fire damage on enemies, limited to gunner class proficiency. The gunner skill would greatly compensate for ranged output. The formidable nature of the Wanderer class was beginning to reveal itself. Yishou could select skills without regard for class restrictions, drawing from the strengths of a multitude of classes. Moreover, the Thousand Machine Umbrella could transform into any mythical weapon of any class, complemented by the all-class enhancement talent, allowing for the flawless utilization of all class abilities. Yishou was exceedingly satisfied. This class ability seemed tailor-made for me. With that, he also consumed the skill book for the Gatling Gun. All-class enhancement. Skill Gatling Gun enhanced to Metal Storm. Metal Storm increases firing rate to the maximum, instantly releasing 500 to 800 rounds, forming a dense barrage, with each bullet reducing the enemy's defense and movement speed by 5. Now, a ranged output skill seemed to double as an armor-breaking and control skill. Yishou felt a surge of delight as his gaze swept across the other skill book shelves. He sought another ranged output skill. The medium-tier Dungeon's Guardian was complex, and he needed to bolster aerial capabilities as well. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out and selected Electro Ball. Inflicts ricochet damage on target enemies, with a chance to induce paralysis. Learning. Enhancement. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. Creates a vast, thunderous domain, inflicting massive chain lightning damage on enemies within, guaranteed to cause paralysis, culminating in thunder catastrophe for lethal damage after the domain ends. Paralysis significantly reduces movement speed, with a chance of brief disorientation. Yi Xiu's objectives were exceptionally clear, one by one. He took the skill books and learned them. Consequently, Yi Xiu's abilities grew increasingly comprehensive. Taunt, Enhancement, Chaos Domain, Dodge, Enhancement, Triple Dash, Phantom Clone, Enhancement, Multiple Shadow Clones, Wave Slash, Enhancement, Soulrin Slash. Ultimately, Yi Xiu selected a total of 8 skills, all leaning towards team-oriented capabilities. As for why he did not choose more, it was evident to Yi Xiu that his mana was limited, as was his energy. With these, he was already sufficiently equipped. Likewise, Tian also shared these skills. Subsequently, the two bid farewell to Wei Yuan and departed from the logistics department. With the issue of team capability configuration resolved, Yi Xiu has confidence in conquering the medium-tier dungeon sword once more. He inquired of Tian, "Boss, now we only need to elevate the team members' levels. If we follow my leveling strategy today, we should be able to reach an average of level 17, making the dungeon significantly more manageable." Tian nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps we can achieve even higher levels." Yi Xiu replied, "That seems unlikely. My calculations already reflect the fastest leveling efficiency." Tian remained silent, merely taking Yi Xiu back to the apartment to prepare for a meeting. Speaking of which, this was indeed the first formal meeting since acquiring the meeting skill. It was also to announce the commencement of their inaugural team operation. Please select meeting type, Tian, Strategic Meeting. Strategic Meeting. After the meeting concludes, all members gain a 40 experience boost for 3 hours. If employee benefits are utilized, the experience boost increases to 120. As his voice fell, the scene before them swiftly warped and reformed like a holographic image. It appeared as though they stood within a conference room suspended among the stars, illuminating once more. Such a marvelous ability. Yi Xiu found himself seated at the second row of the crystal long table, astonished as he observed his surroundings. Jiang Che was seated directly opposite him. Bai Qiuli and Wan Jiang occupied the first row, curiously eyeing the newcomer. "Yi Xiu, the medium-tier dungeon will emerge in Qicheng tomorrow, and we will strike in team formation, undoubtedly securing victory. Yi Xiu will serve as the team commander." Tian cut straight to the point, promptly introducing Yi Xiu to the others. In this meeting, no one would dare to contradict Tian's directives. However, Bai Qiuli scrutinized Yi Xiu, questioning in her heart whether he could bear the weight of command. Wan Jiang, in his excitement, voiced a concern. "Medium-tier dungeon. Hold on, boss. Aren't our levels a bit low?" At this moment, Yi Xiu spoke calmly. "I have devised a leveling plan. If we grind dungeons together today, we can surely elevate our levels to above 17. The higher the level, the more arduous it became to advance at elevated levels. It was not uncommon to take a month to gain just one level. Yi Xiu's proposed leveling efficiency was already exceptionally high. That is quite efficient. Wan Jiang was not surprised by Tian's knack for recruiting talent. However, including Yi Xiu, the others present remained unaware of the meeting's additional effects. Tian then activated the employee benefits option. 1. Insurance. Spend funds equal to 3 times the number of employees to generate a life-saving shield for all employees, capable of withstanding 1 fatal damage, lasting 3 days. If the employee benefits were utilized, the experience boost from the strategic meeting would elevate to 120. Yet, with 4 employees, it meant spending 312 points of funds. To say it was a considerable sum would be an understatement. However, in order to ensure a more secure victory in the medium-tier dungeon, Tian suppressed his financial pain, gritted his teeth, and decided to spend it. Clearing the medium-tier dungeon with 4 employees meant 4 shares of dividends, which would undoubtedly recoup the investment. Yet, the funds balance indicated to him, originally at 51.7. After transferring Yi Xiu to a new class, only 11.7 remained. Tian pondered for a moment, quickly checking the day's work status of the group, hoping to deduct some funds. To his surprise, Bai Qiuli, who had risen early, resolved this issue directly. Employee Bai Qiuli completed the hell difficulty of the Monster Mountain dungeon 3 times. Reward: funds 0, 3. What a diligent worker. Grinding through the hell difficulty dungeon 3 times in a single morning, she truly was a prodigy of effort. Tian couldn't help but marvel, even contemplating whether he should reward her for her hard work. With the funds now reaching 12, Tian, before the meeting concluded, granted all employees the employee benefit insurance. The funds balance subsequently dropped to 0. A layer of life-saving shield. What a treasure. Thank you, boss. with the life-saving shield in place. Should I challenge the demon ceiling tower to test my limits? All employees expressed their gratitude to Tian, yet they were unaware that after the meeting, an even greater surprise awaited them. Oh my! Yushio stared in astonishment at the buff he now possessed. Strategic meeting buff. Experience gain increased by 120, lasting 3 hours. The challenge of leveling up was a universal difficulty faced by all professions, making effects that enhance experience acquisition exceedingly precious. At times, an item that boosts experience by 20 could fetch exorbitant prices in the hundreds of thousands, often in short supply. Yet now, Tian had directly bestowed upon everyone a 120 experience boost. Yushio turned to Tian in disbelief. I'm not hallucinating, am I, boss? Tian replied. You have only 3 hours, make good use of it. With those words, Yushio immediately felt invigorated. With this buff, combined with his leveling plan, their disadvantage in levels would be mitigated. If they were unable to achieve victory now, it would truly be a reflection of his shortcomings as the commander. Don't worry, boss. On the other side, at Qingshan No. 2 High School, a series of maglev mini-trains halted at the school gate. As the current senior students queued to board, for days prior to the college entrance examination, organized by the Ministry of Education, all third-year students had the opportunity to participate in a significant team dungeon trial. This team dungeon was designed to enhance the candidates' practical skills and teamwork abilities, while also providing them with valuable equipment and skill books, making it a crucial activity before the examination. The students eagerly boarded the train, while Baiqiuli emerged from a secluded corner of the school, taken aback by the buffs from the concluded meeting. Qiuli, where have you been? Inquired Principal Ji Changlin. Raising his hand to signal, the team dungeon train is about to depart. You must hurry. Upon learning that Tian was preparing to tackle a secret realm, Baiqiuli had already altered her decision. I apologize, Principal, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. I will not be joining the dungeon run. I hope for your understanding. What could possibly be more important than the dungeon run? Ji Changlin furrowed his brow, earnestly explaining, Qiuli. This large-scale dungeon can rectify some of the deficiencies in your equipment. This opportunity is rare. Having lost her parents, Baiqiuli relied solely on the scholarship from her school. With no other support, thus, acquiring equipment and resources was entirely up to her. In contrast to the privileged students backed by affluent families and large guilds, she inherently lagged in equipment, skills, and items, which could disadvantage her in the competition for rankings in the examination. Baiqiuli was well aware of Ji Changlin's intentions and understood the implications. However, the notion of conquering a medium-sized secret realm seemed far-fetched, utterly beyond the capabilities of a high school senior. Thus, she opted for a different approach. Rest assured, Principal, I fully comprehend. With confidence in her gaze and seriousness in her tone, she declared, I am determined to secure the top spot in the East China region for this year's college entrance examination. Principal Ji Changlin, initially intending to persuade her further, was somewhat moved, his words caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded. Very well, I will grant you special permission regarding the dungeon run. You may act freely before the examination. Thank you, Principal. Chapter 24. A flurry of activity. The terrifying efficiency of dungeon runs. At the Qingqing Dungeon Center, a designated spot for dungeon runs exists in every city of the Great Xia. Unlike the vocational hall of the second high school, the dungeon entrances here are of a higher level, with no dungeons available for those below level 10. It is the most frequented location by adventurers each day, bustling with various guilds and exploration teams. Dressed in a pristine white uniform, Baiqiuli moved gracefully, her hair dancing in the breeze, as she scanned for her teammates who had agreed to meet here, attracting many astonished glances from passers-by. Jiang Che waved repeatedly, while a somewhat nonchalant youth leaning against the wall greeted, Yushio, are you a battle mage? Baiqiuli noted the mage armor adorning Yushio, a distinctive type for battle mages. Yushio chuckled, I used to be, but now I possess a bit of every ability. Wanjiang will join us later. Let us start the dungeon run. As the trio prepared to enter the dungeon, one individual in the crowded center had his eyes fixated on them. Clad in guild-customized attire emblazoned with the word Shijia, he pondered aloud. Wait, could that be Yushio? At this, several members of the Shijia guild turned to look. They recognized him from previous dungeons merely by his silhouette. Leading them was the guild president, Ma Xiang, who, upon seeing Yushio as companions, wore a scornful expression. Having left Shijia, Yushio is indeed nothing now, reduced to teaming up with freshly transitioned novices. It seems our former captain has become obsolete. While we are about to conquer a medium-level secret realm, Yi Xiu shall no longer share the same world as us meanwhile. Tian sought out Wei Yuan for assistance in bringing Wang Jiang back. Military regulations prohibit leaving the barracks without permission, but with Wei Yuan's intervention, the process became much simpler. Within moments, Wang Jiang boarded a special vehicle back to Qiqing, seated behind a spacious wooden desk. Wei Yuan observed Tian on the sofa and cautioned, "Your team is different from others. Your levels are too low, making you susceptible to injury in the secret realm. Do not act recklessly. Both dungeons and secret realms are not mere games. When your health reaches 0, it signifies complete death." In Tian's team, the loss of any member, a divine or legendary class, would be a significant setback. Understood, Wei Gu. With each successful request to Wei Yuan, Tian had naturally transitioned from calling him Wei Lao to Wei Gu. In the 25-level hell difficulty dungeon, the Kufa Gorge, Bai Qiuli inquired curiously, "Is your proposed leveling efficiency truly as rapid as you claim?" As the trio braved the fierce winds at the canyon's entrance, she noted that typical dungeon runs take at least an hour, yet Yi Xiu asserted it would take a maximum of 5 minutes. "Of course," Yi Xiu replied calmly. "You all can wait for me here." With that, he performed a triple blink, vanishing from their sight only to reappear hundreds of meters away. Jiang Che, puzzled, remarked, "Is he going to lure monsters alone?" Such a tactic was notoriously inefficient, as one could only attract a limited number of enemies, quickly rendering that method obsolete. Minutes later, as Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che remained in confusion, the ground trembled violently. "What the?" Jiang Che gaped toward the other side of the canyon, stunned. 10 figures resembling Yi Xiu barreled toward them, trailing an innumerable horde of monsters that shook the canyon with their movement. Jiang Che gasped. Did he lure all the monsters from the dungeon? Bai Qiuli was equally astonished, utilizing shadow clones to draw aggro. But to create this many at once and precisely control each clone's threat level, his micromanagement skills are exceptional. Indeed, Yi Xiu employed multiple shadow clone technique, effectively managing 10 perspectives to attract monster aggro. The number of clones varied with level. Currently at level 10, he could summon 10 clones, unable to use his main skills, only capable of attacking or defending. With the entire dungeon's monsters drawn into the gorge under Yi Xiu's masterful manipulation, he swiftly returned to his companions and advised, "The gorge's terrain is confined. Unleash your most powerful area attack skills." Their levels were generally over 10 levels lower than the dungeon's monsters, which would typically slow their progression. Fortunately, their skills yielded immense damage, and by coordinating their strongest area of effect attacks at the peak of the monster gathering, their efficiency skyrocketed. Divine Punishment, Thunder Domain, Metal Storm, Icebound Absolute Cut, 8 Extremes Fist, Collapse Fist. The cacophony of destruction and power surged through the gorge, nearly tearing it apart as a fierce wave swept away all life. Moments after their skills were unleashed, the notification of dungeon clearance echoed. Level 11. After being teleported out, Yi Xiu checked his level, feeling immensely satisfied with the efficiency of their strategy. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded in agreement, acknowledging their astonishingly rapid leveling pace. At that moment, a tall, short-haired young man approached Yi Xiu and his companions. "I'm Wang Jiang. The boss asked me to join you." Yi Xiu smiled and extended his hand. "Ah. It seems everyone is finally here. With the boss absent, let us tackle the dungeon together." Yi Xiu, adopting a slightly serious tone, cautioned, "Today's dungeon run will be quite dull, repetitive, and monotonous, but for the sake of the boss's mission, I hope everyone can endure." As the tactical commander, he instinctively took on the role of team leader. Motivating his teammates was also part of his responsibility. However, the only response was Bai Qiuli's cool voice. "No need for excessive chatter. The strategic meeting buff is time-limited. Let us not waste it." Wang Jiang and Jiang Che echoed their agreement, showing no concern for the impending monotony of the dungeon run. Yi Xiu scratched his head, offering a self-deprecating smile, and opted to remain silent as they proceeded to initiate the dungeon. Yet, within him, he was notably surprised. During his time with Shurjia, he had encountered various epic and legendary adventurers from other guilds. These individuals often relied on their formidable class qualities, exhibiting immense pride, making it a near impossibility to have them heed a leader's commands, often requiring appeasement. Conversely, the members under Tian were not only legendary class, but possessed an astonishingly high overall quality. As night fell, Yi Xiu's conclusion was further solidified. Bai Qiuli led the team in consecutive dungeon runs until the status bar displayed Extreme Fatigue, debuff, finally granting them a moment of respite. Tian arranged for the exhausted four to rest at the Qingshan apartment, the fifth floor of the apartment, with all rooms assigned to Tian by Wei Yuan, provided ample space. As he pondered, what if the employees working overtime become a bit too fearful? Will I end up hanging on a streetlight? The management log for the new day began its tally. Chapter 25. Employees are so worry-free. A gathering of heroes. Management log, by Chili. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Kufu Gorge 36 times. Funds 3. 6. Wan Jin. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Kufu Gorge 35 times. Funds 3. 5. Jiang Che. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Kufu Gorge 36 times. Funds 3. 6. Yi Xiao. Cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Kufu Gorge 36 times. Funds 3. 6. You shared employee dungeon monster experience. Level increased. 16 to 24. After a 3-hour strategic meeting buff, Tian once again utilized the strategic meeting, but the second round of experience gain was only 40. Nevertheless, the efficiency of the 4 members in dungeon clearing remained remarkably high. Among them, the highest level, by Chioli, ascended from level 14 to 20. Wan Jin, Jiang Che, and Yuxiao also reached level 19. It is noteworthy that the experience bar for levels above 15 increases exponentially. Historically, the fastest individual to reach level 20, a wealthy heir, took nearly 10 days with 2 teams of professional boosters. With Tian's buff effects and Yuxiao's dungeon efficiency, the entire team was on the verge of reaching level 20. Particularly, Tian soared to level 24, nearing the second-class advancement at level 25. Gaining a first-tier meeting skill heightened Tian's anticipation for the second-tier professional capabilities of his boss. To Tian's surprise, before the medium-sized secret realm commenced, he had already recouped his funds, now standing at 14. 3. This was achieved without any achievement rewards, merely through a 0.1 fun dungeon grind. In that moment, Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. As a boss, having such employees truly alleviates one's worries. The next day, the medium-sized secret realm was reported to have refreshed in the eastern outskirts of Qiqing, sweeping across the entire city and surrounding areas. In an instant, attention surged, and heroes gathered. Various well-informed professional guild teams hastened to the eastern outskirts, eager not to fall behind. At that moment, the outskirts of Eastern City were already fortified by the Great Xia army. A hazy island illusion continuously solidified in the distance, heralding the imminent opening of the secret realm entrance. Initially, it appeared as a flicker on the horizon, elusive and mirage-like. Gradually, the outline of a floating island became clear, as if a staircase paved with starlight awaited to guide individuals to ascend the island. Once the staircase materialized and the entrance opened, various exploration teams could embark on their strategies. Upon successful, the secret realm would remain in this location, continually producing resource materials. If failed within 3 days, the secret realm would vanish entirely. In just a span of minutes, more than 10 guild exploration teams were already gathered, poised for action, including the prestigious Sega Guild. The guild leader, Ma Xiang, with 3 newly recruited epic tier teammates, radiated confidence. Look, that must be the official exploration team from East China. And that group has even sent representatives from the Qianlong base. The competition is fierce. That was the DMing team, led by the legendary professional Zhao Qi, whose blue hair stood out. With each word from his teammates, Ma Xiang's confidence waned. The 3 epic tier companions he had arduously recruited appeared somewhat inadequate in this setting. Ma Xiang's expression darkened. Damn. The competition for the medium-sized secret realm is unexpectedly intense. Were it not for Yu Xiao's assistance in securing a secondary secret realm, which allowed him to afford epic tier recruits, the Sega Guild would have lacked the capability to compete for the medium-sized secret realm. His confidence was indeed misplaced. At that moment, another guild leader remarked, "The resource yield from the medium-sized secret realm is substantial, and the stakes are high. It's easy for foreign races or extremist organizations to infiltrate the competition. That's why the Qianlong base is here." As the conversation unfolded, several guilds, realizing they could not compete, quietly withdrew, yet Ma Xiang stubbornly remained. Meanwhile, the tall, slender Zhao Qi, captain of the special team DMing from the Qianlong base, stood beside his teammates, somewhat awed by Wei Yuan's presence. However, recalling his leader's words, he mustered a cautious smile and stammered, "Wei Lao, our leader sends word," he said. "To assist others in contending for the secret realm, the reward is negotiable. But if it's to help you, it must start with 5 pieces of legendary equipment." Zhao Qi carefully gauged Wei Yuan's expression, of course. This is solely our leader's intent, unrelated to the Qianlong base. As a special team, They often aided other regions in contending for secret realms to prevent their disappearance or capture by foreign races or extremist organizations. Upon successful, they would fully return ownership of the secret realm to the regional leader, albeit symbolically collecting some form of compensation. However, 5 pieces of legendary equipment seemed excessively demanding. Wei Yuan, unfazed, smiled, seemingly reminiscing about amusing past events. Ha! Your Ling Luo leader has faced challenges since his military days, enduring beatings repeatedly for decades. That's quite resilient. Zhao Qi pursed his lips, bowing respectfully, not daring to respond. One should not offend anyone. Fear not, Wei Yuan said gently. If you truly manage to seize the secret realm first, I will personally deliver 5 pieces of legendary equipment as a reward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qi straightened his posture. Rest assured, Wei Lao, our DMing team is determined to secure victory and will not allow our enemies any opportunity. The other members of DMing likewise expressed their eagerness, confident in their ability to dominate over other teams and guilds, despite being the newest special team. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan surveyed the surroundings. Feeling a tinge of curiosity, where was Tian's team? In fact, Tian's members were timing their preparation before the secret realm's appearance to clear another dungeon. After all, waiting at the entrance of the secret realm is still waiting. It's better to level up, was Bai Qiuli's sentiment. Thus, as Yi Xiu and the others emerged from Kufu Gorge once more, they had elevated their levels to 20. Bai Qiuli had reached level 21. Their average level had risen by 1. Meanwhile, Tian's experience bar for reaching level 25 had also surged to 80. The entry restriction for the medium-sized secret realm was set at below 2nd tier, and nearly all competing teams, including the DMing team, had attained level 25. Currently, their team's gap compared to others was significantly smaller than Yu Xiu's original plan anticipated. Moreover, when factoring in professional quality, they were distinctly ahead in configuration. Furthermore, Tian had once again applied the strategic meeting buff, enhancing all members' attributes by 30. As for why he didn't spend an additional 12 funds to increase the buff to 80, it was simply unnecessary. At this stage, Tian was merely reluctant to take action, not incapable of doing so. In the eastern outskirts of Qiqing, the entrance to the medium-sized secret realm was on the verge of opening. Wei Yuan, the DMing team, the East China military's exploration team, and various guild exploration teams awaited eagerly. At that moment, the sky abruptly fell silent, overshadowed by a menacing figure. The crowd instinctively looked up, a wave of gravity, concern, and dread rippling through them. It was a figure exuding overwhelming pressure, a colossal dragon body, wings that shielded the sun, scales ablaze as if eternally ignited, with a thunderous dragon roar announcing its arrival. The age of ancient dragons, the Crimson Emperor. Trailing behind him were 5 half-dragon beings of varying forms, all possessing the bloodline of the ancient royal family. It was evident they had come to contest for the secret realm. Damn, this group of foreign races is here to seize it again. The gaze of the Eastern China military personnel was filled with indignation. Several members of the DMing team furrowed their brows, sensing the weight of the pressure upon them. The team leader, Zhao Qi, expressed unwavering determination. We shall emerge victorious. Chapter 26. Entering the secret realm. The comfort zone approaches. Boom. The dazzling starlight coalesced into 8 orbs that gathered in Wei Yuan's palm, then thundered towards the Crimson Emperor in the sky. The seemingly mundane orbs exploded upon impact, producing a deafening roar that compelled those on the ground to cover their ears. Yet, after being blocked by a single wing of the Crimson Emperor, only faint azure marks remained. Such treatment of an ally is rather ungracious, isn't it? The voice of the Crimson Emperor rumbled like thunder. There exists an ancient saying favored by the Emperor. Nature selects the strong, survival of the fittest. In the secret realm, naturally, it is the capable who shall reside there. Are you, Wei Yuan, afraid of competition? With arms crossed and wings unfurled, the Crimson Emperor hovered midair, his expression a mockery as he laughed heartily at Wei Yuan. Yet, Wei Yuan remained indifferent, his demeanor suggesting he had anticipated the arrival of the Aguk dynasty to contest for resources, especially since Qingcheng was not far from their dimensional gateway. However, now is not the time to antagonize the Aguk dynasty. With enemies on all sides, the great Xia faced numerous wars, adding further chaos would be unwise. In a solemn tone, Wei Yuan declared, the secret realm is an establishment of our human race. Do you, Aguk dynasty, presume to enter as you wish? The Crimson Emperor laughed heartily. That small-scale secret realm in Dingqing is yours to keep. Consider it our entry ticket. A medium-sized secret realm yields resources several times that of a small one, and the probability of high-quality items increases with the size of the realm. Seeing that Wei Yuan did not refuse, the Crimson Emperor led several royal half-dragons to land at the entrance of the secret realm, unable to suppress a confident laugh. As if the situation was entirely under their control. It felt as though they were engaging in a transaction to exchange a small-scale secret realm for a medium one. Haha. Now this is more like it. The Crimson Emperor's dragon eyes scanned the surroundings with utmost confidence. The secret realm should belong to the capable. He proclaimed, henceforth, should the Aguk dynasty discover a secret realm, the great Xia may freely challenge us. We shall not refuse anyone. Haha. The royal dragon descendants, endowed with their bloodline and dragon physique, were inherently powerful, particularly in their early stages, far surpassing humans in strength and physique. This has fostered a persistent confidence within the Aguk dynasty. Upon their arrival, nearly half of the guilds immediately withdrew from the competition for the secret realm. As these half-dragons were nearly comparable to legendary warriors, there was no competition, as countless individuals departed. A team of 5 led by Tian swam against the current, finally arriving. Upon encountering the other race, Bai Qiuli's cold gaze sharpened. And she translated for Tian. Boss, this dragon says we can freely invade the Aguk dynasty for secret realms from now on. Oh, Tian's spirits soared, teasingly remarking, sounds like the Aguk dynasty is quite friendly. Jiang Che scratched his head, saying, though I haven't read much. The expressions on others' faces don't seem quite right. Knight Repair, equally proficient in the language of other races, confirmed, that is indeed the implication for us. Wanjing fixed his gaze on the entrance of the secret realm, stating solemnly, it begins. As his words fell, the entrance to the secret realm officially opened. The path of starlight solidified, and any challenger who approached would be drawn into the medium-sized secret realm. Prepare for action. The Earthquake team and the 5 half-dragons rushed to the path first. Soon after, all teams, including Tian's, entered the secret realm. In the blink of an eye, Tian and his companions were transported to another space. The 5 stood upon a floating island, where luminous streams cascaded from the edges, and the ground was strewn with shattered runes, exuding an ancient aura. You have entered the medium-sized secret realm trial, the Sky Island realm. Current trial first stage, eliminate all monsters on the floating island to proceed. The trials of medium-sized secret realms are typically divided into 3 stages. Knight Repair, well-versed in secret realms, spoke up. It seems the first stage is a race to clear monsters. This is quite a common trial format. Most first stages in secret realms operate this way. However, after last night's grueling dungeon grinding, Knight Repair, Bai Qiuli, and others were thoroughly familiar with the tactics for clearing monsters. As the tactical commander, Knight Repair set aside his usual nonchalance. After surveying the terrain, he quickly commanded, engage. Cross aggro. Understood. Boss, you find a place to rest. Jiang Che will stay to protect you. All right. Jiang Che? As his words fell, Knight Repair, Bai Qiuli, and Wanjing sprinted in different directions. The terrain of the floating island differed from the withered wind gorge, lacking natural canyons for monster gathering, thus necessitating each team member to draw aggro and attract monsters together. Knight Repair's multiple shadow clones, upon reaching level 20, could now produce 20 clones. Most of the aggro tasks were still assigned to him. Simultaneously controlling 20 clones posed considerable difficulty, yet for Knight Repair, micromanaging was his comfort zone. Boom. From all directions of the circular floating island, the numerous Knight Repair clones, along with Wanjing and Bai Qiuli, drew monsters towards the center. This was the essence of Knight Repair's cross-aggro strategy, to converge the movement trajectories of all monsters to a singular point for concentrated firepower. Divine Punishment Thunder Domain. The 1,000-machine umbrella in Knight Repair's hand transformed into a mythic-grade staff, and terrifying thunderous power descended from above, akin to the wrath of the heavens. Boom. In an instant, nearly half of the monsters at the convergence point were annihilated. With Knight Repair's level rising from 10 to 20, his attributes had more than doubled. And with the added buff effects, his combat prowess surged dramatically. Moonlit Sword Dance. Gun Shadow Array. After last night's hellish practice, Bai Qiuli and Wanjing had become adept at timing their strikes. In an instant, 3 waves of AoE skills were unleashed, completely clearing the monsters of the first stage. It was Tian's first time witnessing Knight Repair's one-wave flow playstyle, leaving him thoroughly amazed, compared to the horizontal push tactics of other teams. Knight Repair's one-wave flow was nothing short of a dimensional assault. Of course, that was also due to the overwhelming power of his skills. with efficiency maximized. Night Repair decisively declared, onto the second stage. After the secret realm was activated, the illusory floating island transformed into an array constructed from holographic images, displaying the real-time racing status of each team through progress bars. Those who opted out of participating in the secret realm mostly lingered here, eager to witness the thrilling competition within this medium-sized secret realm. Wow, the half-dragons of the Aguk dynasty and the Earthquake team are clearing monsters at an astonishing speed, someone exclaimed, inciting a chorus of agreement from those around. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor stood at the forefront, also taking note of this fact. The Aguk dynasty and the Earthquake team swiftly cleared monsters upon reaching the first stage, with the progress bar soaring to over 30%. This did not come as a surprise to the two formidable figures. However, what puzzled Wei Yuan was the sight of Tian's team's progress bar, which remained at 0 for quite some time. Before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Tian's team's clearing progress bar surge dramatically. In just a second or two, it skyrocketed from 0 to 98, 99, and finally 100. A look of astonishment flickered in Wei Yuan's eyes. Similarly, all onlookers, including the Crimson Emperor, widened their eyes in disbelief. Wait, are they cheating? Is this efficiency even possible? Which team is this formidable? Why have I never heard of them before? The crowd buzzed with astonished chatter. In contrast, the Crimson Emperor's expression darkened slightly. Yet, the very next moment, after Tian's team cleared the first stage, the scene for the second stage of the trial unlocked. Before them appeared 5 small floating islands, each hosting a minor boss. This implies that it is necessary to vanquish all 5 distinct mini-bosses scattered across different islands in order to complete the level. Upon realizing this, the Crimson Emperor's expression shifted from somber to radiant, a faint smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the onlookers, including members of the military, felt a sense of indignation. Damn it. This second stage is exceedingly advantageous for the Aguk dynasty. Indeed, the half-dragons of the Aguk dynasty possess formidable individual combat prowess, enabling 5 of them to simultaneously challenge 5 mini-bosses. In contrast, the Daihun squad, which comprises healers, support, and tanks, must tackle the bosses one by one, resulting in a considerably slower pace. This predicament is not exclusive to the Daihun squad. It applies to all professional teams. Unless there exists a team where each member possesses the capability to tear apart mini-bosses single-handedly, but typically, teams must also accommodate roles such as healers and tanks. Achieving such a feat seems utterly implausible. Chapter 27. Encountering Special Potential Again. 5 floating islands, each with a mini-boss. Within the depths of the secret realm, upon witnessing the trial scene of the second level, Tian's expression became peculiar. If the first level's monster gathering was Night Shio's comfort zone, then the second level was undoubtedly the entire team's sanctuary. It is worth noting that prior to Night Shio's arrival, Tian's subordinates possessed no special abilities. They could merely fight. Observing this, Night Shio's face displayed surprise. Even feeling somewhat at ease, there's nothing more to say. Let's each take one on. The team members stood at the edge of the floating islands, facing 5 teleportation arrays that would transport them to 5 small floating islands. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and Jiang Che stepped forward, each teleporting to his small island to face their challenges. Boss, I can take out the last 2 in one go. Don't worry, Night Shio said, turning to Tian, before stepping into the teleportation array to depart. Not wanting to hinder the team's progress, Tian also entered the final teleportation array. Night Shio transformed the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella into a long sword, swiftly appearing before the mini-boss. He had to eliminate it quickly. The mini-boss he faced was known as the Island Fungus Master, level 40. The Island Fungus Master resembled a small mountain composed of mycelium and flesh, colossal in size. With a surface covered in thick fungal folds, adept in defense and toxin accumulation. Against an ordinary team, it could gradually rack up toxin damage with its high defense, which could be quite troublesome. However, under the enhancement of Night Shio's mythical weapon, that defense was insufficient. In an instant, several massive, sharp beams of light sliced forth from the sword, causing the very air to tremble and ripple in response. Soul-cleaving Sky Slash? Compared to other skills learned to compensate for AoE, this strike, aside from a certain control effect, dealt the highest damage. Yet, from the perspective of the Island Fungus Master's health bar, the control effects were hardly discernible. With a resounding cry, the mini-boss fell heavily to the ground. One down. Without pausing, Night Shio proceeded to the final island to deal with the last mini-boss. He executed a series of swift movements back to the teleportation array. Upon arriving at the final small floating island, He found Tian already seated beside the corpse of the mini-boss, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the others. Boss. Knight Xiu's expression shifted in surprise, regarding Tian with newfound astonishment. This was the first time he realized that his boss seemed to possess combat prowess. Moreover, it appeared to be quite formidable. Ding! All 5 mini-bosses on the floating islands had been defeated. 5 glowing golden floating rune stone tablets formed a bridge-like connection, guiding the team toward the final level. Let us go, Tian said, rising and gesturing. Knight Xiu hesitated no longer, setting off to follow Tian. Compared to the pace of other teams, Tian's group was remarkably ahead, almost as if on a cliff's edge. Even the Yagu dynasty and the Earthquake team, trailing behind, had only just arrived at the 2nd level. This speed was indeed terrifying. The 5 of them reached the final gigantic floating island, surrounded by storms, with lightning weaving through the clouds like a net, and dense fog seemingly forming a grand entrance to welcome their arrival. Meanwhile, beyond this foggy threshold, a figure cloaked in black continuously darted about. The atmosphere was discordant with the other creatures in this secret realm. The Rock Guardian's black-robed figure fixed its gaze on 2 nearby secret realm creatures. 2 purple throwing knives were launched from beneath the cloak, silently eliminating the guards, transforming them into experience points absorbed by the black-robed figure. If anyone else were present, they would surely be astonished, for no instance monster had ever been known to kill creatures to gain experience. Not far from evolving into an elite monster, the black-robed figure mused, contemplating that as long as she did not encounter that freak from last time in a level below 2, she posed no threat. However, at that moment, 5 individuals emerged from the fog barrier beside her. They've reached the 3rd level so quickly? The black-robed figure, startled, instinctively turned to look. In the next instant, her gaze met that of the leader among the 5, and her expression turned to one of terror. Upon seeing the black-robed figure, Tian was overwhelmed with joy. Ding! Detected the presence of special potential talent in the vicinity. It's you. It's him. Ever since departing from the sealed secret realm, Tian had tasked Wei Yuan with searching for the black-robed figure, but there had been no news until now, encountering her once again within the secret realm. The black-robed figure locked eyes with Tian, and without a moment's hesitation, she exclaimed, "Run. Damn it. Why did I have to encounter this disaster again?" She was certain that she was no match for Tian's prowess. As an instance monster, encountering an unbeatable practitioner, what else was there to do but flee? Don't run. I don't want to kill you. Tian, feeling the wind at his feet, immediately gave chase, leaving the 4 team members exchanging glances in bewilderment. This. Knight Xiu, briefly astonished by Tian's speed, quickly refocused. Forget about the boss. Let us take down the boss. Securing the secret realm is the priority. In any case, Knight Xiu had not accounted for Tian in his original strategy for defeating the boss. The group swiftly arrived at the center of the 3rd level's gigantic floating island, where they encountered the final boss, the Lord of the Celestial Dome. It was a 3-meter-tall elemental creature, its body woven from starlight and storms, resembling a seahorse with 6 wings. Wan Jiang, you initiate the engagement. I will break its defenses. Knight Xiu declared rapidly, his 1,000 mechanisms umbrella transforming into a magnificent, mechanized firearm, over 2 meters in length. Crafted from dark gray alloy, it unleashed a torrent of purple flames at hundreds of rounds per second upon the activation of the skill. At that moment, on the opposite side of the gigantic floating island, the black-robed figure found herself unable to escape Tian's relentless pursuit. A surge of profound helplessness and fury swelling within her. As for Tian's claim of "I don't want to kill you," who would believe that? She was acutely aware that those practitioners, upon discovering instance monsters, especially unique ones like her, were driven by one singular thought: would killing her yield valuable loot? During her weaker times, she had endured countless such kills, each painful memory vivid. If she were to be slain again, though she could revive, all her painstakingly accumulated experience and levels would be wiped clean. In a fleeting moment, a resolute expression crossed the black-robed figure's face. "I cannot die again. Void Gate." She waved her hand, and, reminiscent of the initial sealing of the instance, a mysterious portal appeared before her, leading to an unknown destination. The black-robed figure dashed into it. Vanishing from sight, Tian halted, his expression one of resignation. This was his first time witnessing such a peculiar method of exiting an instance. The Void Gate emanated an aura of unknown danger, and he was entirely unprepared to risk entering it. To traverse freely between instances and secret realms, what an exploitative ability. If he were to acquire such a power, Wouldn't he be able to directly enter and seize opportunities while others were clearing secret realms? Tian furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Regarding this unique potential talent he had encountered, he was quite eager to recruit her. However, if he couldn't neutralize her ability to traverse instant spaces, there would be no opportunity for dialogue. Although Tian's experience was not extensive, he had not anticipated the necessity for a countermeasure. Yet, by sheer happenstance, he decided to take out his phone and inquire with the remarkable Wei Yuan. Is there any ability to counter spatial teleportation? Outside, Wei Yuan, fully focused on the progress of the secret realm's completion, suddenly felt his phone vibrate slightly. Upon receiving the message from Tian, even the composed Wei Yuan found himself enveloped in an extended silence. Are you not competing in the secret realm? Where do you find the time to send messages? Wei Yuan let out an ambiguous chuckle and replied, Indeed. Is this another sub-level space of the secret realm? The figure in the black robe stepped through the door, only to discover that the surrounding scenery remained that of a medium-sized secret realm, Sky Island. Sub-level spaces are trial areas within the secret realm, each delineated for various challengers, presenting identical challenges and stages. She surveyed her surroundings and realized that she was in the second stage. Not far from her, a half-dragon was engaged in combat with the minor boss, the Storm Weaver. The tactical approach of the Yagu dynasty in the second stage involved each challenger confronting a minor boss. Yet it was unexpected for the figure in the black robe to stumble upon one. A dragonkin? Faced with the formidable half-dragon, regarded as powerful by many. The figure in the black robe remained unfazed. Fortunately, it was far inferior to that calamity. Ever since confronting Tian, the figure in the black robe felt a renewed confidence when facing others, taking advantage of the half-dragon's full-on assault against the minor boss. The figure swiftly launched 4 violet flying daggers from behind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air, the daggers struck precisely into the half-dragon's waist. The intense pain caused the half-dragon to scream in agony. Seizing the opportunity, the minor boss, the Storm Weaver, unleashed a skill, nearly inflicting severe injury upon the previously advantageous half-dragon. What an opportune moment. Observing this, the figure in the black robe drew her dual blades anew, leaping into action with precision and sharpness, swiftly dispatching the severely injured half-dragon. Subsequently, she did not spare even the minor boss, which had been battered by the half-dragon. The elimination of these 2 formidable foes filled her with abundant experience, leading to a qualitative transformation in her title. Elite Monster. Chapter 28, Substantial Funds. Tier 2 Task. Outside, the Crimson Emperor's countenance flushed with rage, seemingly raising the surrounding temperature. He distinctly sensed that within the secret realm, one of the half-dragons with royal blood had perished. One half-dragon had met its demise in the secret realm. Such incompetence. The Crimson Emperor could scarcely fathom that a half-dragon of royal lineage could fall in the secret realm. Indeed, had the black-robed figure not been frightened away by Tian, and had it not fortuitously teleported behind the half-dragon, death would have been improbable. Yet, this outcome not only cost them a half-dragon but also delayed the progress of the Yagu dynasty. Incompetence. Wei Yuan, standing nearby, casually remarked, Crimson Emperor. Mind your image. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Emperor's eyes turned a furious crimson, fixating intently on the indifferent Wei Yuan, his ire swelling. Do you think we, the 4 of our kin, cannot prevail? Your great Xiao's progress is merely. As he spoke, the Crimson Emperor glanced at the progress bar of the secret realm, his eyes widening in shock, rendered momentarily speechless. The progress bar indicated that Tian's team had reached the 3rd level, the final boss stage, attaining a remarkable 95 progress. They were but a step away from completion. In stark contrast, the remaining 4 half-dragons of the Yagu dynasty had only just concluded the 2nd level. A faint smile tugged at Wei Yuan's lips. For reasons unknown. Ever since Tian had sent him a message, he felt an inexplicable certainty. Tian would undoubtedly claim first place. Within the secret realm, the final level, a colossal floating island. Yuxiu, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and Jiang Che formed a semi-surrounding position, with Yuxiu continuously issuing commands. Hold your fire. Conserve skills and mana. Wait for me to break the armor. The boss's health is low. It is about to unleash its final attack. Bai Qiuli interrupted. Before he could finish, Bai Qiuli had already readied herself, the formidable power of ice gathering in her longsword. Icebound absolute strike. A white streak sliced through the air, encasing the boss, the celestial sovereign, in a crystalline prison of ice. Immediately following, countless slashes fell upon the ice crystal. Yuxiu quickly instructed, focus fire. Take down the boss. The icebound absolute strike possessed a freezing effect that could forcibly interrupt the boss's skills. However, once the freezing effect concluded, the boss would unleash its fury with greater speed, necessitating an instant kill during this critical window, with the boss's health reduced to a mere 5. This threshold posed no challenge for Yi Xiu and his companions. With a resounding crack, the ice crystal shattered, the remnants of the boss's body and fragmented ice scattering across the ground. Your team has defeated the secret realm boss, the celestial sovereign. As Tian returned, he beheld the scene of the boss's demise. He had hardly lifted a finger, yet he was credited with successfully navigating the medium-sized secret realm, marking him as a historical first. Nice. Jiang Che and Wan Jiang exchanged fist bumps in celebration. All of them had cleared the medium-sized secret realm for the first time. But only Yi Xiu felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Having joined the Sega Guild for 2 years, he had only just conquered his first minor secret realm. To think he had cleared a medium-sized secret realm the very next day after arriving here. Yi Xiu's smile radiated as if he had been reborn. How about it, boss? Excellent, Tian affirmed. What truly delighted Tian, however, was the message from Wei Yuan, indicating a means to thwart spatial teleportation. This signified that should they encounter the black-robed figure again, there would be an opportunity to recruit this unique talent. A double blessing. Simultaneously, the settlement announcement was made. You have cleared the medium-sized secret realm, Sky Island. Your level has increased to level 25. You have reached level 25. Upon completing the advancement task, you will undergo your second-class advancement and acquire a class-exclusive skill. Team members, Bai Chili, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yi Xiu, have achieved the first clear of the medium-sized secret realm, earning the reward. Funds 24, Legendary Equipment Blind Box 4. The rewards from this endeavor were nothing short of luxurious. The 4 individuals had cleared the medium-sized secret realm, thus receiving 4 shares of the earnings, totaling 80 points of funds. This marked Tian's first substantial income, and combined with the previous balance, his total funds now amounted to 94. 3. Even after recruiting a uniquely talented individual, he would still have ample funds remaining. Moreover, the most significant gain from this endeavor was undoubtedly the ownership of the medium-sized secret realm. Your team was the first to clear the medium-sized secret realm. According to the team distribution rules, as the captain, you have obtained 100 ownership of the secret realm's output. This arrangement had been decided prior to entering the secret realm. The ownership of the secret realm's resources was entirely entrusted to Tian. After all, resources within the secret realm necessitated development, and a resource-rich secret realm capable of sustaining 2 or 3 cities required diligent management. Everyone unanimously agreed that such responsibilities should rest upon the shoulders of the boss. However, to so decisively relinquish ownership of the secret realm, aside from the military, Tian's team was undoubtedly unique. The levels of the team members had all seen an increase. Yet the completion of the secret realm did not yield rewards in terms of equipment skills. Observing this, Tian decided to present the 4 legendary equipment blind boxes as rewards for his team. After all, the efforts of the employees were evident. As a boss, one must not be stingy when it comes to rewarding hard work. Moreover, Tian already possessed the Heavenly Wolf set gifted by Wei Yuan. The others deserve to have commendable equipment as well. Well done, everyone. Consider this a bonus. Let us randomly open 1 piece of legendary equipment from your respective classes. Wow. Jiang Che's eyes widened in disbelief. A piece of immensely valuable legendary equipment was being handed out just like that. Bai Chuli and Wan Jiang also gazed intently at the blind boxes, both astonished. Especially Bai Chuli, her own equipment was rather subpar, which could pose a disadvantage in the upcoming examinations, but Tian had directly compensated for it. The boss is magnanimous. He showed at the blind box, his astonishment mingling with a sense of gratitude. After 2 years in the guild, he had encountered numerous bosses, many of whom clutched every bit of wealth as if it were their last. They would dispense meager rewards to employees while adopting a condescending demeanor, as if the employees had received a monumental favor. In stark contrast, Tian, despite doing nothing, evoked no complaints. Yet he chose to offer legendary equipment as a bonus. A first in 2 centuries. If previously Yi Xiu had sought to repay Tian, now he genuinely recognized this boss. Come, everyone, let's chant. The boss is magnanimous. The boss is magnanimous, impressive. Before departing the secret realm, Tian reviewed the advancement tasks. His level had now been attained, and the second-class advancement was not far off. Tier 2 advancement task. Recruit 1 individual with divine potential. Any employee achieves district-level honor. Completion progress, 1-2. He had the divine potential talent in Yishio. He merely needed one more, the district-level honor. Honor, to be precise, referred to a specific award, such as Bai Qiuli achieving the historical first in her trial or Wang Jiang gaining first in the reserve team during the Demon Tide. The district level referred specifically to the 5 major districts of Huaxia: East China, South China, West China, North China, and Central China, undoubtedly requiring a more prestigious award. Tian's mind immediately leapt to the college entrance examination. In contemporary Great Xia, the previous national college entrance examination had been segmented into 5 regional examinations. The East China regional examination was merely 2 days away. Should Bai Qiuli, who was preparing to participate in the exam, achieve a notable rank, it would undeniably qualify as district-level honor. In 2 days, Tian silently contemplated, on the day of the college entrance examination, all candidates from East China would partake, and among them, many talents would surely emerge. It would also serve as a prime opportunity for his recruitment. Chapter 29, the means of recruiting exceptional talent. As the Tian team successfully cleared the secret realm, the other teams were compelled to conclude their challenges, all meeting with failure. For victory belonged to but one. At this moment, Tian and the remaining adventurers emerged from the secret realm, leaving the other teams in a state of bewilderment. The conclusion arrived far too swiftly. The president of the Sega Guild, Ma Xiang, was left dumbfounded. He had barely made it through half of the first stage before being teleported out. Sega's progress was among the lowest of all teams, and Ma Xiang lacked both the command and the damage output necessary to rely on his 3 newly recruited epic teammates for success, an utterly fanciful notion. However, his eyes widened in astonishment as he spotted Yishio among the victorious teams. President, could that possibly be Yishio? How could it be? As an elite profession, what gave him the right to conquer a medium-sized secret realm? Surely, he must be relying on others. In truth, some members of Sega had begun to defend Yishio's commanding abilities, which only served to infuriate Ma Xiang further. Indeed, their team was without a commander, fighting in utter disarray. Foolish president, I am resigning from the guild. Those who had once been part of Yishio's team looked on with envy and regret, recognizing that Yishio had now ascended to a realm far beyond their own. Meanwhile, on the other side, the special team from the Qianlong base, known as the Dimming Earth Team, found themselves equally confounded. Captain Zhaoqi stared in disbelief at the first-place team, unable to comprehend the situation. Due to the intervention of the Yaga dynasty, they had unleashed their full firepower, yet had only just cleared the second stage. How was it possible that someone had already completed the secret realm? No way, you are stronger than the special team. What then does it mean for us to be a special team? The sole consolation was that the secret realm had not fallen into the hands of the alien races. Overall, the outcome was still favorable for the Great Xia. Nevertheless, Zhaoqi felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that the reinforcements sent to assist them had now become mere bystanders. The Dimming Earth team awkwardly bid farewell to Wei Yuan and hurried back to the Qianlong base. At this moment, the angriest of all was the Crimson Emperor of the Yagu dynasty. Incompetence. Utterly useless. The half-dragons, including Yadila, involved in the competition, dared not utter a word, their heads bowed in silence. Mao was the most abysmal of all. Being slain by the secret realm's monsters warranted his soul being cast into the Void Forge. The Crimson Emperor's fury was palpable as he felt his defenses crumbling. The Yaga dynasty had fought fiercely over countless secret realms, yet had never experienced such a thorough defeat. Moreover, it was not merely the failure to conquer a medium-sized secret realm, but he had also lost an entry ticket to a small one. A classic case of losing both the lady and the troops. A wasted journey had left the Great Xiao in a position of disgrace, an affront the Crimson Emperor could hardly endure. Amidst this, Wei Yuan observed the Crimson Emperor quietly. His expression remains impassive, as though watching a performance. This only fueled the Emperor's rage, prompting him to roar, Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan merely smiled lightly, his arms crossed nonchalantly. The secret realm has concluded, Crimson Emperor. I bid you farewell. Very well. The fire of wrath in the Crimson Emperor's dragon-like eyes nearly materialized. Do not forget, the race competition is not bound by secret realm level restrictions. I hope you can still maintain your laughter by then. Just as the Emperor prepared to depart, he felt compelled to add, in this upcoming race competition, I demand that you wager a medium-sized secret realm. Wei Yuan did not respond, casually inquiring, I wonder if the Crimson Emperor's statement regarding the Great Xia's freedom to challenge the Yagu dynasty's secret realms still holds true? The Crimson Emperor fell silent, unfurling his wings to depart. The remaining half-dragons hurriedly followed him back to the Yagu dynasty. Haha. I never expected this old dragon to experience such embarrassment. The Tian team has performed brilliantly. No matter who prevails against the alien races, I shall remain their loyal fan. Among the spectators, many who had abandoned their entry into the secret realm felt their spirits lifted after witnessing this competition. The Yagyu dynasty had seized numerous secret realms from the Great Xia over the years, and now, finally, they had reclaimed victory, allowing the people to breathe a sigh of relief. As the secret realm concluded, Tian and the others were escorted away by Wei Yuan, particularly Tian, who was taken aside for a private discussion. I truly did not anticipate that you would clear the secret realm. Wei Yuan could not help but admire Tian, recognizing that he had indeed created a miracle. As partners, they were able to fulfill their roles effectively. Tian wasted no time in directly negotiating with Wei Yuan to transfer ownership of the resource output from the medium-sized secret realm to Huadong. After all, developing resources in a medium-sized secret realm required significant manpower, continuous management, and protection. It was far too challenging for an individual to operate. Moreover, the abundance of resources in the medium-sized secret realm was more than Tian could consume. Handing them over to the state would allow for better utilization of these resources. Wei Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of appreciation. Tian had not seized the opportunity to impose conditions, demonstrating his long-term vision. As the overall leader of Huadong, Wei Yuan began to seriously contemplate his partnership with Tian. Very well, since this is the case, I shall not elaborate further. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will also reserve a portion of the secret realm's resources specifically for your use. Tian promptly expressed his need. Indeed, I have an urgent requirement. You mentioned possessing the ability to prevent spatial teleportation. What is it? Although Wei Yuan was unaware of Tian's intentions, he chose not to withhold information upon observing the latter's eagerness. He produced a square object, its four surfaces composed of an ethereal, transparent grid, resembling a small prison. This is the deathmatch prison. Once activated, it creates a space from which no one can escape by any means, unless the item holder perishes. Upon hearing this, Tian's face lit up with delight. Such a remarkable item. He accepted the deathmatch prison, discovering it to be a legendary-grade artifact. With it, he would no longer fear the dark-cloaked figure escaping in their next encounter. Wei Yuan explained, this was developed by a legendary-class profession, an inventor of the Great Xia, and currently, only a handful are held by the official state. This exemplifies one of the benefits of collaborating with the government. Such a uniquely functional item would have been exceedingly difficult for you to procure on your own. In summary, their collaboration proved to be mutually beneficial. While some celebrated, others simmered with anger. In the palace of the Crimson Emperor of the Yagyu dynasty, chaos reigned. The throne room was in disarray, with various rare treasures toppled to the floor, and even the stone columns of the hall were smashed halfway through. The royal dragon descendants within the chamber dared not utter a sound. Upon his return, the Crimson Emperor erupted in fury. It was the first time in over 20 years that he had suffered such a humiliating defeat. Calm yourself, my lord. After the Emperor's rage had subsided somewhat, a half-dragon mage advisor spoke up to console him. This secret realm is merely a minor setback. The princes have returned from the dragon ancestors' secret realm. Their bloodline far surpasses that of half-dragons, and they can easily crush the Great Xia. When the two races compete, the Great Xia shall pay for their blood debt. These words somewhat alleviated the Crimson Emperor's anger. The princes of the Yagyu dynasty were the purest bloodline of newly born dragons, and according to dragon bloodline theory, they were also the most powerful. In terms of levels, they had already surpassed the second tier. The Crimson Emperor resumed his seat upon the throne, emitting a rumbling snort. In this upcoming race competition, I shall raise the stakes, demanding that the Great Xia present two medium-sized secret realms. The half-dragon advisor nodded in agreement. Your wisdom is unmatched, my lord. Let the Great Xia repay today's gains in double. Just as the Crimson Emperor's expression began to soften, a soldier rushed in with news. My lord, the border forces of the Great Xia intend to take over one of our small secret realms, claiming that you permitted it. Ugh, damn it. The expression on the Red Emperor's face, which had just softened, grew increasingly furious. With a resounding thud, he slammed his fist onto the armrest of the throne. Fortunately, the throne was sufficiently sturdy. After venturing out, he had lost a small secret realm. The words "curse" being seemed etched upon the Red Emperor's visage. He scoffed at the thought of anyone attempting to seize the secret realm, questioning the audacity of the Great Xia and even considering such an act. With a cold snort, he commanded his aide beside him, "Go to the border of Great Xia and provoke the source of demonic energy. Let us see if they still have the leisure to covet my secret realm. Chapter 30. The perfect refinement of strength. A sudden tide of demons. After departing from the Lord's manor, Tian, Baiqiuli, Yixiu, and Jiang Che savored a delightful hot pot in their apartment, celebrating their first team endeavor. Exhausted from their relentless dungeon runs prior to the secret realm, it was indeed time for a well-deserved respite now that they had successfully conquered the challenges within. However, Wang Jiang was absent from this gathering. Bound by a strict timeline, he had only 2 days before his military duties beckoned him again. Eager to visit his mother upon returning to Qiqing, he hurried home immediately after the secret realm concluded. A child yearns for their parents' approval after achieving success. Yet Wang Jiang could only share his accomplishments with his mother, as his father remained missing. When would he be reunited with his father? In the stillness of the night. After dining with his mother, Wang Jiang lay alone in bed, entranced by the ring on his finger. Confusion enveloped him. If uncertainty lingered, then enhancing his strength was the answer. With renewed determination, he resolved to challenge the refinement of strength once more. Having reached level 22 after the secret realm, coupled with the attributes bestowed by the process of refinement, 270 refinements, Strength 50, Constitution 50, Spirit 20. This resulted in a significant increase in his attributes, complemented by a legendary piece of armor he had obtained from a surprise box, Dragon Armor. Compared to his first attempt at the refinement of strength, his attributes had more than doubled. With this newfound power, perhaps he could attain a perfect score in the refinement of strength. With a mere thought, Wang Jiang vanished from his room, teleporting directly to the central area of the Demon Ceiling Tower's first layer. The challenge of the refinement of strength commenced. As the declaration echoed, the tower responded to his call. The second challenge of the refinement of strength begins. In an instant, an invisible weight descended upon him, commencing from the previous score of 270. Yet, with his attributes significantly enhanced, Wang Jiang felt no pressure whatsoever. 500, 600, 800. The weight continued to escalate to its limits, binding him with countless chains, each muscle feeling as though it were being torn apart. Nevertheless, his willpower held firm, like a taut string, allowing him to endure. 1,000. The crushing weight, if borne by an ordinary individual of the same level, would have reduced them to mere pulp. Yet, Wang Jiang persevered. Moments later, a glimmer of brilliance enveloped him, and his aura transformed. As if a mountain had risen from the earth. The challenge of the refinement of strength has concluded, achieving perfection. 1,000. One of the foundations for honing an extraordinary physique has been established. Refinement of strength perfect. Strength 150, Constitution 150, Spirit 50, Agility 50. Physical qualities have surged, vitality akin to that of a dragon, with an immense increase in recovery capabilities. Even severe injuries can heal in a short time. Success. Wang Jiang's garments were drenched in sweat as he gasped for air to rejuvenate his body. With a final exhale, both his strength and constitution had increased by 100, resulting in an overall elevation of 280 attribute points. His level 22 attributes now surpassed those of a level 40 epic class. Wang Jiang eagerly anticipated the next challenges within the Demon Ceiling Tower, the conditions for unsealing the second layer, defeating demon-level fiends. Striving to achieve this as soon as possible, in apartment 502, Tian and the others lay sprawled on the large sofa in the living room, engaged in light-hearted conversation after their meal. Yixiu had decided to form a team with Jiang Che and her siblings, perfectly resolving the issue of having no skilled members in their group. At that moment, a notification appeared before Tian. You have shared the talent of employee Wang Jiang. Refinement of strength, perfect. Instantly, his physical attributes were enhanced, and even while seated, he radiated vitality like a blazing furnace. Who turned the air conditioning to heat? Jiang Che fanned his collar, puzzled. Baiqiuli, on the opposite side of the sofa, observed Tian intently, sensing a palpable increase in his strength. Yixiu, too, regarded Tian with a teasing smirk. The boss is still youthful. Getting restless at this hour. I usually save that for the mornings. Tian hadn't anticipated the remarkable effects of Wang Jiang's perfected refinement of strength. Yet he couldn't help but twitch at Yixiu's jest. Soon, midnight arrived, and the management log was refreshed. However, following their successful clearance of the secret realm, the team was largely in a state of relaxation, resulting in minimal entries. Only a few dungeon runs prior to the secret realm had yielded a total of 2.8 in funds, merely a drop in the bucket compared to the substantial earnings accrued from their recent accomplishment. Current fund balance, 97. 1. The following day, as Wang Jiang returned to the military camp at Dingqing, he was startled by the urgent mobilization of the border defense troops. What was happening? Why had they suddenly entered a state of readiness? He swiftly sought out the captain of the Vanguard Corps and learned of the current situation. A new tide of demons had emerged. Moreover, it was larger than the last, at least of medium scale. Why the suddenness? The last tide had barely receded. The source energy. Someone had triggered the evil source energy, causing the demons to rapidly converge and form this tide. Captain Chong Wei of the Vanguard Corps scoffed. It must be those scoundrels from the Yaga dynasty. The evil source energy was a unique substance, akin to a stimulant for the demons. Once activated, it would inevitably result in a tide of demons. Wang Zhang's expression darkened with rage. A medium-scale tide posed a significant threat to the border defense. Confronting it head-on would undoubtedly incur heavy casualties. With the Yagu dynasty responsible for instigating this sudden medium-scale tide, the unprepared border defense could suffer catastrophic losses, with many soldiers in the front lines facing death or injury. Noticing Wang Zhang's fury, Captain Chong Wei offered a reassuring smile, gesturing to him. However, there is no need for excessive concern. The responsible parties issued a warning yesterday. Wang Jiang paused, Old Wei. Yesterday, they issued a warning. Captain Chong Wei recalled the orders from Wei Yuan. Feeling a surge of admiration, the irascible Red Emperor, unwilling to suffer loss, must have sinister strategies. The border defense is to immediately enter a state of readiness and patrol. Immediately after the conclusion of the secret realm yesterday, Old Wei had issued military orders for preparedness, so Dingqing was already on alert. Wang Zhang's expression shifted, emotion swirling within him. Captain Chong Wei raised a finger, pointing skyward, signaling him to look up. A figure hovered in midair, surveying the border region. It was none other than Wei Yuan, his form aglow with a gentle starlight, his robe billowing in the wind, exuding a serene yet imposing presence. Any foreign entities that had planned to take advantage of the medium-scale tide recoiled the moment Wei Yuan appeared. If Tian were present, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "This is the talent of the nation. No wonder he is the leader." Captain Chong Wei patted Wang Jiang's shoulder with a sense of gravity. "Take this as a lesson for your future endeavors." Wang Jiang nodded silently. Subsequently, Captain Chong Wei assigned him a task. Although Wei Yuan had foreseen the situation, the threat of the medium-scale tide was tangible, necessitating the border defense to respond with utmost caution, leaving no room for negligence. "You no longer need to return to the reserve team. Join the guerrilla squad." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 31. Connecting to the Demon Ceiling Tower. Choose one from 3 extraordinary physiques. Due to Wang Zhang's previous performance during the Demon Tide, he found himself somewhat underqualified for the reserve team and lacking in experience for the main force. Thus, the guerrilla squad, a flexible unit, was more suitable for him. With thoughts of the unlocking conditions for the second layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower in mind, Wang Jiang grasped his spear and moved swiftly towards the front line to engage the enemies. The number of demons during the medium-sized demon tide was considerable, with the appearance of demon lords, prompting the border army to abandon the first defense line outside the city and retreat to the second line, utilizing city defense machinery to repel the foes. While Wang Jiang fought, he also provided cover for his teammates to withdraw. At present, his strength allowed him to handle low-level demons with ease. The medium-sized demon tide was indeed more ferocious than the previous small one, with a larger scale. He found it, a demon of monster level. After dispatching several demons, Wang Zhang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he spotted his target. It was a grotesque creature over 2 meters tall, its surface twisted and covered with flowing blood, resembling a flesh monster stripped of its skin. The Blood Demon, a monster-level entity, boasted the strength of a level 30 epic professional. Wang Jiang recalled the military's demon records, noting that the Blood Demon was considered a formidable type among monster-level demons. However, to Wang Jiang, it was merely a foe to be vanquished. With a roar, he unleashed his spear like a dragon, effortlessly crushing the Blood Demon. In the next instant, Wang Jiang vanished. You have fulfilled the unlocking conditions for the second layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower, defeated a monster-level demon. The second layer of the Demon Ceiling Tower trial is now activated. The Demon Ceiling Tower had many merits, yet the sudden teleportation left Wang Jiang speechless. After a brief moment of complaint, he stepped into the trial space. Second layer trial of the Demon Ceiling Tower. Defeat 10 blood demons. Unlike the confusion he experienced during his first entry into the tower, Wang Jiang now brimmed with confidence. As 10 blood demons emerged from the shadows of the trial space, he firmly planted his spear into the ground. summoning a dazzling array of golden light from beneath his feet. This was the Spear Shadow Formation. Notably, the 10 blood demons enhanced Wan Jiang's attributes by 30, enabling him to dispatch them with even greater speed. Second layer trial cleared. You have earned the talent reward, Spirit Shaping. Spirit Shaping imbues the body with spirit, forging an extraordinary physique. As the trial concluded, the second layer of the demon sealing tower radiated brilliance, with an intangible spirit flowing into Wan Jiang's body. Unlike the oppressive feeling during body tempering, Spirit Shaping was invigorating, as if every limb and sinew had been purified. What a delightful sensation! At this moment, all of Wan Jiang's senses were heightened. His vision, hearing, smell, and touch were significantly enhanced, even allowing him to perceive spiritual fluctuations and anticipate dangers or enemy movements. Talent, 1000 gene body tempering perfect, and talent, Spirit Shaping have merged, achieving the prerequisites for an extraordinary physique. Upon seeing this new notification, Wan Jiang's face lit up with joy. He never expected that the legendary extraordinary physique was now beckoning to him. In his talent panel, a new attribute appeared. Extraordinary physique. None. Prerequisites for activating the physique have been met. Requires activation of the physique. In simple terms, Wan Jiang had qualified for an extraordinary physique, but had yet to possess it. However, from the information within the demon sealing tower, he learned that the reward for the third layer trial would directly grant him the extraordinary physique. The condition for unlocking the third layer, defeat a spirit-level demon. At this moment, Wan Jiang's heart surged with excitement. Spirit-level demons, there might be hope if he took the plunge. His boss had bestowed upon him a legendary profession and rewarded him with legendary equipment. How could he fail to grow stronger and live up to his boss's expectations? He resolved to challenge the spirit-level demons. A rookie daring to confront spirit-level demons would surely astonish the team leader, but Wan Jiang intended to challenge more than one. His fighting spirit surged, yet the moment he exited the demon sealing tower, he suddenly froze. Around him, countless pairs of crimson eyes were intensely fixed on him. He was surrounded by demons. At the command center of the border defense in Ding City, all the team leaders, including Chang Wei, were dumbfounded. Hadn't they confirmed that all personnel had evacuated the first defense line? How could someone have penetrated behind enemy lines amidst the demons? All allied forces were bewildered. Particularly the 2 battalion commanders responsible for the evacuation. They were equally perplexed. Indeed, everyone had just evacuated, in the face of the medium-sized demon tide. The original combat plan was to retreat to the second defense line, with all soldiers withdrawing from the first line. Yet, to their utter astonishment, someone had inexplicably appeared amidst the encirclement of demons. Above Ding City, Wei Yuan observed the battle with an indifferent expression, until he spotted Wan Jiang among the throngs of demons. It was one of Tian's subordinates. What was he doing? At this moment, realizing he was surrounded by demons, Wan Jiang felt no fear or trepidation, only exhilaration, because he was terrifyingly strong now, unmatched, ignores all negative states, for every 1 health lost. Attributes increase by 1. For every enemy in proximity, attributes increase by 3. The proximity range was not extensive. Yet the dense cluster of demons meant that there were still around 60 to 70 demons nearby. This bolstered Wan Jiang's attributes nearly twofold. An unprecedented sense of power surged within him, igniting his fighting spirit. He swept his spear, dispatching nearly 10 demons in a single strike. What a thrill! A wave of exhilaration coursed through him, yet Wan Jiang did not act recklessly. He was no fool and understood the gravity of his situation. The medium-sized demon tide, with the presence of demon lord-level entities, represented an entirely different caliber of foe. Confronting them could lead to certain death. The immediate priority was to seize the opportunity to activate the third layer of the demon sealing tower trial. Through his previous trials, he realized that the monsters within the trials were akin to the demons he had activated the trials against. Given that spirit-level demons were formidable adversaries, equivalent to level 50 or 60 epic professionals, they were challenging to face. It was best to select an opponent he could counter. Eureka! Wan Jiang's gaze narrowed onto a gnome-like creature, enveloped in a miasma of dark energy. Pandemic Roar, Spirit, Level 55, Attributes, Strength 565, Agility 565, Vitality 600. Spirit 595, Description, releases a vast amount of viruses causing numerous negative states. Contact can lead to lethal infections. The Pandemic Roar posed a significant threat to the border army, and many professionals were reluctant to face it. The viruses it unleashed were exceedingly vile. Infection would bring immense suffering, and recovery post-battle would take a considerable amount of time. Yet for Wang Jiang, it was essentially a reward. His talent, unmatched, ignores all negative states. This included viruses and diseases. With that thought in mind, Wang Jiang wasted no time, dashing toward the pandemic roar. His spear tore through the demon's form. And with the substantial attribute boost from unmatched, the spirit demon shattered upon contact. In the next instant, Wang Jiang vanished once more. When had he become this formidable? Inside the command center, Vanguard Corps leader Chang Wei was astonished, but soon fell into confusion. How had he disappeared again? Someone nearby speculated. Could his profession be a spatial assassin? In the third layer of the demon ceiling tower, Wang Jiang was wholly focused, his mind taut. For before him stood 10 pandemic roars. Moreover, the substantial attribute boost from unmatched had dissipated, leaving him with only a 30 enhancement against these 10 adversaries. Even with immunity to negative states, his raw power was considerably diminished. Without hesitation, Wang Jiang plunged several strikes into his own body. Lower the health bar to below 50. And increase attribute bonuses by 50. In that moment, his strength attribute surged to an astonishing 882. Damn, that hurts. Wang Jiang gritted his teeth. Yet his fighting spirit remained unwavering. With an extraordinary physique, he charged forth. Kill. Meanwhile, after Wang Jiang swiftly vanquished a demon spirit, the border patrol began to clear the tide of monsters. The foreign races of the Yagu dynasty initially sought to create chaos and disrupt the defense of the Great Xia. However, with Wei Yuan overseeing the situation and the absence of the Crimson Emperor, the other foreign races dared not act recklessly. The weakness of the Great Xia stemmed from a scarcity of high-quality professions, insufficient resources, and an influx of external enemies through foreign pathways. Yet, should a high-potential, high-quality professional emerge, they would be no less formidable than the powerful foreign races. In the third layer of the demon ceiling tower, Wang Jiang's health had plummeted to 20. Yet his momentum remained unyielding. Only 3 plague roars remained before him, despite being immune to the negative effects of the plague. The combat prowess of the demon-level fiends was still formidable, marking this as Wang Jiang's most perilous battle to date. If only I had let the boss hold a meeting before taking on this challenge, Wang Jiang mused, suddenly feeling disgraced by his own attitude. With a legendary profession, legendary equipment, and even a company benefit granting immunity to fatal damage, he still hesitated to fight with all his might. It was a matter of my own resolve. Wang Jiang's expression hardened, his gaze ignited with an unprecedented fighting spirit. He then drove 2 stabs into his already depleted health. His health dwindled to 5. However, his attributes reached an unparalleled height. A single warrior stands against the tide. Wang Jiang wielded his spear, leaping into the air with a force that far surpassed the 3 demon-level fiends. Break the army. Boom. The powerful impact unleashed a cataclysmic force, causing the trial space to tremble violently. The 3 plague roars fell in an instant, and Wang Jiang's level ascended to 23. At the same time, he successfully cleared the 3rd layer of the trial. You have cleared the 3rd layer of the trial. Rewards. Random extraordinary physique. Choose one of 3. Random extraordinary physique. Wang Jiang sat cross-legged on the ground, still brimming with health as he excitedly examined his rewards. The extraordinary physique could be described as an immensely powerful passive ability that integrates and enhances the entire body, mostly found among foreign races. He eagerly glanced at the choices presented before him, 3 ethereal card-like images materializing. Black Iron Body, a grade significantly boosts defense and physique. Converting incoming attacks into energy for a powerful counterattack. Damage is related to physique and defense. Such a formidable defensive counterattack ability. It would be exceptionally suitable for a tanking profession, almost elevating combat power to another level. The mere A-grade physique could rival the capabilities of legendary professions. However, Wang Jiang's vocation leaned more towards that of a warrior. He yearned for abilities befitting a warrior. Randomly, he glanced at the next option, only to be taken aback. Phoenix form, S-grade significantly enhances agility, attacks imbued with substantial fire and light attribute damage, and upon death, allows for rebirth through nirvana. Note, choosing this will transform the user into a female, greatly enhancing charm. Wang Jiang. Initially, he felt quite tempted by the S-grade extraordinary physique. The significant boost in agility, coupled with dual attribute damage on attacks, surpassed even that of a legendary passive. Yet alas, to transform into a female? Wang Jiang took a deep breath, silently averting his gaze. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tian wandered among the central hubs of various dungeons. tirelessly searching for the enigmatic black-robed figure of exceptional potential. Unfortunately, the probability of encountering someone capable of traversing the dungeons was exceedingly low. However, at this moment, Tian felt a stir of confusion within him. Why did he feel a sense of having narrowly escaped calamity? He noted that Wang Jiang had met the conditions for an extraordinary physique, which, upon sharing with him, should have been good news. How peculiar. Chapter 32. The Thunderous Body. Establishing a special team base. Wang Jiang's gaze settled upon the final option. The icon for the third choice depicted a figure surrounded by crackling thunder. Accompanying the icon was the pertinent information, Thunderous Body, as significantly enhances attack and movement speed. Each strike summons the power of thunder around the body, with the range and damage of the thunder determined by the strength of the attack. When the thunder strikes an enemy, there is a chance to inflict a paralysis effect. How formidable! Upon seeing the last option, Wang Jiang's face lit up with joy as he found his objective. He decisively selected the Thunderous Body. Thunderous Body has been chosen as the reward for the third trial. Transcendent Physique, fusion successful. As the voice of the demon's ceiling tower echoed, a surge of intense power coursed through Wang Jiang's body. The intertwining arcs of luminous thunder flickered around him, and in that moment, he felt as though he had transformed into a legendary embodiment of the thunder element. Instinctively, he wielded his spear, unleashing a bolt of thunder the thickness of a bamboo pole, which struck the ground and caused fragments of stone to scatter. Wang Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. With another sweeping motion of his spear, 3 bolts of lightning followed its path, creating 3 large craters upon impact. The transcendent physique was indeed extraordinary. As Wang Jiang reveled in his newfound power, a notification for the next trial space sounded. The 4th trial space can enhance this transcendent physique or grant a higher-rated physique. Conditions to unlock the 4th trial. Defeat a demon lord-level enemy. Such strength in an S-grade physique. One could only imagine how powerful a higher-rated physique might be. With this thought, Wang Jiang felt invigorated. It was time to exit the tower. At the second defensive line of the city, the vanguard troops were embroiled in a chaotic battle against the tide of demons. Once provoked by source energy, these fiends fought like madmen. And despite having already neutralized several waves with city defenses, they remained a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, on the command center's electronic screen, amidst the dark mass of demons, the flicker of friendly light reappeared. Who could it be that had breached the demon's rear? It could only be. Upon seeing Wang Jiang re-emerge, several commanding officers had grown somewhat accustomed to his unexpected returns, knowing he would likely vanish again shortly. However, at that moment, Commander Chong Wei exclaimed, "Wait, what is he planning to do?" From behind the tide of demons, Wang Jiang swept through with his spear. Where the spear passed, thunderous might shattered mountains and cracked stones, unstoppable like a descending thunder dragon. The demons, most fearful of the purging thunder, were caught off guard. In an instant, Wang Jiang's spear became a streak of lightning, the dual enhancement of S-grade physique amplifying his speed of slaughter to an unprecedented level. This time, Wang Jiang had no intention of retreating to the demon's ceiling tower. As the border troops began their counterattack, he too, as a guerrilla force, would contribute. Flanking the enemy's rear, wasn't he that the essence of guerrilla warfare? With the activation of a first-tier skill, an array of thunderous strikes gathered in the air, exponentially stronger than before. The Thunderous Body, augmented by the intensity of his attacks, rendered his spear array the most potent offensive against multiple foes. Boom! The cataclysmic thunder intertwined with the golden brilliance of the spear array, weaving a prelude to the annihilation of the demons. As 2 demon lord-level fiends fell to the elite forces of the border defense, the tide of demons was miraculously thrown into disarray by Wang Jiang alone. He was a spear fighter, yet here he was wielding thunder magic. A prime opportunity. The chaos among the demons disrupted their charge, indicating that the tide could be quelled sooner than anticipated. The commanders in the command center exchanged glances filled with realization, their battle-hardened instincts immediately recognizing the strategic value of Wang Jiang's actions. This young man, should he be reprimanded for acting independently or rewarded for his exceptional performance? That could wait until after the battle. The main force was advancing. You have shared the abilities of employee Wang Jiang, transcendent physique, thunderous body. With a crackle, arcs of violet lightning danced around Tian, showcasing an even more intense manifestation of the thunderous body than that of Wang Jiang. A thunder-type, transcendent physique. Excellent. Tian acclimated to the capabilities of this transcendent physique, affirming Wang Jiang's choice. This S-grade transcendent physique bestowed powers nearly on par with a legendary profession. With this enhancement, Wang Jiang could likely contend with the Divine Knight Cultivator for the title of the strongest employee. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Tian exited the current instance. After spending the better part of the day without locating the figure in the black cloak, he felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Perhaps he should consult Wei Yuan and consider a bounty for tomorrow. The primary reason for his lack of success today, Tian surmised, was the overwhelming number of participants, which hampered efficiency in entering the instance. After all, the college entrance examination was tomorrow. No student would forego the chance to cram at the last minute. Who knew if they might stumble upon suitable gear or skills, or perhaps gain a level or two to improve their standings. Although he had no plans to participate, he was nonetheless looking forward to the examination, not just for job advancement, but also for the opportunity to discover talent. As Tian departed from the instance center, he learned that the medium-sized demon tide had been repelled, resulting in a significant victory for the border defense. This was hardly surprising, for he knew Wei Yuan's presence guaranteed no mishaps. Just then, Wei Yuan descended gracefully in a green coat, appearing before Tian. "Your employee Wang Jiang has grown remarkably powerful," Wei Yuan remarked, walking alongside Tian in a casual manner akin to old friends. Tian, recalling Wang Jiang's achievements within the Demon Sealing Tower and the potential evaluation of his Pillar of the Nation, nodded affirmatively and said, "He will become even stronger." Wei Yuan regarded Tian with surprise, not expecting him to take Wang Jiang's miraculous performance today in stride. Was this a sign of the boss's confidence in his employee? After a moment of contemplation, he set that question aside and addressed his purpose. "Tomorrow is the college entrance examination, and since you are not participating, why not serve as a special recruitment officer for East China?" "Sounds good," Tian replied promptly, just as during his time at Qingshan No. 3 Middle School. The role of a special recruitment officer involved selecting exceptional talents, aligning perfectly with Tian's intentions and granting him a formal identity. Thus, he accepted without hesitation. "There's one more thing," Wei Yuan said, his expression taking on a playful air, as if he looked forward to this proposal. "With your numerous strong employees, would you consider establishing a special team base? Like the Deming team?" Wei Yuan shook his head. "Not just a special team, but a base akin to the Qianlong base, overseeing multiple special teams." Tian was momentarily taken aback. He had never imagined that he would be asked to establish a special team base. Surely, this was no mistake. Chapter 33, The Mercenaries of Great Xia. The college entrance examination commences. A specialized team has been established to address unique tasks and respond to urgent threats for Great Xia, providing support across the nation. On average, a new specialized team emerges only every 4 to 5 years. The department overseeing these elite teams is the Qianlong base in central China, regarded as the most exceptional organization of Great Xia, unmatched by any other. In the past 2 centuries, only one Qianlong base has come into existence. Now, Wei Yuan suggests comparing him to the Qianlong base. At this moment, he is suddenly reminded of the fear he experienced in his previous life. Dominated by foolish bosses and demanding clients. Noticing Tian's peculiar gaze, Wei Yuan smiled gently. "Do not be anxious. I believe you can still awaken many individuals, correct?" Tian nodded, confident that with ample funding, he could recruit up to 1 billion awakened individuals. In truth, he eagerly anticipated that day, wondering what level of strength he would attain upon recruiting such numbers. Wouldn't that resolve any issues? Just imagine. The most pressing need for the specialized team base is top-tier professionals, and you have the ability to find numerous elite practitioners. Wei Yuan was filled with enthusiasm, while Tian fell into contemplation. Collaborating with the state for mutual benefit was indeed what he desired. However, joining and establishing a national department would inevitably lead to an increased burden of trivial matters, which he wished to avoid. He did not conceal his apprehensions, candidly expressing his concerns to Wei Yuan and indicating his reluctance. To his surprise, Wei Yuan's expression became strange. "Surely, you do not believe that Great Xia can support a second Qianlong base? There are not enough resources." Tian was taken aback. Wei Yuan placed his hand on Tian's shoulder and clarified, "I envision the specialized team base you establish not as a national department, but as a mercenary group collaborating with Great Xia." Upon hearing this, Tian's eyes brightened. This identity seemed promising. The mercenary status would spare him the complexities of a national department, focusing instead on collaboration. Through further explanations by Wei Yuan, Tian grasped that this specialized team base was not merely a concept from the Great Xia headquarters, but rather a suggestion from Wei Yuan. Great Xia faced numerous special tasks and urgent threats, Yet the scarcity of resources hindered the formation of another specialized department. However, Tian and his companion's successful navigation of the medium-level secret realm sparked hope in Wei Yuan. In essence, previously, Tian collaborated with the government as an individual. Now, he would lead all his subordinates, transitioning from a solitary figure to an organized entity in partnership with the state. I will endeavor to accommodate your needs. But the internal affairs of your organization must be resolved by you, Wei Yuan remarked with a smile. Have you considered it? Tian was quite tempted. Adopting an organizational form would elevate the matters he could engage with, thus increasing opportunities for profit sharing. For instance, during the recent appearance of the medium-level secret realm, he could dispatch specialized teams to assist other regions, much like the Qianlong base. The only concern seemed to be the competition with the Qianlong base. After all, establishing a new specialized team base with identical functions to an existing department would inevitably lead to some rivalry. Tian eyed Wei Yuan skeptically. Do you harbor a grudge against the Qianlong base? Wei Yuan stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Not at all. It is merely that the head of the Qianlong base holds some resentment towards me. Suddenly, he realized Tian's implication. You are rather confident. Tian's inquiry clearly suggested that, regarding specialized teams, the Qianlong base could not compete with him. Indeed, Tian believed that with the strength of his subordinates, he could not conceive of any specialized team rivaling them. He promptly agreed to Wei Yuan's proposal, though he acknowledged that due to the current limited number of employees, it would take some time to establish the specialized team. If you require a base facility, I can still provide one, Wei Yuan stated, escorting Tian back to the Qinshan apartment before departing. At midnight, the day's management logs were concluded. Management logs. Wanjing conquered the second and third layers of the Demon Tower, Funds 10. Night training. Jiang Che successfully cleared a level 40 dungeon, Grievous Bones. Fund 6. Jiang Che submitted a dungeon strategy, sold new dungeon equipment materials, gathered funds to establish a new Spark martial arts school, Funds 1. Jiang Che taught a newcomer at the martial arts school the 8 Extremes Fist, Funds 0. 2. Your experience is full. You cannot level up until the advancement task is completed. Bai Chiuli was preparing for the college entrance examination tomorrow, dedicating the entire day to practicing various martial arts examination techniques, resulting in no financial feedback. However, what surprised Tian most was not the conquest of Wanjing or Jiang Che's new dungeon clearance, but rather Jiang Che's plan to establish a new martial arts school. He recalled Jiang Che mentioning it before. He was taken in by the old head of the Spark martial arts school, aspiring to open a new school. Yet, Tian did not anticipate that opening a new martial arts school and teaching newcomers could also yield financial returns. Could this be considered an achievement? Perhaps it could, but Tian was uncertain and needed more examples to draw a conclusion. The good news was that funds had increased to 114. 3. Unfortunately, he had been so focused on searching for the figure in the black robe that he had completely overlooked new talents. However, the college entrance examination was tomorrow. One could say that the examination venues in Great Xia were indeed teeming with talent. He hoped for a fruitful outcome tomorrow. After closing the management log, Tian picked up his phone, ready to play a couple of games before sleep. Early the next morning, Tian, sporting slight dark circles under his eyes, arrived at the designated examination venue in Qingshan No. 1 High School. The protective array at the school entrance had already been activated, barring entry to anyone without examination or proctoring qualifications. Various guild members and members of prominent families were kept at bay by fully armed defense forces. Standing several paces from the entrance, the annual college entrance examination had officially commenced, granted special recruitment officer privileges. Tian moved smoothly through the entrance and arrived at the examination management office. Upon arrival, his attention was captured by a woman in red standing beside Wei Yuan. Dressed in a specially tailored crimson uniform that accentuated her tall and slender figure, her wavy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, exuding an alluring yet dangerous aura akin to a red mandala flourishing in the wind. Yet, Tian's interest was not merely due to her beauty. It was her hostile gaze fixed on Wei Yuan that piqued his curiosity. Here you are? Quick, let me introduce you, Wei Yuan called out cheerfully, waving at Tian. Within the management office were over a dozen representatives from the top universities of Great Xia, who raised their eyebrows in curiosity at Wei Yuan's friendly gesture towards a student. Tian smirked, having already formed a hypothesis about the identity of the woman in red. As anticipated, Wei Yuan pointed to her and smiled. This is the head of the Qianlong base, your future competitor, Officer Ling Luo. Ling Luo crossed her arms, her sharp gaze assessing Tian before she coldly scoffed at Wei Yuan. Coward. You delegate what you cannot do yourself to a student. Tian's eyes sparkled. With just those two remarks, he discerned the tangled web of emotions between Ling Luo and Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by Ling Luo's derision, and continued. This is Tian. I know, the team leader who surpassed the Yaga dynasty and the Diming team, successfully navigating the medium-level secret realm. The Diming team had mentioned Tian to Ling Luo after their failure in the secret realm, igniting her curiosity about him. Ling Luo's gaze sharpened. As the head of the Qianlong base and a top-tier practitioner at level 74, she found it strange that she could not gauge Tian's depth. How peculiar. The written examination commenced. In the examination management office, the principal of a certain high school noted the time and gently reminded everyone. The professional college entrance examination is divided into two parts, the cultural examination and the martial examination. The cultural examination assesses knowledge from textbooks as well as tactical strategies. Some candidates with less favorable career prospects may choose to enroll solely in the cultural examination, aiming to secure a position as a clerk or tactical assistant based on their scores. Unexpectedly, during the very first cultural examination, Tian discovered a promising target. Detected golden potential talent. Chapter 34. Scholars and ruins. Though the majority present were enrollment teachers, their interest in the literary examination was rather tepid. For professionals, the content of the literary assessment was merely a supplementary aspect. It was the martial examination that served as the decisive evaluation, revealing the strength and potential of a novice. Thus, aside from a handful of literary exam proctors who departed, most remained to await the commencement of the martial assessment. However, Tian made his way directly to the literary examination venue, eliciting confusion among the crowd. Only Wei Yuan, who was aware of Tian's extraordinary abilities, followed without hesitation. The literary examination setting in this world bore resemblance to the college entrance examinations of the past, conducted in various classrooms with students completing written tests. Tian approached the back window of one examination room, glancing at the resumes as they were displayed. He noticed a girl who wrote with remarkable speed, evidently confident in her answers. The girl, with her delicate and serene appearance, was slender and donned a plain, slightly yellowed school uniform, her expression intensely focused. Name, Ningjing. Basic information, female, 18 years old, from Qiqing, Great Xia. Profession, dual dagger warrior. Potential, gold, ancient civilization explorer. Background, raised by her grandmother after her parents' divorce. Resulting in an introverted personality, possesses an almost obsessive interest in the history of ancient ruins, with a natural talent for exploring ancient civilization relics. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, scholar, 20 points of funding. A dual dagger warrior. Tian observed Ningjing's seemingly frail appearance and felt it was somewhat exaggerated. Upon reviewing her resume, he realized her family circumstances were not favorable. Indeed, it appeared that many high-potential individuals came from modest backgrounds. After a moment of contemplation, Tian shook his head. It wasn't that talented individuals came from humble beginnings. It was that most families in Great Xia were struggling, in the face of the dual onslaught from malevolent forces and foreign tribes. Where were all the affluent and warm households to be found? In the examination corridor. A patrolling teacher noticed Tian peering through the back door and instinctively prepared to approach and disperse him. However, upon seeing Wei Yuan join Tian, he decisively turned to patrol in another direction. Ah, is there a new talent? Wei Yuan stepped forward. And Tian seized the opportunity to inquire, what is the profession of scholar like? It was evident that the scholar was not a combat profession. Tian, having limited knowledge of non-combat roles, was uncertain about their value for recruitment. Upon hearing the question, Wei Yuan's interest was piqued. For Great Xia, the scarcity of scholars was far greater than that of combat professions. Oh, the abilities of a scholar lie in excavation and research. Wei Yuan elaborated, simultaneously providing Tian with insights into the nature of ruins. Are you familiar with ancient ruins? They are repositories of the lost legacies of civilizations from various other worlds. This includes sites of ancient warfare, places where natural anomalies are born, and the legacies of ancient extraordinary civilizations. The opportunities are boundless. Scholars can unearth these lost ruins and interpret their contents. A ruin with heritage holds immeasurable value. As Tian listened to Wei Yuan's explanation, he felt a profound sense of admiration. After all, it had been quite some time since any news of ruins had surfaced in Great Xia. The last appearance of a secret realm occurred over a decade ago. Nevertheless, Wei Yuan was acutely aware of the value of both ruins and scholars, aside from excavation. Scholars engage in research. In the past, when the otherworldly passage manifested, the language of the foreign tribes was incomprehensible to humans. It was through the research conducted by scholars that Great Xia established communication with these tribes. The universal beast language and the draconic tongue that you study are results of scholarly research. Additionally, the development of certain special items and materials also owes much to scholars. Hearing Wei Yuan's elucidation, Tian realized for the first time that the significance of non-combat professions should not be underestimated. In the realms of excavation and linguistic research, scholars held an irreplaceable role. Thus, it appeared he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Furthermore, Wei Yuan mentioned that the quality of the scholar profession was of utmost importance. Although there was no change in title from ordinary to legendary quality, certain ruins or writings from foreign civilizations could only be deciphered by higher quality scholars. Lower quality scholars would simply be incapable. A scholar truly operates within a strict hierarchy. If Huadong were to gain a legendary level scholar, one can only imagine when a new ancient ruin might be discovered. Reflecting on Ning Jing's potential evaluation as an ancient civilization explorer, Tian was convinced that this young lady would be of great value once recruited. After the examination concluded, he made arrangements for someone to escort her to the conference room. This young lady? No problem. Ding ling ling. Accompanied by the urgent announcement from the classroom speaker, all literary examination candidates submitted their papers and exited the examination hall. Clad in her plain white uniform, Ning Jing stepped out of the teaching building, exhaling deeply. I performed quite well. It should be sufficient to apply for a clerical position. Although her awakened profession was a rare elite-level dual-dagger warrior, envied by many, she had no intention of participating in the martial examination. She understood that her personality was not suited for the battlefield. An awakened profession could not alter one's inherent character, and Ning Jing was even hesitant to harm a chicken. As a result, she often felt a twinge of guilt, a sense of inadequacy toward her profession. Just as she exited the teaching building, a striking figure darted past her. It was Bai Qiuli. Ning Jing's eyes sparkled with admiration. The legendary sword immortal sister. If only I could be as formidable as she is. Bai Qiuli had achieved numerous first completions of hell-level challenges, and her triumph in a mid-sized secret realm had rapidly amplified her fame. As Ning Jing stood in awe, Wei Yuan's secretary approached her and spoke. Classmate Ning Jing, please follow us to the conference room. Huh. Ning Jing was momentarily stunned. Her mind raced with thoughts. Had she forgotten to write her name on the exam? Or perhaps neglected to fill in the answer sheet? Surely she couldn't have been that careless. Bewildered, Ning Jing followed along. They arrived at a small conference room within the teaching building, where Wei Yuan's secretary respectfully invited her inside before closing the door behind her. Ning Jing immediately spotted the responsible individual, Wei Yuan, which made her particularly anxious. However, what puzzled her further was that Wei Yuan stood silently by the window, while a young man occupied the sofa in the conference room, making Wei Yuan appear almost like a bodyguard. At that moment, Wei Yuan spoke. This is our special recruitment officer, Tian. Tian realized that regardless of whom he recruited, as long as Wei Yuan was present, the process would be remarkably straightforward, significantly enhancing the other party's trust. After all, a total head of Huadong combined with a top-tier professional from Huaxia carried considerable weight. Indeed. Upon Wei Yuan's introduction, Ning Jing's anxious expression transformed into one of astonishment. I was specially recruited. Tian handed her a contract, affirming, indeed, sign this, and you will become my employee. Then, Director Wei will arrange your placement. As a non-combat profession, Ning Jing was not suited for a special team base. So Tian entrusted the arrangement to Wei Yuan. After all, a legendary scholar was highly sought after by various research institutes in Great Xia. Ning Jing bit her lip, scrutinizing Tian with disbelief. She never imagined that this youth, seemingly her age, would want her as his employee. Could this be reliable? Cautiously, she inquired, may I ask, what would my monthly salary be upon joining? 200,000. Wei Yuan replied, on Tian's behalf. Setting aside other combat professions, a legendary scholar deserved such compensation. After all, Tian had entrusted her to him, and he naturally could not shortchange her. Bonuses are additional. Before he could finish, Ning Jing's expression turned grave upon hearing the figure of 200,000. She promptly picked up the pen and began signing the contract. One yearns to inscribe their name in every possible place, fearing that Tian might have a change of heart. 200,000. nearly equivalent to 2 years' salary for a clerk. Upon witnessing this, Tian couldn't help but exclaim that a salary indeed makes a significant difference. If Jiang Che were to learn of the monthly salary of 200,000, he would likely contemplate establishing a chain of martial arts academies named Spark. As Ning Jing affixed her signature, Wei Yuan promptly snapped his fingers, and the starlight barrier unfolded. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light burst forth. Chapter 35, Bai Qiuli displays the talent of a top scholar. Employee, Ningjing profession, scholar, level 1, quality, legendary, level 10, attributes. Omitted, professional talent. Absolute concentration, significantly enhances mental power, ensuring complete focus during study or research, making it difficult to be disturbed by external factors. Professional skills, universal language proficiency. Ancient relic exploration, relic decryption, civilizational scholar. Upon witnessing Ningjing's legendary scholar skills, Tian felt a surge of surprise. The universal language proficiency enables its possessor to master the languages of 1,000 different races from other worlds, including ancient texts and cryptic scripts. This instantly alleviated Tian's previous shortcomings in understanding foreign tongues. Furthermore, the skill of relic decryption allows one to obtain 3 crucial pieces of information pertaining to a relic upon entering it. Should an opportunity to explore a relic arise in the future, the value of this skill would be immeasurable. Despite having witnessed the transformation several times before, Wei Yuan could not help but express his amazement at the golden light of the job change. If other nations were to discover that such a coveted legendary profession could be awakened so easily in Tian's presence, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous uproar. No, it would likely lead to war. Meanwhile, Ningjing appeared dazed for an extended period, as if her mind had temporarily frozen at the moment the golden light erupted. It was only when Wei Yuan succinctly explained the situation that she was jolted back to reality. He promptly called for a secretary to arrange Ningjing's future endeavors. The martial examination commenced. As Tian exited the conference room, he observed various recruitment teachers hastily making their way to the examination venue. Even Ling Luo, the head of the Qianlong base, was no exception. How could the esteemed leader of such a specialized department descend upon our humble Qiqing to recruit? Wei Yuan could not resist a teasing remark, while the elegantly aloof Ling Luo merely raised her head slightly in response, emitting a disdainful snort. Upon hearing this, Tian surmised her true objective. It was likely the legendary profession of Bai Qiuli. However, attempting to snatch an employee from Tian's grasp would be nearly impossible. The martial examination venue, a vast expanse far exceeding that of the written examination classrooms, was filled with far fewer participants. Only those with a certain level of proficiency would dare to enroll in the martial examination. Otherwise, it would be a mere waste of time and resources. Before the examination commenced, recruitment teachers from various universities had already begun to take action, seemingly having identified their targets, engaging in conversation with several candidates. Among them, a young man named Sun Yi captured the attention of the National Martial University. National Martial, Jing University, and Huaxing represent the 3 top-tier academies of the Great Xia, each possessing elite mentors and abundant resources, the dreams of countless students. Sun Yi, as Tian discovered from his resume, was a talent with purple potential. His profession was epic quality, Battle King. Furthermore, it seemed he hailed from a well-off family, as his equipment was of epic or rare grade. My goal is to enter National Martial University as the top scorer in East China, Sun Yi proclaimed proudly, garnering the admiration of the recruitment teacher from National Martial University, who found his ambition commendable. Your father has chosen Xiaofeng as your mentor. He will be watching your performance during the examination, so do your best. Sun Yi responded with fervor. However, just as he finished speaking, all the recruitment teachers, including Ling Luo, were drawn to a striking figure in the background. Bai Qiuli, a voice called out, and in an instant, the recruitment teachers from the 3 elite universities converged, eager to seize the opportunity. Even Ling Luo was visibly tempted. After having previously attempted to recruit her into the diminished Earth Squad and being rejected, Ling Luo was now prepared to personally extend an invitation. With a legendary profession and a track record of conquering mid-tier dungeons, she was a highly sought-after candidate. Countless examinees cast envious glances in her direction, while Sun Yi silently acknowledged Bai Qiuli as his foremost rival. Yet, Bai Qiuli paid no heed to the special recruitment opportunities from various universities. Nor did she spare a glance at Ling Luo from the Qianlong base. To the astonishment of everyone, she walked directly toward Tian, exclaiming, "Boss, what brings you out to conduct business today?" Bai Qiuli's tone was teasing, yet others perceived it differently. Countless male and female examinees began to speculate about the nature of Tian and Bai Chuli's relationship. Tian chuckled. "I am here to witness your triumph as the top scholar. This was not a mere fabrication." Tian's second-tier advancement task required Bai Chuli to secure a high rank in the examination, with the top position being ideal. Bai Chuli's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of imperceptible pride evident as she elegantly twirled her wrist, unleashing a chilling longsword that sliced through the air. With the ice soul sword bestowed by the boss, victory is assured. Tian was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that the legendary equipment blind box he had given her had indeed yielded a legendary-level ice attribute longsword. Her luck was remarkably fortuitous. The ice soul sword, paired with the cold moon sword technique, was comparable to a specialized weapon. "Impressive," Tian remarked, before informing Bai Chuli of his plans to assemble a special team, to which she readily agreed. In the distance, Ling Luo's displeasure was palpable as her gaze fell upon Tian. She could scarcely believe that, despite her esteemed presence as the head of the Qianlong base, no young talent had garnered her attention. Ling Luo's gaze shifted back to Bai Chuli, and she muttered in dissatisfaction, "This girl is also infatuated. She has forsaken her future for a boyfriend." No one stepped forward to clarify this misunderstanding, as nearly all the recruitment teachers and students shared the same sentiment. The sole person privy to the truth, Wei Yuan, stood quietly nearby, unable to suppress a smile at Ling Luo's predicament. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the martial examination commenced punctually. The martial examination consisted of 3 major components: combat robot battles, dungeon challenges, and simulated demon confrontations. These tests evaluated the candidates' combat techniques, dungeon strategies, and their performance against demonic forces. All candidates entered the trial arena. "I hereby declare the martial examination officially commenced." Wei Yuan's steady voice echoed throughout the plaza as he stood before the podium to announce the start. Tian stood beside Wei Yuan, experiencing the perspective of an invigilator. The performances of all students during the martial examination would be vividly displayed before the podium. However, what no one anticipated was that within mere seconds of the examination's commencement, someone had already cleared the first round. What? Bai Chuli has annihilated the combat robot. Such power was tantamount to that of a level 2 professional. The damage was astonishing. The recruitment teachers were left astounded. Wei Yuan and Ling Luo exchanged glances of disbelief, the former silently directing his gaze toward Tian, who maintained an unperturbed expression. "Your legendary weapon truly reflects your generosity," he remarked. Even someone as affluent as Sun Yi, with his notable family background, lacked any legendary equipment, highlighting the rarity of such items. Tian casually replied, "It's only fitting to be generous to my employees. Besides, Bai Chuli's level is also unexpectedly high. 23. With the efficiency of nighttime dungeon runs, her level exceeded that of the second highest candidate, Sun Yi, by 6 levels. The overwhelming advantage of level, attributes, and equipment made her swift victories entirely expected. 3 minutes. Bai Chuli also cleared the dungeon. Her speed was staggering, placing her in a league of her own compared to the other candidates. Bai Chuli possesses the makings of a top scholar. Chapter 36, Strengthening the Office. The pinnacle of East China. The admissions officers from various esteemed universities are all seasoned veterans, having witnessed numerous college entrance examinations over the years. However, encountering someone like Bai Chuli, who advances through the levels with such remarkable speed, is truly a first for them. At this moment, even Sun Yi, who currently ranks second, has only just reached the second stage of the martial arts examination, the dungeon challenge. In stark contrast, Bai Chuli has already engaged in the final level of the simulated demon confrontation. Her opponent is a simulated monstrous-level demon, the Dark Giant. For most candidates, the monstrous level is already beyond their capabilities, thus the martial arts examination primarily assesses performance in combat. Yet, Bai Chuli stands her ground without any signs of faltering. Ahem. Tian. At this juncture, an admissions officer from Nanda discreetly approached Tian and inquired, "Tian, Bai Chuli is your girlfriend, isn't she? What do you think of Nanda?" Upon hearing this, the admissions officers from the 3 top-tier universities, Guowu, Jingda, and Huaxing, exchanged incredulous glances, internally decrying such underhanded tactics. Having failed to secure Bai Chuli through special recruitment, they now sought to woo her boyfriend. However, they soon realized that given Bai Chuli's obedient demeanor toward Tian earlier, if any university could recruit Tian, it was likely that Bai Chuli would follow suit. Although they were unsure of Tian's abilities, Baiqiuli's current near-valedictorian performance made her a prime catch. Offering Tian a special admission slot would be well worth it. Understanding this, the admissions officers gathered around Tian, leaving him both amused and bewildered. "Are you all hoping to recruit me?" he thought. It was quite peculiar, indeed, how these admissions officers operated. Before Tian could respond, Wei Yuan interjected with a light cough. "Are you still trying to poach candidates from me? This Tian belongs to Huadong. You should abandon your schemes." It was unexpected for everyone that Wei Yuan would hold such regard for this young man, indicating he was truly extraordinary. In response, the others awkwardly chuckled. Apologies, we were too forward." 2 minutes later, the martial arts examination continued. Baiqiuli was dominating her battle against the dark giant, drawing approving glances from Wei Yuan and Ling Luo, both top-tier professionals. Wei Yuan remarked, "This girl, Baiqiuli, may very well become a trump card in the upcoming racial competition." Ling Luo added, "Even Sun Yi, currently in second place, is quite commendable and could be considered for the racial competition." The racial competition refers to the new student tournament against the Yaga dynasty, held every 5 years and consisting of a team dungeon race and 5 one-on-one eliminations. Only newly awakened practitioners from Daxia may participate, while the Yaga dynasty can only send newly born otherworldly beings or dragon descendants. This means Daxia must field at least 5 competitors, with his epic profession and epic equipment. Sun Yi is viewed as a good candidate by Ling Luo. After all, 5 participants are required, and 1 Baiqiuli alone is insufficient, especially since the dungeon race demands teamwork. Wei Yuan smiled but remained silent, although Sun Yi was indeed commendable. If Ling Luo were to discover that Tian had 3 equally strong individuals like Baiqiuli, the assessment would surely not be merely commendable. At this moment, aside from Baiqiuli, no one else had reached the 3rd stage. Baiqiuli, like a swift swallow, wielded her sword with icy precision, unleashing waves of cold light that thoroughly suppressed the dark giant, until she sheathed her sword and declared, "Cold Moon's sword dance." She had vanquished it. To everyone's astonishment, she had effortlessly slain a monstrous-level demon. On the judging panel, even though the admissions officers anticipated this outcome, they couldn't help but be astounded when it actually transpired. The fall of the dark giant signified the conclusion of Baiqiuli's trial. This achievement has already been recorded by the supervising teachers and uploaded to the National Assessment Management System. Following the evaluation, the college entrance rankings would likely be revealed by evening, and it appears she is highly probable to secure the 1st place. Tian felt a sense of anticipated joy, awaiting the rankings, which would grant him a share of the bonuses and an advancement in his profession. Roughly 6 minutes after Baiqiuli's completion, Sun Yi finally passed the martial arts examination. However, upon witnessing the disparity between his results and Baiqiuli's, his confident expression transformed into one of disbelief. Half an hour later, the martial arts examination concluded, marking the end of the college entrance exams. All candidates returned home to await their results, while the admissions officers began approaching candidates for special recruitment based on their performance during the trials. However, Tian did not automatically register as a high potential candidate and thus did not participate. He was being escorted by Wei Yuan to the city lord's mansion. After confirming the establishment of a special team base, which Tian referred to as his mercenary base, Wei Yuan decided to provide him with a designated area. "Is this it?" Tian looked up, observing a modest office space, roughly the size of a conference room, and expressed his concern. While the office was indeed spacious and conveniently located next to Wei Yuan's office, the notion of a special team base being confined to such a meager room felt rather inadequate. Wei Yuan chuckled and clarified, "A proper base will be provided, but currently, your team is still too small. This office serves as a convenient identity for you to operate within Daxia." Tian wholeheartedly agreed. In a nation as regimented as Daxia, having an appropriate identity would certainly facilitate many matters. After all, each time he wished to leave the city, he would require permits, a cumbersome process when emergencies arose, necessitating Wei Yuan to engage in elaborate charades. Wei Yuan also promised that once the team grew to the size of 2 special squads, he would promptly allocate a separate base for him. "Very well." Wei Yuan pointed to the office door's plaque. "Now, come up with a name for your office. It can also serve as your base office." This question left Tian deep in thought. As a special team base akin to the Qianlong base, it certainly deserved a grand name. Expanding and strengthening. Tian raised a finger, having pondered this thoroughly, while Wei Yuan fell silent. Thus, the name of this office was established, Expanding and Strengthening Office. Subsequently, Tian listed the names of Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Zhang Che, and Yi Xiu as members of the special team, officially incorporating them under the office's banner. Theoretically, a special team consists of 5 members, excluding Tian. They were still one short of a complete team. Around 7 in the evening, the college entrance rankings were announced. Bai Qiuli secured the top spot in East China. Chapter 37, Career Advancement. A promotion, a divine class. News of the promotion spread rapidly, and within minutes, journalists from across the nation flocked to Qiqing. Fortunately, the Qingshan apartment was discreetly located and secured. Otherwise, it would have been inundated by reporters. With their target lost, the journalists congregated at the entrance of Qingshan No. 2 Middle School, where Principal Ji Chonglin greeted them with a beaming smile. Meanwhile, Bai Qiuli was in the city lord's mansion, meeting with Jiang Yuanshuang, renowned as the sword saint of the Great Xia. Jiang Yuanshuang, a swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University and a level 74 flowing cloud sword saint, is one of the elite professionals of the Great Xia and the mentor Bai Qiuli had long wished to pursue. Upon the announcement of her top score in the East China region, Jiang Yuanshuang promptly traveled from Huazhong for an in-person discussion regarding mentorship. As for her score, the title of East China region's top student was not a reflection of Bai Qiuli's inability to rank nationally. Rather, since the invasion of foreign tribes, the Great Xia had restructured into 5 regions, each facing its own adversaries, leading to a reform in the college entrance examination system that no longer provided a national ranking. Naturally, there might be a ranking at the headquarters, but it is not disclosed. Achieving the top spot in the East China region was already a source of great satisfaction for Tian. The secondary advancement task had finally been completed. Bai Qiuli has obtained the top score in the East China region. Reward: 15 points of funding and the Starry Protection Array. The secondary career task is completed. Your career tier has been elevated from level 1 to level 2. All future recruits will have their initial career tier elevated to level 2. A new employee benefit has been unlocked. You have acquired the exclusive career skill promotion. The value of the college entrance examination was indeed significant, yielding exceptional rewards. Tian's eyes were immediately drawn to the Starry Protection Array, a legendary quality array item. Arrays, akin to barriers, represent a rare and specialized ability. During the college entrance examination, arrays were employed for protection and to monitor the safety of the testing environment. The Starry Protection Array has the capability to detect hostility and defend against all forms of dangerous attacks, activating only when triggered, ensuring that it remains undetectable until necessary. The legendary quality array is a rare find, and it could greatly enhance the security of the base. It is noteworthy that rare-level arrays are typically utilized during the college entrance examinations, while Tian had already obtained a legendary level 1. He then turned his attention to other rewards. After advancing to level 2, an additional employee benefit was unlocked, but upon reviewing the details, he gasped in astonishment. Employee benefits 1. Insurance. Spend 3 times the number of employees and funding to generate a life-saving shield for all employees, capable of withstanding 1 fatal injury for 3 days. 2. Year-end bonus. Spend 10 times the number of employees and funding to distribute 1 legendary quality equipment blind box to each employee. The year-end bonus would cost 10 points of funding per person. Tian calculated that with the current number of employees, the distribution would require 50 points of funding. After hiring Ning Jing, he had initially thought his balance of 109. 3 points was considerable. However, it now seemed that the funds were insufficient. While the legendary quality blind box would greatly benefit the employee's capabilities, it was not something he could afford at the moment. The employees would need to strive harder. The final item, the level 2 exclusive skill for the boss, was remarkably practical. Promotion. You can elevate an employee's rank, e.g., promote an ordinary employee to an excellent employee, and gain a special investment opportunity. Current available promotion slots, excellent employee 2. At present, all employees, including Bai Qiuli, held the rank of ordinary employees. Promotion would allow ordinary employees to ascend to excellent employees, and there were 2 slots available. After promotion, there would be unique investment opportunities. Tian contemplated thoughtfully, recognizing the substantial utility of each career-specific skill. In his mind, he had already identified the first candidate for promotion, Bai Qiuli, without question. Among so many talents, she was the most diligent, possessing extraordinary talents with limitless potential for future achievements. Moreover, as Bai Qiuli was about to enter university, the opportunities for accolades would multiply, and she could yield even more rewards in the future. Promote Bai Qiuli. With a mere thought, He saw Bai Qiuli's title on the employee panel instantly transform. Excellent employee, Bai Qiuli. Immediately, a new special investment panel appeared. Excellent employee investment opportunities. 1. Career advancement. Promote a legendary level profession to a divine level profession. 20 points of funding. 2. Exclusive weapon. Acquire the exclusive weapon of the Cold Moon Sword Immortal. 5 points of funding. 3. Just promote, no investment. 3 options to choose from. Tian swiftly dismissed the third option. Merely elevating a title was no different from empty promises. Having experienced the frustrations of a mundane business career in his past life, he abhorred empty promises. Promoting to divine level undoubtedly offered the greatest enhancement. He had not even anticipated the possibility of upgrading the quality of a profession, but the funding required was considerable. 20 points. Fortunately, Tian felt relatively affluent at the moment, investing in the career advancement. Wait, he almost forgot. The emergence of a divine-level profession could attract undue attention and trouble. He should first enlist Wei Yuan's assistance. In the conference room of the city lord's mansion, Bai Qiuli was engaged in a lively conversation with a beautiful woman. The woman, dressed in a flowing moon-white gown, was tall and graceful, her hair elegantly tied up with a cloud-patterned hairpin, her demeanor both gentle and commanding. She was none other than Jiang Yuanchuang, the sword saint of the Great Xia. Observing Bai Qiuli's exceptional swordsmanship talent, Jiang Yuanchuang felt a strong desire to take her as a disciple. Qiuli, since you are so gifted, come under my tutelage and let us proceed to Huaxing University together. Bai Qiuli readily agreed, but suddenly appeared apologetic. Senior Yuanchuang, I still need to inform my employer. She realized she needed to notify Tian before leaving Qiching for university. However, Jiang Yuanchuang, with an expression of knowing, teased, are you going to tell your little boyfriend? Before coming, she had already learned from the admissions staff at Huaxing about Bai Qiuli's performance, including her seemingly close relationship with Tian. Bai Qiuli's charming face froze momentarily, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, that's my boss. Boss. Jiang Yuanchuang's brow furrowed slightly, her displeasure evident. Qiuli, you are a legendary professional destined to reach the pinnacle of the Great Xia. How can you remain beneath others? A romantic partner is one thing, but a legendary professional should not serve under someone else. Before Bai Qiuli could explain, the door to the conference room was pushed open by Wei Yuan. Dressed in green, he entered confidently, summoning the power of the stars with a flourish, swiftly erecting 3 starry barriers around Bai Qiuli. As the barriers materialized, Jiang Yuanchuang smiled playfully. What is this? The esteemed Wei Yuan, reluctant to let Qiuli leave with me? Bai Qiuli was equally puzzled. She knew her achievements were commendable, yet Tian had many talented individuals under his command. Surely Wei Yuan wouldn't obstruct her departure. Wei Yuan smiled, spreading his arms. Being the head of the department isn't such a big deal. I'm just here to work. Jiang Yuanchuang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Although Wei Yuan's words carried a hint of jest, they indicated he was summoned for a task. Was it from headquarters? However, Wei Yuan's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Bai Qiuli. Your boss mentioned he wants to promote you. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanchuang exchanged perplexed glances. Promote? What on earth? But in the next moment, a dazzling, prismatic light suddenly erupted from Bai Qiuli, ascending towards the heavens, reflected in Jiang Yuanchuang's astonished eyes. A melodious sound of a sword echoed through the beam of light, as Bai Qiuli danced gracefully, her inner sword intent soaring ever higher, growing increasingly powerful and formidable. You have been promoted to outstanding employee. Your current profession has ascended from Cold Moon Swordsman to Divine Level Cold Moon Sword Master. Your ultimate profession has advanced from Cold Moon Sword Immortal to Cold Moon Sword Deity. You have acquired a Divine Level skill, Celestial Sword Domain. Bai Qiuli's face flushed with exhilaration. She had attained a Divine Level profession. My boss has elevated me. Beside her, Wei Yuan, a witness to the emergence of the second Divine Level profession, was filled with profound emotions. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuanchuang could not help but gape. Her usually composed demeanor now utterly unraveled. Is this the prowess of that boss? In disbelief, she turned to Wei Yuan, who placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. No wonder. Jiang Yuanchuang's chest swelled with tumultuous waves. No wonder Bai Qiuli was subordinate to that boss. Were she in the same position, she might even contemplate joining that boss's ranks. With a mere promotion, a divine level profession was birthed. Chapter 38. The Ruined Slate. The deathmatch prison opens. On the other side of Qingcheng, Ningjing bid farewell to her grandparents, accompanied by Wei Yuan's secretary. leaving behind an advance of 1 month's salary for her family. Wei Yuan's female secretary had also taken special measures to ensure the safety of Ningjing's grandparents in secret. Subsequently, the secretary drove Ningjing along a concealed mountain path. As a legendary scholar, she arrived at the only ancient civilization research institute in East China. This institute serves as a hub for scientific talents in East China, dedicated to discovering and deciphering the relics of alien civilizations. This was the destination Wei Yuan had arranged for Ningjing. Upon entering the institute, Ningjing's eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of numerous alien civilization slates. These slates are a means by which many foreign civilizations recorded their knowledge or secrets, having survived the passage of time to reach this point, which particularly intrigued Ningjing. Welcome, Ningjing. Professors and researchers clad in white lab coats emerged to greet her. The director of the institute, having been informed by Wei Yuan of her legendary status, extended a warm welcome, for across the entirety of Blue Star, the strongest scholars were merely of epic caliber. A legendary scholar was an unprecedented occurrence. This held significant implications for the current excavation of ancient relics in East China. Hello, Ningjing greeted politely, her gaze drifting to a slate on the distant experimental table. Is that the fabled ruined slate? The director, initially intending to engage in small talk, immediately shifted to the topic upon noticing Ningjing's intense fascination. Indeed, this slate contains clues about a ruin near East China. Once deciphered, it will reveal the details and contents of this ancient site. Unfortunately, our pace of decoding is rather slow, and the content is exceedingly complex. Ningjing's eyes brightened. May I give it a try? Of course. The director responded eagerly. What we have deciphered thus far only indicates a connection between the slate and the ancient kingdom. It seems to pertain to the dragon clan or dragon descendants. He led Ningjing to the slate, its surface marred with age yet remarkably well preserved. Ethereal symbols and profound characters floated upon its deep brown surface. Ningjing held her breath, her expression serious, utterly focused. Despite her legendary deciphering abilities, she found this slate posed a slight challenge, indicating its high level of difficulty among the many slates. I cannot fully decipher it just yet. I require a bit more time, she expressed apologetically. However, upon hearing this, the director and researchers exchanged bewildered glances. Do you think the ruined slate can be deciphered with just a glance? In research institutes worldwide, deciphering a single slate typically takes at least 2 months. It's all right. The director began to offer words of encouragement when Ningjing continued, but I have deciphered 3 pieces of content. The director and all researchers exclaimed, Are you serious? Their attention suddenly focused on Ningjing. She pointed to a specific line on the slate, stating earnestly, the forbidden land of the dragon ancestors' secret realm. The world-destroying dragon betrayed. Before she could finish, the director and all researchers were astounded. Several words coincided precisely with their translations. She truly had deciphered something. Yet it was not over. Ningjing slowly moved her finger, her gaze unwavering, her lips whispering, Black Emperor and I. Da. Hua. Go. The next day, at the Qingshan apartment, Tian awoke, washed up, and headed downstairs to the cafeteria for breakfast, which was not only delicious but, most importantly, free, a tempting offer. After promoting Bai Qiuli, he had also shared the substantial attributes gained from the Cold Moon Sword Sovereign, along with the divine skilling Tian's sword domain. Compared to the unrefined Night Cultivator, Bai Qiuli, now specialized in attack, resembled a finely honed blade, ranking first among the employees in combat power. As for the other spot for an outstanding employee, Tian was still considering it, as he had not yet made use of it. However, he was quite curious to see what the Night Cultivator would become after an upgrade in professional quality. After spending 20, he was left with 89. 3, plus yesterday's log settlement of 6 points, bringing his balance to 95. 3. The reason for maintaining such a high balance was Tian's lingering thoughts about that enigmatic figure in the black robe, such a unique talent. Hence, he kept over 60 in hand, but regrettably had not encountered him again. Today, he planned to continue his ventures in the dungeon, hoping for fortune. Just then, Wei Yuan suddenly called. Hello? What? The figure in the black robe has appeared. Tian struggled to contain his excitement, quickly setting down the youtiao. 2 minutes later, he arrived at Wei Yuan's office to learn the details. Yesterday, you had me issue a bounty with the military. And today someone encountered that monster you described in the dungeon. Cloaked in black, it doesn't resemble ordinary dungeon creatures, moving swiftly and unpredictably. Wei Yuan recounted to Tian. Isn't that precisely the characteristic you described? Indeed. Tian's eyes blazed with intensity. Where is it now? Wei Yuan replied. The Qiqing garrison discovered it in the level 35 wild forest. They did not engage but left to report. Good. Tian felt a surge of excitement, reflecting on how effective it was to have someone like Wei Yuan facilitating matters. Searching alone felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack, but with Wei Yuan's bounty, things had become significantly simpler. After expressing his gratitude, Tian promptly set off toward the dungeon center. In the level 35 dungeon, wild forest, the sun shone brightly, and the trees stood tall and robust, casting sprawling shadows. Tian entered the dungeon alone, feeling a tinge of apprehension. What if it has fled? He cautiously advanced, yet the automated detection remained silent, deepening his unease. After a long while, he stumbled upon a monster corpse bearing wounds from sharp blades. In a new dungeon, it was theoretically impossible for a recently deceased monster to be present. Ding! Special potential talent detected in the vicinity. As expected, Tian's gaze ignited with fervor, a smile gracing his lips. The deathmatch prison is now open. Chapter 39, The Dungeon Bug, Alice. On the other side of the dungeon, a familiar figure cloaked in black precisely and sharply plunged a dagger into the head of a dungeon creature. As the monster collapsed, its corpse transformed into a swirling blue light of experience, absorbed by the cloaked figure. Level 24. The voice of the cloaked figure seemed devoid of emotional fluctuations. Their current strength only permitted them to hunt minor creatures, and the pace of their leveling was painfully slow. The boss of this wild forest, the wild ape, was singularly stubborn, completely incapable of negotiation. In truth, as a being of her peculiar nature, survival was fraught with challenges. Facing off against dungeon adventurers while simultaneously being rejected by the dungeon itself. Should the dungeon boss take a disliking to her, it would result in relentless pursuit. Were it not for this, she would not have had to feign civility with those dungeon bosses. Currently, this level 35 dungeon posed a significant threat to her. She wondered how long it would take to escape the dungeon. The cloaked figure tilted her head slightly to gaze at the sky. The left side of her face, concealed beneath the cloak, revealing an eerie pattern reminiscent of black anemones. She sheathed her dagger and swiftly moved to seek out other monsters. Yet at that moment, a young boy clad in black appeared before her. The boy stared intently at her, a smile of familiarity gracing his face as he greeted her. Long time no see. The warm words caused the cloaked figure's body to tense abruptly, plunging her into a state of combat, or rather, flight. You again? The cloaked figure could hardly believe it. After the dungeon, Beast King, and the secret realm, Sky Island, she encountered Tian yet again. What have I done to provoke you? Tian was undoubtedly the last person she wished to encounter. This individual possessed an absurd level of combat prowess. Even if the cloaked figure had ascended to the level of elite creatures, she saw no glimmer of hope in defeating him. She suspected that Tian's attributes clearly exceeded level 50. Yet he could still enter a dungeon restricted to level 35. Was there any justice in this world? Tian's voice was calm. Don't be nervous. I'm not here to kill you. Who would believe that? The cloaked figure, as soon as she finished speaking, prepared to use her spatial teleportation ability to escape. She reached for the gateway to the void, her gaze constantly fixed on Tian, wary of any sudden moves he might make. But to her surprise, Tian remained unmoved. Igniting a flicker of delight within her, I may not be able to defeat you now, but I will surely surpass you one day. However, in the next moment, her prideful void gateway failed to open. The entire space did not respond to her command. This area is under the influence of the item deathmatch prison. All beings are unable to leave until the owner of the deathmatch prison is dead or voluntarily. What? The cloaked figure's heart plummeted, gazing at Tian's beaming smile. She immediately recognized it as his doing. To kill me, he has resorted to such extremes? She was well versed. Items that could manipulate space were incredibly rare, and she simply could not fathom where she had offended this individual. The cloaked figure's gaze turned icy, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Tian stood rooted in place, hands in his pockets, affirming, I suspect you won't give up easily. Before he could finish, a figure brimming with murderous intent surged forth, a violent wind preceding it. The cold blade swiftly sliced toward Tian's throat. The cloaked figure's ferocity seemed to materialize. Even the mightiest could succumb to a throat slashing. Currently, she was merely a dungeon creature. Although she would revive upon death, her level and abilities would reset. A setback she had labored for over half a year to attain. She refused to start from scratch. She did not aim for his heart. For those with robust physiques possessed impenetrable skin, making grievous injuries challenging. However, the throat was often overlooked in defense. She channeled all her strength into this strike. Yet in the next instant, Tian vanished from sight, three-step instantaneous movement, and appeared behind the cloaked figure. Two fingers lightly tapped her body. Boom. A weight akin to a mountain bore down upon the cloaked figure, rendering her utterly powerless. There was indeed no hope. The cloaked figure lay sprawled on the ground, the pain coursing through her body failing to alter her expression of indifference. Only a sense of helplessness spread within her. Without strength, one could only be at the mercy of others. Without power, nothing could be achieved. She must grow stronger. The cloaked figure's despair receded. Her resolve to fight anew burning brighter. However, Tian merely sat beside her. Now do you believe I'm not here to kill you? The cloaked figure paused at his words. Indeed, she was no match for Tian. Had he intended to kill her, he could have done so long ago. Could there be more insidious machinations at play? At that moment, she pushed herself up, revealing her face beneath the cloak to Tian. It was an exceedingly enchanting visage. One half was strikingly beautiful, exuding a sense of lethal charm, while the other half was enveloped in black anemone patterns, radiating a sinister aura. Tian hesitated. For the dark patterns on her face were not mere tattoos, but a mark of corruption. This was a person tainted by darkness, who, in theory, should have succumbed to madness and become a creature of evil long ago. The cloaked figure met Tian's gaze, her heart filled with confusion, unable to discern his intentions. Tian then proceeded to unveil her resume. Name, Alice. Basic information. Female, 33 years old, human from the Source Martial world. Occupation, Source Martial Fighter Dungeon Elite Creature. Potential, Special, Dungeon Bug. Biography, the first female fighter of the Source Martial world. She encountered abyssal corruption while exploring an abyssal wormhole, resisting the corruption with her formidable willpower, transforming into a half-human, half-demon entity, awakening the ability to traverse space. Later, the abyssal wormhole was shattered by an unknown entity, leading to her fragmentation into several dungeons. Alice retained her memories after becoming a dungeon creature. And due to her half-human, half-demon form, she awakened a monster template that allowed her to kill and evolve, yet she remained trapped within the dungeons. Investment opportunity, hidden profession, Blade Queen, 60 points of capital. This resume was overwhelmingly informative. The Source Martial world, abyssal nest, half-human, half-demon, a dungeon bug-level creature. Each term presented a knowledge gap for Tian, the only predictable aspect being the hidden profession resulting from her special potential. The Source Martial world. After experiencing numerous otherworldly portals, Daxia had come to realize that besides Blue Star, there existed many other realms akin to the age of ancient kings. The Source Martial world was likely just one among countless others. As for the other content regarding the Abyss, Daxia's textbooks contained no records. It was not that he had failed to memorize it. Tian pondered silently. The cloaked figure, Alice, regarded him with caution. What do you intend to do? Help you. Help me? Alice scoffed coldly. Can you reverse the dungeon's rules and aid my escape? Tian shook his head. While I cannot help you leave the dungeon for now, I can assist in making you stronger. As he spoke, he employed a skill, and a contract materialized in Alice's hands. After reading it, a cold smirk curled her lips. I would rather die than serve another. Huh. Tian chuckled lightly. As a former salesman, he was unperturbed by rejection. Alice, what is your dream? How do you know my name? A trivial ability. Hearing Tian's words, Alice's demeanor shifted from skepticism to contemplation. Dream. As she pondered, her expression hardened, her gaze resolute. Revenge. Those scoundrels who sent us to explore the abyssal wormholes, then sealed them to prevent our escape upon discovering the abyssal corruption. So many people remained untainted. There was still hope. All who obstruct my vengeance must perish. As Alice's fury reached its zenith, her wrath seemed almost tangible, causing her to nearly forget Tian's presence. A chill ran through Tian. The narrative briefly mentioned in her resume was, in fact, steeped in tragedy. However, this revelation proved advantageous for his subsequent remarks. It appeared that your desire for vengeance is not particularly fervent, is it? How could that be possible? Alice's mesmerizing gaze fixed upon Tian. For revenge, I am capable of anything. With a calm smile, Tian replied, then for the sake of vengeance. Might you not temporarily forsake your principles? Alice paused, her heart a tumult of emotions, engaged in an internal battle. The principle of never serving another was under relentless assault by the surging flames of her desire for retribution. After a prolonged silence, Alice shook her head, declaring, It is futile. I have been tainted by the Abyss. I cannot accept any other power, unless your strength surpasses that of the Abyss's corruption. which is highly improbable. At her words, Tian fell into contemplation. Which force was more potent, the abyss's corruption or the power of his unknown profession? He gestured toward the contract in Alice's hand, suggesting, why not give it a try? Give it a try? Alice regarded the contract with a glimmer of hope and self-mockery in her eyes before decisively pressing her seal. In the next moment, brilliance erupted. Chapter 40. Dual Templates. Blade Queen. A sudden burst of light radiated, blinding to behold. Countless runes transformed into rivers of starlight, flowing towards Alice's form. Almost instantly, the sky of the dungeon was stained a deep crimson, a chilling aura enveloping the entire realm. An astonishing brilliance erupted around Alice, as if invisible blades, propelled by her will, shattered all in their path. Tian could not suppress his excitement. Indeed, it had been a success. The resume check had previously indicated that hidden professions differed from the golden or iridescent ones. Every individual with special potential exhibited unique characteristics upon class change, with abilities that varied greatly. This might very well be the distinctive nature of hidden professions. With the addition of a new member to the employee panel, Tian's heart soared. He had finally recruited his first talent with special potential. Although the expenditure of 60 points was somewhat steep, reducing his balance to 35. 3. The sight of Alice's attribute panel made it all worthwhile. Employee, Alice. Class panel, Blade Queen. Tier 2. Quality, Hidden level, 25 strength, 575 agility, 600 constitution, 518 spirit, 550 class talent, Demon Transformation, Dark Battle God. 12 Winged Radiant Blades class skills, Judgment of the End, Cold-Blooded Executioner, Monster Template, Void Walker, Elite. Ability, Void Traversal, opens a portal to the void, allowing travel to other dimensions, currently limited to the dungeon, usable up to 6 times daily. 2 panels. This was Etienne's first encounter with such a phenomenon. Moreover, the abilities of both panels were exceptionally formidable. The hidden profession of Blade Queen was self-evident, boasting attributes akin to those of a divine being, while the talent of Demon Transformation was an immensely powerful transformation skill. As is widely acknowledged, transformation skills are invariably potent. Furthermore, the capabilities of the monster template revealed to Etienne why Alice was dubbed the Dungeon Bug. The ability to traverse the dungeon space freely was immensely advantageous. It implied the capacity to silently dispatch foes within the dungeon. Even during dungeon explorations, it would allow an additional ally in a team typically restricted to 5 members. Etienne instantly thought of the recent interracial competition. The first event was a team dungeon race, with both the Daxia and the Yaga dynasty dispatching 5-member squads to compete in exploration. With Alice on his side, Etienne was at a loss as to how the Yagu dynasty could possibly triumph. How could they contend against a cheat? Moreover, the globally troubling level 75 tier 4 dungeon would become a mere stroll in the park once Alice matured. The 60 points spent were indisputably worth it. You have recruited employee, Alice, shared skills, Void Traversal, Demon Transformation, Dark Battle God, 12 Winged Radiant Blades. Shared attributes. A long string of feedback resonated within Etienne. Meanwhile, Alice underwent a dramatic transformation. Her silver-white hair flowed like liquid metal, with dark patterns subtly visible beneath her skin, showcasing a deeper level of demonization. Her left eye contracted into a vertical slit, with elongated dark streaks trailing from the corners, reminiscent of a demon S-tier stains. Her black robe billowed in the wind. Behind her floated 6 pairs of 12 radiant blades, adorned with silver energy patterns, guided by her will. This was the passive manifestation of the 12-winged radiant blades. An unprecedented power surged through Alice, leaving her nearly incredulous. After a prolonged moment, Alice concealed the 12 blades beneath her robe and gracefully approached Etienne. Kneeling on one knee, her alluring visage inclined slightly, her right fist resting upon her chest, reminiscent of a gesture from a world of origin arts. Regardless of your identity, Alice pledges her loyalty to you, Master. Her voice was husky yet magnetic, imbued with an alluring charm, particularly the final 2 words, which were as lethal as poison. Etienne waved his hand. Rise, and from now on, call me boss. My identity is merely that of an ordinary Daxia human. Very well, boss, Alice purred, her tone laced with seduction, as she rose and fixed her gaze intently upon the young man. How could someone so youthful and handsome bestow upon her such immense power? The capability truly was astonishing. It also provided her with hope for empowerment. With the strength of the Blade Queen, she would no longer have to struggle between life and death as she once did. Contemplating this, Alice moved closer to Tian, her voice dangerously enticing. "Boss, are you not concerned that my newfound power may one day pose a threat to you?" Tian raised an eyebrow, his expression turning peculiar as he momentarily struggled to respond. Alice pursed her lips, sensing that Tian's gaze regarded her as though she were a simpleton. "Alice, what level can the monster template reach from elite? What enhancements are possible?" Alice replied, "The levels of dungeon monsters are categorized as minions, enhanced monsters, elite monsters, elite bosses, lord bosses, ultimate bosses, and world bosses. The elite bosses and lord bosses are what adventurers often refer to as dungeon mini-bosses and major bosses, respectively. The latter is typically the strongest creature within the dungeon. As for the ultimate boss, it is said to only appear in unique locations, such as legendary ancient ruins or large secret realms. And the world boss has only been witnessed once globally, during an exceptionally large secret realm expedition, resulting in no survivors. Alice continued, "Theoretically, I can also attain the level of a world boss. This has long been my aspiration, as the ability of void traversal will enhance with the monster template's level. I believe this is where my chance to escape the dungeon lies." Tian felt a surge of anticipation. The ability to traverse spaces was currently restricted to the dungeon. If it could be utilized beyond its confines in the future, its effectiveness would be exponentially greater. Curiously, Tian inquired, "Are the conditions for elevating the monster level solely to hunt dungeon creatures, or can any entity be slain?" "Any living being can be slain. The stronger, the better," Alice responded. "However, as a member of the human race, I will not proactively hunt my own kin." Suddenly, Tian had a flash of inspiration. "You could venture into the Yaga dynasty's dungeon to hunt the alien races and Dragonborn. It is time to show them what true strength is." Chapter 41. The Invasion of the Secret Realm. Void Traversal. Slaying the alien races? How delightful. Alice, brimming with enthusiasm, found that her monster template allowed her to gain more experience from defeating dungeon challengers than from slaying the dungeon creatures themselves, especially considering those inherently powerful alien races, whom she had previously avoided due to her lack of strength. Now that she possessed a hidden class, hunting down these aliens would undoubtedly facilitate her rapid growth. However, a concern crossed her mind. "I have been trapped within the dungeon and have no knowledge of the aliens' whereabouts. I cannot locate their dungeons." Although the ability of the Void Walker, Void Traversal, permitted her to traverse freely among various dungeons, navigating without guidance was akin to wandering blind in the dark. In truth, due to her confinement within the dungeon, Alice was unable to discern the directions of the outside world. Each transition between dungeons was a gamble of fortune. Fortunately, Tian had a solution. "You should now be able to sense my location, right?" Alice closed her eyes, gently extending her mental perception, and nodded in delight. Upon successfully recruiting her, a relationship akin to that of employer and employee naturally formed between Tian and Alice. Just as Tian could view the employee panel, Alice, too, could intuitively feel the presence of her employer. To her, this sensation was reminiscent of being enveloped by the radiant light of a lighthouse in an endless, dark ocean. "I will assist you in locating the alien's dungeon. You can then teleport directly to my side." Upon hearing Tian's words, Alice's face lit up with joy. Thus, her aimless wandering within the dungeon would finally come to an end. She gracefully bowed to Tian, proclaiming, "I shall follow your guidance." Leaving the dungeon, Tian felt quite satisfied with this venture, having acquired a unique talent and gained the extraordinary ability to traverse dungeons. The potential of this special talent was indeed remarkable. Just as Tian was reflecting on this, he suddenly noticed a significant reduction in the number of professionals at the center of the dungeon. Several teams of professionals, after a hushed discussion, began to rush outside the city. What could be happening? The receptionist at the dungeon center, who had a vivid impression of Tian's progress in sealing dungeons, replied, "The medium-sized secret realm outside the city has undergone an unknown mutation and is now completely sealed off." The medium-sized secret realm outside? Was he that the Tianyu realm, which Tian and his companions had recently seized? Tian furrowed his brow. The occurrence of a mutation and total sealing undoubtedly meant that the resources within the secret realm could no longer be extracted. A well-established medium-sized secret realm, if inaccessible for resource extraction, would merely be a sight to behold, yielding nothing. It would essentially render their previous efforts futile. How peculiar. With this thought, Tian hastened towards the secret realm outside the city to investigate. Upon arriving at the vicinity of the secret realm, he discovered that the entrance had been cordoned off by the guarding military. Hundreds of onlookers among the professionals were all barred from approaching the entrance, creating an air of urgency. "Everyone, step back," the guards shouted. Observing this, Tian approached, presenting his identification, a document labeled, establishing and strengthening the office. One of the guards, upon seeing this, furrowed his brow. "What is this?" "Wait. My apologies, sir. I did not recognize you earlier." His expression shifted from anger to confusion, ultimately transforming into respect as he gestured for Tian to pass through the blockade. The document, though abstract in name, wielded substantial power. According to Wei Yuan, the authority granted by this document was comparable to that of the city lord, allowing for unobstructed access throughout most of the Great Xia. Why should he be allowed entry? Who is he? The disgruntled onlookers voiced their discontent. The guard retorted angrily, "He is from a special agency, capable of resolving issues. What would you do in there? Accompany them to their demise?" With this remark, the murmurs of dissent among the onlookers gradually subsided. Approaching the entrance of the secret realm, Tian observed that a swirling, dark purple vortex had formed at the entrance, emanating an aura of danger. At that moment, Wei Yuan was absent. Instead, Bai Qiuli and another elegant woman were present. "Boss, I was just about to message you." Upon seeing Tian's arrival, Bai Qiuli exclaimed with delight. The other beautiful woman, wielding a sword, turned to Tian with curiosity, to which he reciprocated with a quizzical gaze. Bai Qiuli promptly introduced the two. "This is Senior Jiang Yuanshuang, the little boss of Qiuli." Jiang Yuanshuang appraised Tian, surprised to find that the one who had promoted Bai Qiuli to a divine-level class was, in fact, a handsome young man. Tian, perplexed, realized that the situation must be significant to warrant Jiang Yuanshuang, a top-tier level 74 professional, to come. Bai Qiuli elaborated for Tian. "This morning, the secret realm suddenly mutated, and the entrance was sealed, trapping all the miners inside. It is suspected that malevolent forces have emerged within the realm, necessitating the dispatch of a team to resolve the situation." Subsequently, the exploration team led by Yi Xiu and Jiang Che entered. It has been 4 hours, and they have yet to emerge. Since their entry, the entrance to the secret realm has been completely sealed, restricting anyone from entering. Yi Xiu and Jiang Che have also gone in. Tian's brow furrowed. He was well aware of Yi Xiu and Jiang Che's capabilities. If there were indeed malevolent forces at play, they would not have been trapped for so long, unless it was a demon lord or a demon king-level creature. But if such a being had arrived, its target would not merely be a secret realm, it would likely be the entire Qicheng. Jiang Yuanshuang gazed seriously at the dark purple entrance of the secret realm. This method is likely indicative of some alien race. Bai Qiuli urged, "Boss, why don't you attempt to use the conference to contact them? Otherwise, no one knows the situation within." Tian, upon hearing this, opened the employee panel and checked the statuses of Yi Xiu and Jiang Che. He discovered that both were still engaged in combat, their health remaining above 50%, implying that they were not in immediate danger. However, prolonged delay could prove perilous. "No need for that. I will go rescue them." As Tian spoke, Bai Qiuli was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Yuanshuang shook her head in resignation. "The entrance is sealed. No one can enter. The purpose of these alien beings is likely not simple." Although she expressed this, Tian advanced towards the entrance of the secret realm. The secret realm is currently in a sealed state and cannot be entered. Such a notification halted Tian's steps. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli exchanged puzzled glances at Tian. At that moment, Tian raised his hand towards the entrance of the secret realm, unstable energy flickering in his palm, causing the dark purple vortex to appear as if it were being torn asunder. Void traversal. In the next instant, Tian stepped through the rift he had created, directly entering the entrance of the secret realm. Witnessing this scene, both Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were left speechless. What manner of ability is this? Jiang Yuanshuang's graceful demeanor began to unravel, and she murmured softly, "When did the Great Xia emerge such a terrifying figure?" She then turned to Bai Qiuli, inquiring about the true strength of this boss of hers. Bai Qiuli, with a hint of bewilderment on her delicate face, reflected carefully in her mind, yet her tone was laced with uncertainty. "The boss should be quite formidable, right?" Chapter 42. The Void Insect Tribe. Brazen Extortion. Amidst flickering violet light, Tian materialized within the secret realm. The once familiar Tianyu realm was now ensnared by countless barriers resembling a black net. An aura of decay permeating the air, exuding a foul stench. It appeared that such a level of confinement could indeed be unraveled through void traversal. After sharing Alice's ability of void traversal, Tian too had acquired the capacity to traverse into instances or secret realms. It seemed that one could not only traverse between instances but also from the outside world into these realms. As Tian surveyed his surroundings, he spotted 2 Tianhin gold mines. Such resource-rich secret realms birthed numerous veins of this ore, which, upon extraction by miners, yielded a wealth of materials. Tianhin gold, infused with wind elemental power, was particularly suitable for crafting equipment for agile professions. Yet, the few scattered pieces of Tianhin gold on the desolate surface bore marks of gnawing, their surfaces riddled with chips. Clearly, the presence of alien races was significant. Tian's gaze shifted to the depths of Tianyu realm, a flicker of anticipation stirring within him. And he spoke. Alice. With a sharp sound, the spatial fabric of the secret realm beside Tian was torn asunder, and a striking figure emerged, striding forth with long legs. The Blade Queen, Alice, approached Tian, her alluring visage a mask of curiosity. Isn't this the secret realm from before? Indeed. Though it is not an instance of the Yagu Empire, there should be numerous alien races present here. Upon hearing Tian's words, Alice instinctively licked her crimson lips. Her gaze filled with expectation. Let us proceed. Tian swiftly advanced deeper into the Tianyu realm, sensing the location of Yixiu and Jiangche. As he stepped onto the second floating island, the barriers, resembling a black web, finally produced sounds, swarms of insects flitting across, emitting a nauseating buzz. Tian looked up to behold a horde of grotesque insects, their carapaces radiating a dark violet glow, each sporting 6 beetle-like legs. Void insect tribe? Alice's eyes glinted sharply, instantly recognizing them. A cursory glance revealed that these creatures, known as the Void insect tribe, possessed only moderate strength, approximately at the second tier of combat power. Behind Alice, 12 luminous blade wheels materialized, and with the swiftness of thought, she unleashed a flurry of strikes against the insects, each blow leaving a dazzling trail of light. As the innate 12-winged blade wheels passively granted a staggering 500 attack bonus, her normal strikes were sufficient to obliterate foes in an instant. With swift precision, the blade light sliced through the swarm, reducing them to luminous orbs of experience that Alice eagerly absorbed. Alice rejoiced. Indeed, the experience from these creatures surpasses that of the instance monsters. We are not far from the elite boss level. At that moment, Tian pressed onto the third massive floating island. Here, the atmosphere was even more rancid, teeming with swarms of insects crawling across the black net-like barrier. In a corner of the giant floating island, dozens of miners huddled together. Yixiu, Jiangche, and his siblings, along with a practitioner clad in the attire of the Xingho Martial Arts Guild, were engaged in a defensive struggle against the void insect swarm under Yixiu's command, protecting the miners while battling the encroaching insects. It was evident that the conflict had been ongoing for some time. Boss, what brings you here? Isn't the secret realm sealed off? How did you manage to enter? The moment Yixiu and Jiangche laid eyes on Tian, astonishment washed over their faces. Their connection to Tian allowed them to sense his true identity, dispelling any notion of imposture. This is not merely a rescue mission. Before them loomed a massive, ghostly green crawler, alongside a spider-like insect that intermittently devoured prey, a clear indication of 2 elite members of the Void insect tribe. Void AO Beast, Level 40, Void Weaver. Level 40. These were likely the strongest entities they had encountered thus far. These foes are formidable. Be cautious, boss. Yixiu and Jiangche hastily warned. Tian remained unfazed. Alice. In the next instant, 2 blade-like energy blades resembling Manus blades sprang forth from Alice's wrists, her 12-winged blade wheels poised with lethal grace. The 2 Void insect tribe members, while not exceedingly powerful, posed a challenge due to the necessity of protecting the miners, preventing Yixiu from unleashing his full might. Jiangche, astonished, remarked, Wow, boss, this beauty is incredibly fierce. She seems to possess godlike combat prowess. Yixiu nodded in agreement, recognizing that Alice's current strength rivaled his own. However, they remained unaware that Alice had yet to unleash her demonic transformation, a state that would have rendered her more than capable of effortlessly vanquishing the 2 void insects. Gasping for breath, Yixiu cautioned Tian, boss. The intentions of the void insect tribe seem quite sinister. I recall that their interdimensional portal originates from the neighboring Han Kingdom, which was obliterated by the void insect tribe just days ago. Now, they have set their sights on the Great Xia. Obliterated the Han Kingdom? Tian expressed mild surprise. Although the Han Kingdom was relatively weak, it was still a nation, and its swift demise was indeed astonishing. Yi Xiu shared the intelligence he possessed. The void insect tribe comprises two types of insects, the void insects and the parasitic insects. The void insects are these creatures around us, not among the pinnacle of combatants, yet they possess the ability to invade instances with cunning tactics. The parasitic insects, on the other hand, are said to be able to inhabit beings with weak mental fortitude, manipulating them as puppets. One cannot deny the bizarre nature of these abilities. The annihilation of an entire nation is not surprising. However, I cannot shake the feeling that the abilities of the void insects might be inexplicably linked to Alice's void traversal. And the parasitic insects? Meanwhile, outside the realm, Wei Yuan stood not far from the secret realm when his driver's expression suddenly transformed. Eyes glowing ominously with an unsettling hue. Stop your theatrics. Wei Yuan observed the driver's abrupt change in demeanor with an unwavering calmness. If you have something to say, do so swiftly. With Wei Yuan's formidable mental prowess, he instinctively sensed that something had taken hold of the driver, though the entity did not act recklessly, clearly intending to convey a message. Soon, the driver spoke in a hoarse voice. Esteemed mother insect, send greetings to the great Xia. Cut to the chase. From this statement, Wei Yuan discerned the nature of the visitor, the very void insect tribe that had decimated the Han Kingdom, and their ruler, the void insect mother. With this revelation, he surmised that the sealing of the secret realm was indeed the handiwork of the void insect tribe. The parasite within the driver spoke ominously. Your impatience is noted. Thus, I shall be succinct. The issue of resource extraction in the Tian realm can be resolved by my kin. Furthermore, we can also facilitate the release of the exceptional human figures trapped within the secret realm. In return, we merely require 2 small secret realms as compensation. Chapter 43, Ascending to Boss. Permissions of the Instance. A chuckle escaped Wei Yuan's lips. The medium-sized secret realm had been sealed, undoubtedly the handiwork of the Void Insect clan. It was nothing short of brazen extortion, trading 2 small secret realms for a medium-sized one, akin to collecting protection fees. Should one refuse, the medium-sized secret realm would remain inaccessible, effectively rendered useless. The Void Insect clan could perpetually repeat this cycle, revealing the repugnant nature of their species. Their ability to invade instances was something most nations, including the Great Xia, could hardly guard against. Wei Yuan would not yield. Yet the Great Xia required time to devise a countermeasure against such capabilities. At that moment, his phone vibrated. Glancing sideways, he noticed a message from Jiang Yuanshuang. Tian has entered the sealed secret realm. Tian. Wei Yuan was well aware of the situation in the secret realm, after the entry of Yi Xiu, Jiang Che, and 3 others. It had been completely sealed off by the Void Insect clan, preventing anyone from entering. Invasion was an innate ability of the Void Insect clan. Instances in secret realms were essentially independent and enclosed spaces, typically allowing only one group to enter at a time before sealing off the area. However, the Void Insect clan could erode the space, breaking down the barriers to invade en masse. Once inside, they could further seal the space using special methods to monopolize the secret realm. Countries around the globe, as well as most alien races, lacked effective countermeasures. Otherwise, the Han Kingdom would not have perished so swiftly. Yet, Tian had managed to breach the Void Insect clan's blockade. How did he accomplish that? Noticing Wei Yuan deep in thought, the parasite residing within the driver interjected. As the leader of the Great Xia, you undoubtedly understand the principle of sacrificing the small for the greater good. 2 small secret realms for 1 medium-sized realm. And the lives of 5 talented individuals from the Great Xia. What a bargain, wouldn't you agree? The parasite's voice was raspy and unsettling, yet Wei Yuan's mood gradually calmed. If Tian had the capability and dared to voluntarily enter the sealed secret realm, he must possess some confidence to counter the situation. Moreover, at this juncture, perhaps only Tian held the means to contend with the insidious tactics of the Void Insect clan. The parasite pressed on. If we delay any longer, I cannot guarantee what might transpire within the secret realm. Wei Yuan chose to trust Tian, shaking his head with a faint smile. I think not. Within the secret realm of Tianyu, Alice's combat prowess was indeed astonishing. The 12-winged light blades split into 6 to fend off small insects while the remaining 6, in concert with Alice, engaged 2 level 40 elite void insects. She single-handedly pressed against hundreds of void insects. Although the void insects lacked strength in direct combat, the crab-like creatures and web spinners were not inferior to epic-tier combatants of the same level. Coupled with the surrounding hundreds of small insects, the Great Xia army would require at least a battalion to confront them. Amidst the thunderous sounds of chitin grinding, the massive void crab struck the ground. Its 6 pairs of legs creating seismic shockwaves with each step. Yushio activated Holy Healing Revelation, casting shields over everyone to prevent them from being affected by the residual force. Alice, in an instant, darted forward, evading the tremors. Her 6 light blades slicing through the air like streaks of aurora, charging towards her foe. Die, you madman. The crab was startled, unprepared for an opponent daring to confront its attack head-on. Yet, it perceived this as an opportunity. Its gaping maw unleashed a torrent of corrosive purple acid, engulfing Alice's form. However, in the next moment, a long black streak of light pierced through the acid, cleaving through with a wave of force, severing half of the void crab's body in an instant. The void crab shrieked, retracting all its nerve fibers in defense, letting out a wail. What? In the blink of an eye, the void web spinner's pupils contracted as she witnessed her companion grievously wounded. Her ability was more functional. The black net enveloping the secret realm was her creation, capable of sealing the entire area once established. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, the void crab far surpassed her. Yet it had been severely injured by Alice. The void web spinner immediately summoned black spider silk from her body, casting it over Alice from behind like a vast black hand, aiming to ensnare her. This was her strongest control mechanism. If she could restrain Alice, not only could she save her comrade, but she could also turn the tide of battle. However, facing the overwhelming black web, Alice did not even glance back, her right hand reaching out behind her as if grasping the air. Judgment of the end. Dozens of blood-red slashes erupted behind Alice. The crimson slashes tore through the web, piercing directly through to explode upon the void web spinner. In an instant, her body was struck by countless slashes, torn apart into innumerable fragments. Boom. With the sound of splattering blood, the web spinner was slain before she could even scream. She had acted, and she had been dispatched in a heartbeat. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Blue luminescence appeared upon the corpse of the void web spinner, transforming into experience absorbed by Alice. Meanwhile, the remaining void crab stood in stunned silence. Where are my teammates? Such combat strength. Could she truly be human? The crab, with only half its body remaining, found itself unable to flee, even incapable of generating another seismic wave for defense. In the next moment, all 12 light blades were summoned by Alice. In the massive eye of the crab, Alice's left hand rose gracefully, and then, all 12 light blades plunged into its carapace. The dark purple shell emitted a piercing crack as if crystal had shattered, annihilating all vitality within the void crab's enormous form. At that moment, Yushio, Jiangche, and the others, including the mining team, stood in awe, momentarily unsure whether Alice or the void insects were the more fearsome adversary. Employee, Alice has slain the void crab and void web spinner. You share experience. Alice has absorbed sufficient hunting experience, elevating the monster template from elite monster to elite boss. Void traversal ability enhancement. Daily usage limit increased from 6 to 10 times. As the notifications chimed, Alice transformed into an elite boss, her form becoming more elongated and graceful, and the mantis blades on her arms significantly enhanced, though referred to as a mini-boss. An elite boss had definitively transcended the realm of mere minions. Along with this elevation came the privileges of a boss within the instance. Alice has gained elite boss privileges, can alter instance terrain weather, can impose a restriction on abilities within the combat scenario. Upon seeing this, Tian was pleasantly surprised, realizing that Alice had attained the ability to impose restrictions. In the realm of professionals, this was known as the boss mechanism. Within instances, some formidable bosses could impose limitations, such as no healing near the boss, fire attribute spells disabled within the instance, disarming all participants, etc. These were unique abilities of instance bosses. Within the globally stalled level 75 4th tier instance, there existed an exceedingly harsh restriction, attributes of challengers reduced by 90. However, such limitations came from an ultimate boss. The higher the level, the more formidable the boss, and consequently, the stronger the restrictions it can impose. Although Alice currently holds the status of an elite boss, her ability to access such restrictions indicates a promising future. Hiss hiss. 2 elite void worms fell, causing a frantic uproar among the countless smaller void worms surrounding them. They trembled in fear, almost ready to flee. With 2 elite foes dispatched so effortlessly, the remaining small worms stood no chance against Alice. Moreover, the void worm race's talent for invading dungeons is not without its limitations. Invading a dungeon is akin to breaching the stronghold of the dungeon's boss, who will take notice and target the intruders unless they are defeated or allied with the boss. Once the dungeon is cleared, the boss vanishes. allowing these smaller void worms to invade with ease. However, as long as the dungeon's boss exists, the smaller worms will instinctively sense they are in hostile territory, perpetually on edge and ready to flee. Want to escape? Yet Alice was in the midst of her slaughter, and she would not allow them to evade so easily. This experience was derived from her monstrous template. Alice imposed the restriction of preventing escape. Tian instructed, and Alice was poised to comply. In theory, the higher the boss's level, the greater its authority, with advanced bosses overshadowing the restrictions of lesser ones. Thus, within a dungeon, typical adventurers are subjected primarily to the mechanisms of the major boss, often overlooking the mechanisms of lesser bosses. Yet, in this particular secret realm, Alice was the sole boss present. Prohibition on leaving the secret realm. Alice invoked her boss privileges, issuing this command throughout the entire secret realm. In an instant, the realm seemed enveloped by an invisible force, imposing a layer of restriction upon all beings. As an elite boss, the prohibition on leaving the secret realm can only be limited to 1 minute. The command has commenced. For 1 minute, all targets within the secret realm are unable to leave. 1 minute is ample time. Alice's demonic eye turned a vivid crimson, and under her command, the 12-winged radiant blades unleashed their full might. Hundreds of small void worms frantically crawled to the edge of the dungeon, attempting to exploit a loophole through invasion to escape once more. However, their once proud racial talents now seemed utterly ineffective, amplifying their fear and heightening their desperate cries. Tian assessed his own status and confirmed that even he, as an adventurer, was restricted from leaving. As a boss, Alice's authority within the dungeon was indeed terrifying. One could only imagine that if Alice were to grow to her ultimate form, even as a world boss, no dungeon would be beyond her reach. It would not be an exaggeration to say she was a god within the dungeon. Regardless of whether the Yaga dynasty was competing in dungeon races against other races, even if 10 different races joined, she would still dominate. Kill, kill, kill. She leapt into action, akin to a wolf among sheep. In stark contrast to the smaller void worm's hesitation, Alice appeared as a celestial demon, and wherever her radiant blade struck, the ground was littered with the remnants of the slain. The scene was grotesquely blood-soaked. Ha 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 ha. Alice's maniacal laughter echoed in the ears of those present, instigating a cold sweat in Tian, Yishio, Jiangche, and others. The dozens of rescued miners, who had initially felt a sense of relief at seeing the void worms that had trapped them being slain, now exchanged glances, their scalps tingling with unease. Why does it feel like she is even more ruthless than those worms? Compared to them, she truly embodies the essence of a boss. Just looking at her sends chills down my spine. Not to mention, buddy, the chill running down your spine is because you're leaning against a pile of worm corpses. Oh my. 1 minute elapsed. The dungeon was left with only Alice's dancing blades and the giant floating island. Along with the black web barrier of the void worms, bore the scars of her onslaught, along with the severed limbs of the smaller worms. Although the quantity of small void worms was vast, Alice, with her extraordinary agility and the independently controlled radiant blades, dispatched them at a terrifying speed. Yishio and Jiangche had intended to assist, but Tian halted them. As the intruders of the secret realm, the small void worms, upon being slain by Alice, would significantly accelerate the upgrade speed of her monster template. This was also one of the reasons Tian recognized Alice as a dungeon bug. Beyond the dual templates of adventurers and monsters, as a dungeon creature, she could infinitely elevate her level, even transforming from a minor creature into a boss. A feat utterly impossible for other monsters. As an adventurer, one could kill dungeon monsters to level up. As a dungeon monster, one could kill dungeon challengers to elevate. With her dual templates, Alice's future potential is incalculable. Hundreds of small void worms transformed into experience points, absorbed by Alice, bringing her one step closer to ascending from elite boss to lord boss. Splendid. After the massacre, Alice licked her lips, her expression one of utter satisfaction, as if she had just savored a delightful feast. It is finished. Tian addressed Yishio and the others. You should lead the mining team to safety now. Yishio nodded. Understood. The weather on the floating island shifted from gloomy to clear, and the black web barrier enveloping the secret realm gradually dissipated, signaling its return to a state of normalcy. Alice, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, turned to Tian and inquired, Boss, with no monsters or alien races remaining in this secret realm, where should I venture next? This might be Alice's only flaw. She had always existed within an isolated dungeon space, utterly lacking a sense of direction and unable to accurately identify suitable targets for hunting. This killing machine needed Tian to set her in motion. The Yagu Dynasty. Chapter 44. The United Annexation of the Great Xia. Journey to the hostile camp instance. The Yaga dynasty was the destination that Tian had originally prepared. Since one could hunt enemies within the instance, the alien races were not to be overlooked. As he spoke, he stepped away from the secret realm and instructed Alice, "Await my summons." Outside, Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were anxiously gazing at the entrance of the secret realm. Tian's entry into the realm signified an escalation of the situation, should he fail to return. The consequences would be far more severe than the loss of a medium-sized secret realm. Fortunately, the ominous purple entrance of the secret realm began to return to normal, and the blockade was lifted. Yushio, Jiangche, and others emerged from the realm unscathed, accompanied by dozens of mining teams. What a relief! Bai Qiuli and Jiang Yuanshuang sighed in unison. The latter, overwhelmed with joy, remarked in surprise, "Qiuli, your little boss possesses remarkable abilities." Bai Qiuli paused momentarily. To be honest, she rarely witnessed Tian in action and could not accurately gauge his true strength. However, based on the few occasions she had observed him, it was evident that his prowess was indeed enigmatic. She nodded thoughtfully in affirmation. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan's gaze was fixated on the direction of the secret realm. The parasite embedded in the driver urged, "Do not waste time, my lord. Miracles will not happen." Before the words could fully escape, the parasite was struck with astonishment. The presence of hundreds of its kin from the void, emanating from the secret realm, had completely vanished. What could have happened? Did they all retreat? The parasite was engulfed in confusion, never contemplating the possibility of their demise. After all, this was a second-tier secret realm, with levels restricted to below 25. Sending 2 elite void insects of level 40 was an overwhelming combat force. How could there be an issue with merely 5 practitioners from the Great Xia? Furthermore, it was impossible for hundreds of void insects to perish so swiftly. The parasite seethed with rage. How dare they defy the orders of the mother insect and retreat without authorization? Wei Yuan, sensing the alien presence dissipating within the secret realm, revealed a gratifying smile. Tian is indeed a person capable of creating miracles. In the next moment, he extended his hand towards the parasite, and a colossal force of astral energy coalesced into an invisible hand, shattering the parasite's mental essence into oblivion. "Tell your mother insect that should she dare to enter the Great Xia again, I shall repay her in kind." The parasite emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its gray-green form writhing in agony. The parasite's method of invasion involved projecting a fragment of its mental essence through the void insects to occupy the body of a mentally feeble individual. Although the main body remained unharmed, the destruction of the mental essence inflicted excruciating backlash upon the parasite. It found itself in a land tainted gray and black, the sky veiled by a dark web barrier, surrounded by the ruins of crumbling edifices, where countless repulsive eggs were hatching. This was the devastated land of the Cold Nation. The remnants of humanity within the ruins were ruthlessly trampled by the insect race, collapsed skyscrapers, shattered vehicles. There was no sign of human life. This minuscule territory had entirely transformed into a nest for the void insects, grotesque creatures crawling atop the fallen structures. Ignoring the torment of its mind, the parasite hurried towards the mother insect's lair, intent on demanding an explanation from the void insects for their sudden withdrawal. However, upon arriving at the mother insect's nest, an inexplicable chill gripped its heart, permeated by the somber atmosphere. The revelation struck with a jolt. Not a single one of the hundreds of void insects dispatched to the Great Xia had returned. They had all perished. I am the sole survivor. It found it hard to believe, even fearful of the truth, as the icy dread coursed through its veins. Initially thinking that its comrades had abandoned it, it was inconceivable that they had all met their demise. At that moment, within the darkness of the mother insect's lair, a deep and authoritative voice resonated. The Great Xia truly differs from the Cold Nation. The void insect race had never encountered such setbacks when conquering the Cold Nation. To suffer the loss of hundreds of void insects on their first attempt was unprecedented. Moreover, they had gained not an ounce of benefit, suffering entirely in vain. The void insect race, which had found the conquest of the Cold Nation to be effortless, was now experiencing the taste of defeat at the hands of the human race for the first time. The vastness of the Great Xia's territory truly warranted its existence. The mother insect's voice began to growl. Yet we, the void insect race, require even greater territory. This minute expanse of the Cold Nation cannot satiate our hunger. The Great Xia, the dragonborn of Yaga, seem to be our worthy adversaries. The cavernous voice of the mother insect echoed once more from the darkness. Locate the Yagu dynasty and orchestrate a united annexation of the Great Xia. The issue within the secret realm had been resolved, Yet Tian's method of countering the void insect invasion piqued Wei Yuan's curiosity. Wei Yuan sought Tian for a private discussion, knowing that the strategies of the void insect race were devious and had plagued many nations. If a permanent defensive measure could be established, it would alleviate a significant concern for the Great Xia. However, Tian shook his head. I possess no means of preventing the invasion of the void insects. My solution is to directly enter the instance and eliminate all the void insects. While the notion of directly entering the instance appeared straightforward, Wei Yuan understood that it was a unique ability exclusive to Tian. Nevertheless, he felt reassured. Although there was currently no preventative measure, at least Tian was present, providing a temporary solution to the void insect threat. It seemed prudent to summon the researchers to tackle the large-scale barrier techniques, as it would be preferable to prevent the void insect race from invading in the first place. After all, Tian was but one person, and the Great Xia could not rely solely upon him. Having said this, Wei Yuan solemnly added, nonetheless, we owe you a great debt of gratitude. At least today. Had it not been for Tian's intervention, the Great Xia would have had no viable means to respond, likely resulting in the loss of a medium-sized secret realm. Tian returned the smile, seizing the moment to make a request. Brother Wei, could you take me into the instance of the Yaga dynasty? Any instance they control will suffice. Wei Yuan was taken aback. To enter the instance of the Yaga dynasty? This peculiar request to voluntarily venture into the enemy's territory was unprecedented. Yet, he recognized that Tian was not one to act without purpose. Undoubtedly, he had his reasons. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall take you there. Chapter 45. Where could a boss possibly be waiting directly at the entrance of a dungeon? In the eastern border of the Great Xia lies Ding City, a fortification where the border troops of Great Xia and the Yaga dynasty are jointly stationed. Here, skirmishes and competitions occur frequently. The tension escalated further after Great Xia seized a small secret realm from the Yaga dynasty, a gift from the Red Emperor. Hurry, we need to sprint. Splendid. Just in time to break the record of the little dragon. Bring their bets over. What is there to be proud of, leading by a few seconds? The human race has never seen the world. Amidst the fervor, the border troops of Great Xia and the alien forces surrounded the entrance of a dungeon, fervently placing bets against each other. Wei Yuan drove Tian to the scene, and upon seeing the commotion, Tian curiously inquired, "What is this?" Wei Yuan explained, "Typically, besides martial competitions, this is a method of racing through dungeons, which is also a form of contest." After a brief explanation, Tian quickly grasped the rules. Great Xia and the Yagu dynasty each send representatives to conquer the dungeon, competing to see who can complete it faster, while simultaneously betting against each other. The winning camp's bettors will receive the stakes of the losing camp based on the betting ratios. Much like martial contests, this direct display of combat prowess is quite customary in cities where both clans are stationed. The only unfortunate aspect is that the dungeon is incessantly challenged by both factions. Wei Yuan gestured towards the dungeon, saying, "Can this dungeon be your target? No need. I will take you to the Yaga mainland. I assure you that conquering a dungeon will be no trouble." The Yaga mainland lies beyond the interdimensional passageway of Ding City, the homeland of the Yaga dynasty. Tian promptly interjected, "That won't be necessary. This dungeon will suffice." His objective was merely to bring Alice near the Yaga dynasty, allowing her to unleash her potential at her discretion. As they disembarked and approached, they arrived just in time for the Yaga dynasty's representative to race through. Tian recognized the half-dragon, Yedra, who had previously participated in the competition for the medium-sized secret realm. It seemed he had been relegated to the border troops following his failure in the secret realm contest. "Boss." As Tian approached, a cheerful voice called out. Wan Zhang jogged over, pleasantly surprised to see Tian after a long absence. "Chief. Wei Chief is here too." Wei Yuan nodded slightly, and Tian noticed the insignia on Wan Zhang's shoulder, indicating his promotion to captain. "So, you're participating in the dungeon race as well?" Wan Zhang chuckled. "Just having some fun during my break." Then, leaning in conspiratorially, he whispered, "Boss, you'll never guess. I've gained a super strong ability." "Extraordinary physique?" Tian casually remarked. Wan Zhang's eyes widened in shock, realizing his secret had been effortlessly unveiled. Tian coughed lightly and patted his shoulder. "Good. Keep up the good work." With that, Tian headed towards the betting area for the dungeon. Wan Zhang stood astonished. The boss is indeed the boss. Even the extraordinary physique is discernible. However, you certainly wouldn't expect that his extraordinary physique could continue to evolve. Yedra. Completion time, 8 minutes and 35 seconds, new record. The half-dragon Yedra swiftly exited the dungeon, having surpassed the previous record by over a minute. The bets placed by the Great Xia border troops were entirely lost to the Yaga dynasty. Great Xia, hurry and send someone out. Come on. As the dungeon racing alternated. It was now Great Xia's turn to send a representative. Wanzhong eagerly declared, Boss, I'll go. Watch me crush that little dragon. No, let me. Tian replied, disregarding Wanzhong's astonished gaze as he approached the dungeon entrance. The Great Xia border troops were momentarily taken aback. Who is this young man? Which squad is he from? The Yaga dynasty's aliens began to mock. A mere kid has come. Is there no one left in Great Xia? However, upon witnessing Tian truly enter the dungeon, the aliens refrained from placing reckless bets. After all, in this era, many disguised themselves as weaklings only to strike unexpectedly, making the aliens more cautious. Consequently, only a handful placed bets this round. This dungeon was of level 35, presenting minimal difficulty for Tian. Yet, his aim was not merely to speed through. Alice. As soon as he spoke, Alice emerged, her enchanting figure draped in a black cloak. At 182 centimeters, her silhouette appeared even more elongated beneath the cloak, her golden, mysterious eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boss, is the prey here? Indeed. Soon there will be a queue of aliens lining up. Tian smiled. And this is near the Yagu dynasty. The dungeons nearby are sure to be teeming with aliens. Bringing Alice to the vicinity of the Yagu dynasty would expedite her evolution into a formidable creature. Tian instructed, clear out the dungeon monsters first, aiming for a completion time of 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Alice obediently nodded, wielding her 12-winged light blades as she commenced her task. Tian, completion time, 8 minutes and 30 seconds, new record. Humph, was that supposed to be hidden strength? Just leading by 5 seconds? What does that even mean? Just sheer luck. I haven't even exerted my full strength. Completing it under 7 minutes is a cinch. Upon seeing Tian's completion time, the aliens from the Yaga dynasty scoffed in derision. The last to speak, Yedra, prepared to make another attempt. Place your bets. This round, the aliens were invigorated to wager enthusiastically. Equipment, materials, coins, anything of value could serve as stakes. They were well aware of Yedra's prowess, a half-dragon capable of tackling medium-sized secret realms, thus his strength was undoubtedly formidable. The Great Xia border troops understood this as well, and nearly no one else placed bets, save for Tian. Boss, you're placing a bet too? Wanzhong whispered in confusion, for Tian had not only bet but had wagered a significant amount, tossing in a plethora of equipment obtained from previous runs, prompting even greater wagers from the aliens. Tian merely smiled, just having some fun. Wei Yuan, pondering, recalled Tian's mention of a figure in a black cloak within the dungeon, forming a vague hypothesis. Yedra entered the dungeon, having placed a substantial sum in bets beforehand. If he unleashed his full power, breaking the record would be a breeze. Let us go. As Yedra stepped into the dungeon, he scarcely had time to comprehend the scene before him when he spotted a cloaked figure not far away, 12 blades of light floating ominously behind her, exuding an aura both alluring and perilous. Wait. I didn't see this monster last time. While his mind raced, Alice moved with blinding speed, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, the cold glint of her blades flashing before him. No, this is a boss. A powerful boss. In a mere moment, he felt the overwhelming pressure of his opponent, a tide of terror that threatened to engulf him. Yedra's heart raced, nearly bursting. TMD. Where could a boss be directly blocking the entrance of a dungeon? Chapter 46. The Royal Dragonborn. Ascending to Lord Boss. Soon, Yedra realized his grave error. This was no mere instance of a dungeon boss lurking at the entrance. The figure before him, cloaked in black, was incomparably more formidable than the final boss of a level 35 dungeon. This boss was simply extraordinary. There was no time to ponder. He had to withstand her onslaught, and then devise a means to escape the dungeon. As the icy glare swiftly approached, Yedra resolutely abandoned any thoughts of combat. He summoned every ounce of his strength, and the dragon-blooded scales on his arms shimmered with a cerulean light as he crossed them protectively over his chest. In the next instant, a flash of cold light pierced through. His utmost defensive effort was effortlessly torn apart by Alice, as if slicing through tofu. Among the non-human races of the Yaga dynasty, Yedra was considered a half-dragon of above-average prowess. Yet, before the dual class, hidden profession of the Blade Queen Alice, even at the same level, he could not withstand a single strike. The glimmering rings of cold light seemed to mock him. Your defenses are as laughable as you are. In the blink of an eye, 12 blades of light plunged into Yedra's body like a hail of arrows. He fell, slain on the spot. Alice's expression was one of delight. As the boss had foretold, by merely waiting here, adversaries would come to them unbidden. Yedra has failed the dungeon challenge. Outside, as the dungeon entrance reverted to a challengeable state, all present, both humans and non-humans alike, were left dumbfounded. A failed challenge and no one emerging meant only one thing: death within the dungeon. How could this be possible? The non-humans could hardly believe it. After all, he was a half-dragon. How could he perish in a level 35 dungeon? Was it possible that the dungeon had undergone numerous resets, awakening, or evolving in the process? As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, Tian wore a smile, having collected all the bets placed by the non-humans from the previous round. A plethora of equipment, materials, and a vast array of wagers were all claimed by Tian. Although the items were not particularly valuable, who would refuse free gains? Seeing this, Wanjiang couldn't help but lead a hearty laugh. Is this all the Yaga dynasty has to offer? This is your level? Unable to clear a mere dungeon? Perhaps your little brother needs more practice. At these words, the non-humans erupted in fury, especially those who had wagered heavily in the last round. Yedra was nothing but a failure. No wonder he couldn't conquer the medium-tier secret realm. It turned out he was this weak. A replacement must be sent in. Quickly, the Yaga dynasty dispatched another half-dragon. This one bore military rank, suggesting a higher standing within the ranks of the non-human army, reigniting the fervor among the non-humans as they began to wager even more. Half a minute later. What? Another failure? The dungeon status reset, indicating the new half-dragon had also perished inside. Could it be that the dungeon had truly evolved? The non-humans exchanged glances, while the soldiers of the Great Xia mocked them mercilessly. This was what truly enraged the former. Not only had a substantial amount of their wagers been taken, but they were also subjected to ridicule by the Great Xia. They were all stationed in the same city. How could they endure such humiliation? A giant scorpion non-human, towering over 3 meters, rose in indignation. I shall go. 20 seconds later. Dungeon failure. The giant scorpion lay slain. Non-humans? Tian observed this and chuckled helplessly. Alice was far too hasty. At this rate, who would dare challenge the dungeon? Wanjiang turned to Tian, his suspicion piqued. He understood now that something remarkable must have occurred within the dungeon, instigated by the boss, while the soldiers of the Great Xia were unaware of the specifics. The sight of the non-humans faltering brought them immense satisfaction, their taunts rising in chorus. The non-humans felt as if they had been doused with cold water. The 3 fallen non-humans were top-tier combatants below level 35. If they could not prevail, how could the others hope to succeed? However, just then, a colossal dragon appeared in the sky. The massive form of the dragon landed, sending shockwaves that caused the non-humans to stagger back. In comparison to the half-dragons, this dragon exhibited more pronounced draconic features and an overwhelming aura, with golden slit pupils attesting to its pure dragon blood. Prince Nos. Prince Nos had actually come in person. The non-humans regarded him with expressions of reverence. While Wei Yuan and Wanjiang recognized his identity, it was indeed a royal dragonborn. In the Yaga dynasty, the strength and status of individuals were determined by the purity of their ancient dragon bloodline. The royal dragonborn represented the most potent descendants of dragons, bestowed with the title of royal. If the bloodline of a half-dragon rated a 3, then that of a royal dragonborn was at least a 20. In terms of attribute values, their strength surpassed that of legendary warriors, and their physique outclassed legendary tanks. This was the might of a royal dragonborn. Wei Yuan remarked. This must be one of the opponents for the racial competition. In the grand competition between the Great Xia and the Yaga dynasty, each side needed to dispatch a new generation of contestants, and this dragon, Nos, was clearly among the elite of the newly awakened dragonborn. Wanjiang's gaze was fixed upon the dragon Nos, his fighting spirit ignited. Tian, however, wore an expectant expression. Could it be that he intends to enter the dungeon? If he does, Alice would surely be thrilled. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the dragon Nos snorted disdainfully. Humph, is there truly a need for competition over a mere dungeon? His voice resonated like thunder, instilling trepidation among the soldiers of the Great Xia, while simultaneously igniting excitement within the ranks of the Yagu dynasty's non-humans. But then, he regarded the non-humans with even greater contempt. You cannot even defeat the mere humans. A bunch of worthless fools. To the royal dragonborn, these non-humans, whose bloodlines were thin, were inferior even to his subordinates, merely classified as minions. Nos had just completed the trial mission of the Crimson Emperor and was en route back to the Yagu continent when he stumbled upon the contest between the two races. Deciding to join in for amusement, Upon seeing Tian's completion record of 8 minutes and 30 seconds, a look of utter disdain crossed No's face. A mere level 35 dungeon could be cleared in under a minute, though Nos had recently reached the second tier and was around level 28. The combat prowess afforded by his dragon bloodline was exceedingly formidable. At this declaration, the non-human army of the Yagyu dynasty erupted in jubilant cheers. Their fighting spirit restored to its zenith. Prince Nos is unmatched. Behold, humans of the Great Xia. Noticing the betting area, Nos exuded confidence. Casually tossing down 10 glimmering crystals. In an instant, the crowd of the Great Xia gasped in astonishment. My goodness. Dragon's essence crystals. Legendary grade materials. These dragons are truly wealthy. If we can conquer the Yaga continent, our army will undoubtedly be flush with riches. Even Wei Yuan expressed keen interest. Dragon's essence crystals seemingly only originate from the dragon ancestors' secret realm on the Yaga continent. The finest materials for forging legendary equipment. The dragon ancestors' secret realm? This was the first time Tian had heard that name. Wei Yuan explained. It is said to be a mysterious domain left behind by the ancient dragon ancestors, brimming with endless treasures and legacies of the dragon race. Accessible only to those with sufficiently powerful bloodlines. Moreover, it is rumored that within the dragon ancestors' secret realm lies a site known as the Forbidden Ruins. Upon hearing that only dragons could enter, Wang Jiang expressed his regret. What a pity. I recall the Crimson Emperor mentioned we could challenge the secret realms at will. Though the dragon's essence crystals held immense value, no one from the Great Xia dared to place bets. After all, the strength of the dragon Nos was something everyone could palpably sense. Breaking a record would pose no challenge for him. Only Tian. After Nos stepped into the dungeon, he placed a substantial bet, becoming the sole individual from the Great Xia to do so. Wei Yuan and Wang Jiang exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Jiang urgently lowered his voice. Boss, what on earth have you done in the dungeon? Wei Yuan had also noticed early on that ever since Nos decided to enter the dungeon, Tian's expression had taken on a remarkably nuanced quality. Tian displayed a harmless smile, contemplating that perhaps one opponent in the racial competition would soon be eliminated. The dragon Norse stepped into the instant space. His golden slit pupils dull and indifferent. Even completing the instance in 1 minute posed little challenge for him. It was merely a pastime. He regarded the instance battles, including the racial competition, with indifference, recognizing that only the competition with other races warranted his attention. Suddenly, an excited voice emerged from behind him. I thought no one else would come. It seems the appetizer has been served, and now it is time for the main course. Each word echoed with a menacing aura, causing Nors's muscles to tense instantaneously as he turned to meet Alice's gaze. Her hybrid form, part human and part demon, instilled an immediate sense of pressure within him. Conversely, Alice was elated at the sight of such a formidable prey. The more powerful creatures she hunted, the faster her monster template evolved. Currently, the progress bar for the elite boss had absorbed numerous foes from today, and it was but a hair's breadth away from further evolution. The arrival of this dragon was perfectly timed. You must not escape. Alice commanded the instance. All targets are prohibited from leaving. 1 minute was ample time. As her words fell, Nors's dragon eyes flared with golden light, and his expression turned furious. You are merely a special boss with a modicum of intelligence. Do you believe you can defeat me? With a roar that shook the heavens, Nors soared into the air, his massive wings creating a deafening thunderclap as they beat downwards. Accelerating, he lunged at Alice like a missile. Alice and Nors were of comparable levels. Intriguingly, one was of noble dragon lineage while the other possessed attributes from both a hidden class and a monster template, resulting in equally exaggerated abilities. In the outside world, both would be regarded as terrifying entities, peak combatants of the second-tier initial stage. Should anyone witness this battle, it would undoubtedly be termed a true showdown of titans. This also fueled Nors's ire. He indeed felt apprehensive, as their strengths were nearly equal. Yet he questioned her audacity to believe she could vanquish him in a mere minute. Alice's overly relaxed demeanor infuriated him further. The shadow of Nors's enormous claws loomed over Alice, his razor-sharp talons seemingly poised to shred her to pieces. If I am to eliminate you in a minute, I shall give it my all. Alice was enveloped in a frigid, ruthless black aura, her left cheek adorned with the flowing patterns of the otherworldly flower, emanating boundless dark power. Just as Nors's claws were about to crush her, Alice unleashed a fervent, violent proclamation, Dark Battle God. Instantly, the atmosphere within the instance shifted dramatically, as dark energy surged skyward, obscuring the sun. Fear, like an invisible weight, constricted Nors's entire being and his claws, forcing him to momentarily halt. His dragon pupils narrowed in realization, A perilous entity had manifested before him. The power of the abyss. You are a corrupted demon from the abyss. With a flourish, Alice unfurled a pair of enormous demonic wings, her form cloaked in dark scales, as 12 radiant blades fused into a formidable black sword etched with crimson patterns. Slowly, she opened her eyes, her left eye ablaze with a fierce scarlet glow, radiating a brutal and menacing aura. This abyssal power was invoked for the first time since Alice had been tainted by the abyss wormhole, transforming her into a half-human, half-demon being, in her usual human form. Suppressing the abyssal corruption was already a daunting task, and actively wielding it would undoubtedly hasten her demise. However, after her class changed to a hidden profession, she could now utilize the abyssal power to transform at will. This, Dark Battle God, was her demonic form as a previously renowned martial warrior. It was too late for retreat now. Alice whispered softly, then swiftly unleashed 7 or 8 slashing strikes, leaving trails of black and red devastation in their wake. In an instant, Norse's claws, which had been poised to grasp her, were severed into fragments. Ah! Norse cried out in agony, the severed claws gushing forth torrents of scorching dragon blood. Demonization, Dark Battle God, transforms into the Dark Battle God form, enhancing destructive power, attack speed, movement speed, skill damage, and reaction speed by 5 times for 3 minutes. The term destructive power encompasses both attack strength and defense penetration. In that moment of demonization, Alice's combat prowess surged to an overwhelming state. Farewell. Alice flitted through the air, her demonic sword cleaving a massive wave of dark energy that rent Norse's form asunder. No, I am a royal dragon descendant. I am destined to become the Dragon King. Norse's dragon eyes widened in disbelief, his struggles growing feebler until his colossal body crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. The vast experience points from the royal dragon lineage were absorbed by Alice, elevating her level to 26, while her monster template advanced. Monster template upgraded from elite boss to lord boss. Void traversal ability enhanced. Daily usage limit increased from 10 to 15 times. Capable of marking all traversed areas for instant return. Gain lord boss privileges. Ability to alter instance environment traps. Stronger command limitations. Authority to command all monsters within the instance. Alice could not help but revel in her newfound power. It had taken her 6 months to ascend from a basic monster to an elite one. Yet upon meeting Tian, she had searched through 2 tiers in a single day. Following her master was indeed a prudent decision. Chapter 47. The Collapse of the Yagyu Dynasty. Ambushed. At this moment, merely half a minute had elapsed outside. The exotic beings of the Yagyu Dynasty were filled with fervor. For His Highness Nos had proclaimed that the dungeon would conclude in 1 minute, and indeed, it did. Yet, Nos did not emerge. What? Half-dragons, crimson sand scorpions, giant lizardmen, and all other races were struck with shock, their expressions bordering on madness. The royal dragon-blooded lineage of the Yagyu Dynasty. A seed contender in the racial competition, one of the purest dragon descendants, Nos. He had perished within the dungeon. In an instant, the hearts of the officers from the exotic army sank, knowing that when this matter was reported to the Red Emperor, regardless of their actions, they would undoubtedly face punishment. Panic ensued among the exotic beings, scattering like frightened birds, no longer daring to discuss the dungeon contest. This incited hearty laughter from the great Xia border defense forces, who had never felt such a sense of triumph. At that moment, many began to reflect. What had that young man done in the dungeon? Remarkable. Indeed. I would believe it if someone said he had thrown a demon lord into the dungeon. But where is he now? After confirming Nos's demise, Tian took the 10 dragon marrow crystals he had wagered and departed with Wei Yuan. Upon seeing Tian leave, Wang Jiang waved at the crowd, declaring, "What trickery! It is merely that the exotic beings are utterly incompetent." Upon hearing this, the border defense forces nodded in agreement. Exactly. They are so weak, claiming to be dragon descendants. During their journey, Tian fiddled with the shimmering dragon marrow crystals. Truly, they were legendary materials. Their mere appearance was captivating. Wei Yuan remarked, as they are also ingredients. Dragon descendants typically consume them to enhance their physical prowess. However, with human teeth and stomachs, they are neither capable of breaking them down nor digesting them. Throughout the journey, under Wei Yuan's enlightening explanations, Tian developed a profound understanding of the value of these dragon marrow crystals, or rather, anything mined from the dragon ancestor's secret realm holds substantial worth. His curiosity about this dragon ancestor's secret realm in the Yagi continent grew immensely. Wei Yuan continued, "It is a pity that there are only 10 dragon marrow crystals here. It is insufficient to forge equipment. If there were more, we could craft some top-tier legendary gear." Upon hearing this, Tian immediately thought of numbers. Nos had been slain by Alice, and the spoils from his corpse would surely be in her possession. As a royal dragon descendant, if he could afford to wager 10 dragon marrow crystals, one could only wonder what treasures the spoils might hold. In the outskirts of North Qing City, a luxurious hovercar was en route outside the city. Inside the hovercar, Jiang Yuanshuang was accompanied by Bai Qiuli, heading to Huaxing University. As one of the top 3 superlative institutions in the Great Xia, Huaxing was situated in the only large city in East Huaxing City. It was said that Huaxing possessed a solitary trial secret realm that could enhance skill effects. Bai Qiuli said enthusiastically, "The racial competition begins in 3 days. I hope to grow even stronger." Jiang Yuanshuang smiled slightly upon seeing her excitement. She had encountered many powerful newcomers, but few matched Bai Qiuli's combination of strength, talent, and diligence. When it came to the individual challenges of the racial competition, the likelihood of defeating royal dragon descendants was quite high. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze suddenly sharpened. The hovercar was abruptly filled with urgent alarms. Warning. Enemy attack. Warning. Enemy attack. Boom. In the wilderness between Qing City and Xing City, 3 missiles, trailing long tails of smoke, struck the hovercar, resulting in a violent explosion. Amidst the thick smoke of the explosion, Jiang Yuanshuang concentrated her sword intent, forming a shield of azure light to ensure Bai Qiuli landed safely. Yet, at the moment of landing, several figures emerged from the dim sky, surrounding them. Jiang Yuanshuang's expression turned icy as she surveyed her surroundings with her sword drawn. There were over a dozen figures clad in purple ecclesiastical robes, their faces etched with various peculiar symbols, all around level 50, with numerous Tier 3 professions among them. Notably, one of them was an epic profession, mechanical reformer, whose massive cannon, emitting gray smoke, had been responsible for the hovercar's destruction. The cult of divine descent. Jiang Yuanshuang's tone was frigid, radiating murderous intent. It was immediately evident that this was the infamous anti-human terrorist organization from Blue Star, the cult of divine descent. They typically operated in the wilderness, never daring to encroach upon the cities of Great Xia, nor to attack top-tier professionals. They devoted themselves to their absurd ideology, relentlessly hunting the elite newcomers of various nations. The mechanical reformer and the members of the cult of divine descent fixed their gaze intently on Bai Qiuli, their tone reverently solemn. Those who obstruct the arrival of all races to Blue Star must perish. Chapter 48. The Divine Arrival Sect. The one-sided massacre has commenced. At this moment, Wei Yuan was driving, preparing to return Tian to Qiqing. Suddenly, his expression turned grave as he sensed the presence of a fierce battle nearby through the barrier he had set up in Qingqing. Jiang Yuanshuang and Bai Qiuli were under attack. Tian was taken aback upon hearing this. Instinctively, he opened the employee panel and noticed Bai Qiuli's status fluctuating, indicating she was engaged in combat. With senior Jiang Yuanshuang present, who would dare to assault them? Wei Yuan focused intently, his brow furrowing. The Divine Arrival Sect. They're a group of fanatics willing to risk everything to achieve their goals. It was likely that Bai Qiuli's recent accomplishments had drawn the attention of the Divine Arrival Sect. This organization was often mentioned in class, known for their nefarious deeds. They espouse the belief that divine beings exist among all races, and only by aligning with these races and allowing divine power to descend upon the Great Xia can it survive the impending doom. Tian found this notion absurd. The existence of deities was still uncertain. If all races truly descended upon the Blue Star, would the Great Xia remain as it was? Yet, the Divine Arrival Sect eagerly pursued any entity they deemed a threat to their ambitions. Unable to contend with top-tier professionals, they resorted to targeting newcomers, which was utterly despicable. Although Bai Qiuli wore a shielding ring, her recent achievements, successfully completing hell-level dungeons and excelling in the Eastern China College entrance examination, had made her a target for the Divine Arrival Sect. These beasts. Tian felt a surge of disgust. Wei Yuan's tone quickened. I must provide support immediately. The flowing cloud sword saint excels in offense but is not adept at protection. If the Divine Arrival Sect is intent on killing Bai Qiuli, Jiang Yuanshuang may not be able to safeguard her. I shall intervene. Tian's declaration drew a peculiar look from Wei Yuan. Rest assured, I can protect my employees. Senior Jiang need not worry and can focus on eliminating the enemies. With that, Tian snapped his fingers, activating his skill meeting. In the next moment, Tian's figure vanished as if he had transcended to another dimension, his invisible summons reaching every employee. Wei Yuan's expression froze. On the battlefield, although theoretically, Jiang Yuanshuang and some members of the Divine Arrival Sect were all Tier 3 professionals, A level 74 top-tier legendary profession possessed combat prowess far superior to those barely surpassing the Tier 3 threshold at level 50. Yet, the Divine Arrival sect was truly a band of lunatics, recklessly sacrificing everything for their so-called divine will. A level 55 Tier 3 assassin stealthily approached the two women and then detonated himself. He had harnessed the destructive creations of a mechanical modifier, utilizing all his professional power to self-destruct, sacrificing his life to deliver a devastating blow. Madness. Jiang Yuanshuang had long since sensed this, but, faced with such a reckless opponent, could only abandon her attack and shield Bai Qiuli with all her sword intent. As a human, to fight not for her kind, but rather to desperately serve the alien races. Truly, a pack of loyal hounds. The mechanical modifier of the Divine Arrival sect laughed maniacally. You are mistaken. We fight for humanity. Only by allowing the divine beings of all races to descend upon the Great Xia can we bring forth hope for peace. Jiang Yuanshuang's azure sword light surged. If this is the price for peace, I would rather die at the hands of the malevolent. Yet, she could not continue her assault as another assassin stealthily approached and self-destructed nearby, forcing her to prioritize protecting Bai Qiuli. In this moment, facing explosions that could prove fatal, Bai Qiuli remained unflinching, her voice calm. Teacher, I am sorry for dragging you into this. Although her combat strength was formidable, it still paled in comparison to Tier 3 professionals. Jiang Yuanshuang smiled with reassurance. Such a virtuous child, if she could survive, her future achievements would undoubtedly be boundless. Trust that way Yuan will come. The teacher will ensure your safety. A sense of helplessness enveloped Bai Qiuli, yet it did not lead her to despair. Rather, it ignited her fighting spirit. I am still not strong enough. Just then, a prompt appeared before Bai Qiuli, her eyes lighting up. Teacher, you need not worry about me anymore. The members of the Divine Arrival sect launched another wave of assault. Attack. Do not let her escape. However, as soon as the words left their mouths, Bai Qiuli's figure vanished into thin air. The members of the Divine Arrival sect were taken aback. What just happened? The intel had not indicated that they possessed spatial abilities. Spatial abilities are exceedingly rare. There shouldn't be any in the Great Xia. Could she be invisible? The leading mechanical modifier was also dumbfounded. Their primary objective was to eliminate Bai Qiuli. Otherwise, how would they dare to abduct Jiang Yuanshuang's floating vehicle? And now, their target had vanished? Jiang Yuanshuang paused momentarily, but upon recalling Bai Qiuli's words before her disappearance and the obliviousness of the Divine Arrival sect, she surmised. Bai Qiuli had likely been rescued. Could it be her little boss? Though she was unaware of the specifics, it was undoubtedly a good turn of events. Jiang Yuanshuang rose, her sword in hand, her gaze icy and resolute, the murderous intent of the flowing cloud sword enveloping the battlefield in an instant. That palpable sword intent shot towards the heavens, sending a chilling wave through the members of the Divine Arrival sect. Now, who shall be the one to flee? Jiang Yuanshuang's voice was frigid as the flowing cloud sword intent cleaved through the night sky, carving an arc of lethal energy across the battlefield. The sword intent was relentless, and wherever it directed, winds howled and clouds surged, suffused with pure and unyielding killing intent. What? No. No. Her sword intent first struck the mechanical modifier. A fellow Tier 3 professional, who was instantly obliterated by a single stroke. Two additional Tier 3 members of the Divine Arrival sect were also caught in the residual wave of sword intent, their lives extinguished in an instant. A one-sided slaughter had begun. Chapter 49. The Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm Token and Dragon's Essence Crystal. Within the confines of the dungeon, Alice, who had just ascended to the rank of a Lord Boss, was traversing through the nearby instances. As Tian had predicted, this was indeed the territory of the ancient dynasty, teeming with prey. However, at that moment, a notification popped up before her. The boss invites you to join a meeting. This took her by surprise. A meeting? Could this allow me to exit the dungeon? After a brief moment of contemplation, Alice accepted the invitation, and in an instant, her form vanished. It was as if she found herself in a conference room high above the starry sky. Bai Qiuli looked relieved. It was fortunate that you called the meeting in time. Boss, now Teacher Yuanshuang should be able to handle the situation with ease. Tian nodded. Having realized that this meeting ability was an incredibly powerful life-saving skill that disregarded distance. After all, there was no time limit for meetings. They could last as long as necessary. This meant that if an employee encountered danger, Tian could summon them to the conference room for safety until the external threat had passed. Tian reminded everyone, if you sense danger, it is best to notify me immediately. Ning Jing was not present in the meeting, and Tian intended to inform her separately after the meeting concluded. He had noticed that she was in a state of absolute focus, engrossed in her studies, so he refrained from interrupting her. The remaining employees nodded in agreement, astonished that a meeting could serve as a refuge. However, at that moment, Bai Chioli, Yishio, and the rest of the staff sensed an extremely perilous aura. It was demonic. The group tightened their senses, clearly perceiving the terrifying presence emanating from the abyss. They quickly focused their gazes, only to see Alice occupying the fifth seat at the long table in the conference room. Alice looked genuinely surprised. I really emerged from the dungeon. Unfortunately, I cannot utilize any abilities here, nor can I traverse the void. Everyone, please remain calm. Tian raised his hand to reassure them and introduced, "This is our new colleague, Alice." He briefly explained Alice's situation, and upon learning that she was also one of Tian's subordinates, the others relaxed significantly. After all, they were all employees of Tian, and referring to each other as colleagues made it easier for them to accept one another. Tian added, "Alice's situation is unique. She can currently only act within the dungeon. If you encounter danger in the dungeon, feel free to summon Alice directly." Alice nodded, saying, "If there are any prey, just call me anytime." She sensed a subtle connection with everyone present, likely stemming from their status as colleagues, allowing her to locate them across various dungeons. Wang Jiang suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Boss, was it Alice who killed Nors in the dungeon?" With Tian's affirmative nod, Wang Jiang seemed to have finally found clarity. A royal dragon descendant was slain by Alice in less than a minute, leaving Wang Jiang astonished by her strength. Tian then inquired, "Alice, did that royal dragon descendant leave behind any spoils?" "Just these." Alice rummaged through her belongings and produced a token and 30 crystalline stones. After placing them on the long table in the conference room, the items floated toward Tian's position by his will. The crystalline stones were the legendary material, Dragon's Essence Crystal. A smile graced Tian's face. With this, the 40 Dragon's Essence Crystals he possessed should be sufficient for forging equipment. Equipment crafted from Dragon's Essence Crystal is among the finest in legendary quality. However, the other token caused Tian to furrow his brow slightly. Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm Token. This token can be used to open an entrance to the Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm. It will disappear upon use. The Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm? Although Wei Yuan had mentioned that it contained abundant high-quality resources and countless treasures, wasn't that located within the ancient continent? How am I supposed to use this? After much contemplation, Tian decided to set the token aside for the moment. Ancient continent, the Crimson Emperor's Palace. The 8 azure stone pillars supporting the palace had already been smashed by the furious Crimson Emperor, who had shattered one with a mere wave of his hand. "Nors is dead. How dare you come to see me?" The Crimson Emperor kicked the broken pillar, sending debris crashing towards the military officer who had come to deliver the news. The officer stood his ground, enduring the blow that nearly cost him his life. Were they half-dragons or other exotic races, the Crimson Emperor would not care how many died. Yet, royal dragon descendants were the future pillars of the ancient dynasty, and such losses were unacceptable. Especially with the racial competition approaching, this meant one less contestant. What infuriated the Crimson Emperor even more was the loss of a Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm token that he had rewarded to Norse. Each token held immense value. Only with the token could one acquire secret treasures within the Dragon Ancestor's Secret Realm, or even gain special abilities passed down from ancient Dragon Ancestors. The entire ancient dynasty could only obtain 5 tokens annually, and now there was one less. At this moment, a half-dragon mage advisor at the throne spoke. "My Lord Crimson Emperor, it must have been the treacherous humans who did something in the dungeon, causing it to become tainted by the abyss, which led to the demise of Prince Norse." The Crimson Emperor shot him a cold glance. "Do I need you to tell me that?" The Crimson Emperor was already aware that the Daxia had meddled, yet he could not catch them in the act. The thought of this only fueled his anger. Just then, a messenger arrived with news. "My Lord Crimson Emperor, the Void Insect Clan's envoy has come to discuss cooperation to conquer Daxia." Upon hearing this, the various exotic races within the palace exchanged glances, whispering among themselves. Cooperation between 2 exotic races was quite common, but the Void Insect Clan was known for their sinister and cunning nature, leaving a poor impression on the ancient dynasty. The Crimson Emperor scoffed disdainfully. "Those crawling insects in the gutter dare to conspire with dragons? Tell them to scram." Even with the loss of Norse, the ancient dynasty's foundation was such that the Crimson Emperor still regarded Daxia with contempt. What need was there to ally with others against mere Daxia? The Crimson Emperor snorted. "Tell Qing Emperor to send someone over. The racial competition is not solely my concern. In the northern wilderness of Qiqing, the followers of the Divine Arrival sect faced the onslaught of Jiang Yuanshuang, suffering countless casualties. The losses exceeded all previous missions combined. Had the followers of the Divine Arrival sect fled directly, perhaps fewer would have perished. However, they speculated that Bai Qiuli had merely hidden in some space and would soon return to hunt them down. As Wei Yuan had said, the Divine Arrival sect is a group of madmen. Fueled by this belief, the Divine Arrival sect held their ground for a while longer. From unwavering conviction to collapse, nearly annihilating the sect, it finally led to a few individuals fearing for their lives and attempting to escape. As a result, the majority of the Divine Arrival sect perished under Jiang Yuanshuang's sword, effectively eradicating a nefarious organization. The meeting concluded. Tian's body returned to Wei Yuan's vehicle, piquing the latter's curiosity. Bai Qiuli was indeed safe now. Your method of protection is quite unique. Tian's ability to pull people into his space was truly rare. Wei Yuan even found it somewhat underhanded. Tian smiled and then presented the 40 Dragon's Essence crystals, asking, Wei Ge, are these enough to forge equipment? Seeing this, Wei Yuan appeared contemplative. You managed to bring back the spoils as well? He suspected that Tian had managed to slay Norse, but he was taken aback to learn that he could also retrieve the remnants left by Norse in the dungeon. This substantial amount of Dragon's Essence crystals held considerable value, sufficient to forge 2 legendary pieces of equipment. I can help you find a blacksmith. Which part of the equipment do you desire? Without any further ado, Wei Yuan accepted the Dragon's Essence crystals. Legendary grade materials required at least an epic level blacksmith to forge them into equipment, along with a significant amount of auxiliary materials. But this should not pose a problem for Wei Yuan. Tian pondered for a moment, perhaps jewelry. Compared to armor or weapons, accessories like necklaces and rings are rarer and more precious. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement and subsequently escorted Tian back to the Qingshan apartment. As night descended, the stars were embedded in the celestial tapestry, casting a gentle, cold light. Before parting, Wei Yuan earnestly remarked, Tomorrow marks the selection of participants for the grand competition. I entrust this to you. Tian waved his hand dismissively, assuring, Rest assured. Chapter 50. As long as you can win one match. Upon returning to the apartment, the night had deepened. Bai Qiuli followed Jiang Yuanshuang to Huaxing University, effectively checking in early, leaving Tian alone in the apartment. After transitioning to Alice today, his funds had drastically diminished, plummeting from nearly 100 to a mere 35. 3. Fortunately, Alice's formidable strength and her dual template characteristics made Tian feel it was worthwhile. Moreover, midnight approached swiftly, heralding the refresh of the new management log. Management log, night repair. Jiang Che's team successfully cleared the Hell Dungeon. Heartless Valley. Reward. Fund 6. Bai Qiuli challenged the solo trial Secret Realm at Huaxing University. Reward. Funds 4. Wang Jing was promoted to squad leader of the Daxia Border Defense Army. Reward. Funds 1. Ning Jing deciphered ancient relic stone tablets, interpreting 3 key clues, raising the relic's decryption rate to 74. Reward. Funds 2. You shared the experience gained by your employees killing enemies, trials, first clears, monster farming 650. 000. Your level has risen. Level 25, level 28. Funds 48. 3. This management log made Tian realize the myriad ways to acquire funds. First clears in dungeons, trial challenges, even promotions in military ranks and deciphering relic stone tablets were counted as a form of dividend. Achievement. Ning Jing, as a legendary scholar, had unexpectedly demonstrated remarkable efficiency, contributing significantly to the deciphering of the ancient relic stone tablets in just one day. In contrast, Alice, currently the strongest among the employees, found herself trapped in a dungeon, unable to leave, thus could only engage in combat without achieving any dividend, accomplishments, or honors. Nevertheless, she excelled in gaining experience through killing enemies. Tian cast a final glance at the remaining employees. One promotion slot remained, but to whom should it be granted? With the ethnic competition commencing in about 2 days, he needed to allocate the promotion before the contest to enhance the employee's capabilities. Lost in thought, he unintentionally drifted into slumber. The following morning, Tian, accompanied by Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, boarded a dedicated floating vehicle arranged by Wei Yuan, heading towards Xingqing, not far from the ethnic competition. It was customary for the high-ranking officials of East Huadong to hold a selection event in Xingqing to choose the competitors for the ethnic competition. Today marked the official unveiling of the region's most gifted talents. The floating vehicle glided smoothly towards the only large city in East Huadong. Following the recent attack by the Divine Arrival sect, Wei Yuan had dispatched the garrison commander to mobilize 4 battalions to clear the wilderness once more, ensuring a remarkably safe route for this journey. So this is Xinqing? How magnificent! It's my first time visiting such a large city. Soon, the only large city in East Huadong came into Tian and the others' view, eliciting gasps of awe from Jiang Che and Wan Jiang. From above, the city appeared nearly 10 times larger than Qiqing, with several strikingly modern towers captivating their attention. However, compared to the first-tier cities of Tian's previous life, the city bore a more rustic style due to the ravages of war, lacking opulence. The group arrived at the East Huadong branch's office building. Wei Yuan, Bai Qiuli, and Jiang Yuanchuang were chatting at the entrance. Upon seeing Tian and the others, Wei Yuan led them directly to the third-floor conference hall, where today's selection would be held. As the last to arrive, Tian and Wei Yuan found that a multitude of East Huadong's prominent figures had already gathered in the hall. The ethnic competition was of utmost importance to the interest and survival of all East Huadong. A failure would result in the loss of countless secret realms, deducted from various cities and departments. Even the prestigious Huaxing University had incurred significant costs in secret realms in recent years, prompting the attendance of Principal Yuhua today. Principal Yuhua of Huaxing, an elderly man clad in a deep blue robe, approached with another military officer upon seeing Wei Yuan's arrival, confronting him with urgency. Wei Yuan, I have just heard that you declined the headquarters support for the East Huadong ethnic competition. Do you intend to face the Yagu dynasty's ethnic competition alone? Typically, the headquarters or the Qianlong base would send assistance for such competitions. After all, relying solely on one district's strength to contend with the formidable alien forces dominating an entire other world is exceedingly difficult. Even in previous years, with support, the outcomes were often draws or defeats. Yet this year, Wei Yuan had unexpectedly stated just days prior that East Huadong required no assistance. This naturally incensed Principal Yuhua, as a failure in the ethnic competition would also impose losses upon Huaxing University. Observing the fierce demeanor of the two, Wei Yuan merely smiled calmly. Support from the headquarters is certainly reserved for other districts in greater need. Old Lin, I believe East Huadong has no need for it from this year onward. The military officer, Lin Guodong, the garrison commander of East Huadong, was equally astonished by Wei Yuan's audacity. Wei Yuan, on what grounds do you dare to be so bold? The Yagu dynasty and its terrifying royal dragon descendants are notoriously formidable. Even if you have discovered some promising talents this year, it is improbable to be so confident. For a moment, they even suspected that Wei Yuan intended to abrogate the peace agreement with the Yagu dynasty. At that moment, Tian interjected, Support? Does that mean we can still assist other districts in the competition? Wei Yuan responded with a smile, Of course. Though Daxia is divided into 5 districts, we are ultimately one entity. If we have the resources, we can certainly lend support to our colleagues. Tian's eyes brightened. It seemed there were even more avenues for acquiring funds. Principal Yu Hua and Commander Lin Guodong exchanged startled glances. East Huadong is barely managing on its own. And you are already preparing to assist others? How audacious are these two? Witnessing their expressions, Wei Yuan found the situation amusing. He raised his hand to introduce Tian to them, his tone leisurely. This is my newly recruited mercenary chief, Tian. Tian's face darkened at the title, while Principal Yu Hua and Commander Lin Guodong appeared bemused and speechless. Yet, there was a subtle sense of nostalgia in the air. It seemed the old Wei Yuan had returned. In his youth, Wei Yuan had been the strongest in East Huadong, known for his carefree and mischievous nature. It was only after he took on the responsibility of leading East Huadong amidst the pressures from alien forces and evil entities that he became increasingly solemn. For a moment, both Yu Hua and Lin Guodong found themselves reminiscing. However, that nostalgic feeling was abruptly shattered by Wei Yuan's next declaration. I intend to entrust all the slots for the ethnic competition to Tian. What? Absolutely not. This is sheer folly. Not only were Yu Hua and Lin Guodong taken aback, but Wei Yuan's voice resonated loudly, causing astonishment to ripple through the entire conference hall. The reason for the collective outrage was clear. In previous years, the selection of competitors for the ethnic competition had never been so straightforward. Each city and department's high-ranking officials would bring forth their select talented newcomers, subjected to layers of evaluation and competition, ultimately decided by votes from the top brass. Wei Yuan's implication was unmistakable. He was placing the outcome of the ethnic competition in the hands of this young man. What kind of nonsense was this? To designate a competitor's slot is one thing, but to directly allocate 5 slots? Or to allow a mere youth to take charge of such a significant decision? The conference hall buzzed with chatter, while Yu Hua and Lin Guodong directly confronted Wei Yuan. Have you lost your mind? The slots for the ethnic competition are not a trivial matter. To let such an inexperienced young man decide on this grave issue. Amidst the uproar, Wei Yuan shrugged at Tian, his expression nonchalant. Tian, with an insightful demeanor, instructed Wei Yuan's secretary to present 2 freshly crafted business cards to Yu Hualin and Guodong. The 2 were momentarily stunned as they beheld the cards, which bore the rather rudimentary inscription, "Striving for Greatness, Office." Subsequently, Tian raised his hand and proclaimed loudly, "Since there is opposition, let us resolve this in the simplest manner. You may send forth your most promising talents to challenge my team. Should any of you emerge victorious in a single match, the selection rules shall be determined by you all." As his words resonated, a profound silence enveloped the room. Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu collectively positioned themselves behind Tian, eagerly awaiting the challenges ahead. Chapter 51. I shall challenge Yi Xiu. What audacity! This was the first impression that Principal Yu Hua had of Tian after he boldly declared that his entourage far surpassed any of the contenders present. How arrogant! Everyone attending this assembly was shrewd and astute. It was inconceivable that Tian would make such a statement without substantial backing. They also found it hard to believe that Wei Yuan would come merely to amuse them. At that moment, Yu Hua silently retreated behind the crowd, pulling along Jiang Yuanshuang, who had also come to attend the meeting. He inquired, "That girl, is she your newly accepted disciple, Bai Qiuli?" Jiang Yuanshuang, one of the top practitioners in the Great Xia and the swordsmanship instructor at Huaxing University, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Qiuli is unmatched among her peers. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yuanshuang added, "As for Tian, I advise you not to oppose him. He is formidable." Recalling Tian's act of tearing open the entrance to the secret realm and facilitating Bai Qiuli's promotion to a divine level, even she felt a sense of trepidation. However, she had promised Wei Yuan not to divulge such matters indiscriminately. Principal Yu Hua pondered for a moment, casting a glance at Tian, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, the others present readily endorsed Tian's challenge. It was quite simple. The truth would be revealed in the arena. Soon, they transitioned directly to the combat arena. Such a solemn and serious selection meeting had, under Tian's influence, not even commenced before the battles began, a first in history. Countless elite talents, selected from various cities and departments, gathered at the arena. General Lin Guodong of the East China Defense Army brought along a young swordsman clad in white robes, named Yi Bai, an epic-level sword fanatic. Standing beside Sun Xiang, the Minister of Finance for East China, was Sun Yi, an epic-level dual king, who had tested alongside Bai Qiuli. There was also Lu Yuan, a legendary-level warrior with blue hair and black armor wielding dual blades, known as the Thunder Blade Master. Aside from that, nearly all the epic practitioners from East China had congregated here. This corroborated Yu Hua's earlier assertion: the quota for the racial competition was no trivial matter. For East China, the outcome of this competition was of utmost importance, particularly this year. For the participants, the racial competition served as a stage of honor, with nearly all capable individuals eager to partake. At that moment, the atmosphere within the arena was quite delicate. Tian stood on one side with Bai Qiuli and her 3 companions, while General Lin Guodong and the other high-ranking officials, along with a dozen contestants, stood on the opposite side. Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang occupied the judges' positions. "Now, everyone may select their opponents and commence the challenges," Wei Yuan announced. Tian, having found a chair from somewhere, calmly seated himself at the back of the arena, with his 4 aides standing behind him. At a glance, he resembled a dark monarch seated upon a throne, flanked by his 4 formidable generals. As always, the rule remained: if anyone could defeat any of my subordinates, I would concede. I shall go. Before he could finish, Sun Yi was the first to step forward. Sun Xiang, the Minister of Finance, who bore a striking resemblance to him, patted his shoulder with encouragement. With his purple potential and epic dual king profession, Sun Yi left a profound impression on Tian. Sun Yi's gaze swept towards the 4 individuals behind Tian: Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu. He quickly assessed in his mind: I certainly cannot defeat Bai Qiuli, I acknowledge that. Wang Jiang has made significant achievements in the Border Defense Army and is rumored to have slain a demon of the magical rank, making him a tough opponent. The third one, I do not recognize, but I observe he breathes steadily, with calloused hands, suggesting he is a seasoned martial artist. Finally, my gaze falls upon the 4th, with a languid demeanor, improper posture, and pale skin. You must be the weakest of them all. It's you. Sun Yi pointed decisively at Yushio. Me? Yushio chuckled, amused by being singled out first, though he was not surprised. He drew out the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella, his expression composed and expectant. In fact, I prefer the thrill of practitioner competitions over dungeon raids. With that, he stepped into the center of the arena. In an instant, a virtual space materialized within the arena, designated for the practitioner's duel. Even if one were to fall in this virtual realm, it would not result in true death. Wei Yuan, seated at the judge's table, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. Excellent. Let the first match commence. Sun Yi began to gather a faint purple fighting spirit around himself, drawing forth an epic longsword as he approached. Watch closely. Yushio replied, I am watching. As he spoke, the 1,000 Mechanisms umbrella transformed into a longsword, a mythical-grade weapon. With the fighting spirit enveloping him, Sun Yi unleashed a series of 3 slashing strikes against the ground, aiming at Yushio. In response, Yushio leaped, evading the strikes while countering midair with a technique known as Soul Wave Disruption Slash. Bang! Boom! Sun Yi stood in stunned silence, having seen only a fleeting flash of rapid purple light before he found himself outside the virtual combat space. I lost. How did I lose? The spectators, upon witnessing the sheer devastation of that single blow, were left agape. The attack had nearly obliterated half of the virtual arena, and its speed was so astonishing that evasion was utterly impossible. In that moment, many prospective participants gasped in shock. It's impossible to contend with him. That strike from Yushio likely possesses legendary power. It would be wise not to choose him as an opponent. Their gazes shifted toward the other 3 companions of Tian. Perhaps it would be better to challenge someone else. Chapter 52, Crushing Victory. Promotion, the 9 Luminaries Dragon Hunter. Knight Repair descended gracefully, aided by the residual waves of the wave slash, his expression tinged with lingering excitement. The skill's damage was overwhelming, and the conclusion arrived all too swiftly. His somewhat ostentatious remarks drew the ire of several challengers. However, they were a genuine reflection of his sentiments. He yearned for an equally matched opponent for a thrilling confrontation. Perhaps the upcoming racial competition would provide such an opportunity. Unconsciously, Tian crossed his legs, beckoning to the assembled challengers. May we have the next contender, please? This utterance, coupled with Knight Repair's recent display, instilled a sense of trepidation among many participants. Nevertheless, a number were eager to step forward. I volunteer to challenge. A graceful swordsman clad in white, standing beside the commander of the guard, Lin Guodong, leaped into the arena, his sights set squarely on Jiang Che. He had contemplated this moment. White Shioli's undeniable prowess as the top candidate in the high-stakes examination was well known, and he had heard whispers of Wang Jing's remarkable achievements. Knight Repair needed no introduction, leaving him with but one option. With a look of regret, Knight Repair exited the stage, and Jiang Che made his entrance. Notably, after forming a raid team with Knight Repair, their efficiency in dungeon runs and leveling had skyrocketed, leading him to reach level 25 and advance to the 2nd tier. Transitioning from a 1st-tier Chi warrior to a 2nd-tier profession, the Celestial Warrior. The young swordsman in white clasped his fists in greeting. I am Yi Bai. Be wary. With that, he unsheathed his sword, a glimmer of cold steel erupting forth. His epic profession, Sword Madman, plunged him into a frenzied state, blurring the lines between friend and foe, unleashing devastating power. Thus, he cautioned Jiang Che to be on guard. However, against the onslaught of the sword's radiance, Jiang Che neither flinched nor retreated. Celestial Shield, a layer of adamantine chi coalesced around him, forming a protective barrier. The blade's ferocity struck, leaving only faint white marks upon the shield. In the next moment, Jiang Che surged forth, unleashing a fearsome roar. Celestial Dragon Tiger Roar. This was the exclusive 2nd-tier skill of the Celestial Warrior. To Yi Bai's ears, it resonated like the roar of a tiger and the bellow of a dragon, striking terror into the heart. The crimson glow in Yi Bai's eyes, once frenzied, now regained clarity. In an instant, the accompanying chi from the roar stunned Yi Bai, scattering his senses and rendering him defenseless. Ultimately, he was thrown from the arena by Jiang Che. Another defeat. Observing this, the high-ranking officials expressed their astonishment, shocked that the talents they had selected could not withstand Tian's might. In mere seconds, Yi Bai's face flushed with guilt. My apologies, Commander Lin. Lin Guodong consoled him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Do not blame yourself. The opponent was simply too formidable. At that moment, a voice questioned Tian. Wait. Are all these individuals newly awakened this year? Surely, you are aware of the rules of the racial competition. In the racial competition, The Yagyu dynasty could only field descendants born this year, while the Great Xia could only enter those who awakened to profession in the same time frame. Yet, Tian. This condition posed no limitations whatsoever. A secretary beside the judging panel, Wei Yuan, responded, "Tests have been conducted. All participants meet the competition requirements." Upon hearing this, the doubts dissipated, while the president of Huaxing University, Yu Hua, wore a perplexed expression. Where on earth did this lad find so many talents? Gazing at the bewildered expressions of the high-ranking officials from the judging seat, Wei Yuan wore a silent smile. The battle continued. The third challenger to enter was Lu Yuan, a blue-haired figure clad in black armor wielding dual blades, a legendary profession, the Thunderblade Master. From the perspective of the other officials, he appeared the most likely to secure a victory. Yet, Tian assessed Lu Yuan's potential as merely yellow, suspecting his combat prowess would pale in comparison to the previous two with purple potential, Sun Yi and Yi Bai. After much deliberation, Lu Yuan ultimately chose Wanjing. He opted for the opponent with the highest stats, abandoning those with more versatile skills or superior martial prowess. Wanjing possessed not only a legendary profession but also an S-class extraordinary physique, the Thunder Battle Body. Even if he summoned Sun Yi and Yi Bai to join forces, defeating Wanjing would seem a daunting challenge. A minute later, it was over. The expressions of the high-ranking officials opposite Tian shifted from resignation to acceptance. Even the legendary Lu Yuan could only hold out for a minute, and they pragmatically relinquished any hopes of overcoming Tian. The ensuing battles could be deemed as combat instruction. The officials even encouraged the challengers to endure as long as possible. Impressive. I lasted 2 exchanges against Night Repair. I engaged Jiang Che for 2 minutes. If I soar high enough, I can delay my demise. I wish to face the Flower of Bai. If I am to fall beneath her blade, at least my presence here was not in vain. Naturally, Tian promptly dismissed such infatuated declarations. Tian. I am in complete admiration. Lin Guodong, commander of the guard, was the first to step forward, sincerity etched upon his face. Alongside him, Minister of Finance Sun Ziyang and Yu Hua, among others, expressed their recognition of Tian's abilities. In summary, witnessing such a plethora of talents emerge was undoubtedly a boon for the Great Xia. Wei Yuan, grinning, descended from the judging platform. What say you, esteemed colleagues? We concede. We concede. Thus, it was decided that the participants for this year's competition would be entrusted to Tian. In this moment, no high-ranking officials from Huadong dared contest the decision. The racial competition consisted of 5 one-on-one matches and a 5-person dungeon race, theoretically requiring at least 5 official contestants. Victors of the one-on-one duels would earn 1 point, while the victorious team in the dungeon race would garner 3 points. Ultimately, the faction with the highest score would secure victory. Tian believed that 4 competitors would suffice for triumph. However, Wei Yuan suggested that a special training program would follow, recommending the selection of an additional participant. In the end, Tian chose Sun Yi, a warrior of the Dual King profession. With the selection concluded, the racial competition was set to commence in 2 days, during which Huaxing University would organize a special training camp to provide final preparation for the contestants. The impending clash between the Huadong and Yagyu dynasties was on the horizon. Before the training camp, Tian had made up his mind. He would bestow the final promotion slot upon Wanjing. On one hand, Wanjing was among the first to join him, performing admirably in the Border Defense Corps and capable of shouldering the responsibility of repelling evil forces. On the other hand, Wanjing possessed the Demon Sealing Tower. The stronger he became, the higher the levels he could conquer. The next layer required the defeat of Demon Lord-level fiends, and with his current strength, he was still lacking. Tian intended to lend him a hand. Before Wanjing departed for the training camp, Tian summoned Wei Yuan to set up a barrier. Promotion for Wanjing. As Wanjing's title transformed into Outstanding Employee, a new investment panel appeared. Outstanding Employee Investment Opportunity. 1. Upgrade to a Divine-level profession. 20 points. 2. Exclusive Weapon. 5 points. 3. SSS-level Extraordinary Physique. 20 points. 4. Promotion only. No investment. In comparison to White Chioli's promotion, an additional option emerged. The SSS-level Extraordinary Physique. This tantalized Tian. The S-level Thunder Battle Body nearly doubled Wanjing's combat capability. Therefore, an SSS-level physique would undoubtedly amplify his power manifold. Regrettably, the investment opportunity permitted the selection of only one option. After much contemplation, Tian ultimately opted for the Divine-level promotion, with Wanjing's Demon Sealing Tower As the trial levels increased, there might be an opportunity to acquire an even more potent extraordinary physique. However, the chance to ascend to a divine-level profession was singular. Select 1. Promote profession. As Tian's words echoed, 20 points were deducted. Wang Jing, enveloped in the barrier, wore a look of utter astonishment. From the moment Tian summoned him until now, he finally grasped the magnitude of the surprise his boss had bestowed upon him. You have been promoted to outstanding employee, rewarded with the advancement to the divine-level second-tier profession, 9 Luminaries Dragon Hunter. The ultimate profession has ascended from Dragon Warrior Gun God to Universal Gun God. You have acquired the divine-level professional skills, Great Wilderness Starshine Gun, and Dragon Hunting Domain. Chapter 53. The Grand Racial Competition commences. 2 days swiftly passed. During this time, as the staff engaged in intensive training, there was little opportunity to achieve any notable accomplishments or honors, leaving the proprietor, Tian, rather disheartened. However, he did gain considerable experience, elevating his level from 28 to 33 within these 2 days. In contrast, Ningjing made remarkable progress in deciphering the ancient relic stone tablets, reaching a 94 completion rate. With just one more day, it seemed likely that the relic clues would be fully unraveled, prompting Tian to marvel at the remarkable efficiency of the legendary scholar. On the eve of the competition, Wei Yuan presented Tian with a necklace and rings, both crafted from 40 dragon essence crystals, forming 2 legendary accessories. Originally, the forging of these 2 items would have taken at least 10 days. But with the assistance of 4 epic-level blacksmiths, Wei Yuan managed to complete them just in time for the grand racial competition. The necklace, named Dragon Soul, serves as a defensive accessory that, when activated, generates a powerful shield based on the wearer's mental strength to absorb damage and intimidate nearby foes. Traditionally, Tian kept such defensive gear for himself. The other item, however, was immediately destined for Alice upon Tian's glance. The Blood Dragon Ring possesses the following effects. Effect 1. For each dragon lineage creature slain by the wearer, a blood dragon mark is inscribed upon the ring's surface. Effect 2. After exiting combat, the wearer's first attack inflicts an additional 3 damage per blood dragon mark, resetting upon a kill. Effect 3. Each blood dragon mark permanently increases the wearer's maximum health by 1. Thus, the more dragon lineage creatures one slays, the more powerful the ring becomes. Both the damage enhancement and the permanent increase in health are invaluable benefits, and of course, Alice has been the most prolific dragon slayer. Since placing her near the ancient kingdom, she consistently encounters and defeats dragon lineage creatures in various dungeons, leading to suspicions of treachery within the ranks of the ancient kingdom. That evening, Tian convened a meeting and presented the ring to Alice. The following day, the grand racial competition officially commenced. In Ding City, the Eastern military dispatched 3 regiments, personally commanded by Lin Guodong, to maintain order within the city. The competition venue was situated in the massive arena at the heart of Ding City. The border defense troops stood at the ready. Wei Yuan and Zhang Yuanshuang, among the last 8 elite professionals from the Great Xia, were present to oversee the proceedings. Principal Yu Hua of Huaxing and other high-ranking officials also gathered, marking a day of great significance for all of eastern China. Numerous reporters from various media outlets rushed in as soon as they were granted entry, including Ji Chonglin, the principal of Qingshan No. 2 High School. Many shared a sense of skepticism regarding eastern China, including Ji Chonglin, due to the failures of previous competitions that had adversely affected the region's economy. Yet today, the atmosphere felt different. Suddenly, a colossal figure darkened the skies above Ding City. The Red Emperor, in his half-dragon flying form, measured over 10 meters in length, and if he did not intentionally shrink, he would hardly fit within the confines of the city. The ancient kingdom, led by the Red Emperor and several royal dragon lineage members, exuded an overwhelming aura. Their confidence, bolstered by recent victories, was palpable. Yet today, in an unprecedented turn of events, the ancient kingdom introduced another formidable presence, a tall and elegant woman, standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters. Her skin gleamed like jade, and the golden runes adorning her blue-green robe hinted at arcane mysteries. In stark contrast to the Red Emperor's brashness, this female figure radiated a serene intellect. A powerful dragon lineage? Who could she be? The fabled Green Emperor. As the dignitaries from the Great Xia settled around the arena, astonishment rippled through the crowd. The ancient kingdom now boasted 3 supreme rulers, the Red Emperor, the Green Emperor, and the White Emperor. Except for the Red Emperor, the other 2 had only been spoken of in whispers among the alien races. However, Wei Yuan appeared somewhat familiar with her, remarking, "The dragon of all laws. She has come as well." His expression shifted to one of playful mockery. It seems the ancient kingdom is not as confident this year. Tian occupied the prime observation seat alongside Wei Yuan and Jiang Yuanshuang. This position represented one of the highest standings in eastern China, and Tian's presence elicited no objections. A peculiar expression crossed his face. Ever since the Green Emperor's arrival, his or some hinted that she possessed golden potential. This was hardly surprising, as both the Red and Green Emperors hailed from the ancient kingdom with similar potential. What was strange was Tian's sensation that the Green Emperor, one of the ancient kingdom's strongest, seemed to be scrutinizing him intently. Wei Yuan. A thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by a fierce flapping of wings. Such audacity in voice was characteristic of the Red Emperor. This was a classic prelude to betting before the competition. Challenging Tian and the border defense troops was a familiar occurrence. Yet this time the stakes were significantly higher. You Easterners dare not cower this year. The Green Emperor sat at the head of her faction, her gaze as tranquil as a deep well. She was aware that the Red Emperor had accumulated considerable animosity and was poised for vengeance today. As she pondered, her gaze inadvertently drifted toward Tian once more. The Red Emperor, his voice booming like thunder, declared, "This year's wager. 2 medium-sized secret realms, along with control of the other half of Ding City. Do you dare accept, Wei Yuan?" At this proclamation, the high-ranking officials from the Great Xia collectively gasped. For context, the previous competition wagered merely 7 small secret realms, making the Red Emperor's proposition seem like a chasm between heaven and earth. The Minister of Finance, Sun Ziyang, observed astutely, "He is clearly attempting to pressure us into negotiation." The entirety of eastern China, including the recently developed Tian realm, possessed only 2 medium-sized secret realms. Losing such a wager would not only cede vital territory but could also jeopardize the very lifeblood of eastern China. Such a defeat was utterly unacceptable. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence as everyone awaited Wei Yuan's response or counteroffer. In that moment, Wei Yuan merely smiled calmly. Turning to Tian with an air of casualness akin to a classroom discussion, "What do you think?" Tian crossed his arms, nodding affirmatively. "I think it's quite favorable. If we win too much, they might just tear the FAAD and reveal their true intentions. Of course, by that time, it will be your affair." Haha. Wei Yuan laughed unabashedly, provoking the Red Emperor's irritation. All right, I agree. Let us proceed with this wager." In that instant, the crowd erupted once more, with reporters almost forgetting to record the astonishing turn of events. Agreed. 2 medium-sized secret realms and half the control of a city. This is gambling with the fate of eastern China. What had driven Wei Yuan to such audacity this year? Amidst the astonishment, even the Red Emperor was taken aback for a moment. Beside him, Jiang Yuanshuang hesitated, and although she did not oppose, she raised a question softly, audible only to Wei Yuan. "Why do you trust Tian so completely?" Her tone was light, infused with uncertainty. Wei Yuan pondered briefly before responding in an equally subdued, calm voice. "Do you recall the prophecy left behind by the first god-tier professional of the Great Xia? Chapter 54, The Prophecy Bearer? A prophecy?" Among the 8 pinnacle practitioners of the Great Xia, Jiang Yuanshuang is one of the youngest, holding the title of Sword Master at merely 32 years of age. The first divine-grade practitioner in the Great Xia appeared over a century ago, and Jiang Yuanshuang's recollection of this ancient legend is rather vague. However, memories soon flood back, and she becomes lost in thought. 80 years ago, the first divine-grade practitioner, the Starry Guardian, fell victim to an ambush by 3 demon kings, suffering fatal injuries. On the brink of death, he expended his remaining strength to deliver a prophecy for the Great Xia. When the Great Xia faces a calamity of life and death, a savior will emerge, repeatedly turning the tide to rescue the realm from peril and save humanity from disaster. After protecting the Great Xia for nearly 2 decades, the Starry Guardian finally vanished into starlight. This prophecy was thus etched into the annals of the headquarters, passed down through generations. Today, only the core leadership is privy to its content. Concurrently, the prophecy has indirectly given rise to 2 factions within the Great Xia. One advocates preserving national strength to the utmost, avoiding war while awaiting the arrival of the savior. The other firmly believes in humanity's triumph over fate, deeming the prophecy as mere illusion, insisting on a proactive approach to confront the challenges. Until now, neither faction has been able to persuade the other, and the prophesied individual has yet to make their appearance. At this moment, Jiang Yuanshuang's expression shifts, disbelief washing over her as she gazes at Wei Yuan, whispering urgently, "Are you saying that Tian is the one from the prophecy?" She reflects on her impressions of Tian, his role in elevating Bai Qiuli to divine grade and thwarting the invasion of the Void Insect clan. His abilities are indeed astonishing, aligning well with the description in the prophecy. Furthermore, the current state of the Great Xia, beset by external threats from alien races and dark forces over the past decade, does not exaggerate the phrase life and death. Viewed in this light, Tian does fit the prophecy as description. However, the phrase repeatedly eludes Zhang Yuanchuang's understanding. Yet, in response to her inquiry, Wei Yuan merely shakes his head. He too is only speculating, unable to ascertain the truth. Nonetheless, he has resolved to present 003 to Tian following the upcoming race competition. This legendary partner of the prophesied child, designated as a forbidden item by the Great Xia, may very well validate the identity of the prophesied individual. Moments later, Wei Yuan's focus returns to the race competition. He hovers in the air, locking eyes with the Crimson Emperor. I am willing to stake control of 2 medium-sized secret realms and half of Ding City. Upon hearing this, the Crimson Emperor's dragon-like pupils narrow in surprise. Such a monumental wager is merely a test or intimidation. After all, the previous Huadong would never have dared to accept such a substantial bet. Yet now, Wei Yuan has accepted it without hesitation, evidently well prepared. However, the Crimson Emperor shows no signs of concern. His astonishment transforms into elation. Ha ha ha. Wei Yuan, you seek to gamble everything but have chosen the wrong moment. Alas, this time, no matter what, you cannot win. At his words, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia wear grave expressions, sensing a hint of foreboding. Yet, Wei Yuan merely snorts dismissively. Enough chatter, let us commence. Very well. The Crimson Emperor returns to the viewing platform, leaving the arena space to the competitors of the race. Simultaneously, both factions dispatch 2 judging panels to oversee the competition. The contest, a single elimination format, formally begins. Bo 5. The first match features a royal dragon descendant from the Yagyu dynasty, adorned in crimson scales and exuding a golden gleam, resembling the Crimson Emperor. The appearance of this royal dragon descendant elicits gasps of surprise from the spectators, as Principal Yu Hua's voice resonates behind Tian. Nordine, the strongest royal dragon descendant under the Crimson Emperor, to take the stage first? He is even stronger than Nos. The second remark comes as a reminder from Wei Yuan. Yet Tian remains unfazed. To ensure victory in the competition, he has invested 18 points of resources, applying employee benefits, life insurance, to all his staff. Moreover, he has activated the tactical meeting buff, tactical meeting. After the meeting, all attributes of participants increase by 30 for 3 hours, if using employee benefits. The attribute increase rises to 80. The attributes of human beings generally fall short of those of royal dragon descendants. Given that dragon descendants possess inherent advantages from their bloodline and physique, with initial attribute values often magnitudes higher than those of humans, only high-quality professions reaching level 70 or above can marginally compensate for this disparity through growth attributes. However, the tides have turned. Despite the expenditure of 18 points reducing Tian's available funds to 10. 3. The likelihood of victory has become more assured. After all, upon winning the race, a substantial influx of resources is guaranteed. A calculated risk, indeed. Knowing Nordine is the strongest among the Crimson Emperor's ranks, Tian assigns Yishio to the challenge. Bai Qiuli, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, Yishio, and Sun Yi sit among the competitors, and upon hearing Tian's words, Yishio's face lights up with anticipation. Eager to take the stage first, the high-ranking officials in the viewing area, including Yu Hua and Lin Guodong, are filled with mixed emotions, entrusting the race entirely to a mere youth, questioning whether this is madness or a sign of progress. Clad in silvery light armor with a dark red cloak billowing, Yushu reflects on the new skills acquired during his training and prepares to test them against you. He wields the 1,000-mechanism umbrella, taunting the royal dragon descendant Nordin. In an instant, Nordine's muscles tense as he charges forward like a roaring locomotive. The strength of dragon descendants is determined by their bloodline, and differing ancestries yield varying power systems. The Crimson Emperor's lineage possesses innate strength and resilience, akin to a war god, relying on sheer destructive force. And Nordine exemplifies this. With a resounding crash, as Nordine collides with him, Yishio transforms the 1,000-mechanism umbrella into a shield, deflecting the impact and sending waves of force rippling outward. Subsequently, Yishio's head emerges from behind the massive shield. Hey there, haven't you eaten? Ugh. Accompanied by the sound of wind, Nordine lashes out with his claws in furious retaliation. Yishio, however, remains remarkably composed. Though I would love to exchange a few more blows, the boss insists on securing victory. With that, Yishio quietly activates his skill, Chaos Domain. The skill, an enhanced form of taunt, immediately engenders a crimson glow in Nordine's eyes, transforming him into a frenzied beast. Wait, he is a shield bearer? Sunny observes Yishio's taunting skill from the competitor's seat, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes widen in realization. No. This is the assassin's stealth and backstab. In the arena, as Nordine succumbs to the taunt, Yishio deftly adjusts his angle using his newly acquired stealth enhancement. His massive shield morphs into a dagger, Godslayer's blade, an enhanced backstab technique. The skin of the Crimson Emperor's dragon descendants is remarkably tough. Yet Yishio's dagger possesses mythic attributes, easily piercing through Nordine's spine. The strike jolts Nordine back to consciousness. Yet, Yishio swiftly grips Nordine's back, exerting force. Earthquake toss. An enhanced throw technique, Nordine suddenly feels his balance falter, just as a wave of purple light strikes him. So wave slash? A seamless combination of skills unfolds in mere seconds. The first match comes to an end. Daxia prevails, earning a point. Magnificent. How splendid. As the competitive arena determined the victor, the officiating panel subsequently rendered their verdict, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the audience of Daxia. Across from them, the Red Emperor clenched his fists, producing a creaking sound, his gaze ominous. Chapter 55, The Power of Words. A win and a loss. These individuals are indeed remarkable. Beside the Crimson Emperor, the composed figure of the Azure Emperor spoke with a voice both serene and elegant. Her gaze was fixed upon the contestants' platform, particularly on Baiqiuli, Wang Jiang, and the others, eventually resting on Tian. The Crimson Emperor appeared displeased, remarking that the human race was not devoid of intellect. If they had not made preparations, how could they dare to wager so boldly against them? The grand competition was not solely his affair. It sufficed that the White Emperor, that insidious character, had chosen to refrain from participation. Now it was time for you to take action. The Azure Emperor nodded slightly, signaling a female dragonborn beside her to step forth. However, she countered the Crimson Emperor's assertion. Who says the White Emperor is absent? The Crimson Emperor's expression shifted to one of confusion. As the second match of the BO5 commenced, Tian called out, Jiangche, it's your turn. Upon witnessing the royal dragonborn with azure green scales take the stage, Tian hesitated momentarily before sending Jiangche into the fray. Not only Tian, but most individuals in the audience of the Great Xia had never encountered such a dragonborn with azure green scales. The Great Xia was more familiar with the formidable lineage of the Crimson Emperor, renowned for their immense power and physique. The royal dragonborn of the Azure Emperor's lineage were indeed a rarity. Tian instinctively glanced at the opponent's profile. Elisa, basic information, female, ancient continent royalty of the ancient era, A-class bloodline dragonborn, potential, purple background, descendant of the Azure Emperor, born with the ability to control wind and mental elements. Upon entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm, comprehended the Black Emperor's inherited power, the power of words, soul snatch. Investment opportunity, none, currently unable to invest in non-humans. With no investment opportunities available, it seemed that one must at least possess a semi-human form, like Alice, to qualify. Perhaps in the future, there would be chances to invest in non-humans. Tian's attention was soon drawn to the mention of the Black Emperor. The power of words, soul snatch, words of power. Does that dragonborn possess such abilities? Wei Yuan inquired, having overheard Tian's murmurs. Upon receiving an affirmative response from Tian, Wei Yuan furrowed his brow. Jiangche must exercise caution. What exactly is the power of words? It is said to be a unique ability of the ancient dragon race, resonating from the dragon language and bloodline. Wei Yuan elaborated, as far as I know. The higher the bloodline, the more potent the power of words, with some even possessing the capacity to alter rules and bring about destruction. Tian was taken aback. Isn't that excessively powerful? A single skill capable of changing rules and even annihilating worlds. However, Wei Yuan added, but those are merely legends of the ancient dragon race. In today's ancient dynasty, dragonborns with the power of words are exceedingly rare. Although the power of words is formidable, it pales in comparison to the ancient dragon race. I only witnessed the release of this power during my encounter with the Azure Emperor. Hearing this explanation, Tian's astonishment diminished considerably. It appeared the dragon race had indeed declined compared to their ancestors. Nonetheless, one should not underestimate the dragonborns who currently wield the power of words. At the very least, Elisa was currently evenly matched against Jiangche. This made Tian furrow his brow slightly. The Heavenly Tiger's roar. After several rounds of combat, Jiang Che seized the opportune moment, preparing to unleash his signature skill for a follow-up attack. Yet unexpectedly, amidst Jiang Che's thunderous roar, the Dragonborn Elisa stood her ground. Not evading at all, her golden dragon eyes shone brilliantly as she chanted an obscure incantation, as if performing some ancient ritual. Binding of souls, will's curse. This was a form of ancient dragon language, which Tian initially could not comprehend. However, after sharing the tranquil, universal language proficiency, the once cryptic words began to form coherent phrases in his mind. This must be halted. I need to establish mental defenses. Bai Qiuli fixed her gaze on the battlefield, contemplating countermeasures. Even without the language proficiency skill, she understood the implications. The incantation clearly indicated an attack on the mental plane. Unfortunately, her words could not reach the competitive space. Meanwhile, Jiang Che remained oblivious. Buzz. An invisible binding enveloped Jiang Che. Power of words, soul snatch. Elisa, leveraging her dragon-born physique, withstood the damage from the Heavenly Tiger's roar, retaliating with her words of power. In an instant, Jiang Che's eyes lost focus, his mind blanked. Rendered incapable of action as if in a stupor, it was over. Elisa advanced, sending Jiang Che flying from the competitive arena. The second match concluded. The ancient dynasty had scored 1 point. As Jiang Che returned to the contestants' platform, awakened by the crowd, he appeared utterly dazed. Bai Qiuli patted his back. You should study ancient dragon language more diligently. In truth, this defeat could not solely be attributed to Jiang Che. Even Tian had not anticipated the power of words to be so formidable. Remarkably, it was said to be merely a fraction of the ancient dragon race's abilities. As for the ancient dragon language recited during the release of the power of words, among those present, only Tian, Bai Qiuli, Wei Yuan, and Principal Yu Hua could comprehend it. The language was far too archaic. Bai Qiuli's understanding stemmed from a previous study in the library, where she had completed her exam material with a mindset of learning a language for leisure. In the third match of the single challenge, the ancient dynasty once again sent forth a representative from the Azure Emperor's lineage. Since previously participating contestants could not re-enter the fray, Tian chose Bai Qiuli for this round. Yet again, she faced a dragonborn possessing the power of words. Tian noted that the dragonborns of the Azure Emperor's lineage seemed universally endowed with this ability. Furthermore, their profiles indicated that the means of acquiring the power of words were remarkably similar upon entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm. Comprehended the Black Emperor's inherited ability, power of words, shadow ghost. The Black Emperor? In the ancient dynasty, there were only 3 rulers: the Crimson Emperor, the Azure Emperor, and the White Emperor. Where did this Black Emperor come from? As Tian pondered, Principal Yu Hua behind him advised, ensure Bai Qiuli remains wary of that ability. Tian smiled in response. Rest assured, she is far more knowledgeable than I. At this moment, on the battlefield, the opposing dragonborn began chanting incantations as soon as they entered the arena. Instantly, the air within the competitive space turned frigid, as if invisible phantoms began to drift about. Shadows of death. As the incantation for the power of words, Shadow Ghost, commenced, Bai Qiuli swiftly drew her ice soul sword, enveloping the arena in a chilling radiance. The sword domain of Ling Tian. The space shifted, and countless sword energy surged forth in the void. The activation of the domain skill obliterating the nascent phantoms. In an instant, before the opposing dragonborn could finish their incantation, Bai Qiuli had already closed the distance. Icebound Extermination Slash. Within the domain, the damage from the swordsmanship skills was magnified, coupled with an 80 attribute boost provided by Tian. The God tier class Bai Qiuli unleashed her full power, detonating her output within a mere second. The swordsmanship class was inherently one of the highest damage output professions. Wait. The dragonborn wielding the Shadow Ghost ability ceased their incantation, realizing that their durability as a dragonborn was at risk of being annihilated. Upon this realization, the initial effect of the Icebound Extermination Slash had already encased them in ice, rendering them immobile. Moonlit Sword Dance, combined with the latter damage of the Icebound Extermination Slash, erupted in an instant. Boom. The ice crystals shattered, and the body fell. A swift execution. The third match concluded. The Great Xia scored 2 points. Chapter 56, The White Emperor. The arena's collapse. Let me take over. Combined edition. Was he instantly vanquished? How could one who wields the power of the word spirit be so easily defeated? The Red Emperor's brow furrowed, his expression a tempest of anger. Those who command the power of the word spirit are typically of formidable lineage, their attributes equally potent. He could scarcely fathom such a swift defeat. Having lost 2 out of 3 duels, this was unprecedented in the annals of the racial competitions. The Green Emperor, taken aback momentarily, soon regained his composure. The Yin Ghost and Soul Snatcher are merely low-tier word spirits. Such a loss is to be expected. Furthermore, the girl from the human race wielding a sword is indeed formidable. At these words, the Red Emperor felt a surge of displeasure. Why has the Great Xia produced such a plethora of talents this year? In past competitions, a participant of Jiang Che's caliber would have been hailed as the foremost newcomer of the Great Xia. Yet this year, each contender seems even more formidable than the last. The humans, a seemingly insignificant race, are indeed tenacious. The Red Emperor's countenance darkened. Who would step up next? He knew the Green Emperor still had 2 Dragonborn under his command who possessed word spirits. But their prowess was not significantly different from the Yin Ghost. It would not be easy to triumph over the Great Xia. However, the Green Emperor merely smiled. Did I not mention that the White Emperor has also arrived? His intervention will suffice. The White Emperor? The Red Emperor was perplexed. How could that cunning individual possibly? Before he could finish his thought, a seemingly ordinary Dragonborn approached them. I shall take the 4th match, he declared. The Red Emperor recognized him as merely a common Dragonborn named Nora, whose strength was even inferior to the one who lost in the first match. Yet, he soon realized that despite Nora's familiar appearance, his mental acuity, tone, and aura were entirely transformed. It was as if a powerful soul was commanding the vessel of this Dragonborn. The Red Emperor understood, revealing a look of disdain. The White Emperor, to forcibly seize the body of a descendant with word spirit, royal authority. You remain as treacherous as ever. The White Emperor, having taken control of Nora's body, chuckled softly. You flatter me. The Red Emperor scoffed. Had you arrived in the Great Xia sooner, there would have been no need for this competition. The Ager dynasty would have long since conquered this place. He continued with a mocking expression. Oh, I almost forgot. You fear the Black Emperor's vengeance. Even after nearly a century since his demise, you still dare not leave his burial grounds. He once proclaimed he would return. The White Emperor's voice grew increasingly cold. Do you wish to return to the era of his dominion? With that, the White Emperor ceased further dialogue, taking flight into the arena space. The Red Emperor scoffed, terrified by a mere dying wish for almost a century. Truly pathetic. Wanzhang, you take the 4th match. As Tian spoke, Wanzhang leapt forward, spear in hand. Tian had originally planned for Sunny to take the stage if the opposing Dragonborn was of average strength. But since the first match, the Ager dynasty had shown no signs of weakness. Their participants this year were arguably the strongest in history. In this 4th round, the opponent's presence far surpassed the previous ones. Wei Yuan also perceived the anomaly. Tian quickly opened the opponent's profile. Nora, deceased, basic information potential, omitted. Biography, descendant of the Red Emperor, consciousness erased by word spirit, royal authority, body controlled by a fragment of the White Emperor's consciousness. The White Emperor's fragment of will is in control. The notion of a proxy combatant? Tian pondered, recognizing that this tactic bore similarities to the parasitic creatures of the Void Insect clan. The distinction lay in the fact that while the parasites were weak, they relied on the abilities of their host for combat, leaving little impact once dispelled. Conversely, the White Emperor obliterated the consciousness of others, akin to the soul-snatching depicted in ancient fantasy tales. Word spirit, royal authority. A word spirit capable of erasing another's consciousness must be immensely powerful. The full extent of its effects remained indeterminate. However, utilizing it in this manner would cost a royal Dragonborn. Tian promptly categorized the White Emperor as insidious. And as one of the 3 emperors of the Ager dynasty, though he had never witnessed his prowess firsthand, he was at least on par with the Red Emperor. Facing a proxy, the pressure was considerable. Fortunately, Wanzhang possessed an S-rank extraordinary physique and a divine-class profession, making him one of the strongest among the Great Xia participants. The odds of victory were equally promising. Battle commences, the arena instantly transitioned into combat mode. Wanzhang swiftly unleashed the exclusive skill of Nine Sun's Dragon Hunt domain. In an instant, the skies above the arena shifted ominously, revealing a pair of enormous golden eyes. Within this domain, Wanzhang could distinctly perceive all enemy movements and actions. The White Emperor observed with a cold smirk, a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. 2 dragon claws unfurled, their eyes radiating white light, and an intangible force of terrifying mental energy surged forth. crashing towards Wan Zhang like a tempest. The White Emperor, the strongest dragon of the mental element, though currently limited to a fraction of his power, was still a being of at least level 80. Even a modicum of his strength could easily overwhelm others. Yet, the overwhelming mental pressure did not crush Wan Zhang. After enduring the trials of body tempering, his capacity to withstand pressure had greatly increased. Oh? The White Emperor's expression shifted to one of surprise. Meanwhile, Wan Zhang brandished his spear, summoning bolts of thunder from the heavens. The surge of power from his thunderous physique allowed him to stand tall, resembling a divine thunder god. The White Emperor's gaze sharpened as he recognized Wan Zhang's extraordinary physique, his expression altering slightly. How could it be? A race as feeble as the humans birthed an extraordinary physique? You have yet to fathom the depths of surprises that lie ahead. With that, Wan Zhang's words echoed as he darted forward like lightning. The spear's tip glided rapidly across the ground, igniting a flurry of sparks. Breaking the army, the spear shot upward with ferocious momentum. Akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, unleashing a sudden burst of energy. The White Emperor sensed imminent danger from this strike. Should his feeble current vessel be struck, it would mean instant annihilation. Get away. As he raised his hand, an invisible force of mental energy radiated outward from him, creating a repelling force to disperse Wan Zhang. However, Wan Zhang reacted with remarkable speed. Sensing the repulsion, he instantly shifted tactics. Spear shadow array. Countless spear illusions coalesced into a radiant golden formation, remaining anchored in place. Even as Wan Zhang was pushed back, the spear shadows still surrounded the White Emperor, hundreds of spear illusions poised to pierce him at any moment. How intriguing. Faced with the threat of the spear shadow array, the White Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Had Nora, the original owner of this dragonborn body, been the one to face Wan Zhang, he would likely have been vanquished within 2 or 3 exchanges, even though he was a royal dragonborn. The explosive power of an S-rank extraordinary physique and divine class profession was indeed formidable. Had I known I would face such an opponent, I would have carefully selected a more suitable vessel. The White Emperor felt a wave of frustration. The critical issue was that the release of the word spirit was contingent upon lineage. With this body's bloodline, he could not utilize word spirit, royal authority. It seemed he must relinquish this vessel. In the next moment, the pressure emanating from this dragonborn body surged, the air abruptly solidifying, and the ground fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks. Was he attempting to self-destruct? Jiang Yuanchuang felt perplexed. Wei Yuan's expression grew grave. His mental energy was escalating. But the body could not accommodate such an influx, teetering on the brink of explosion. Like a small balloon, overinflated with air, it was destined to burst. This dragonborn body was akin to that balloon, while the White Emperor's ever-increasing mental energy represented the air. Yet, to possess such terrifying mental energy capable of bursting a royal dragonborn vessel was unfathomable. Death. The White Emperor swept his dragon claws through the void, causing the space surrounding Wan Zhang to seemingly collapse into nothingness, with the very ground trembling and fracturing beneath him. Boom. The lightning-infused war body of Wan Zhang barely managed to roll away, evading a lethal strike. After the White Emperor forcibly augmented his mental prowess at the cost of his own corporeal form, Wan Zhang found himself in a precarious situation. How will you evade now? The White Emperor possessed no playful intent. With his body rendered useless, he had to eliminate Wan Zhang immediately. The audience held their breath, daunted by the overwhelming might of the opponent. Wan Zhang needed to evade the White Emperor's subsequent assaults until the latter's body was utterly spent to secure victory. However, a single misstep would spell instant annihilation. Evade? Wan Zhang snorted coldly, his spear radiating brilliant starlight. Why must I shy away from your brilliance? He plunged the spear's tip into the ground, and in an instant, countless stars erupted beneath him, blooming like a vibrant spectacle, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings. As the light dimmed, silence enveloped the arena, culminating in the formation of a colossal starry spear high above. Great Wilderness Starry Spear. The second exclusive skill of the 9 Celestial Dragon Hunt. Time was of the essence. It was now a contest of deadly strikes. The White Emperor felt a tremor of shock, musing. If only you would submit to my command. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, channeling his entire mental energy in anticipation of the impending clash. 2 unimaginable forces collided, unleashing a blinding white light that engulfed the arena, rendering all spectators momentarily blind. The Red Emperor rose from his seat, and the blinding light shot skyward, culminating in a breathtaking explosion. Boom. The entire arena lay in ruins. This battleground, meticulously crafted by the Daxia and the Yaga dynasty, could withstand tremendous assaults. Yet, under the strike, it crumbled entirely. This, Wan Zhang, Bai Qiuli, Jiang Che, and others rushed onto the field, retrieving the gravely injured Wang Jin. Typically, combatants would not suffer real harm within the arena, but the destruction wrought by their clash had severely injured Wang Jin due to the explosive aftermath. Yu Xiao activated Holy Healing Revelation, restoring Wang Jin's vitality. Thank you. After a thorough examination by Daxia's medical team, it was determined that Wang Jin was not in critical condition. On the Yagyu dynasty's side, while the White Emperor remained unscathed, at least one royal dragon descendant had perished. The Red Emperor stepped forward, frowning deeply. The arena is destroyed. Who claims victory? The fourth match concluded. Following intense deliberation among the referee panel composed of both factions, a verdict was reached. Due to the arena's destruction, the outcome of the fourth match was declared a draw. Following the announcement, discussions erupted among the crowd, most of whom accepted the result. Only the Red Emperor scoffed. The White Emperor is indeed a fool, unable to defeat even a mere human boy in the arena. As soon as he spoke, another ordinary dragon descendant approached the Red Emperor. His tone indifferent. That human is no simpleton. The voice revealed that the White Emperor had swiftly transferred to another body, with an extraordinary physique and at least a legendary profession. This young man. The White Emperor fixed his gaze on Wang Jin's retreating figure, his expression malevolent. Meanwhile, the members of the referee panel began consulting with their higher-ups. The arena is destroyed. How shall we proceed with the fifth match? A draw yields no points, leaving the current score at 2-1. Thus, whether the fifth match would occur no longer influenced the final outcome. After all, in a 5-person dungeon race, victory would earn 3 points, determining the ultimate fate of this grand interspecies competition. The fifth match was cancelled. The second event of the competition, the dungeon race, commenced ahead of schedule. After confirming with Wei Yuan and the Red Emperor, the referee panel announced the result. The race would take place in the level 50 dungeon, Howling Abyss, with the first team to complete it declared the victors, earning 3 points. At that moment, the pace of the competition surged to a crescendo. The decisive moment arrived earlier than expected. Jiang Yu and Chuang Kashan Tian. The Yaga dynasty's fifth match participants have yet to reveal themselves. Those they hold back until the fifth match must be formidable. We must tread carefully. Tian nodded with a smile, remaining unfazed. Among the Daxia contingent, Sun Yi discreetly patted his chest, seemingly relieved. As a participant, his epic profession, Battle King, might have made him exceptional elsewhere. Yet here, Bai Qiuli, Wang Jin, the word-weaving dragon descendants, and others appeared capable of obliterating the very arena. Sun Yi felt like a husky lost among wolves. He feared Tian might employ some Tianji's horse racing strategy, pitting him against the Yaga dynasty's trump card in the fifth match. In truth, his concerns were unwarranted. If the final match revealed some hidden ace from the Yaga dynasty, Tian would personally intervene. They would witness what a true trump card entailed. In single combat, individual prowess was paramount, whereas the dungeon race emphasized team efficiency. Both sides would dispatch 5 individuals to form their squads. Tian noted that among the 5 competitors sent by the Yagu dynasty, aside from the previously seen nodding, Eliza, and the White Emperor in possession of another body, there was indeed a mysterious dragon descendant concealed beside the White Emperor. The Daxia team consisted of Bai Qiuli, Wang Jin, Jiang Che, Yu Xiao, and Sun Yi. The medical team was busy assessing their condition. As the weakest among them, Sun Yi appeared visibly anxious, seemingly worried about his performance. If the opponent's strength remained manageable, Tian believed their 5 could collaborate with Eliza to secure victory without much difficulty. However, the Yaga dynasty's White Emperor and the concealed lethal technique introduced considerable uncertainty, making the outcome highly unpredictable. After contemplating, Tian stepped forward, reassuring the somewhat anxious Sun Yi. Let me take the lead. Chapter 57. The moment of Alice's hunt. What? The head coach is warming up? Observing Tian preparing to take the field, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia dynasty were filled with similar questions. Immediately, Yu Hua, Lin Guodong, and others turned their gazes toward Wei Yuan, seemingly unable to believe that not only did Tian have a plethora of talented subordinates, but he himself was also formidable. Is he truly just an 18-year-old boy? However, Wei Yuan merely shrugged, indicating that he, too, was unaware of Tian's true strength. Yet, he did not elaborate further, simply confirming with Tian, "Are you confident? Rest assured, now that I have taken on the responsibility of this grand competition, I will undoubtedly give it my all." Tian appeared nonchalant on the surface, but internally he muttered, Having invested 18 points of resources for this grand competition, if I failed to secure a victory, it would be a significant loss. After much inner turmoil, Sunny finally nodded, relinquishing his spot in the instance dungeon. Ultimately, Tian led by Chiuli, Jiang, and 2 others to face White Emperor, accompanied by Noting, Eliza, and 2 other Dragonborn. The second phase of the grand competition, the instant speed run, officially commenced. Level 50 instance dungeon, Wailing Abyss. The black chasm was unfathomably deep, its broken ground strewn with grayish-white snow, and the howling cold wind echoed like the mournful wails emanating from within the valley. Alice. As Tian's voice fell, Alice's tall silhouette stepped forth from the void beside him. Bai Qiuli, Jiang, and the others looked on in astonishment. Though they had heard of Alice's prowess in traversing instance dungeons, this was their first time witnessing it firsthand. Boss. Alice was elated. The summoning by the boss indicated that suitable prey must have appeared. As the Lord Boss, she found it exceedingly challenging to elevate her status to the ultimate boss. In the past few days, despite hunting numerous Dragonborn, her progress in enhancing the monster template had barely budged. Upgrading the monster template not only granted her greater boss privileges but also enhanced her void traversal abilities. Even her talent, Demonization, saw its combat effectiveness increase from 5-fold to 8-fold after her promotion to Lord Boss. This made her particularly eager for the advancement of her monster template. Alice, accompany me to another dungeon to ambush the ancient dynasty. Tian issued orders to the group. Knight Xiao, you shall lead the team to swiftly clear this dungeon. The appearance of White Emperor was an immense destabilizing factor, and Tian had to personally rectify the situation. Understood. Knight Xiao nodded, signaling to not waste any time, leading by Chiuli, Jiang, and Jiang Che to immediately charge into the depths of the Wailing Abyss. Tian and Alice activated their void traversal simultaneously, heading towards another subspace within the Wailing Abyss. The alternate sublevel of the dungeon was where the ancient dynasty resided. At this moment, under the leadership of White Emperor, the ancient dynasty navigated the level 50 dungeon with ease. Their progress remarkably swift. As the top-tier powerhouse of the ancient dynasty, White Emperor could not fully unleash his strength, yet his mastery of skills far surpassed that of other Dragonborn. Soul pressure. Boom. The mental force surged forth, obliterating all monsters within an entire major checkpoint in an instant. At this rate, the great Xia could never hope to be our adversary. Truly, White Emperor is a man of great foresight. Eliza complimented. However, just as the other Dragonborn prepared to advance, they discovered that the path before them had been sealed. The route that had once been passable was now obstructed, effectively trapping them in place. What is happening? White Emperor was momentarily stunned. His experience allowed him to discern the situation. Altering the dungeon terrain was a feat achievable only by a Lord Boss. Why would the Lord Boss delay their progress? Regardless, White Emperor was about to take action. I will simply destroy it. But the next moment, the Dragonborn voiced their suspicions once more. A new ability restriction has appeared in the dungeon. White Emperor. Sensing something amiss, White Emperor furrowed his brow. Noticing the newly appeared debuff on himself, dungeon restriction, mental element damage reduced by 60. What? White Emperor, who solely wielded mental elements, voiced his incredulity. Such a level of dungeon restriction could only be enacted by a Lord Boss. Yet, a dungeon of such low difficulty typically would not feature a Lord Boss. Moreover, to limit only mental element damage seemed excessively targeted at him. White Emperor was profoundly perplexed, first altering the terrain to hinder their progress, then limiting mental damage. This Lord Boss cannot possibly be sent by the Great Xia, can it? Indeed, all of these measures were orchestrated by Tian, who had instructed Alice to utilize her dungeon privileges. From the single combat challenge, he deduced that White Emperor relied solely on mental attacks and initially planned to directly prohibit it within the dungeon, but the Lord Boss privileges fell short. Consequently, he had to settle for reducing mental attack damage. In this manner, the moment for Alice's hunt would soon arrive. Dark Battle God. Deep within the chasm, a figure enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy surged forth. The demonic wings unfurled, ominous and perilous, exuding a tangible pressure that bore down upon White Emperor and the other Dragonborn. What manner of creature is this? The power of the abyss. Has this dungeon become corrupted? The Dragonborn were all astonished, yet White Emperor remained composed, asserting, corruption occurs when a dungeon and its monsters are infected by the abyss, and currently, the dungeon appears intact, save for a single corrupted boss. This is the underhanded scheme of Great Xia. White Emperor himself possessed a treacherous nature, allowing him to easily discern his opponent's schemes. The terrain alteration and dungeon restrictions were no mere coincidence. Such splendid prey. Alice's enchanting eyes sparkled with joy as her demonic blade shimmered with a dark red hue. As if the blade itself were breathing. Do they think such tactics can thwart us? The Dragonborn, wielding the language of the shadow spirits, exclaimed in indignation. In the next instant, Alice's demonic blade cleaved through the air, tracing a dark red arc, imbued with devastating destructive power. Not good. White Emperor swiftly sidestepped, while Eliza hastily rolled away from the strike. The eightfold increase in destructive power following her demonization, along with the damage amplification from Blood Dragon's fury, was utterly terrifying. The Dragonborn, wielding the language of shadow spirits, was caught in the residual force, losing an arm in the process. Noting, unable to evade, was cleaved in half by the blow. Instantly slain. A crimson hue enveloped Noting's body, merging into the ring of Blood Dragon's fury, held by Alice. For every Dragonborn slain, the initial attack would increase by 3. Alice had already vanquished 15 Dragonborn, and with Noting, that made 16, granting her a 48 increase in damage. The Dragonborn Eliza's expression was one of horror. How can such a powerful boss exist in this kind of dungeon? Chapter 58. Victory for the Great Xia. Outside the arena, among the audience from the two clans waiting for the results, the Crimson Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, filled with unbridled fury. Not long ago, during the competition for the medium-sized secret realm, a dragon descendant had perished, and now, once again, another had met the same fate. Damn it! Why must it unfold this way again? Beside him, the Azure Emperor had not relaxed since witnessing Tian enter the instance. On the Great Xia side, Wei Yuan was joined by 2 formidable practitioners. One was Ling Luo, the leader of the hidden dragon base, clad in crimson attire. And the other was a gaunt man in azure combat gear, his limbs wrapped in gray cloth, appearing pallid. "Old Zhou, you have come too," Wei Yuan greeted. Zhou Yuan was indeed his equal, the overall leader of the North China region. He was also one of the 8 top-tier practitioners of Great Xia. Currently, half of the elite practitioners from Great Xia had gathered. Ling Luo had been summoned by Wei Yuan, while Zhou Yuan's presence was a directive from headquarters. "I heard you wagered 2 medium-sized secret realms against the Yagu dynasty. The headquarters presumed you were prepared to go all out against them," Zhou Yuan remarked. Wei Yuan chuckled. "A life and death gamble must hold value." Zhou Yuan gazed intently at the ongoing decisive match, then glanced at Ling Luo, who had inexplicably been called by Wei Yuan. "What are your plans if we lose this match? Those 2 medium-sized secret realms are the lifeblood of Eastern China." Wei Yuan's smile remained casual. "Then your arrival is indeed timely." Within the instance where the Yaga dynasty resided, Alice, in her dark battle god form, prepared for a swift resolution. In a brief moment, the dragon descendant who had mastered the shadow ghost's verbal spirit was effortlessly slain by Alice. How audacious for a mere demonized boss to act so arrogantly. The White Emperor seethed with anger, despite suffering a 60 reduction in damage. He believed he could still eliminate Alice if he exerted himself fully. Both he and Alice possessed low defense but high attack, embodying the classic glass cannon archetype, where either could potentially annihilate the other in an instant. In a fleeting moment, his mental fortitude surged, yet the next instant, a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, a youth clad in black. At this age, still participating in such competitions? Is the Yagu dynasty devoid of successors? The White Emperor was startled, his escalating mental energy abruptly halting. He scrutinized the youth warily. Despite his mental prowess, he had failed to sense the youth's appearance. Tian's mere presence instilled immense trepidation in the White Emperor. For upon probing with his mental strength, he discovered the youth's essence to be unfathomable. Both his attributes and capabilities resembled an endless abyss, inscrutable and deep. The White Emperor felt an unsettling notion that even if he confronted the youth directly, he might not succeed in eliminating him. How peculiar. This youth, seemingly so young, harbored such terrifying power. The White Emperor pondered, could he possibly be possessed by some entity? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Otherwise, he could not rationalize Tian's presence within the instance. Moreover, with Alice being a demonized boss, perhaps her backing was linked to the Abyss. Could it be that a terrifying being from the Abyss was cultivating descendants? Highly likely. It appeared this was indeed not a person from Great Xia. Was it merely a coincidence that I encountered him? The White Emperor was aware that within the ranks of Great Xia's elite, none possessed the ability to occupy another's body, let alone a formidable youth such as this. "Lord White Emperor, save me." A wretched cry for help echoed as Alicia was pursued by Alice, suffering a grievous wound from a blade. Yet Tian's presence rendered the White Emperor unable to act recklessly. In truth, the moment he sensed Tian's power, the White Emperor realized that this instance would likely conclude in failure. Unwilling to disturb the abyss, he decided to withdraw. The White Emperor's voice was exceptionally humble, as if fearing to attract significant trouble. After uttering a single phrase, his consciousness dissipated from the body. Before departing, he extracted a fragment of spiritual essence from the dragon descendant concealed by his side, leaving the latter in a state of unconsciousness. The White Emperor's ultimate trump card had yet to be employed, yet he fled with it. The abyss. Tian's expression was peculiar, entirely unaware of what the White Emperor had deduced. However, he had not anticipated such an effortless obstruction against the Yaga dynasty. He hadn't even lifted a finger, and the White Emperor had been frightened away. After all, a being who dared not reveal their true form likely lacked the audacity to engage further. Simultaneously, Alice dispatched the last dragon descendant with a decisive blow, and a surge of experience flooded into her being. The progress towards her monster template's advancement surged by a significant margin. Thus, out of the 5 dragon descendants from the Yagu dynasty that entered the instance, 3 were slain by Alice, while 2 had lost consciousness. This prematurely signified their defeat. In the outside world, the Yagu dynasty appeared to have erupted in chaos. The Crimson Emperor's eyes bulged like brass bells. Even amidst disbelief, the outcome of the instance remained unchanged. The Yagu dynasty's raid had ended in utter failure. How could this be? How could this happen? Not only the Crimson Emperor, but even the typically composed Azure Emperor displayed an expression of incredulity. This indicated that the Yagu dynasty had faced complete defeat in this year's competition. Even if Great Xia's raid team also faced failure, with the current score of 2-1 in head-to-head challenges, Great Xia still maintained the lead over the Yaga dynasty. Moreover, Great Xia had not faltered. Under the guidance of Yixiao, they had cleared the Wailing Abyss in less than 5 minutes. The score now stood at 5-1. A resounding victory for Great Xia. Incredible! What brilliance! This year promised to be the most hopeful. Eastern China is rising. How did Tian achieve this? What merit does Wei Yuan possess to have recruited such a prodigy? At this moment, the audience from Great Xia erupted in a tsunami of exuberance, their cheers nearly shaking the heavens. It was an excitement that could not be contained. Historically, victories for Eastern China had been scarce, let alone such a monumental triumph. Embraces, shouts, and tears of joy filled the air. Upon exiting the instance, Tian was swept up in the fervent scene, as were several of his teammates. Yet what he anticipated most was the honor of victory. The members of the judging panel from Great Xia swiftly declared, all members of the Yagu dynasty have perished. The instance has been failed, and Great Xia has successfully completed it, earning 3 points. The total score stands at 5-1. Great Xia emerges victorious. A resounding cheer erupted even from the judges of Great Xia, who had previously heard tales of the Yaga dynasty's victories. This time, the triumph belonged to Great Xia. At the moment of declaration, a long-awaited prompt finally appeared before Tian. Team members, by Qiuli, Wanjing, Jiangche, Yixiao, awarded the honor of victors in the racial competition, reward distribution, funds 25 for, legendary equipment selection box for. 100 points of funds were credited. This marked the most substantial financial reward to date, instantly replenishing Tian's coffers. Yet before he could examine the contents of the gift boxes, a cold voice from the Crimson Emperor interrupted. Wait. The jubilant cheers gradually subsided, and Wei Yuan had already fixed his gaze upon the Crimson Emperor. The latter unabashedly declared, I suspect your participants from Great Xia have issues, as they do not meet the competition requirements. Hand them over, and allow me to personally inspect them. Chapter 59. I now declare war. As the words of the Crimson Emperor resonated, the very air seemed to grow warmer. The high-ranking officials of the Great Xia rose in unison, with Jiang Yuanshuang coldly asserting, the competitors have been thoroughly inspected. There are no issues. The Crimson Emperor's expression darkened. I insist on conducting a personal inspection. The members of the Great Xia were visibly incensed. A personal inspection? How conveniently phrased. What fate awaited those talented individuals who had triumphed over the ancient kingdom in the hands of the Crimson Emperor? Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened. We are bound by a contractual agreement. Do you intend to breach it? Before each grand interspecies competition, as leaders of their respective factions, the Crimson Emperor and Wei Yuan would sign a document known as the betting contract. Any party that breached the agreement would face severe repercussions and penalties. The Crimson Emperor remained silent, his golden eyes turning a fierce crimson, as if on the brink of fury. From the moment the scores appeared in the competitive arena, he had known he was defeated. Yet, he could not accept it. The Crimson Emperor and the Ancient Kingdom had never encountered such a catastrophic defeat. The stakes of two medium-sized secret realms were of vital economic importance to Huadong, yet for the Ancient Kingdom, they were hardly consequential. They monopolized the ancient continent, boasting a staggering 14 medium-sized secret realms. Even if they lost too, it would not be a significant blow, but the thought of losing to the human race was intolerable. The Dragon Clan was proud. Since the inception of the interspecies competition, they had seldom tasted defeat, nearly forgetting the sensation of it. Most troubling was not just the loss of secret realms, but the relinquishment of half of their control over the city, implying that they would struggle to maintain their foothold in Great Xia and be unable to exploit resources on Blue Star. The very uniqueness of Blue Star deepened the Crimson Emperor's resentment. Beside him, the Azure Emperor also rose, his azure dragon wings unfurling slowly, poised for action. In the stands of Great Xia, some media reporters expressed outrage. Great Xia has endured losses for years, accepting defeat gracefully. Can the Ancient Kingdom not afford to lose even once? They readied their recording devices, intending to document this disgraceful act of the Ancient Kingdom. However, before long, the guards rushed in, quickly ushering all spectators to leave. For everyone's safety, please evacuate immediately. It was evident to all that tensions had reached a boiling point between the two factions. The decision to engage in battle or not now lay in the hands of the empowered individuals of both sides. The arrival of Ling Luo, the head of the, summoned by Wei Yuan in advance, indicated that he had anticipated this very scenario. Ling Luo turned to Wei Yuan, her expression stoic. Are we withdrawing? She was prepared to escort Tian and others to safety. She believed Wei Yuan would refrain from taking aggressive action, for she knew him to be a staunch conservative. According to the prophecy of the Savior, Great Xia had gradually divided into two factions, the conservatives and the warhawks. The conservatives, advocating for avoidance of conflict, preservation of national strength, and waiting for the Savior to emerge, held a unified belief. This divergence was the reason for the estrangement between Ling Luo and Wei Yuan, who had been comrades for over a decade. Ling Luo simply did not believe in the prophecy. She could not comprehend why Wei Yuan would place faith in such an ethereal notion. What Ling Luo was unaware of, however, was that Wei Yuan's alignment with the conservatives had little to do with the prophecy. It was primarily due to the dire financial state of Great Xia. 2 centuries of warfare against foreign evil had drained the very lifeblood of Great Xia, especially when no single individual could bring an end to the conflict, resulting in a protracted war. Thus, after becoming the leader, Wei Yuan had seldom initiated external battles. Another reason was the uncertainty surrounding the future of Great Xia. Surrounded by foreign threats and malevolent forces, with careers entirely random, the current generation lacked a clear successor to support the nation. It was as though they stood within a dense fog, where none dared to take decisive action. However, the situation seemed to have changed. The emergence of Tian instilled a newfound hope in Wei Yuan for the future of Great Xia. He exhaled deeply and spoke, Tian, you and your team have performed admirably. Please retreat for now to avoid any repercussions. Upon hearing this, Tian swiftly led by Chioli and others to a safe distance behind Wei Yuan. As their leader, what mattered most? Their safety, of course. Wei Yuan's statement elicited astonished gazes from Zhou Yuan and Ling Luo. The battle of the younger generation had concluded. Now, it was their turn to take action. Ling Luo regarded Wei Yuan with approval, recognizing it as a manly decision. Zhou Yuan paused momentarily, then swiftly realized. Wei Yuan anticipated that the ancient kingdom would not concede defeat, hence he summoned Ling Luo early, signifying that he had prepared for war even before the competition commenced. Zhou Yuan inhaled sharply. Aren't you a conservative? You find the Warhawks too cautious? Driving a foreign force from Great Xia's territory was a goal shared by all regional leaders. Zhou Yuan shared this ambition. Yet he understood it was far from a simple task, especially against the ancient kingdom, whose dragon lineage was formidable among foreign races. As a member of the conservative faction, Zhou Yuan found himself lost in thought. At that moment, Jiang Yuanshuang murmured, "It seems the prophesied child has emerged." The prophesied child. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. And in the next instant, his gaze turned resolute as he looked at the Crimson Emperor. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Let us do this. Wei Yuan floated above the ground, his azure robe billowing in the air, orbs of star essence swirling around him. He fixed his indifferent gaze upon the irate Crimson Emperor. Acknowledge your defeat. Surrender the 2 medium-sized secret realms and the control over the city. and return to your ancient continent." The Crimson Emperor soared into the air, his expression defiant. "A mere human dares to demand my acknowledgement of defeat? Huh, dream on. Very well, the truce between Great Xia and the ancient kingdom is hereby terminated." Wei Yuan spread his arms wide, his garments rustling as the heavens darkened, transforming day into starry night. Boundless star essence surged, amplifying his power. "I now declare war." As he spoke, the star essence coalesced into a celestial spear that blazed brightly in the sky, plummeting toward the Crimson Emperor like a shooting star. No longer would the foreign presence linger. From this day forth, it would end. He was resolute in creating a safe, untainted Huadong for the younger generation. It had been a long time since Wei Yuan had exerted his full strength, since signing the interspecies competition contract with the ancient royal family. He had devoted most of his energy to the development of Huadong. Yet now, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan exchanged astonished glances. Years of hiding had not diminished Wei Yuan's strength. Instead, he seemed to have grown even more formidable, now arguably the strongest in Great Xia. "Is it really you, Wei Yuan?" The Crimson Emperor roared, his wings enveloping his form, igniting with crimson light, transforming into a ferocious, massive crimson dragon over 100 meters long. This was the exclusive ability of the dragon lineage after reaching level 50. Only in this form could he reveal his true self. Not only would his attributes receive a significant boost, but his resistances would be greatly enhanced as well. The Crimson Emperor unleashed a torrent of explosive flames, clashing violently with the falling spear of star essence, painting the sky in shades of deep blue and crimson. Observing this, Jiang Yuanshuang, Ling Luo, and Zhou Yuan charged forth. The elite combatants of Great Xia, totaling 8 level 74 legendary professionals, had gathered in this very spot. Meanwhile, in the ancient kingdom, aside from the venerable White Emperor, who had surpassed level 80, both the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor were stuck at the threshold of level 74. Yet the Dragon Clan was still the Dragon Clan. Especially in their true dragon form, they could contend against 3 ordinary legendary professionals without difficulty. Unfortunately, the 4 present were anything but ordinary. Wei Yuan and the Crimson Emperor clashed in the heavens, their star essence and crimson dragon breath colliding, transforming the very essence of the world around them. The Scarlet Emperor wielded the element of fire, his strengths lying in his formidable power and physical prowess. Seizing the moment of the explosive clash of dragon breath, he charged through the smoke and dust with reckless abandon. "Wei Yuan, prepare to meet your demise." Yet, the physical might of the human race could never match that of the dragon kin. Once the Scarlet Emperor closed the distance, it would take mere seconds to tear Wei Yuan apart. However, Wei Yuan, a master of the celestial arts, commanded the realm with unparalleled proficiency, the celestial net of stars. Behind him, several spheres of astral energy rapidly wove together before him, forming an expansive net of starlit skies, its multiple control effects making it exceedingly difficult for the Scarlet Emperor to advance. With his mastery of control and manipulation, Wei Yuan engaged the Scarlet Emperor single-handedly. While the other 3 allies had no intention of providing support, their focus was on the Azure Emperor at the other end. As the dragon of all laws, the Azure Emperor posed an even greater threat in large-scale battles, necessitating utmost caution against her potential devastation of the Great Xia city. Ling Luo, draped in crimson, swirled her flowing garments, forming a cross with her hands to unleash a blood-red domain, the Scarlet Abyss. As the leader of the special task force of the Great Xia, Ling Luo's strength was indisputable, ranking just below Wei Yuan. The sanguine domain enveloped the Azure Emperor, instantly concentrating a multitude of lethal intents upon her. The Azure Emperor neither flinched nor evaded, primarily because evasion was futile. Renowned for her mastery of elemental magic, speed was not her forte, yet she possessed her own countermeasures. Deep within her eyes, runes seemed to coalesce, and with a ripple of magical energy, the Azure Emperor manifested her true draconic form. Her semi-transparent wings shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, a manifestation of elemental power, a symbol of arcane mastery. Wind, fire, water, earth, and lightning. The Azure Emperor unleashed a torrent of elemental spells within the domain, countering Ling Luo's lethal domain with relentless ferocity, each spell seemingly devoid of cooldown. Jiang Yuanshuang and Zhou Yuan flanked her, one wielding a sword while the other struck with fists, launching a dual assault. In concert with Ling Luo's domain offense, they aimed to breach the Azure Emperor's defenses, creating an overwhelming spectacle. The clouds churned into a vortex, spells danced like dragons and serpents. The relentless clashes sent shockwaves rippling through the air, resonating with terrifying force. Before the eyes of Tian and others, the battle among the pinnacle of powerhouses unfolded for the first time. Even from a distance, the astonishing might was palpable. Awe illuminated the faces of the onlookers. Bai Qiuli gazed longingly, remarking, "Such power is the very goal for which I strive." Wang Jiang felt his own insignificance keenly. To reach such heights, I must exert even greater effort. Tian nodded approvingly, relieved that his subordinates shared this sentiment. Indeed, they must all strive harder. They stood vigilantly at the fringes. Under the relentless assault of the trio, the Azure Emperor invoked the power of words, managing to hold her ground against 3 adversaries. Yet, the seemingly frail Zhou Yuan, upon unraveling the gray cloth binding his hands, unleashed an onslaught of strikes that proved increasingly fierce, inflicting damage that surpassed even that of Wei Yuan and Ling Luo. With the cloth cast aside, Zhou Yuan's fists collided, a mist of blood enveloping his knuckles, each blow against the Azure Emperor resonating with true force, penetrating her defenses. Yet, Tian furrowed his brow. He sensed that Zhou Yuan seemed to be paying a price for this power. Nevertheless, the results were undeniable. Under Zhou Yuan's full offensive, the Azure Emperor soon found herself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Emperor, devoid of flashy techniques and embodying the archetype of a berserker, relentlessly closed in on Wei Yuan. Gaining the upper hand, he merely awaited the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to Wei Yuan. However, Wei Yuan's control over distance was formidable, and he denied the Scarlet Emperor any chances, provoking his ire further. "Wei Yuan, don't you dare flee," the Scarlet Emperor bellowed. At that moment, a smile crept upon Wei Yuan's lips, as if he had foreseen this very scenario. Suddenly, the skies darkened, and a bolt of lightning, reminiscent of divine retribution, struck the Scarlet Emperor with a resounding crack. "Aya!" he cried out in a mournful dragon's roar, for even with his robust physique, enduring such a blow was excruciating. The dual contract, was exacting its retribution upon him. According to the terms of the wager, he was obligated to relinquish control of the city and yield 2 medium-sized secret realms as fulfillment of the contract. Yet, refusing to admit defeat, he had instigated a war with the Great Xia, thus incurring the most severe backlash and punishment. Cursed fate! The Scarlet Emperor's visage twisted in fury. Wei Yuan, however, wore a knowing smile as if he had anticipated this outcome. "Had I been the one to lose, it would have been troublesome. Thankfully, our side has proven resilient. You might as well retreat now." The torment of the backlash ravaged the Scarlet Emperor, driving his already crimson eyes into a frenzy. He longed to slay Wei Yuan, but such a feat was currently unattainable. If he failed to uphold the contract, he would face further punitive measures. With rage boiling within him, he was compelled to retreat to the interdimensional passage. "Very well, Wei Yuan, Great Xia, you have proven formidable. The 2 medium-sized secret realms I concede are located in the ancient continent. Dare you come and claim them?" He glared fiercely at Wei Yuan, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Though he had lost the secret realms, they were immovable, requiring entry into the ancient continent to claim the wager. Failure to do so would mean the Great Xia forfeiting the wager, with no repercussions for the Scarlet Emperor, given Wei Yuan and his companions' prowess. Daring to venture into the ancient continent was tantamount to courting death. "Control of the city is yours, but mark my words, I shall reclaim it one day." The Scarlet Emperor seethed internally, but for the contract's backlash, he would have fought another 300 rounds. Yet now, he could only exit the interdimensional passage without a backward glance, returning to the ancient continent. At that moment, witnessing the Scarlet Emperor's departure, the stationed troops of the ancient dynasty in the city hastily retreated. The Azure Emperor decisively abandoned the fight and followed suit. Chapter 60. Refusal to change occupation? Golden potential. Victory. Jiang Yuanshuang let out a slight sigh of relief, but Wei Yuan shook his head. "Not quite. We have merely temporarily reclaimed Dingxing. Soon, we will officially enter a state of war with the Yaga dynasty." As the Crimson Emperor and Azure Emperor entered the interdimensional passage, Wei Yuan immediately signaled for everyone to cease their pursuit. The Crimson Emperor was correct. Penetrating the Yaga continent at this juncture was nearly impossible. Within the Yaga continent resided the mightiest White Emperor, whose reasons for remaining hidden were unknown to Wei Yuan. However, should they breach the Yaga continent, the White Emperor would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, the interdimensional passage was essentially the home ground of the Yagyu dynasty, where the pressures faced would be even more formidable. The two medium-sized secret realms won in the grand competition now seemed unattainable. Sooner or later, they would penetrate the Yaga continent and bring these unruly dragons to heel. Ling Luo glared fiercely at the interdimensional passage. Wei Yuan promptly cast two magical artifacts and activated them with his professional abilities, laying down a six-layered formation at the entrance of the interdimensional passage. The six-layered formation was intricately linked, serving as a defense, control, and attack mechanism. Once the dragon descendants passed through the interdimensional passage, the formation would trigger an assault. Wei Yuan was acutely aware that once the backlash of the contract subsided, the Crimson Emperor might retaliate. Nevertheless, for now, Dingqing had been reclaimed by Huadong. The garrison troops were tasked with clearing the northern part of Dingqing, ensuring that no remnants of the Yagyu dynasty were allowed to escape. Commander Lin, take over all the small secret realms occupied by the Yagyu dynasty in Daxia. Although they had not secured the medium-sized secret realms, the Yaga dynasty had seized numerous small secret realms in Daxia over the years. Now that they had failed and fled, Wei Yuan immediately dispatched people to take control, which amounted to 11 small secret realms, capable of compensating for Huadong's economy. At this moment, Jiang Yuanchuang supported Zhou Yuan. Noticing that the pallor of his previously gaunt face was steadily fading, it seemed that something was continually siphoning his life force after his explosive battle against the Azure Emperor. Wei Yuan administered a vial of potion to him, chuckling helplessly. Please don't die on me. That would be a significant burden for me. Zhou Yuan stood up. I will do my best. The individual before them, Zhou Yuan, the head of Huabei, was also a figure of golden potential and a legendary professional. However, after Tian reviewed his resume, he discovered that his current occupation was quite peculiar. Legendary profession, life-devouring martial saint. The nearby Yishio, knowledgeable about various professions, couldn't help but sigh. Life-devouring martial saint? This profession has appeared multiple times in Daxia, yet every awakened individual has met an early demise. Why? The life-devouring martial saint is a profession that exchanges life force for combat strength. After each battle, a portion of life force is consumed. The more intense the battle, the greater the life force consumed, ultimately leading to death. Unless one refrains from combat, one's life will perpetually be drained by the powers of the profession. It is no wonder Zhou Yuan's damage output was so high when confronting the Azure Emperor, given that his profession burned life to gain strength. Regrettably, in Zhou Yuan's current state, at just over 30, he appeared to be on the brink of death. At this juncture, Tian conceived a potential solution. He approached Zhou Yuan and Wei Yuan, addressing the former. Senior, would you like me to help you change your profession? Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Indeed, if Tian could assist Zhou Yuan in changing his profession, it would be tantamount to saving his life. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing to comprehend Tian's proposition. Could you refrain from calmly proposing such a terrifying notion? Change a profession? Professions are fated. Can they simply be changed? Observing this, Wei Yuan swiftly explained Tian's abilities to him. In mere seconds, the explanation seemed to shatter Zhou Yuan's worldview of decades, rendering him momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he suddenly gazed at Wei Yuan in astonishment. The child of prophecy? He is indeed the child of prophecy, isn't he? In that moment, he grasped Wei Yuan's determination to wage war against the Yaga dynasty. However, Wei Yuan shook his head. It is not yet certain. Nonetheless, it was no longer significant. Even if it were not true, with Tian's capabilities, Zhou Yuan would willingly regard him as the child of prophecy. The child of prophecy. Tian looked bewildered. What on earth is that? The ability to switch others' legendary professions is simply outrageous. Zhou Yuan swallowed hard and sighed, gazing at Tian with a sense of longing. If this were 5 years ago, I would have sought your assistance at any cost. As a life-devouring martial saint, Zhou Yuan had once awakened in his youth, feeling invincible and fearless. Yet, as he reached middle age, having children and realizing his life was limited, he began to worry and even hesitate in battle. But now, with only a month or two left to live, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of acceptance. Alas, Daxia has too few pillars to support it. My professional powers fading means Huabei is in peril. Daxia's talents do not hinge on my existence. Let me use my final breath to protect Daxia for a while longer. That will suffice. As his words fell, Wei Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder, his expression solemn. Tian was deeply moved, filled with respect. Perhaps it was precisely because of many individuals like Zhou Yuan that Daxia could withstand for 200 years without faltering. Let us reserve this precious opportunity for others in need. Zhou Yuan continued in a somber tone. However, the next moment, he abruptly shifted his tone. Grasping Tian's hand tightly with a hopeful expression, "We in Huabei have many who are in need." Wei Yuan covered his face, unable to bear to look. "No, you. Did you set this up just to entice Tian to Huabei?" Tian forced a smile, the solemn mood he had just cultivated dissipating entirely. Ahem. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat and explained, "Huabei has not had a single legendary professional this year. My urgency is justified." As the head of Huabei, Zhou Yuan even implored Tian to assist in awakening a legendary profession for Huabei. In truth, Tian was quite enthusiastic about recruiting employees as long as funding was available. Furthermore, Zhou Yuan had indeed contributed to repelling the Yaga dynasty. "No problem. All right, let us depart at once." Upon receiving Tian's agreement, Zhou Yuan's expression turned eager, and he immediately summoned a floating vehicle, eliciting a bemused reaction from Wei Yuan. On the floating vehicle, Zhou Yuan enthusiastically introduced Tian to the Huabei region, clearly intent on having Tian assist him in changing his residence from Huadong to Huabei. As the floating vehicle entered Huabei, Tian, visiting for the first time, observed the architectural style to be more imposing, with each city resembling a fortress. It was evident that the threat from foreign races here was more severe. "Senior, where are we heading first?" "No rush, Tian. It is a rare occasion for you to visit. Let us first dine at my home." Zhou Yuan prepared a welcome feast for Tian. Though he was a martial artist, he was well versed in the ways of hospitality. After all, one should not make guests work immediately upon arrival. Zhou Yuan's home was modest. Situated on the outskirts of Nan'an City in Huabei, covering an area of over 100 square meters. Upon entering, the warmth of the household was palpable. "Daddy, you're back. Do we have guests today?" A gentle voice echoed from the living room, instantly bringing a genuine smile to Zhou Yuan's face. "I'm home." He turned to Tian, introducing, "This is my daughter, Zhou Mo Yao." Looking up, Tian beheld a quiet and lovely young girl rising in response, her light yellow dress accentuating her delicate features. Yet, in the next moment, Tian's brow furrowed. He noticed that the girl's eyes, which should have sparkled like stars, were now veiled by a faint haze, her pupils a shade of grayish-white. "Greetings." Zhou Mo Yao offered a slight bow towards Tian, her eyes clouded with obscurity. Noticing Tian's silence, Zhou Yuan spoke in a tone only he could perceive. 5 years ago, Mo Yao encountered an attack from the Shadow Moon Wolf clan in the wilderness. By the time I arrived, her sight had already been irrevocably lost. Zhou Yuan's voice grew heavy with sorrow. The loss of one's vision is an immensely profound blow. A person who once held the promise of boundless potential is now deprived of light, rendering survival a challenge in this era. Tian, unfazed, smiled and responded warmly to the young girl. "Hello, I am Tian." His interface displayed an automatic notification. Golden potential talent detected. Chapter 61. The Seer. The Celestial Envoy. "Greetings, greetings. I shall not disturb you any further," Zhou Mo Yao timidly remarked, and then she groped her way back to her room. She understood that those who returned with her father undoubtedly held esteemed identities, and it would be best for her to remain absent during their discussions. At that moment, Tian's expression shifted as he perused her resume. Name, Zhou Mo Yao. Basic information, female, 18 years old, native of Nantang City, Daxia. Profession, melodic healer. Potential, gold, seer. Background, innate mental power far exceeds the ordinary, born with spiritual sensitivity, able to perceive things invisible to others, at the age of 13. Encountered the Shadow Moon Wolf clan and lost her eyesight due to directly gazing at Shadow Devouring Moon. Investment opportunity, legendary profession, Celestial Envoy, 20 points of funding. What on earth is Shadow Devouring Moon? The Shadow Moon Wolf clan is an alien race neighboring the North China region, with interdimensional passages situated in the wilderness along the northern border. Clearly, this bears significant relation to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Moreover, Tian was astonished to discover that Zhou Mo Yao's innate mental power was remarkably strong, enabling her to possess spiritual sight despite her blindness. Some individuals are blessed with natural strength, while others possess exceptional speed compared to these overt talents. The gift of immense mental power often goes unnoticed. Should she transition into a mental-based profession, her capabilities would far surpass those of the average individual. Tian was quite intrigued. Senior, Your daughter would be an excellent fit for this. Currently, under Tian's command, by Qiu Li, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu were merely one member short of forming a 5-person special team, and they lacked a support role. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating his daughter's condition, and fell into sorrow once more. It's impossible. Her eyes cannot be healed for some unknown reason. Even if she becomes a professional, she cannot engage in combat while being blind. In truth, Zhou Mo Yao had awakened to a remarkable profession, an epic-grade support role, melodic healer. Becoming an exceptional support in a team was her sole modest wish in life. However, after losing her sight, even walking became a challenge. Without the ability to accurately cast skills towards her comrades, how could she become a competent professional? After pondering for a moment, Tian spoke again. No worries. Let us give this profession a try. His confidence stemmed from the fact that every profession he invested in was highly compatible with the respective employees. Although he was uncertain about what profession would suit a blind person, he wished to try. After all, no talented individual should be easily forsaken. The potential loss was merely 20 points of funding, and with a current balance of 110.3, it was certainly worth the attempt. Zhou Yuan gazed at Tian's confident demeanor, contemplating for a long while before finally nodding. As a father, how could he not desire for his daughter to have her wishes fulfilled? At the very least, she need not spend her days curled up in her room, despairing. Mo Yao. Zhou Yuan knocked on his daughter's door, standing outside to explain the situation. Tian's gaze drifted towards a corner of the room, where a few small azure bird figurines and wind chimes hung by the window, swaying gently in the breeze, producing a melodic sound. Change professions? Zhou Mo Yao hesitated, but fear not. Let us try. Perhaps you could become the foremost support in Xia. Tian's cheerful voice elicited a soft giggle from Zhou Mo Yao. The best support sounds too grand. Being a competent professional would suffice. As he spoke, Tian activated a skill, and a contract appeared in Zhou Mo Yao's hands. Please place your handprint here. Observing her unwavering resolve as she raised her hand to comply, Tian couldn't help but jest. Are you not worried that I might be a villain, without allowing your father to inspect? Zhou Mo Yao beamed with a radiant smile. Her voice gentle. Since losing my sight, I can sense the hearts of those who approach me. I can also perceive the goodwill and malice in others. Big brother, your heart is very kind. You are a good person. Tian was momentarily stunned. To feel the goodwill and malice of others? Could it be that her spiritual sight ability transformed into a form of telepathy after her blindness? Lost in thought, Zhou Mo Yao pressed her handprint onto the contract. In an instant, golden light enveloped her, and the ethereal phoenix soared into the heavens. Employee, Zhou Mo Yao. Profession, Celestial Envoy. Second tier. Quality, Legendary. Level, 25. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 50. Mental Power, 1080. Profession Talent, Celestial Mirage. Transform into an untouchable. Damage immune ethereal form, possessing allies, granting them a 40 increase in agility and damage, as well as 70 movement speed, with the option to cancel or transfer possession at any time. Professional skill, Luminous Shield. Unleash a luminous array, providing surrounding allies with a shield equivalent to 500 of mental power. While the shield exists, it can negate 3 control effects and enhance defense by 60. Spirit Wind Guidance restores 10 of maximum health per second for the possessed ally. When actively used, it can remove negative statuses and refresh all skill cooldowns of the ally. Azure Cloud's Blessing applies a buff to surrounding allies, causing a phantom of the ethereal phoenix to pursue during attacks, inflicting an additional 15 true damage based on mental power, and marking the enemy's location with a 70 slow effect. Note: skills with obvious effects will not include detailed explanations. This type of skill will be elaborated upon. Over. Tian surveyed Zhou Mo Yao's skills with great satisfaction. This support role is exceptionally powerful. Setting aside the terrifying mental power of 1080 at level 25, the ability to possess others effectively mitigates the greatest flaw of support professions: untouchable and immune to damage. Furthermore, even if Zhou Mo Yao cannot see the path ahead, she can be guided by her teammates. The enhancements to agility, damage, and movement speed would transform an ordinary individual into a superhero. Both the shield and the group buff contribute significantly to the team's overall capabilities. Tian found the most extraordinary aspect to be the Spirit Wind Guidance. Refreshing all skill cooldowns effectively doubles the output efficiency of his teammates. You have shared Zhou Mo Yao's attributes, gaining Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 50, Mental Power 1080. You have shared Zhou Mo Yao's skills, acquiring Celestial Mirage, Luminous Shield, Spirit Wind Guidance, Azure Cloud's Blessing. Simultaneously, as Zhou Mo Yao sensed the effects of her skills in her mind, her small face flushed with excitement. This, I want to try it out. Tian stepped forward, placing his hand atop hers, signaling her to possess him. Zhou Mo Yao activated Celestial Mirage, her form transforming into an ethereal phoenix, her body becoming semi-transparent with luminous wings, gliding as if adorned with shimmering stardust. Her stature swiftly diminished. Her height of 160 reduced to less than half. She appeared like a delicate, otherworldly figurine. Now, she could float freely within a 10-meter radius around Tian, and the sensation of soaring through the air filled her with wonder. Despite her inability to see the path, a peculiar connection with Tian allowed her to return to him at will, without fear of losing her way. Zhou Yuan gazed in amazement. He had not seen such a joyful expression on his daughter's face in a long time. Zhou Mo Yao, undoubtedly elated, realized that with these skills, even in her blindness, she could still be an excellent support. No, with such potent abilities, becoming the foremost support in Xia was not out of reach. Zhou Mo Yao released her possession, standing before Tian, and timidly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, benefactor. Tian declined the peculiar title, correcting her. From now on, call me boss. All right, boss. Subsequently, Tian turned to Zhou Yuan and said, Esteemed elder, your daughter shall join my department and become one of my subordinates. With the assistance of Zhou Mo Yao, along with Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Yi Xiu, the pieces of the first special squad were finally assembled. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment, but after reflecting on his own circumstances, he ultimately nodded and replied, Very well. However, as soon as he spoke, the relaxed expression on Zhou Yuan's face transformed into one of confusion, his demeanor becoming peculiar. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Was I not requesting Tian's assistance to awaken a legendary profession in North China? How has it now turned into my daughter being taken away? Chapter 62. Partners. What did you see? Zhou Mo Yao was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the first time she felt a glimmer of hope since her blindness. Boss. Tian turned his head and replied, May I touch your face? Tian was momentarily taken aback, only to notice Zhou Mo Yao's face flush with color. I just want to remember what you look like. For those with visual impairments, touching facial features helps to form a mental image of another person, akin to how sighted individuals remember appearances. Tian comprehended her intent, but being touched on the face for the first time felt somewhat peculiar. Go ahead. Zhou Mo Yao's delicate fingers brushed against Tian's cheek, and before he could react, her face turned crimson from the experience of touching a boy for the first time. Tian gently closed his eyes, feeling the cool, soft touch of her fingertips on his skin. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, his gaze suddenly becoming erratic as if he were beset with 100 urgent matters, glancing around. Suddenly recalling that dinner had yet to be prepared, he turned and strode towards the kitchen without a hint of hesitation. Zhou Mo Yao pursed her lips, touching his face 2 or 3 more times before withdrawing her hand. She suddenly remembered something. Boss, does that mean I will follow you from now on? She was not referring to joining Tian's team, but rather her need for a partner due to her blindness and her profession's requirement for a bonded teammate. This necessity extended beyond combat. It encompassed daily life as well. Having a male and female partner could present certain inconveniences, and Tian had arranged for her to connect with Bai Qiuli. Coincidentally, Zhou Mo Yao was of university age and could share a dorm with Bai Qiuli. Moreover, the combination of a sword immortal and a Tsangwan spirit master would yield high mobility, damage, and survivability. The two would make an ideal pairing. I've arranged for someone else, a girl your age, so you can attend university together. Thank you, boss. Zhou Mo Yao understood that Tian had considered her situation. Attending university was a significant blessing for her. At that moment, Tian gazed into Zhou Mo Yao's pale, gray eyes, ensuring Zhou Yuan was at a distance, and asked solemnly, Mo Yao, what exactly did you see 5 years ago? Even your father refuses to tell. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mo Yao's body trembled. As if petrified, Tian recalled that Zhou Yuan had stated her blindness resulted from an attack by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Yet, Daresome indicated that Zhou Mo Yao had seen something that led to her loss of sight. Clearly, she hadn't disclosed this to Zhou Yuan. What could it be that merely looking at it would result in such a dire consequence? Even with the current medical advancements of the Great Xia, no priestly profession could heal such an affliction. Zhou Mo Yao was taken aback that Tian had uncovered her secret, remaining silent for a considerable time. Tian spoke gently. You didn't tell your father because you were afraid he would act impulsively and seek revenge for you, right? Zhou Mo Yao instinctively flinched, feeling as if her little secret had been exposed. After a prolonged silence, she subtly nodded. Rest assured, your father is not here. At that moment, Tian was exceedingly curious. Zhou Yuan was among the elite of Great Xia, and as a soul-devouring martial saint. What could have occurred that Zhou Mo Yao felt even he could not confront? Zhou Mo Yao hesitated for a long time, and with Tian's encouragement, she hesitantly spoke. There was a shadow on the moon. Tian was momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing out the window at the sky. The moon? Zhou Mo Yao continued. Not the moon of Blue Star. It was the moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Tian furrowed his brow slightly. His understanding of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan was limited, plunging him into a knowledge gap. Nevertheless, he encouraged her. The shadow, and then what? Zhou Mo Yao's tone turned fearful. That shadow was lying on the moon, and its area kept expanding, like pollution. I only remember seeing that, and then Tian's hand instinctively reached out to gently stroke her head in a gesture of comfort, while waves of turmoil surged within him. A shadow, pollution, the moon? Whether it was related to the Shadow Moon Wolf clan or something else, he felt it surpassed his comprehension. Zhou Mo Yao possessed the innate ability of spiritual sight, enabling her to perceive these strange phenomena. Others would likely not even be able to see them, let alone resolve them. Fortunately, it was not the moon of Blue Star that was polluted, but rather that of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, which allowed Tian to feel a slight sense of relief. Before long, a message from Bai Qiuli arrived. Tian beckoned to Zhou Mo Yao. Come. Your partner has arrived. Tian had Bai Qiuli bring Zhou Mo Yao directly to Huaxing University, conveniently calling her over. Prior to that, Tian had a gift he intended to present to Bai Qiuli. Legendary Equipment Selection Gift Box. Description. Upon opening, you may choose one piece of legendary equipment suitable for your profession. This was a special reward from the interspecies competition, and Tian prepared to continue the tradition of giving one to each of the 4 participants. The rewards received by the boss were already plentiful, so it was imperative not to shortchange his subordinates. Only Alice, due to her confinement within dungeons, had received very few high-tier equipment, so he would have to wait to take care of her later. Thank you, boss. Bai Qiuli's eyes sparkled. Receiving legendary equipment upon her arrival was truly astonishing. She even suspected that the boss had plundered the logistics department of Huadong. No, the Huadong logistics department likely did not possess such an abundance of legendary equipment. With this legendary gift box, it would perfectly address her equipment deficiencies, undoubtedly enhancing her combat capabilities upon entering Huaxing University. Boss, is this the partner you mentioned? Bai Qiuli noticed Zhou Mo Yao beside Tian, her misty eyes evoking sympathy. Hello, I am Bai Qiuli. Bai Qiuli, could it be that renowned top student from Huadong? The extraordinary female sword immortal. Zhou Mo Yao exclaimed in delight, as Tian had never imagined Bai Qiuli's reputation had already spread to Huabei. However, individuals who possessed both beauty and strength tend to garner fame easily. Consequently, the 2 girls quickly became acquainted, sparing Tian the trouble of introductions. Upon learning about the skills of the Zhonghuan Spirit Master, Bai Qiuli was even more astounded. Incredible. The output can increase by more than 1 tier. She had never regarded Tian's choice as ordinary, but she hadn't expected it to be this formidable. The 2 women formally decided to partner up and attend Huaxing University together. At that moment, Zhou Yuan happened to call for everyone to join him for a meal. Time was running short. They should all. Before he could finish his sentence, a frantic alarm echoed throughout Nandang City, and the red lights of patrol aircraft flashed across the entire city. This is bad. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan is attacking again. Chapter 63. Finding a mother for the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. The alarm echoed throughout the city as Zhou Yuan gazed at the sumptuous feast he had just prepared. Letting out a sigh, however, he quickly donned his battle attire and, without hesitation, made his way to the front lines of the city defense. Tian naturally prepared to accompany him, while Zhou Meiyao transformed into her petite spirit form using Song Wan Yao and joined Bai Qiuli. Were the assaults by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan particularly frequent? Zhou Yuan nodded, affirming that the nature of any wolf clan was one of ferocity and greed. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan attacked almost every few days, engaging in plunder, occupying the wilderness, and targeting resource extraction teams within the secret realms. The behavioral patterns among different alien races vary greatly. The hostile Yagu dynasty in Huadong, for instance, rarely resorted to pillaging or ambush tactics, preferring direct confrontations, often even collaborating with other races to overpower their foes. This pride ran deep in the blood of the Dragon clan. In contrast, the Shadow Moon Wolf clan resorted to more unscrupulous methods. As they journeyed, South Tang City swiftly entered a state of combat readiness. The city defense forces cleared the streets and took positions atop the city walls, well-versed in the experience of repelling assaults. Many members of the attack extraction teams lay on stretchers, their bodies marred by gruesome bite wounds. At that moment, Tian and Zhou Yuan stepped into the defensive fortifications atop the walls, their expressions shifting in shock as they gazed up at a bizarre, dark red moon hanging ominously in the sky, contrasting starkly with the silver full moon on the opposite side, creating a surreal spectacle of dual moons. Suddenly, Tian recalled Zhou Meiyao's words, his pupils narrowing. What is this? This is the Shadow Moon of the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. Zhou Yuan looked down at the city below. It is the innate domain of the Shadow Moon Wolf King. As long as the Shadow Moon casts its light, the Shadow Moon Wolves can conceal their forms, greatly enhancing their mobility. They can even attack without revealing themselves. Indeed, Tian could clearly hear the howls and rush of the wolves below, yet no trace of the wolf clan was visible on the ground. Just as the forces were covering the injured as they retreated into the city, the shields of the soldiers were suddenly struck with tremendous force, leaving behind a row of bite marks. Yet, Tian saw no shadow of the enemy under the crimson moon. Bai Qiuli furrowed her brow at the sight. If this assault were outside the city, it would be utterly devastating. An enemy that cannot be seen and moves with such speed is already a headache to consider. However, within the city, the defense forces still had strategies to counter the threat. As the city's defense commander issued orders, the mages on the walls unleashed area spells. Waves of fire surged, and thunderclouds roiled. Indeed, as long as they targeted the direction from which the wolves were attacking, their area skills would surely yield results. Even if the Shadow Moon Wolf clan remained hidden beneath the moon's glow, area skills would still inflict damage upon them. However, Tian quickly discerned a drawback. Even so, the initiative still lay with the Shadow Moon Wolf clan, whether they chose to continue their assault or temporarily withdraw. As long as the enemy remained concealed, the initiative could not be seized. Zhou Yuan was well aware of this. The Research Institute had developed several devices to reveal hidden foes, but they consumed a considerable amount of high-quality materials, making them impractical for city defense. After all, the frequency of incursions by the Shadow Moon Wolf clan was too high. Using such costly defenses for each assault was beyond the means of the daxia. At this moment, seeing the fierce offensive from the city defense forces, the Shadow Moon Wolves began to retreat temporarily, as the defense forces' spells failed to secure any kills. Once the spells ceased, the wolves would surely strike again. Astonishingly, several elite wolves leapt from the ground, soaring over the towering steel walls. Fortunately, the experienced city defense forces swiftly intervened, halting the wolves' advance and preventing them from breaching the city to plunder. In such circumstances, only Zhou Yuan could take action to slay or drive back the Shadow Moon Wolf King, dispelling the Shadow Moon to reduce casualties. Yet, at that moment, Zhou Meiyao in her spirit form quietly raised her hand. I think I have a solution. Huh? Zhou Yuan, who was preparing to act, was momentarily taken aback. Tian reached out to stop him, recognizing that as a weapon saint whose actions would cost him years of life, it was best to refrain from engaging directly. Zhou Meiyao then turned to Bai Qiuli, requesting, Sister Bai, could you please take me to the area with the densest concentration of mages? As her designated driver, Bai Qiuli immediately set off, with the spirit form of Zhou Meiyao following closely. She arrived behind the mage group. This is the spot. The city defense commander, confused, turned to see Zhou Yuan subtly nodding, thereby tacitly approving their actions. Zhou Meiyao, somewhat unaccustomed, raised her hand and invoked Bai Yunju, buffing the surrounding allies. When attacking, the ethereal shadow of Tsong Wan will pursue, inflicting an additional 15 real damage and applying a 70 slow while marking the enemy's location. A divine bird of bluish-green hue soared into the air, its melodious cry resonating through the heavens, projecting a silver sigil resembling feathers around all nearby allies. The radius of Bai Yunju's buff extended several hundred meters. But Zhou Meiyao could not ascertain the distance accurately, so for safety's sake, she had Bai Qiuli adjust their position. At that moment, over 500 mages of the city defense forces were bestowed with the buff. This time, numerous area skills were unleashed. However, the Shadow Moon Wolves struck by the skills suddenly bore a striking azure gold mark resembling Tsong Wan feathers above their heads, illuminating their forms with clarity. In the vast darkness of night, such conspicuous markings served as a beacon to the Daxiao forces, signaling them, "Attack here." Wow, they are visible now, and their speed has decreased, making it far more difficult for them to escape. The city defense forces erupted in exclamations, while Zhou Yuan stood in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his daughter, despite her blindness, could function as a professional on the battlefield, wielding such immense influence. Even more astonishingly, she was adept at countering the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. As waves of area skills were unleashed, nearly the entire wolf pack was marked, rendering their attempts to attack or retreat far from effortless. No, the city defense forces could even seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Bai Qiuli couldn't help but exclaim, "Well done, Meiyao. Brilliant." The cheers from those around Zhou Meiyao reached her ears, causing her to shyly smile. "Yes, I will become a great support." Tian silently observed the battlefield. Even he himself was taken aback. It appears we have found a mother for the Shadow Moon Wolf clan. With Zhou Meiyao's assistance, the recent Wolf clan assault concluded swiftly. The Shadow Moon Wolf King, positioned at the rear of the pack, could hardly comprehend why this time the losses among the wolves were so severe. The city defense forces of South Tang City surged back in triumph. Employee Zhou Meiyao made significant contributions in repelling the Shadow Moon Wolf clan's assault. Reward: Funds 5. Tian felt a pleasant surprise. Is there truly a reward for repelling alien races? This could be considered a form of honor, right? If defeating alien races, or even launching counteroffensives yields rewards, they may be on par with those from the Great Races competition. A promising future lay ahead. The Shadow Moon Wolf clan retreated, and with the losses incurred, they would likely be deterred from further reckless plundering. However, above them, the dark red moon still lingered ominously. Tian stood atop the city wall, gazing intently at the shadowy moon, lost in thought. Chapter 64. Extraordinary Forbidden Objects. Unexplained fighting spirit. The wolf attack had concluded. That evening, Bai Qiuli directly escorted Zhou Meiyao back to Huaxing University, as the following day marked the start of the new school year, allowing both to enroll together. Given Zhou Meiyao's identity and professional capabilities, Jiang Yuanshuang easily helped her secure a suitable mentor. Meanwhile, Tian returned to Qingshan apartment. Since Bai Qiuli became Jiang Yuanshuang's apprentice, she had moved into the university dormitory, leaving the two-bedroom apartment solely to Tian. After a few hours traveling back from North China to East China by floating vehicle, Tian arrived home, took a shower, and settled down to review the management log, which was due to be finalized today. However, the day's events were primarily dominated by the ethnic competition, with little else transpiring. Management log: Wang Jing was promoted from the recruit camp to the leader of the East China Border Defense Army's guerrilla unit. Reward: Funds 3. Ningjing deciphered the ancient relic stone tablet with a 100 success rate, successfully interpreting the location and clues of an ancient relic. Reward: Funds 5. Night Repair and Jiang Che completed the Hell Dungeon, Ruthless Valley 4 times. Reward: Funds 0. 8. You shared the experience gained by your employees. Level increased, 33-34. Funds: 102. Wang Jing had astonishingly been promoted directly from the recruit camp to the commander of the regular army. Typically, recruits undergo at least 6 months of training. However, given Wang Jing's combat prowess displayed during the competition, an early promotion seemed justified. Tian had also heard that following the reclamation of Dingcheng, the border defense forces had been divided into 2 factions, one stationed to guard the borders against malevolent forces, and the other to safeguard against the Yaga dynasty's incursions. Thus, Wang Jing's elevation was entirely reasonable. Furthermore, Ningjing's discovery of the location and clues of an ancient relic truly piqued Tian's interest. Ancient relics, the storied legacies of various otherworldly civilizations, brimming with treasures and inheritances from ancient times, presented boundless opportunities. The occurrences of ancient relics across the Blue Star were exceedingly rare, and Tian was eager to explore one. He resolved to inquire further about it the following day. With that thought, Tian drifted into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the central headquarters, the conference room remained brightly lit late into the night due to Wei Yuan's unexpected arrival. Your victory in the ethnic competition and the repulsion of the Yagu dynasty is truly remarkable, an elderly gentleman in a Zhongshan suit remarked, his eyes sparkling with vitality. However, the threat posed by the Yagu dynasty will undoubtedly grow more perilous. We must exercise caution. Wei Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, affirming that the triumph over the Yagu dynasty was not solely his achievement. The elder then shifted the conversation. By the way, You ought to pay close attention to the exceptional talents from the East China ethnic competition. In recent years, the American empire has successfully lured away numerous talents from other countries. The competition for talent was a common occurrence among the nations of the Blue Star. The American empire employed various means to bolster its emerging forces. Wei Yuan concurred, recognizing the need to alert Tian. I will do so. He then articulated the purpose of his visit. Elder son, I intend to procure the extraordinary forbidden object, 003. The elder's face turned pale. What? The child of prophecy has appeared? Extraordinary forbidden objects are mysterious and perilous items discovered over the past 2 centuries in the history of the Great Xia. They possess unique capabilities but also entail dangerous side effects, or their full nature remains unknown. Thus, they are classified as forbidden objects. The designation 003 refers to a special entity brought back by the prophetic grade practitioner, said to be usable only by the child of prophecy, providing protection and substantial assistance. It is essentially the exclusive weapon of the child of prophecy. However, Elder Sun cautioned Wei Yuan to think carefully. Are you certain? 003 only resonates with the child of prophecy. Should an ordinary person approach it, they may encounter unpredictable dangers. Wei Yuan pondered briefly before replying. The victory in the ethnic competition belongs largely to him. Even my defeat of the Yagu dynasty owes much to his contributions. I believe he is likely the one. Elder Sun nodded slightly. Very well, you may proceed, but ensure safety. Understood. The following morning, as the sun embraced the earth, Tian rose, drawing back the curtains and humming a cheerful tune while preparing for the day. However, his phone suddenly vibrated with messages from Baiqiuli. Upon reading the content, Tian's brow knitted in concern, his melody abruptly ceasing. Shortly after, not only Baiqiuli but also Wan Jing, Jiang Che, and Night Repair, the 4 participants of the ethnic competition, sent messages. Tian promptly gathered the 4 into a conference space. Boss, this morning upon waking, I found a letter on my dormitory desk, Baiqiuli reported. It contains an offer from the American military, promising an exceptionally high package if we agree to immigrate. Tian glanced at the letter, astonished by the extravagant terms presented by the American empire. Judging by the benefits alone, most young individuals would find it difficult to resist. Baiqiuli's expression turned serious. I have no idea how they managed to place the letter on my desk without my noticing. Night Repair, casually crunching on a lollipop, remarked, it's quite simple. This is a special profession from the American empire known as the messenger. As long as the messenger remembers someone's appearance and subsequently burns the letter, it will appear in the vicinity of that person. They likely saw us in photos or videos from the competition. Including Night Repair, all 4 received the recruitment letters. At that moment, Jiang Che, his head slumped on the table, voiced his near despair. Why? Why is the offer I received so much worse than yours? Tian, I must strive harder. Jiang Che's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented fighting spirit, albeit one that seemed rather peculiar. It was evident that none of Tian's employees would accept offers from other nations. This was underscored by the fact that the 4 immediately informed Tian upon receiving the letters. Not only did Tian provide them with careers, but under his leadership, they also enjoyed legendary equipment, meeting buffs, promotion opportunities, and other advantages that would be unattainable elsewhere. In recent years, the American empire had indeed been reported to have lured away numerous talented individuals from various countries, even making attempts against the Great Xia. Under the onslaught of malevolent forces and foreign races, the American empire resorted to unscrupulous means to exploit nations worldwide, especially when it came to targeting Tian's circle, which left him feeling particularly irked. Not long after, the meeting concluded, as everyone had their own matters to attend to. Tian prepared to step out to gather more details regarding the ancient relics. However, upon reaching the door, he encountered Wei Yuan, who was holding an aviation case. Indeed, an aviation case, the kind typically used for transporting cats, albeit this one appeared to be a specially customized version. Inside the case was a black cat. Chapter 65, Capturing a Kitten. Entering the relic. Are you saying that this black cat is the extraordinary forbidden object numbered 003? Indeed, affirmed Wei Yuan. Tian and Wei Yuan were seated on the sofa in the living room. After Wei Yuan enlightened Tian about the extraordinary forbidden objects, Tian gazed in astonishment at the black cat within the aviation case. The creature was rather diminutive, its jet-black fur incredibly smooth, and its pupils flickered with a hint of gold. Wei Yuan continued, you are already aware of the prophecy. I believe it may be of assistance to you. When the great Xia faces a life and death calamity, a savior shall emerge, repeatedly reversing fate to rescue the great Xia from peril, delivering humanity from catastrophe. Upon hearing this prophecy, Tian momentarily questioned his own identity. Am I the child of prophecy? But I have traversed here from another world. Logically, the prophecy had manifested 80 years prior, a time when he had neither been born nor even entered this realm. If such foresight was indeed possible, it was utterly preposterous. After deep contemplation, Tian ultimately resolved to open the aviation case. In any case, I just need to let it out, right? As for whether he was the child of prophecy, Wei Yuan suggested that the black cat would determine that. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, his focus sharpening to guard against any unforeseen events. If Tian were not the child of prophecy, he must ensure the black cat posed no threat to him. Meow, the door of the aviation case opened, and the black cat lazily meowed, locking eyes with Tian. In Wei Yuan's imagination, either Tian would be the child of prophecy, drawing the cat near, or he would not, provoking the cat's disdain and leading to peril. According to the records of the great Xia, no one but the child of prophecy could be accepted by the black cat, not even Wei Yuan himself. Yet at this moment, he beheld the black cat gracefully leap onto Tian's lap, settling there. Tian tentatively reached out to pet it. The black cat offered no resistance, submissively remaining still, allowing Tian to explore. What is the meaning of this? Tian turned to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan appeared perplexed. Indeed, I too am curious about this situation. The black cat's demeanor was neither one of affection nor repulsion. To Wei Yuan, it seemed more akin to submission. Yes, submission. The current state of affairs far exceeded Wei Yuan's expectations. Tian calmly stroked the cat while attempting to peruse its profile, discovering it indeed contained information. Cat of time, background, the destined partner of the child of prophecy. It grows stronger in tandem with the abilities of the child of prophecy. In its prime, it possessed the ability to traverse the river of time, but is currently quite feeble. After carefully reading the scant details twice, Tian confidently declared, "It appears I am not the child of prophecy." His conclusion was rather audacious, since this cat of time would only grow stronger alongside the child of prophecy, and given his current capabilities, 3 hidden, 3 divine level, and 3 legendary professions, coupled with an extraordinary physique. If he were indeed the child of prophecy, the cat could not possibly be quite feeble. Wei Yuan pondered for a moment before affirming Tian's conclusion, as 003 clearly showed no inclination towards familiarity nor demonstrated any partnership abilities. Yet the cat's submissive attitude left him baffled. Tian proposed, "Perhaps I should keep this cat. It might lead me to the child of prophecy. Since this cat of time could ascertain the child of prophecy, it would serve as a form of assistance for Tian. The child of prophecy was undoubtedly a high potential individual, and he could recruit them later." Wei Yuan did not object, since it shows no aversion to you. It may accompany you. Just ensure it does not come into contact with others, as it could pose a danger. Understood. Tian placed the black cat back into the aviation case. He then inquired about the ancient relics. The previous day, Ning Jing had deciphered the location and clues regarding the ancient relics, yet he remained unaware of the specifics. Wei Yuan seized the opportunity to elaborate. That ancient relic is said to be a remnant of the ancient dragon clan. The ancient dragon clan can almost be regarded as the ancestors of the ancient dynasty. However, as Wei Yuan spoke, a look of regret crossed his face. The entrance to this ancient relic has been located not far from Ding City. Unfortunately, the interior of the relic happens to be within the dragon ancestor's secret realm on the ancient continent. This means that although we have found the entrance, accessing the interior of the ancient relic requires entering the dragon ancestor's secret realm. Tian inquired, "So what does that imply?" Wei Yuan responded, "To enter the dragon ancestor's secret realm, one requires the dragon ancestor secret realm token. That token is solely granted by the Red Emperor and the Green Emperor to their descendants. We cannot obtain it, now that they have retreated to the ancient continent. Acquiring the token is even less likely. Thus, while we have found the entrance to the relic, we cannot enter. What a pity. Wait, are you referring to this?" Tian suddenly recalled and retrieved a long-stored dragon pattern token from his backpack. When Alice had defeated Norton in the dungeon, she had dropped 30 dragon essence crystals along with the token, which Tian had kept for quite some time. Wei Yuan gazed at the token, his expression one of astonishment, and he exclaimed, "What the hell? How do you have everything? What do you mean?" Tian tilted his head, indicating, "Let us go." In a swift manner, Wei Yuan led Tian to the entrance of the relic. The entrance was a spectral passage, and without the guidance of the relic stone slab as clues, even if someone stood there, they would be unable to locate the entrance. Beyond this entrance lay an unknown destination. Unlike the secret realm's self-contained space, the relic could be hidden corners from various worlds, perhaps existing for countless ages. For instance, the Great Xia had once entered the sacred spirit forest of the elf royal family through an entrance in southern China long ago. This entrance was situated in the wilderness on the outskirts of Ding City, already cordoned off by the military. The members of the research institute were racking their brains, attempting various methods to enter the relic, but all had met with failure. Ning Jing, donned in a white lab coat that exuded intelligence, stood at the center of the research team when she unexpectedly spotted Tian, who had been brought by Wei Yuan. "Boss," she exclaimed. Her address drew the attention of the surrounding researchers, to which Tian responded with a smile. Wei Yuan spoke. "For this relic, it seems only Tian can enter. Ning Jing, please explain the clues regarding the relic to him." Upon hearing that Tian could enter the relic, the surrounding researchers expressed their astonishment. Ning Jing was equally taken aback. She informed Tian, "Boss, this secret realm lies within the forbidden area of the Dragon Ancestor secret realm. The forbidden area has been designated as a no-go zone by the ancient dynasty, and there may be dangers." Tian understood well that relics were fraught with both opportunities and dangers. However, this did not deter him from wanting to try. Worst case, he could use Void Shift to escape. At that moment, Wei Yuan produced a golden rope-like artifact. This is a one-time legendary item called Soul Guide. Bind one end of the rope to yourself and the other to the outside. Whenever you need it, you can pull on the rope to bring you back. It was a one-time life-saving item. Having an extra layer of safety was always prudent, and Tian readily utilized it. After learning all the clues regarding the relic deciphered by Ning Jing, Tian retrieved the token and prepared to proceed. He stepped into the nearly transparent passage at the entrance, his form flickering before vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Chapter 66. You will help me, won't you? Darkness, foreboding, and chill. This was the initial sensation that engulfed Tian as he traversed a passage that seemed to dwell within the void, arriving in another realm. The Dragon Ancestor's secret realm token in his hand had vanished. Theoretically, Tian had officially set foot upon the continent of Yagu, even reaching the most enigmatic part of it, the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm, the Forbidden Land. Here lay the interior of an ancient ruin. It resembled a cavern, yet its vastness was overwhelming, with dark red rock formations coalescing into stalactites hundreds of feet above, rendering the human form insignificantly small. Alert! You are now within the ancient ruins. The skill, Ruins Decoding, is activated, automatically acquiring 3 core pieces of information about the ruins. It was then that Tian recalled that Ruins Decoding was a skill attributed to the Scholar of Tranquility profession, functioning precisely as the prompt suggested. Ancient ruins could be categorized into 3 types: relics of ancient civilizations at war, birthplaces of natural anomalies, and ancestral sites of extraordinary legacies. Tian pondered this as he began to examine the decoded content, using it as a means to discern the classification of this ruin. 1. Entering will lead to immediate death for the bloodline of the White Emperor. 2. Entering will lead to immediate death for the traitors. 3. Entering will lead to immediate death for those favored by the divine. Gasp! How ruthlessly savage! These were the rules that governed the ruins. Any of these 3 categories, upon entry, would undoubtedly meet their demise. Such brutality suggested it was likely a war relic. Furthermore, from the clues deciphered by Ning Jing, it appeared the White Emperor referred to the current White Sovereign of the Yaga dynasty. The central figure of this ruin seemed to be connected to the legendary Black Emperor. Tian was confident he did not belong to any of these 3 categories, and without hesitation, he ventured deeper into the ruins. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Yaga continent, within the Crimson Emperor's palace, the Crimson Emperor, irate from his defeat in the Great Xia, fumed, while the Azure Emperor remained unfazed beside him. The White Emperor had taken possession of a dragon descendant's body, yet his true form remained inactive. It was indeed a rare gathering of the 3 dragon emperors of the Yaga dynasty. The Crimson Emperor's voice was laced with fury. We should never have agreed to the Great Xia's proposal for a tournament. We ought to have directly conquered them by force. The Azure Emperor retorted coldly, "Do you wish for both sides to suffer? Since the demise of the Black Emperor, the remaining strength of the Yagu dynasty is already insufficient." Initially, the tournament was more than adequate to undermine the Great Xia. Yet who could have foreseen this year's events? Ah! The Crimson Emperor turned angrily towards the White Emperor. Were it not for your true form guarding the Forbidden Land, watching over a corpse for nearly a century, how could humanity run rampant? The White Emperor's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. I have said before, the Black Emperor is not dead. He merely lost his corporeal vessel, yet his soul shall not perish. The prohibition of entry into the Forbidden Land is to deny him any chance of resurrection. The White Emperor stared impassively at the Crimson Emperor. Otherwise, we would surely meet our demise. The Crimson Emperor scoffed, offering no rebuttal. And what of the Great Xia? I vow not to relent until we reclaim our territory. The Azure Emperor directed, your contract's backlash will fade in 5 days. After 5 days, we shall fully transfer our main forces to Blue Star, ideally establishing a foothold there. This time, the White Emperor acquiesced to the Azure Emperor's strategy, affirming, indeed, the territory of Blue Star must be contested. I have never encountered a world as abundant in secret realms and ruins as Blue Star. The resources were plentiful, and the interdimensional passages were numerous. Blue Star truly resembled a battleground of necessity. This was also the reason the Crimson Emperor was loath to relinquish control over Blue Star. While the Yaga continent possessed its fair share of secret realms, its overall resources were finite. Once depleted, they were gone. Most worlds were similarly constrained. Only Blue Star proliferated with various instances, with mid-sized secret realms appearing frequently, large ones occurring regularly, along with ancient ruins and treasures. Truly, it could be described as vast and rich in resources. This was also why even the White Emperor was willing to take action. I shall select a suitable vessel, maximizing my lineage and combat prowess. And for those troublesome individuals from the Great Xia, if they can be killed, then they shall be. The Crimson Emperor mocked, ha! Yet your true form remains inactive. The Azure Emperor cautioned, the matter of the Black Emperor must not be taken lightly. In the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm, the Forbidden Land, Tian was pleasantly surprised. Having traversed only a few kilometers, he had amassed a fortune. Along the way, he had collected over 60 pieces of the legendary material, Dragon Essence Crystal, formed within the cavern. In addition, countless dragon descendant remains lay strewn about, seemingly having fallen victim to the ruins' lethal rules, leaving a trove of dragon bones and scales behind. Upon reaching a spacious area, Tian discovered a massive stone tablet inscribed in the language of dragons. It chronicled the past glory of the dragon race, detailing the dragon kings of ancient times, one emperor, one monarch, for lords. Uncertain of what had transpired to lead to the current configuration of 3 sovereigns within the Yagu dynasty, Tian pressed onward. Soon, he exited the cavern, only to be met with a dismal sight. Even beyond the cave, the sky remained shrouded in murky hues, as though light itself was being devoured. However, the distant landscape caused Tian's gaze to widen in astonishment. A mountain range formed of colossal dragon vertebrae rose ominously, with countless dragon remains scattered around, resembling a sacred burial ground, more akin to a realm of the dead. The dark mountains bore faint shapes of dragon wings on either side. Viewed from above, it was evident that this was the carcass of a super dragon. The sheer quantity of dragon remains surrounding it testified to the magnitude of a cataclysmic dragon war. Yet, Tian did not dwell on this. His focus remained on the dragon essence crystals and dragon bones at his feet, contemplating how to collect them more swiftly. Wait, what was that? Tian's gaze sharpened as he spotted across atop the Black Mountain. Before he could approach, an overwhelming psychic force enveloped him. After a moment of disorientation, the scene abruptly transformed. It felt like a dream, yet also like a fleeting fragment in his mind. He found himself within a ruinous palace. Deep within the palace, in its darkest recesses, stood the very cross he had seen. Upon the cross, a small boy was nailed. Dressed in a black suit, adorned with a bloodstained bow tie, his pupils glimmering with a faint golden hue. His face bore an air of nobility and elegance that transcended his youthful appearance, resembling that of a gentleman. A weapon, resembling both a branch and a spear, pierced through the boy's chest, pinning him firmly in place. You have finally arrived. The ailing noble boy lifted his head, offering Tian a graceful smile. Tian suddenly chuckled. Do you know me? No, but you will help me, won't you? From the moment Tian was drawn into this cathedral, he received an encouraging detection prompt. Alert. Special potential detected in the vicinity. Chapter 67, The Black Emperor. Recruiting a second hidden class. How intriguing. Tian could hardly contain his applause, as he had never encountered a person quite like this before, seemingly able to delve into the very depths of one's soul. Were this individual an adversary, he would undoubtedly be on high alert. Yet now, presented as a recruitable entity, Tian felt a surge of anticipation. He refrained from responding immediately. After all, they were in the forbidden realm of the dragon ancestor, the most secretive sanctuary of the dragon clan. And yet, a small boy was nailed to a cross. Betrayers shall meet their demise. The sole emperor of the ancient dragon clan. The world-destroying dragon betrayed. Could this be the legendary Black Emperor? In the fleeting moment of contemplation, Tian arrived at an astonishing conclusion. He gazed intently at the small boy on the cross, resembling an ancient noble, and was suddenly struck by the absurdity of confronting history in the next instant. He endeavored to open the Arsum. Black Emperor, Nidhogg, Soul Entity. Basic information, Soul Entity. 480 years old, potential, special, world-destroying dragon. Biography, the singular sovereign of the dragon clan, at the height of his power, possessed strength rivaling deities and demons. Ruling over myriad dragons with imperial authority and absolute power, suppressing enemy clans with iron resolve and brutality, none dared defy, until the deity of the ancient continent, Yggdrasil, sensing the potential for god-slaying danger in the Black Emperor, bestowed upon the White Emperor a world artifact, the eternal spear crafted from the trunk of the world tree, commanding the White Emperor to usurp him. The White Emperor conspired with 3 monarchs and betrayed the Black Emperor during an external conflict, resulting in the demise of the Black Emperor's reign. The eternal spear destroyed the Black Emperor's corporeal form, binding his soul and nailing him to the dragon bone cross for nearly a century. Investment opportunity, none. Cannot invest in non-human entities before Tier 3. The Black Emperor Nidhogg. Indeed, it was he. Tian's eyes narrowed. From just a few lines of some content, he could almost sense the curtain falling on this era's sovereign. Though he appeared as a gentlemanly young boy, he had already lived for 480 years. Yet Ningqing had informed him that in the Dragon Clan, a few centuries were hardly considered old. This iteration of Nidhogg was likely not the first Black Emperor. Furthermore, upon reading the word deity, Tian couldn't help but muse. So there truly are gods. The world tree, it seems, is also a form of divinity. However, the fact that the Black Emperor could instill fear in a deity, to the extent that it sensed danger, illustrated a terrifying presence. Alas, the hero's twilight, or rather, the tyrant's descent. Even now, this Black Emperor, Nidhogg, had perished in flesh, leaving only his soul behind. Yet upon reading the final line of the Arsum, Tian found himself at a loss for words. To invest in a non-human entity, one must reach Tier 3 and level 50. He looked up at the boy's innocent face and inquired, "How may I assist you?" The boy's pupils shimmered with a faint golden hue, and a smile graced his lips. "It's quite simple." He gestured to the long spear embedded in his chest. His tone buoyant. "To set me free requires but one step. Remove this spear. Upon success, you would also acquire a world artifact for free. Doesn't that sound easy?" Tian couldn't help but smirk. The Black Emperor's demeanor was markedly different from his expectations, perhaps a consequence of his soul's remaining essence, now resembling a mischievous little devil. To Tian's astonishment, while conversing with other dragons, he had used their tongue. Yet this little devil spoke fluently in human language and appeared well-versed in human culture. As for his request, simple. Indeed, extracting a spear could be done. But if that spear was the eternal spear, crafted by a deity to annihilate the Black Emperor and bind his soul, he may not fully grasp the nature of a world artifact. But he understood that it was far from trivial. He resolutely shook his head. "Forget it. I suddenly find myself less inclined to assist you." At this, the boy burst into laughter, as if a prank had been exposed. "Haha, you've seen through me without even trying. How heartless." Tian silently regarded the jovial little devil, suddenly contemplating. He must have felt quite lonely during his century on the cross. After a while, the boy's laughter subsided, and he resumed with a formal tone. "This spear was specifically crafted to kill me. As long as my soul persists, it cannot be removed. The world artifact, the eternal spear once thrown, it can ignore any barriers, traversing any distance to strike its intended foe. Even the soul cannot escape." Tian listened intently, still struggling to comprehend how he could assist, until the next statement left him slightly startled. The boy continued, chuckling, "The target the spear seeks is none other than the Black Emperor, Nidhogg. But now, I am merely a soul entity, devoid of power and form. Should my final soul ability be altered, I would transform into an entirely different entity, and the eternal spear would no longer be able to target me. You can change my abilities, can't you?" The boy gazed at Tian with eager anticipation. Tian was momentarily taken aback, recruiting an employee, investing in a class, and endowing the other with new abilities certainly counted as altering capabilities. This was precisely how he had managed all his subordinates. The ingenuity of this method to circumvent the eternal spear was impressive. Regrettably, it was not feasible at present. The boy appeared puzzled. Why not? What brings you here? Are you seeking treasure or harboring enmity with the current dragon clan? I can assist with both. Both reasons held merit. He was indeed keen on recruiting this unique potential, as it would serve as a formidable weapon against the ancient dynasty. Tian briefly explained his situation. Due to his affiliation with the dragon clan, he could only recruit non-human entities after reaching level 50 in Tier 3. Naturally, he omitted the specifics regarding class characteristics. Tian had initially planned to wait for half a month to a month, leveling up to 50 before returning to recruit him. However, to his surprise, the boy laughed lightly. Not a human? Then what is stopping me from joining the humans? What? Under corporeal conditions, that was impossible. The boy chuckled merrily, his tone gradually lowering. But a soul knows no race. Tian's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Indeed, Dearsum only indicated his status as a soul entity, devoid of any racial designation. As the boy spoke, a blue ethereal glow enveloped him, seemingly undergoing some intangible transformation. Though he spoke nonchalantly, it appeared to require considerable effort for one who masters the realm of the mind. Altering the soul's form is as simple as molding clay. As his words fell, while he still retained the visage of a young boy, a subtle change seemed to occur. He reshaped his soul into a human form. Tian realized with astonishment that the investment opportunity section had indeed changed. Investment opportunity, hidden class, Black Emperor, soul, 60 points of funding. Tian marveled, turning to the boy. Can you create a catgirl for me to see? The boy replied, Hey, if you make me try again, I might truly shatter. His tone was earnest, not a jest, as if his soul might genuinely fracture. Tian laughed. All right, but don't call me hey, call me boss. With that, he activated his skill, pressing the contract against the little devil's handprint. In the next moment, the scene of the shattered palace collapsed in an instant, enveloped in darkness, as if ensnared in an eternal night. In a moment of daze, behind the dragonbone cross, there appeared a pair of ebony dragon wings, vast enough to obscure the heavens and block the sun. Adorned with the corpses of traitors, these wings ascended towards the blood-red firmament, heralding the return of the Annihilator. Chapter 68, The Black Emperor, Soul, Soul-Based Profession. Employee, Nidhogg, Soul, Profession, Black Emperor, Soul, Quality, Hidden, Level, 25, Strength 0, Agility 0, Constitution 0, Mentality 1600, Professional Talent, Supreme Dragon. Possessing a lineage that surpasses all dragonkind. Capable of disregarding and suppressing the abilities of all dragons, enabling instantaneous verbal manifestation without the need for a medium. Professional skill, sin and punishment, execution domain. Executing sinners within the Black Emperor's judgment realm, with effects doubled against dragonkind. Blood's Blessing induces the target into a blood-boiling state, enhancing overall strength up to twice its maximum. The enhancement value correlates with the strength of the Black Emperor, soul form. Descend Fusion. The Black Emperor, soul, can descend into any living being, seizing control of its body and partially exerting the powers of the Black Emperor's true self. Consent is not required for descent, but competition is necessary against opponents with high mental strength. If the host voluntarily sacrifices their soul, the Black Emperor will unleash even greater power. The strength of the exerted power post-descent is contingent on the target's physical strength and the extent of the soul sacrificed. Verbal Manifestation, Emperor, unable to use due to lack of dragon body. Verbal Manifestation, World, unable to use due to lack of dragon body. Tian gazed at this newly acquired hidden profession with astonishment. It was his first encounter with a soul-based profession. He casually jested with the little devil. Is this truly a support role? At the moment of class transition, the eternal spear fell from the boy's chest, seemingly devoid of purpose and power. The boy finally descended from the cross, brushing off the slightly soiled hem of his clothing. Do I really have to fight with just my soul? Boss, you are rather exploitative. His current state was indeed that of a soul entity. The data panel confirmed that he lacked a physical form, existing solely in the dimension of souls, invisible to the naked eye unless he chose to manifest or was observed through abilities like spirit sight. Tian couldn't help but marvel. This form reminded him of the Elder from a previous life. However, although it lacked the formidable offensive capabilities of Alice S., Blade Queen, the hidden profession was undeniably extraordinary. The mere existence of the Supreme Dragon talent, which disregarded and suppressed all verbal manifestations, effectively incapacitated half of the Agud dynasty's combat capabilities. Moreover, the higher the dragon lineage, the greater the suppression on those of lower bloodlines, making it a veritable bane to dragonkind. Furthermore, the Descend fusion ability was remarkably unique. It could invade any living being's body without needing consent. Upon descent, it could utilize the physicality of another to unleash the powers of the Black Emperor's true self, essentially the strength of Nidhogg, while his body remained intact. Additionally, the soul-sacrificing aspect of fusion truly justified Tian's moniker of Little Devil. Regrettably, as he currently existed solely as a soul, the two most potent verbal manifestations were temporarily inaccessible. It seemed that only by inhabiting a powerful body or reviving Nidhogg's original form could they be activated. Overall, compared to the Blade Queen, the Black Emperor's soul form possessed a more distinctive set of abilities. In terms of combat prowess, it exhibited a certain adaptability to strength after all. It was fundamentally a support role. What do you think of the Black Emperor? Tian inquired, observing the boy as he swiftly assessed his new abilities. Nodding in approval, it's even stronger than my previous soul abilities. I quite like it. However, I am far from reclaiming the title of Emperor. I need to choose a new name. Oh? Tian followed the boy's gaze to the rear, where the scene had returned to the Forbidden Land. The silhouette of a black mountain resembling dragon bones was deeply etched in the boy's light golden eyes. Tian had come to understand that this black mountain represented the destroyed body of the Black Emperor. Thus, while the Black Emperor was nailed to the cross, he could only gaze upon his own corpse daily. In a solemn tone, reminiscent of an official proclamation, the soul entity declared, "Once this body is revived in the future, the Black Emperor Nidhogg shall return to this world." Without a physical form, even if Nidhogg regained strength, he would still struggle to reach the zenith of the Black Emperor's power. Therefore, he intended to retain the name Black Emperor until the day his body was revived and his soul merged. Only then would it mark the return of the Black Emperor. Tian suddenly had an idea. How about calling you Black Prince? The boy snapped his fingers. Good idea. Tian added, actually, Little Devil suits you too. You are the boss. Of course, I shall abide by your whims. The voice of the Black Prince shifted to a playful nonchalance as he stretched lazily, appearing in good spirits. Although he was a soul entity, he did not resemble the unselectable state experienced by Zhou Moya. Instead, he appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary person. He only seemed to exist in another dimension when he wished not to be seen. But it seems I cannot leave just yet. Why? The Black Prince teasingly pointed outside the Forbidden Land. There's a little white guarding the entrance. Tian belatedly realized, the White Emperor. It dawned on him that the White Emperor was stationed just outside the Forbidden Land. This meant that if Nidhogg attempted to leave, the White Emperor would undoubtedly sense it. And at that moment, he feared the latter would go completely mad. If Tian were to bring the Black Prince back to the Great Xia, the White Emperor might sense it and cause repercussions for the Great Xia. After all, facing the White Emperor now was not a guaranteed victory. Yet, he could not abandon the Black Prince here, as remaining would hinder his growth, akin to imprisonment. Tian quickly devised a plan. Alice. The Black Prince raised an eyebrow. Boss, can you really summon people here? This was the Forbidden Land of the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. And due to the White Emperor's presence outside, the Black Prince hadn't seen a living creature in decades. Tian waved his hand, indicating that it was a basic operation. However, several seconds passed without Alice appearing. Until Tian called out a second time, a familiar void door materialized, and Alice stepped through. Her long legs striding confidently. Boss, I just entered a dungeon and got entangled with another boss. He's level 60 and quite formidable. Alice explained to Tian while casting a glance at the Black Prince. Tian nodded. Alice was now barely level 30. And facing a level 60 boss was indeed a tall order. Nevertheless, he clapped his hands. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you to a new partner. The Black Prince, or Nidhogg, whichever name he preferred, could act as a support role. Tian introduced Alice to the Black Prince, who produced a white gentleman's hat from seemingly nowhere and executed a courteous bow. Alice nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Tian planned for the soul form of the Black Prince to team up with Alice in the dungeon, where his soul could accompany her like the elder from his past life. Two hidden professions working together. One, a soul entity of the Supreme Dragon. The other, a half-human, half-demon dual template being. Tian even contemplated that the initial special squad of 5 had been assembled. Now, Could he forge a second squad of 5 with exceptional potential? No. It was likely that it would comprise 5 super monsters. Just the thought of it made Tian realize how utterly chaotic such a squad would be. Chapter 69. Assist me in reviving the body. The deity shall be dealt with by me. The gazes of Alice and the Black Prince clashed momentarily in the air. Even the Black Prince had to concede that, while his physical form still existed, he was merely on par with Alice at her level. In his current ethereal state, he acutely sensed that a far more terrifying form lay concealed within Alice's being. Moreover, this was an ancient relic, and her ability to traverse it at what was an unprecedented feat in the annals of Nidhogg. The thought that Tian commanded such a being only deepened the mystery surrounding him in the Black Prince's mind. Alice scrutinized the peculiar soul of the Black Prince. After Tian had informed her of his abilities, she accepted him as her partner. This was excellent. Now there was no need to worry about the Black Prince being discovered by the White Emperor. After all, at only level 25. Should he be found by the White Emperor, it would surely spell his doom. Simultaneously, Tian had another reason for pairing Alice with the Black Prince, to maintain a balance, given the Black Prince's character and abilities. If he were to enter human society without oversight, he might very well act unpredictably. After all, he was undeniably a tyrant, even if he was somewhat younger. Having Alice oversee him was just right. As Tian prepared to leave the relic, his expression suddenly faltered. He realized that the automatic detection prompt for his skills had yet to disappear. Ding. Special potential detected in the vicinity. Indeed, the detection prompt had not vanished, indicating the presence of further special potential in the surroundings. Black Prince, Tian's voice took on an odd tone. Are there other beings here? Other beings? The Black Prince, clad in an elegant high-collared suit, blinked his golden eyes and conjured a dragon bone staff from seemingly nowhere. He pointed the staff towards the black mountains behind Tian, asserting confidently, if we are speaking of living beings, it can only be him. He gestured towards his own corpse. As Tian approached the location indicated by the Black Prince, Alice was taken aback. This dragon corpse appears to have been subjected to repeated destruction attempts. Yet its physical integrity is so robust that it retains a trace of vitality. The Black Prince floated with his hands on his hips. Impressive, isn't it? This is my body. Alice rolled her eyes in silence. The Black Prince continued explaining to Tian, the eternal spear severed my soul from my body. Yet a dragon's physical form does not easily perish. Thus, he should also qualify as a living being. Indeed. Tian discerned this astonishing fact. Black Emperor, Nidhogg, Dragon Corpse, basic information, male, dragon, 480 years old, body without a soul. Potential, special, calamity and despair. Biography, the sole sovereign of the dragon race. Investment opportunity, none, cannot invest in non-human races below tier 3. The biography was identical to that of the Black Prince. It was indeed the true dragon body of Nidhogg. However, Tian had never anticipated that even a mere body, with its soul and essence already separated, could still be assessed as possessing special potential. Just how formidable must its strength be? This corpse of the Black Emperor, despite having lost its power, with all blood drained and life extinguished, and even the soul having been severed, still presented an investment opportunity. Indeed, it was possible to invest in this corpse, suggesting the prospect of revival. Unlike the dragon-derived body occupied by the White Emperor during the Great Racial Competition, which gave no indication of investment opportunities after consciousness ceased. But Nidhogg did. Was this the might that rivals deities and demons? Tian murmured to himself, it seems I truly have a chance to revive him. No sooner had he spoken than the Black Prince's pupils dilated in shock, his soul wavering with astonishment. This was his true form. No one desired its revival more than he. Only through the fusion of body and soul could the true Black Emperor, Nidhogg, arise. Yet he understood the magnitude of this challenge. The stronger the body had been in life, the more arduous the revival would be. To resurrect a dragon sovereign's corpse, which retained only a flicker of vitality. In the Black Princess plans, he had even prepared to invest decades, if not centuries, for this endeavor. The Black Prince fixed his gaze upon Tian, the magma-like patterns swirling within his golden eyes suppressed by anticipation. If you can revive my body, I shall aid you in destroying the ancient continent. Hearing this unprecedentedly solemn declaration, Tian raised an eyebrow. So, were your previous claims of helping me seek treasures and slay dragons mere jest? The Black Prince sighed. In truth, I initially intended to seize your body directly. I never anticipated that your capabilities as a human would be so extraordinary. This remark indicated the Black Prince's complete change of perspective regarding Tian, subtly wavering from his previous disdain for being subordinate to a human. Indeed, you are quite the devil. Tian thought back to the moment when he had been urged to pull the eternal spear, unable to suppress a smirk. If it's merely a matter of helping you deal with the dragon race, I have no objections. The Black Prince earnestly articulated the gravest concern. However, even if we vanquish the dragon race and the White Emperor with human strength, we cannot shake the ancient dynasty. For the deities of the ancient continent, the world tree, Yggdrasil, will not permit you to threaten the dragons, nor will they allow you to invade the ancient continent. His voice was as sharp as a drawn blade, devoid of fluctuation or hesitation. But if you revive my body, I shall confront the deities. Tian understood that the world tree, Yggdrasil, was the fundamental reason behind the Black Emperor's demise, as even the eternal spear was birthed from the latter's hand. The rationale was that the deities deemed the Black Emperor ungovernable. A smile crept across Tian's face, as though he had just rendered a death sentence with a stay of execution upon the ancient dynasty. Yet he was more than willing, so it is settled. Regrettably, the Black Emperor's body could not transform like a soul. It would have to wait until Tian reached level 50 in Tier 3. However, once the Great Xia had the strength to counterattack the Otherworld, he would be able to activate the Black Emperor as a divine extermination bomb. Before departing the relic, Tian attempted to interact with the world artifact, the Eternal Spear. Alas, the Black Prince informed him that it could only be taken with the world tree's permission, leaving him with no choice but to abandon the attempt. He opted instead to leave the relic. Alice also guided the Black Prince through the void as they departed. Yet, at the moment the three exited the Forbidden Realm, within the Crimson Emperor's palace, the White Emperor was in the midst of strategizing an assault on the Great Xia alongside the Azure and Crimson Emperors. Suddenly, the White Emperor's pupils constricted, his expression morphing into one of sheer horror. It appeared he had uncovered something. His entire being seemed struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, rendering him motionless, as if his throat had been constricted, producing no sound. Where did it go? Why has the target of the Eternal Spear vanished? The Azure and Crimson Emperors exchanged astonished glances. They had never witnessed the White Emperor in such a state, panic-stricken and teetering on the brink of madness. The White Emperor was in a frenzy. Chapter 70. Boss, you hardly resemble a human. What has vanished? The Crimson Emperor and the Azure Emperor exchanged glances, an inexplicable tension brewing within them. Nidhogg has disappeared. The White Emperor uttered this phrase, his consciousness departing from the vessel and returning to his true form, leaving the possessed dragon descendant to collapse on the ground. Upon hearing this, both the Crimson and Azure Emperors rose in shock, their eyes narrowing, expressions filled with bewilderment and fear. The Crimson Emperor, in particular, was nearly beside himself with rage as he roared towards the Forbidden Land. How could this be possible? The White Emperor had stationed himself outside the Forbidden Land to prevent any beings from entering. This ensured that the Black Emperor remained eternally sealed within, with no chance of escape without external aid. Yet now, not only had the essence of the Black Emperor vanished from within the Forbidden Land, but even the target locked by the Eternal Spear had also disappeared. This pointed to a truly terrifying conclusion. The White Emperor summoned a dragon descendant, providing him with a dragon ancestor's secret realm token, instructing him to immediately enter the Forbidden Land for investigation. According to the rules of the Forbidden Land, the White Emperor was deemed a traitor, and entry meant certain death. This was a realm of rules activated by the Black Emperor before his demise, even after a century. The White Emperor dared not attempt entry. Soon, the dragon descendant emerged, bearing the grim tidings. My Lord White Emperor, the dragon bone cross has vanished. The spear you mentioned has also fallen to the ground. The White Emperor's breath caught. The Black Emperor had truly vanished. Following this revelation, he descended into utter madness. The White Emperor, well aware of the Black Emperor's terror, felt a deep-seated panic rooted in the fear of a traitor. He immediately began to contemplate the potential whereabouts of the Black Emperor. There are few interdimensional passages connecting the continent of Yagu. If he had to surmise the most likely scenario, the human race, the Great Xia. After all, just as war was declared against the Great Xia, the Black Emperor had disappeared the following day, making it difficult for the White Emperor not to draw this conclusion. In the next moment, he frantically charged towards the interdimensional passage. In the wilderness outside Ding City, Tian emerged unscathed from the ancient ruins. He described the ruins to the members of the Research Institute, showcasing the dragon bones and dragon essence crystals he had gathered. He even brought several dragon language stone tablets as gifts for Ningjing. However, Wei Yuan felt somewhat disappointed. What a pity, this ruin yielded only materials, lacking any treasures or legacies. For a ruin, Tian's findings were indeed modest. Yet, he knew that his greatest acquisition had already accompanied Alice into the dungeon for upgrades. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resounded within Ding City. Wei Yuan's expression changed instantly as he sensed an immensely powerful entity emerging from the interdimensional passage. Not just him, the entire vicinity of Ding City, even throughout Huadong, including Jiang Yuanshuang and Yu Hua from Huaxing University, were all alerted. Boom. To the north of Ding City, the interdimensional passage connecting to the continent of Yagu had long been fortified with 6 layers of formations and numerous traps set by Wei Yuan. As the White Emperor appeared, frantic and impatient, explosions and formations activated in succession. This trap was designed by Wei Yuan specifically for the Crimson Emperor, and it was the White Emperor who inadvertently fell into it. Roar. The White Emperor unleashed a thunderous roar, unfurling his colossal dragon wings. Scales gleaming with a chilling silver light, and his starry eyes emanated an invisible storm of mental energy that swept in all directions. He had no desire for dialogue. He needed to locate Nidhogg. In an instant, ancient runes seemed to materialize within his dragon eyes, his dragon might manifesting as tangible force, recklessly unleashing the power of his word spirit. The air nearly solidified, and mental energy pressed down like a giant hand, suppressing the guards from Ding City's perimeter. Only a handful of high-tier practitioners in Wanjiang managed to hold on, their veins bulging. Word spirit, sovereignty. The moment his true form descended, this exclusive word spirit of the White Emperor effortlessly controlled all high and low-tier practitioners in Ding City within a single breath. All beings were subjected to the suppression of their souls. Within the realm of the word spirit, resistance became exceedingly arduous, as if time itself had slowed down by over tenfold. Is this truly the White Emperor? Why has such a formidable Dragon Clan member only just appeared now? Wei Yuan furrowed his brow tightly, channeling celestial power to shield those around him. Even he felt at least a third of the pressure. But then he caught a glimpse of Tian to the side. Tian appeared unaffected, his black attire billowing as he stood upright. He even completely suppressed the effects of the word spirit upon Ningjing. Ningjing silently received Tian's protection, her gaze filled with astonishment as she regarded her boss. Who could disregard even the word spirit? Boss, your current demeanor hardly resembles that of a human. Tian replied, if you can't speak, then don't. Ningjing quietly pursed her lips. Oh, having shared the Dragon Clan Supreme, talent of the Black Prince, Tian naturally possessed the ability to ignore and suppress the word spirit. Wei Yuan paid little heed to Tian, instead hastily producing a specially designed communicator. Speaking urgently, activate level 1 emergency protocol. Quickly. After uttering this, Wei Yuan fixed his gaze on the direction of the White Emperor, pondering his intentions. Only upon the White Emperor's arrival did the great Xiao realize the concealed strength of the Yagu dynasty's White Emperor, a power surpassing that of both the Crimson and Azure Emperors combined. Yet the White Emperor did not attack Ding City, rather, he infinitely expanded the range of his mental energy. It appeared as though the White Emperor could effortlessly subdue an entire city in a heartbeat. However, only he understood the panic boiling within. Nidhogg, where are you? Come forth. His mental energy expanded to an astonishing 6 million square kilometers. Yet still, there was no trace of Nidhogg. This was because Tian had already resolved this matter. The Black Prince was currently traversing the dungeon with Alice, perhaps even slaughtering the dragon descendants in the Yaga continent's dungeon. Is he truly not on Blue Star? The White Emperor's dragon eyes flickered with doubt. It was impossible for him to have detached from the Eternal Spear, who had aided him. As a traitor, he fully understood that if the Black Emperor regained his strength, the first to face his wrath would be none other than the White Emperor himself. Thus, the urgency to locate the Black Emperor surged within him. Faced with the looming threat of a Damocles sword, no one could remain unperturbed. Could it be other alien races, whose audacity was so great? The White Emperor's breath quickened slightly, and after a while, determination flickered in his dragon eyes. It seems I must seek the divine. Without a moment's hesitation, the White Emperor returned to the continent of Yagu, preparing to pay homage to the world tree, Yggdrasil. As the White Emperor returned to the interdimensional passage, the soldiers of Ding City regained their senses, yet remained bewildered by the current circumstances. Outside Ding City, Wei Yuan sensed the White Emperor's presence dissipate. He paused momentarily before retrieving the special communicator, emergency protocol cancelled, on the other end of the communicator. After concluding his statement, Wei Yuan hung up. The White Emperor's sudden arrival and departure from the Great Xia led him to quickly realize it was undeniably connected to Tian's recent venture into the Dragon Ancestor's secret realm. He turned to look at Tian, finding him with an innocuous expression. Wei Yuan had previously believed Tian had merely gathered some materials, with no significant gains. Yet, judging by the White Emperor's reaction, he could believe that Tian had unearthed the Dragon Clan's ancestral tomb. Wei Yuan, what exactly did you do in the ruins? Tian replied with calm amusement, I merely found an interesting opponent for the Yagu dynasty. Chapter 71, The Ultimate Boss Slot. The American Empire seeks help? As the White Emperor anxiously searched for Nidhogg, the Black Prince traversed the dungeons of the ancient continent, accompanying Alice in her hunt for the Dragonborn within the instance. Emerging from ancient ruins, they seamlessly navigated through the dungeons of the ancient continent, sparing Alice the time of locating enemies. With a swift motion, Alice wielded her radiant blades and severed the head of a level 40 Dragonborn. She teased the Black Prince beside her. Do you feel nothing as you watch your kin perish? The Black Prince, reclining in midair, wore an expression of youthful indifference, even smiling as he replied, just a band of traitors. In my reign, I wouldn't bat an eye at slaying 100,000 in a day. In their light-hearted banter, the 5-member Dragonborn squad within the dungeon was completely annihilated, and Alice subsequently leveled up to 30. Turning to depart, she declared, All right, let us set forth. The Black Prince smirked. At last, we face an intriguing adversary. With the Black Prince as her companion, Alice was prepared to seek vengeance against the level 60 Lord Boss that had recently thwarted her. Summoned by Tian to the ruins, Alice had been ensnared by this very boss. The Black Prince was particularly intrigued by the notion of revenge, and their intentions aligned perfectly. Through the void. Upon Alice's ascension to the Lord Boss, she gained a new ability, the power to return to any location she had previously visited, even within the ancient continent. Alice could traverse freely. In the next moment, they arrived at a mutated small secret realm. It was this mutation that had caused Alice to misjudge the capabilities of the Lord Boss, leading to her earlier defeat. At that moment, a pioneering team composed of the Eastern China Guard was advancing through the secret realm, preparing to confront the boss. This elite squad, personally led by Lin Guodong, aimed to seize this small secret realm. As a vital resource on a global scale, even a small secret realm was deemed highly coveted. However, they had not anticipated that even the minor bosses would possess such strength. Lin Guodong, a level 55 third transformation warrior, furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. His teammates nodded in agreement, unaware of the secret realm's mutation. Just then, a portal to the void opened not far from the boss's lair, and Alice's slender, blade-like figure materialized before them, startling the team into a defensive posture. What is this? A secret realm boss? Why did she appear so suddenly? Even the battle-hardened guards had never witnessed such a teleportation technique, and Lin Guodong and his companions warily focused on Alice, their expressions tense. Alice cast a calm glance in their direction, her voice devoid of emotion as she stated, You are no match for the boss. Do not interfere. Not a match for the boss. Aren't you the boss? One elite guard questioned, confusion etched on his face. The others shook their heads, equally perplexed. Alice, however, had no intention of elaborating further. The 12 radiant blades hovering behind her converged into one, descending with lethal intent. In an instant, she cleaved a fissure across the ground before them, akin to a heavenly abyss. Retreat. Recognizing the immense power contained within that strike, Lin Guodong and the others were aghast, hastily falling back. Yet, the strike did not aim for them. It cleaved the earth, effectively severing their path to the boss. How terrifying. It seemed she was not targeting them. What was her intention? As Lin Guodong and his team pondered, a figure clad in a gentleman's black suit appeared before them, a child floating in the air, exuding an aura of harmlessness that only heightened their wariness. The Black Prince, in his ethereal form, was invisible to the naked eye unless he chose to be seen. Do not approach, just follow my orders, he instructed, teasingly gesturing toward Alice. After all, she is not nearly as easygoing as I am. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, the Black Prince tipped his hat, adopting a gesture of farewell, and vanished before their eyes. By the time they regained their composure, Alice had already entered the boss's lair, leaving Lin Guodong and his companions in a state of shock. Questioning, what on earth were those two? Inside the boss's lair, in a deep ancient pool, a colossal black serpent king surged forth, its head adorned with small dragon horns. Its large dark eyes fixated on Alice. It is you, it mocked. You dare intrude upon my territory? Seeking death? The Lord Boss possessed a unique trait. If two Lord Bosses appeared within the same scene, they would regard one another as their primary target of enmity. Indeed, a dungeon or secret realm could only be dominated by one Lord Boss, embodying the notion of one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Alice's appearance seemed an invasion of another's domain. However, Alice was no virtuous being and felt no guilt over such matters. Her companion, the Black Prince, was even less so. "Ah, hybrid," he remarked, gazing at the black serpent, not with disdain but with a calm declaration of fact. His tranquil demeanor ignited the Serpent King's fury, raising its hatred to the maximum. "You seek death." The Black Serpent King howled to the heavens, shaking the air around them. As a level 60 Lord Boss of epic caliber, the Black Serpent's combat prowess would be significantly enhanced in its own domain, particularly given the Secret Realm's mutation, which was why Alice had asserted that Lin Guodong and his team were no match for it. After all, even Alice herself had initially found herself at a disadvantage. Yet now, the circumstances had shifted. Let us conclude this swiftly. Alice harbored a simmering rage since her transformation into the Blade Queen by Tian. She had never experienced defeat in battle, nor had she been driven away. The Black Prince slowly raised his right hand, dark crimson energy swirling around his fingertips. Merging into Alice, blood's blessing. In an instant, crimson veins enveloped Alice's form, enhancing her half-human, half-demon appearance, and doubling her overall strength. This was not merely an increase in attributes. It encompassed damage and all aspects of her power. Previously, Alice could only maintain a tenuous balance against the Black Serpent King, given their level disparity. However, with the blessing of blood, a fierce crimson glint ignited in her eyes, and her battle spirit surged, turning the tide of the confrontation. Dark Battle God. What is that sound? Outside the boss's lair, Lin Guodong and his team found themselves in disbelief, from the sounds of battle echoing from within. It seemed neither the boss nor Alice could be easily bested, each more terrifying than the last. At that moment, the guards realized the extraordinary strength of the boss, and a sense of dread washed over them. The elite guards were momentarily stunned. "Boss, should we leave?" Lin Guodong fixed his gaze on the entrance to the boss's lair. "Let us wait a moment longer." After all, it was a small secret realm, and he was reluctant to abandon it too easily. However, merely seconds after his words, the commotion from within the boss's lair abruptly ceased. With her overall strength doubled, Alice unleashed her full might, and with just 3 strikes, she felled the level 60 epic boss. It was utterly astonishing. The already devastating Dark Battle God form, augmented by the blessing of blood, was more terrifying than a nuclear weapon. The experience from the monster template finally reached its zenith. This extraordinary feat of slaying a higher-level creature not only elevated Alice by 2 levels but also filled the experience required for her ascension as a Lord Boss. However, Alice discovered that she could not advance. This was because, within a certain vast region, there existed only one spot for the ultimate boss. In other words, throughout the entire Great Xia and its surrounding areas, there could only be one ultimate boss. The power and enhancements conferred by this ultimate boss were immensely formidable, even capable of merging dungeon secrets, thereby doubling the attributes of all monster templates. Alice sensed that the ultimate boss of Great Xia resided within a level 74 dungeon in central China. If Tian were present, he would likely realize that this was the 4th-tier advancement dungeon that obstructed the path to the 4th tier in Great Xia. For other Lord Bosses, their path to advancement would effectively be blocked here, as ordinary Lord Bosses could not leave their dungeons and could only wait for the previous ultimate boss to perish before seizing the chance to ascend. Yet Alice was different. She possessed the ability to traverse the void, and if the ultimate boss had a lengthy lifespan, she would not hesitate to expedite its demise. An ultimate boss, you say? If you are willing to sacrifice a fragment of your soul, we could test its mettle right now. The Black Prince whispered temptingly. Alice ignored him and coldly remarked, "If there is nothing to do, inform that group outside to transfer ownership of the secret realm to the boss." The original boss of the secret realm had perished, and as long as Alice departed, this realm would enter a phase ripe for exploitation. Although Alice believed the boss would not lack for funds, it was always advantageous to possess more secret realms. The Black Prince snapped his fingers, a splendid idea. "But do enlighten me, what is the boss's name?" Alice. As her words fell, an inexplicable silence enveloped the two. After the White Emperor departed through the interdimensional passage, the city immediately began to reinforce its defenses. Though there have been no significant losses this time, Wei Yuan and everyone present remained apprehensive, uncertain if the White Emperor's next visit would engender another catastrophe. Wei Yuan gazed intensely at the passage's entrance, contemplating how to neutralize the threat posed by the White Emperor. He could no longer allow him to act with impunity. Meanwhile, Tian pondered the matter of ascending to the third tier. He needed to reach level 50 and promote his profession to the third tier in order to revive the Black Emperor's true form and subsequently launch a counteroffensive against the Yadu continent. Additionally, he required more funds. Although the potential of hidden professions was immense, recruiting one cost a staggering 60, which was indeed rather exorbitant. Tian's savings, once exceeding 100, had dwindled to a mere 42. And reviving the Black Emperor would necessitate another 60. At that moment, Wei Yuan suddenly mentioned to Tian, "By the way, while you were delving into the ruins, two significant events unfolded internationally. The first pertains to you. The second should pique your interest." As he spoke, Wei Yuan's tone took on a hint of mockery, evoking a sense of anticipation in Tian. "Do you recall the Void Insect race? The American Empire's two medium-sized secret realms on the border of Jiazhou also fell victim to an invasion by the Void Insect race, rendering those realms unexploitable and leading to extortion. The American Empire?" Tian harbored a lingering resentment towards this nation that attempted to undermine him. Yet he was taken aback by the swiftness of their retribution. However, after encountering setbacks in Great Xia, the Void Insect race would undoubtedly redirect their focus. Their innate abilities were particularly vexing, and since the American Empire lacked the capacity to traverse dungeons, resolving the situation would likely prove arduous. Indeed, Wei Yuan chuckled, "They're utterly incapable of addressing the issue. Upon learning that we resolved the Void Insect problem, they reached out to us for assistance." At this point, Tian understood the reason behind Wei Yuan's teasing tone. The American Empire, which had long been siphoning talent from Great Xia, now had the audacity to request help. Nonetheless, they found themselves in a predicament. If the invasion of the Void Insect race remained unresolved, it would become an insatiable abyss. Although they claimed to seek assistance from Great Xia, Wei Yuan understood that only Tian could tackle the Void Insect race at present. Tian clicked his tongue. "What terms are they offering?" Wei Yuan scoffed. "They wish for ongoing assistance from Great Xia, offering a small-sized secret realm along with some resource materials in exchange." Tian couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. They expect Great Xia to provide perpetual assistance in dealing with the Void Insect race, while only offering a small-sized secret realm? It was not that Tian was being unreasonable. The American Empire charged other nations a clear price, requiring at least 2 or 3 small-sized secret realms for any international aid, regardless of whether the crisis was resolved. Such a sum was mandatory. Thus, over the years, the American Empire had amassed the most secret realm resources among all nations. Now, they dared to extend such an offer to Great Xia. Did they underestimate the Void Insect race, or did they look down upon Great Xia? Tian found himself increasingly intrigued. Let them wait and see. Perhaps the Void Insect race will awaken them to reality. If the Void Insect race fails to rouse them, Tian was prepared to send Alice over. Wei Yuan also chuckled softly, evidently sharing the same sentiment. The American Empire's offer was a blatant display of disrespect towards Great Xia. Yet the Void Insect race would undoubtedly make them recognize this truth. The second matter should be of great interest to you. Wei Yuan continued. A trial secret realm has emerged in the international public domain. Oh, a trial secret realm. Unlike resource secret realms, which yield resources immediately upon completion, trial secret realms only determine ownership upon completion. The specific rewards necessitate further challenges and depend on performance for the bounty. However, the rewards from trial secret realms are often more precious than those from resource secret realms. It is said that even mythic-level rewards exist. Huaxing University possesses a solitary individual trial secret realm, which has solidified its status among the top-tier universities. Tian was indeed very interested, even disregarding the trial rewards. Merely conquering the secret realm would yield a substantial financial boon. How intriguing. Where has it appeared? Wei Yuan replied. In the Eastern capital. Chapter 72. The Trial Secret Realm. The Freshman Challenge. Not far from East China, yet situated within an international public area. The influence of the American Empire and other nations often leads to competition for the dominion of secret realms. The Eastern capital. Tian wore a mocking expression. The term international public area refers to territories that have long been overtaken by alien races or malevolent entities, now left without sovereign control. Throughout the 200-year history of the extraordinary era on Blue Star, numerous nations have met their demise. When circumstances permit, the remaining nations will attempt to expel or eliminate these perilous enemies, with varying degrees of success. However, in the current environment rife with external threats, no nation would willingly incorporate unclaimed territories into their dominion, thereby increasing their defensive burdens. Consequently, these fallen nations' lands have devolved into a state of lawlessness, classified as international public areas. The eastern capital was once the site of an island nation. The overall strength of this island nation was not robust, leading to its early demise at the hands of a sinister race, rendering its territory a desolate ruin. Within international public areas, should dungeons, secret realms, or relics emerge, all nations possess the right to vie for them. Naturally, while it is stated that all countries have the opportunity, in reality, only a few powerful nations dare to compete in these public territories. The Great Xia is one such nation. Among them, the most frequent and intense competitions in public areas occur solely between the Great Xia and the American Empire. Other nations, with their strengths varying throughout the 200-year extraordinary history, ultimately fail to prevail, with some weaker nations unable to even secure their own secret realms, let alone pose a threat to others. Tian was rather surprised that the island nation had fallen so early. Nonetheless, he was indeed quite intrigued by the prospect of seizing secret realms in the public area. Shall we set off now? Tian and Wei Yuan reached a consensus. With the recent addition of Zhou Mo Yao, Tian had successfully assembled his first special 5-member team, though they had yet to officially engage in any action. Today marked the university registration day, and he wondered if Chiu Li and Mo Yao would have time. At Huaxing University, Chiu Li and Zhou Mo Yao had officially completed their enrollment procedures. With special approval from Jiang Yuan Shuang, Zhou Mo Yao, who had only arrived at Huaxing yesterday, managed to finalize all enrollment matters today. At that moment, Chiu Li held Zhou Mo Yao's hand, guiding her around the campus. Having been confined indoors for years due to her blindness, Zhou Mo Yao was enveloped by the vibrant and joyous atmosphere of the new students, taking a deep breath. How warm it is. Oh, look at all those people over there. Although Zhou Mo Yao could not see, her formidable psychic ability allowed her to perceive the movements around her at all times. Chiu Li responded, "That is the freshman challenge. Every year, at the start of the school term, Huaxing holds this event, allowing new students from the 5 major regions to engage in friendly competitions, with the top performers receiving academic credits. Due to the independent examinations held across the regions, new students are eager to compete against those from other areas, which is why universities conduct these challenge events." Zhou Mo Yao inquired, "Sister Bai, will you participate? If you do, no one will be your match." Chiu Li initially intended to decline, as the newcomers posed no challenge for her. However, she suddenly recalled, "I almost forgot. My boss encouraged me to participate in competitions whenever possible, preferably to secure a ranking. The reason was simple. Tian aimed to earn funds. Otherwise, given Chiu Li's disposition, she would likely avoid competing with her peers throughout the year. Then let us go." "All right." Zhou Mo Yao transformed into a spiritual form, floating behind Chiu Li like a small angel, attracting curious glances from passing students. In the martial arts arena, a highly anticipated duel had just concluded. One participant was Lu Yuan, a legendary profession known to Chiu Li, while his opponent was an elf, characterized by golden hair, pointed ears, delicate features, and light blue skin, specifically a member of the Elven royal family. As one of the few amicable races, the Elven royal family had initiated an exchange student program with the Great Xia to promote friendly relations. Consequently, Huaxing University had seen the presence of Elven students in recent years. The students sent for exchange represented the honor of their respective races, their strength not to be underestimated. "Allow me." The male elf, LVD, imitated human gestures and bowed slightly to Lu Yuan. The battle showcased the prowess of both parties, drawing a large number of spectators. Wow. A tie? This elf can actually hold his own against a legendary profession? This is not merely a tie. VD clearly held the upper hand. The elf boasted royal blood, naturally strong, and it was entirely normal for him to have the advantage over a legendary figure. Amidst the spectators' discussions, VD suddenly addressed Lu Yuan, "Your strength is commendable. Are you the strongest among the legendary professions in the Great Xia this year?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he had grown accustomed to failure, a sentiment rooted in the day of the great race selection. Originally proud of awakening his legendary profession, he had been regarded with high expectations by the city lord, seen as a sharp blade for East China's future. However, that day he felt utterly powerless against Wan Jiang, like a stray dog kicked to death. He had witnessed 4 such forces that could easily crush him that day. Sighing, Lu Yuan replied to VD, "Not even close." VD chuckled. Excessive humility may come off as insincerity. He understood that legendary professions were exceedingly rare in the Great Xia and assumed Lu Yuan was reluctant to acknowledge his defeat while clinging to the title of the strongest. Lu Yuan intended to say something but ultimately shook his head, relinquishing his position in the arena, for he had spotted Bai Qiuli's figure. Upon her arrival, Bai Qiuli first sought out the host, teacher Jiang Yuan Shuang, before turning to Zhou Mo Yao, saying, Mo Yao, you stay with the teacher for a while. This is a solo challenge. I will return shortly. Chapter 73. While still far from being the strongest in the Great Xia, she is not far from being the strongest in the world. Zhou Mo Yao nodded, having become quite familiar with Jiang Yuan Shuang after their meeting yesterday. Jiang Yuan Shuang smiled and remarked, I thought you wouldn't participate in such a newcomer competition. However, your presence is welcome. It will keep the other newcomers from becoming too arrogant. Bai Qiuli ascended the martial arts arena. The rules of the newcomer challenge were quite straightforward. One could enter the arena at any time, and whoever achieved the highest number of victories or intimidated others into not daring to challenge would be declared the winner. Her opponent was the remaining elf, Elvidai. Meanwhile, the audience, consisting of both newcomers and veterans, erupted in excitement. Bai Qiuli, renowned as the top scholar from Huadong and a direct disciple of Jiang Yuan Shuang, had quickly gained unparalleled fame among the newcomers. Elvidai looked surprised and elegantly bowed, inquiring, So, are you the strongest among this batch in the Great Xia? The strongest? Bai Qiuli pondered for a moment before shaking her head. In terms of this cohort, she had no guarantee of victory against either Yu Xiu or Wang Jiang. Not to mention Alice and her boss. With a cold voice, she replied, No, I am still far from being the strongest in the Great Xia. As her words fell, the signal indicating the start of the battle lit up. Almost simultaneously, Bai Qiuli unsheathed her ice soul sword, and a fierce sword intent instantly enveloped the entire arena, the tangible chill causing involuntary shivers. With a single stroke, the entire martial arts arena was nearly leveled. At that moment, Elvidai felt the overwhelming sword intent and trembled as if he were on the brink of death. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been teleported out of the arena. Elvidai's pupils constricted. Is this not the strongest in the Great Xia? This power. Are you telling me this is a newcomer? With that strike, not just him. Even if there were 10 more like him, they would be defeated in an instant. Seeing this, Lu Yuan approached and patted Elvidai on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. He then explained, what Bai Qiuli means is, among this cohort, she is still far from being the strongest in the Great Xia, but she is likely not far from being the strongest in the world. Elvidai? Observing Elvidai's terrified expression, Lu Yuan felt a sense of empathy. Just 2 days ago, he bore a similar expression when he was kicked to death. Now do you believe me? Elvidai seemed drained of energy. I believe you. At that moment, another silver-haired elf, exuding pride, approached and teasingly remarked to Elvidai, What's wrong? You look so down after just a brief absence. I've already achieved 8 consecutive victories. Both he and Elvidai had voluntarily applied to become exchange students this year. Having heard that the competition in the Great Xia was not fierce and the number of top professionals was scarce, they came with the mindset of wolves entering a flock of sheep. This was evident from Elvidai's eager search for the strongest in the Great Xia from the very beginning. Elvidai pulled a wry smile and pointed to the stage. There, you can challenge her if you dare. She is the strongest in the Great Xia, no? The strongest in the world. The silver-haired elf's interest was piqued, his eyes sparkling. Oh, then I must give it a try. He stepped onto the stage. The match began, and with one stroke, he was down. Half a minute later, the silver-haired elf fell into deep contemplation. Why did we encounter such a monster as exchange students? Seeing this, Elvidai couldn't help but chuckle. I heard she is merely the strongest in the world. Not the strongest in the Great Xia. The silver-haired elf was left bewildered. The current situation in the Great Xia must be reported back to his clan. At this moment, the crowd erupted in cheers for Bai Qiuli, their enthusiasm palpable. The previously repressed emotions under the elven royalty's consecutive victories surged forth. However, Bai Qiuli's expression remained unchanged. As calm as ever. In comparison to her nearly level 30 divine profession and legendary weapon, it was truly challenging to find a worthy opponent within the school. It felt akin to adults bullying children. Soon, no one dared to challenge her further, and Bai Qiuli effortlessly claimed the first position. Amidst the cheers, she returned to Zhou Mo Yao's side, who was quite excited. You did it. Sister Bai is indeed impressive. Bai Qiuli smiled gently, just received a message from the boss. There's a trial secret realm in the international public area, and he wants us to join. Boss. Zhou Mo Yao suddenly perked up. When are we leaving? Right now. Bai Chuli replied as she requested a day off from her mentor, Zhang Yuan Shuang, although asking for leave on the first day of school was somewhat against the rules. Upon hearing it was news from Tian, Zhang Yuan Shuan immediately approved her departure. Employee Bai Chuli claimed first place in the Huaxing University Newcomer Challenge. Reward, Fund 6. Oh, an unexpected surprise. On the way to the eastern capital with Wei Yuan, Tian received delightful news from Bai Chuli. They had picked up Wang Jiang, and the other four had arranged for a dedicated floating vehicle, set to be picked up by Wei Yuan's secretary shortly. At that moment, Wei Yuan received a rather amusing piece of news. I heard you're coming. The Diming team at the Qianlong base has decided to forego their plans to join. Wang Jiang scratched his head. Is our reputation that intimidating? The Diming team was the only newcomer squad at the Qianlong base. They had suffered a setback during the competition for a medium secret realm and decided not to participate this time. Wei Yuan remarked, after all, this trial secret realm only has a difficulty of Tier 2. Competing with you at Tier 2 would be somewhat of a waste of time. Instead of spending time on that, the Diming team might as well engage in other tasks, at least they could gain something. Wei Yuan continued, the Qianlong base only has the Diming team as a Tier 2 squad. Their absence means it will just be you all. Remember to be cautious. Wang Jiang stood at attention. Understood. Tian nodded, sipping the juice from Wei Yuan's vehicle. After contacting Bai Chuli and the others, he suddenly felt he had overlooked something important. At that moment, Wei Yuan received a phone call. As he listened, his expression turned peculiar as he glanced at Tian. Commander Lin of the Defense Army reported that they were threatened in the secret realm. Two monsters demanded they transfer ownership of a small secret realm to the boss, but did not disclose the name. Commander Lin suspected that a more terrifying organization than the Divine Presence Church had arrived. Upon hearing the term the boss, Wei Yuan's expression tightened as he looked at Tian. Do you have any idea about this? Hearing this, Tian's lips twitched as he finally realized what he had overlooked. He could communicate with Bai Chuli and the others via mobile phone. But he had no means of contacting Alice and the Black Prince. Aside from their meetings during conferences, there was no way to reach them. It seemed he needed to equip them with some communication devices. Clearing his throat, Tian stated, It's me. I am not any terrifying organization. Although it was somewhat awkward, Alice and the Black Prince had indeed performed admirably by seizing a small secret realm and remembering to hand it over to him. It would have been even better if they had contacted him in advance. Wei Yuan teased with a smile. Your reach is rather extensive. You can even control a secret realm remotely? That's just the beginning. Tian raised an eyebrow. If Wei Yuan were to discover that he had actually reached as far as the Yagu continent to recruit a Dragon Lord, he wondered what expression he would wear. Chapter 74. The special team begins to take shape. The entrance to the ruins appears. In the eastern capital, a desolate ruin lay silent. Houses stood broken, skewed into the earth, while withered vines clung to the remnants of walls, and the ground seemed stained with deep brown, reminiscent of dried blood, exuding an overwhelming sense of decay and desolation. This was the once thriving island nation, now long extinguished for decades. As an international public zone, it occasionally attracted numerous mercenary organizations. Yet at this moment, before the regular army led by Wei Yuan, not a single shadow dared to emerge, fearful that the Great Xiao would annihilate them amidst the contest for the secret realm. Upon arriving in the eastern capital, Tian and his companions fortuitously reunited with Bai Chuli and her group. He introduced Zhou Mo Yao to the others, highlighting her exceptional prowess as a support character. Among the five, were warriors, making her assistance invaluable. Zhou Mo Yao greeted Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, and Nishio with joy, expressing her gratitude to Tian. For it was a rarity for a team to embrace a blind individual, let alone include her in a special squad. Seeing her blind eyes, Wang Jiang and the others felt a pang of sorrow, yet they responded to her warmly. The five, Bai Chuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, Yishio, and Zhou Mo Yao gathered, forming the nascent structure of the special team. They reached the coordinates of the trial secret realm, where the entrance was on the verge of manifesting. Could it be that others had arrived so early? Not far from the entrance, two groups had already assembled. Wei Yuan, having set up surveillance, observed a fully armed contingent and remarked to Tian, Behold, the Delta Special Base of the American Empire. I cannot recall which specific team this is. In this fiercely contested international public zone, only the elite of the elite were dispatched. The Delta Special Base stood as the sole base for special teams in the American Empire, a fierce rival to the Hidden Dragon Base. Noticing Wei Yuan leading the group, the commander of the Delta Special Base did not even bother to greet them. Wei Yuan gestured towards the man, saying, Colonel Jack. He is the manipulator who has long been orchestrating recruitment across nations. Tian smirked derisively. And then Wei Yuan's gaze shifted to another group of contenders, elfkin with golden hair and pointed ears, reminiscent of Baiqiuli's recent adversaries, the elven royalty. This could prove troublesome. Weren't they supposed to be in southern China? Yet, they would not miss an opportunity to seize resources from the secret realm, as it was an international public zone where all were free to compete. Each member of the elven royalty's team bore royal blood, akin to the Yagu dynasty, where lineage signified both identity and strength, rendering each member formidable, rivaling legendary status. Meanwhile, within the Delta Special Team, the captain, with tousled brown hair and a devilish mask, cast a disdainful glance at Tian's group and scoffed. Ha! Has the hidden dragon base not dared to send anyone? Are they afraid of us? His teammates erupted in laughter. In previous competitions within the international public zone, the Great Xia and the American Empire were often embroiled in rivalry between the hidden dragon base and the Delta Special Base, both seasoned adversaries. The absence of the hidden dragon base this time provided ample opportunity for mockery. Typically, Colonel Jack would not counter such banter meant to boost morale. But this time was different. He sternly warned, Martin, silence. Focus all your energy. We must take this team seriously. Recognizing Baiqiuli and her companions as formidable contenders from the Great Xia's national competition, he had sent them all recruitment offers with extraordinarily high terms. Such offers would suffice to recruit legendary professionals from other nations with merely a third of the cost. Yet, these individuals had not responded at all. An enigma he could not fathom. Nevertheless, this presented an opportunity for him. If he could showcase the might of the American Empire, it might significantly aid in their recruitment efforts. Colonel Jack held considerable confidence in his team, as the American Empire allocated the majority of its military budget to the Delta Special Base annually. On the other side, among the elven royalty, a dark-skinned elf's gaze was fixed on Baiqiuli, a tantalizing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Could she be the one your brother spoke of? Indeed. What a fortuitous encounter. So, a newcomer wishes to vie for the trial's secret realm. Is it sheer talent or audacity? Regardless, the distinction was inconsequential. Irwin, a member of the royal lineage of the elves, floated with arms crossed, exuding an air of tranquility. Suddenly, a resonant sound echoed, heralding the emergence of the ruins entrance. Chapter 75, How to Play the Secret Realm Race. The entrance to the secret realm has manifested. Please take this seriously. The leader of the elven royal family for this expedition, a female elf named Selena, warned Alvin. Remember, you must conquer another secret realm to complete the royal assessment. Do not disappoint the court. Rest assured, it is merely a second-tier secret realm. We shall prevail. Alvin waved his hand dismissively, leading his elven team toward the entrance of the realm. At this moment, Tian and his companions also gazed toward the entrance. Above it, the terrain of the secret realm shimmered in the sky like a mirage, revealing the map they were to race through this time. Are we truly racing on the same map as everyone else? Wang Jiang discerned a blind spot. In previous medium-sized secret realm races, several teams entered various sub-trial spaces to compete individually. This time, however, it was evidently different. Jiang Che scratched his head. This terrain appears to resemble a labyrinth. Baiqiuli explained, it merely looks like a maze. In reality, it is not complex. Each team starts from different entry points, leading to the boss's location at the center of the map. The elite monsters and minor bosses along the way are also factors to consider for a successful race. Similar to the medium-sized resource secret realm, Tian's model, the only issue is that all teams are on the same map. Before losing her sight, Wei Muyao had learned much about passing trials, murmuring, so, apart from racing, we must also guard against other teams at the boss location. Baiqiuli nodded. Precisely. When the three teams vie for a single boss, the situation will become quite complicated, since all teams are on the same map. Encountering boss snatching or harassment upon reaching the boss area is highly likely. Whoever kills the boss within the realm claims ownership, introducing numerous uncertainties. At that moment, Yushio stroked his chin and suddenly smiled. How intriguing. Everyone, I have conceived an interesting strategy. Although the uncertainty within the secret realm has significantly increased, Tian decided not to join the strategy team, allowing Yushio to lead the free-form approach. On one hand, it provided the first special team an opportunity to bond. After all, they would need to strive independently in the future. Tian certainly would not accompany them every time. On the other hand, if 5 members enter the dungeon, the rewards from conquering the secret realm could be divided into 5 shares. Meanwhile, upon observing the terrain of the secret realm, the leader of the elven royal family pondered for a moment and murmured, "This terrain is quite unfavorable for us. An elven team member replied, "Indeed. If we reach the boss level, the Daxia Empire and the American Empire could unite against us, and our chances of victory are slim. After all, both the Daxia and American empires are human factions. It is highly likely they will collaborate against us. Conflicts can arise even among humans." Alvin scoffed. "Moreover, even if it comes down to 1 against 2, what is there to fear?" Flames danced in his hand, resembling a leaping fire serpent. Seeing this, Leader Selena commended, "Well done. The elemental manifestation indicates your second-tier abilities have nearly reached their peak. The elven royal family is naturally attuned to the 5 elements of wind, fire, water, earth, and thunder, making elves, in essence, innate sorcerers. The higher one's bloodline within the royal family, the easier it is to communicate and command elemental powers. Some even possess the highest bloodlines within the royal family, naturally mastering perilous magics of astonishing capability. Although Alvin is not of the highest bloodline, he is nonetheless one of the elite. With such a captain, a second-tier secret realm is hardly a challenge." A silver-haired elven team member praised, "We preemptively congratulate the captain on completing the royal assessment." Selena nodded slightly. The wide-area destructive spells of sorcerers indeed confer a significant advantage in the secret realm race. On another front, personnel from the American Empire's Delta Special Base surprisingly approached Daxia. After contact between Wei Yuan's secretary and their diplomatic personnel, it was stated, "The American Empire wishes to exchange a small secret realm for our assistance in conquering the Trial Secret Realm, requesting us to block the elven royal family in the boss area." Tian interjected, "Tell them to leave. One Trial Secret Realm, let alone a small one, would require at least 2 medium-sized secret realms in exchange." The American Empire clearly recognizes the issue with the boss area and dreams of having Daxia fight on their behalf under the pretense of opposing foreign races. They evidently have yet to grasp the strength of all parties involved. After our rejection, it appears they have sent representatives to communicate with the elven royal family. Wei Yuan remarked teasingly, but also as a reminder to Tian and the others. However, Tian felt no concern. He possessed considerable confidence in the capabilities of his subordinates. Soon, the trial of the secret realm officially commenced. Daxia, the American Empire, and the elven royal family entered the secret realm simultaneously. The 3 teams landed in 3 corners of the map, each needing to traverse a lengthy tunnel filled with elite monsters and minor bosses to reach the final boss area. Team 3 and Team 4. You advance ahead to aggro the monsters in the next area to expedite the clearing process, commanded the ghost-faced captain of the American team. As the American Empire recruits swiftly, various special teams may soon be replaced by stronger members, prompting each member to address one another by code names. To avoid elimination, each team member exerted great effort, efficiently pulling and clearing monsters in rapid succession. Meanwhile, on the elven side, Alvin's team exhibited even more exaggerated prowess. As natural sorcerers, they possessed a vast array of area skills, particularly Alvin, whose magical talent was exceptional, rendering him nearly unmatched among his second-tier kin. One spell cast would eliminate a significant wave of minor monsters. Our captain is extraordinarily powerful. The clearing speed of the remaining teams cannot possibly match ours. We are certain to be the first to reach the boss area." Alvin declared proudly, "Indeed, as long as we eliminate the boss before the other teams arrive, no one can obstruct us." At that moment, in the outside world, the terrain of the secret realm vividly displayed the progress bars of the 3 teams. The elven royal family and the American Empire advanced at a remarkable pace. Observing the speed of the 2 teams indicated that they were exerting considerable effort, clearing monsters with incredible rapidity. Yet, neither Selena nor Colonel Jack wore expressions of joy. Instead, their faces reflected concern. For the joy was unmistakably present on the faces of the Daxia team. The progress bar of the Daxia team soared like a rocket, showing no signs of stagnation. It is noteworthy that when faced with a multitude of elite monsters and minor bosses, some pause is inevitable to cope with the situation. Yet, Daxia exhibited no such pauses. It resembled a high-speed racing game rather than a mere race. Selena's delicate features were etched with worry. How is this possible? Are they not clearing monsters? Indeed, they are not clearing monsters. Within the secret realm, in the passage occupied by Daxia, Wan Jiang led the charge, sprinting toward the boss area at breakneck speed. The thunderous power of his thunder war body crackling around him. Bai Chuli, Jiangche, and Yishio followed closely behind. They did not even graze the small monsters, elite monsters, or minor bosses along the way. Following Yishio's strategy, they raced toward the boss location without a moment's hesitation. Jiang Che exclaimed with excitement while running. Wow, I never thought this secret realm race could be played like this. Wei Muyao, trailing closely behind by Qiuli, wore a furrowed expression, the howling wind rushing past her ears. It's too fast. It's just too fast. Chapter 76. My teammates neither considered me blind nor human. Time rewinds to the moment of entering the secret realm. After examining the map, Yushio immediately conceived a novel strategy and shared it with his teammates. In this map, both elite monsters and elite bosses significantly impede our pace. Engaging them with skills, no matter how swiftly we dispatch them, will undoubtedly waste precious time. Therefore, this time, we shall completely ignore the minor monsters. Upon hearing his proposal, Wan Jiang, Jiang Che, and Zhou Mo Yao simultaneously expressed their confusion. Huh? After so many dungeons. It's our first time hearing about disregarding minor monsters. Bai Qiuli quickly contemplated its feasibility. Indeed, if we neglect the minor monsters, it would be the fastest approach to racing. No matter how rapid the kills, nothing surpasses directly rushing to the boss's location. Given that this secret realm has a direct path from the entrance to the boss area without any obstructions, the challenge remains how to contend with the damage from the monsters and the encirclement of minor foes. To disregard the monsters is not trivial. The damage from elite monsters and bosses cannot be underestimated, especially since they are all level 2. A moment's negligence could lead to severe injury, causing us to suffer instead. Yi Xiu turned to Zhou Mo Yao. Mo Yao, this falls to your flowing light to resolve. As the captain, Yi Xiu had familiarized himself with his teammates' skills before entering the secret realm. Flowing light grants a shield that adds 500 mental power to the group, immunizing them from control effects while enhancing defense. A typical shield would not allow everyone to disregard the damage from minor bosses, but Zhou Mo Yao was exceptional. Her mental power reached an astonishing 1080. This shield would render the boss's attacks ineffective. Zhou Mo Yao replied confidently, no problem. Yi Xiu continued, Wan Jiang, your Thunder War body can summon the power of thunder, allowing you to lead the charge and prevent minor monsters from obstructing us. When the thunder strikes the enemies, it will paralyze them, rendering them immobile, thus allowing the rest to pass swiftly. What a brilliant idea! Wan Jiang exclaimed with excitement. Bai Qiuli admired. With this, we shall reach the boss area first, avoiding the unpredictability of encountering the other two teams. Yu Xiu turned to Zhou Mo Yao earnestly. Mo Yao, the greatest pressure rests upon you. Your spirit will trail behind, moving at a speed akin to a roller coaster. You must muster the strength to endure it. Zhou Mo Yao clenched her fist. I will. Returning to the present. I can't endure this at all. Zhou Mo Yao felt as if she were truly on a roller coaster. Though her spirit could not be targeted and was immune to damage, she still retained her senses. Due to Song Wan's possession ability, she could only trail about 10 meters behind the possessor, forcing her to be dragged along at high speed by Bai Qiuli. At this moment, she felt akin to a balloon tethered to a roller coaster. My teammates neither considered me blind, yet they did not regard me as human either. Fortunately, this ordeal did not last long. By completely ignoring the minor monsters, they reached the boss area with remarkable speed, completing what would have been a clearing phase in a sprint of mere meters. Zhou Mo Yao's turbulent emotions finally settled. All right, Mo Yao, add the final buffs, and we shall swiftly dispatch the boss. Understood. Zhou Mo Yao subtly sensed the positions of her teammates. By Yunju, the ethereal figure of Song Wan manifested among them. The boss of this level 2 trial secret realm was a level 55 epic monster, slightly stronger than those found in medium-sized resource realms. Previously, when Yushio and his companions vanquished the boss of the Sky Island realm, it took them less than a minute. With their current strength, they would require even less than 30 seconds. It was merely a level 2 secret realm boss. Once I break its armor, we'll concentrate fire. As Yushio's words faded, waves of skills were unleashed. In a mere 10 seconds, the boss was annihilated. Boss defeated, secret realm concluded. Boss defeated, secret realm concluded. A series of notifications emerged before the members of various strategy teams within the secret realm. In an instant, AI Air 1, the Elven Squad, and the 5 from the American Empire were left in stunned silence. What? The boss has been defeated? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We just faced the elite boss. How could someone have already slain the final boss? AI Air 1 stood frozen, unable to believe his ears. The 5 from the American Empire were equally dumbfounded. 2 of them had even prepared to lure out another wave of monsters, now realizing how absurd their strategy had been. The secret realm concluded. The 2 teams were thus transported out, utterly disoriented by the abruptness of it all. Wei Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, Your team is not only powerful but possesses a plethora of strategies. Of course, I have great confidence in my employees. Tian remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as funds had already been deposited. Employees, Bai Chuli, Wang Jiang, Jiang Che, Yishio, Zhou Moyao. Secured the trial secret realm, reward dividends, funds 15.5. A total of 75 points were credited. The current balance now stood at 123. 1. The treasury replenished once more. Perhaps due to the enhanced strength of the employees, the level 2 secret realm posed little challenge, resulting in lower dividends. However, the number of participants was sufficiently high. One cannot deny that under Yishio's leadership, coupled with everyone's cooperation, their performance was exceptionally commendable and decisive. In that moment, Tian pondered whether to grant some employee benefits. After all, during this period, Ningjing had contributed significantly to the excavation of relics. And Alice had been diligently hard at work, desperately in need of high-level equipment, not to mention Yishio and his team. The first fully formed special squad with promising prospects. He still recalled the employee benefit unlocked by the level 2 realm. Year-end bonus. Spend funds 10 number of employees to distribute a legendary quality equipment blind box to all employees. The equipment blind box guarantees a suitable item for the respective profession. Legendary equipment is undoubtedly the most alluring benefit. Should I proceed? With 8 employees, it would cost 80 points. Tian contemplated for a moment before ultimately deciding, next time for sure. Tian vowed he was not a heartless boss. Primarily, after distributing employee benefits, only a little over 40 points would remain. Should a special potential arise, he might not even be able to afford recruitment. He was simply considering the long term. For now, he would defer this. Once a substantial sum is credited next time, he would surely distribute employee benefits. Tian resolved silently in his heart. Chapter 77. The Glory of the Star Domain. In stark contrast to the jubilant cheers of the people of the Great Xia, both the American Empire and the Elven royal family wore expressions of profound gloom. Had it been a mere ordinary defeat, it might have been palatable. But the disparity this time was alarmingly vast. Particularly, the team captain, Elvin, who had boasted before entering the secret realm, now wore an exceedingly rigid countenance. Observing this, the team leader, Selena, sighed and remarked, I have heard that this year, the Great Xia triumphed over the Yagu dynasty in the grand competition. It seems their strength is indeed formidable. Fortunately, we have no significant discord with the Great Xia. At this moment, Selena approached Wei Yuan and his comrades, seeking to foster amicable relations through dialogue. Initially, she had not regarded the Great Xia team with much concern, but given the results from the secret realm, it was prudent to convey friendliness. Meanwhile, Elvin remained deeply aggrieved. He believed that if it were a contest of strength, he would undoubtedly prevail. The Great Xia had merely resorted to underhanded tactics. Who is your captain? Elvin inquired in the common dialect of the Great Xia. Having been stationed near South China long enough to acquire the human language, Knight Repair stepped forward, lazily replying, I am Knight Repair. What advice do you have? Elvin was taken aback. He had assumed that only Bai Chuli, who had bested his brother, was worthy of the captaincy, not realizing that there were other formidable opponents. With a haughty snort, he declared, I look forward to our next battle. With that, the elves departed. As for the American Empire, Colonel Jack raged for quite some time. The 2 medium-sized secret realms of the American Empire had been infiltrated by the Void Insect clan, and they desperately needed the secret realms to compensate for their losses. Yet, his specially crafted team had failed so blatantly. Before leaving, he cast a resentful glance at the trial secret realm belonging to the Great Xia, muttering, humph. The eastern capital is not far from the lair of the Void Insect clan. Once they invade your secret realm, your efforts will be for naught. The ruins occupied by the Void Insect clan were indeed in close proximity to the eastern capital. Given the nature of the Void Insect clan, it was plausible they would attempt to invade the secret realm. However, Colonel Jack furrowed his brow as a sudden thought crossed his mind. The Great Xia seemed unafraid of the Void Insect clan. Damn. Colonel Jack contemplated the predicament of the American Empire, ultimately donning a mask of friendliness as he approached the Great Xia. We are willing to offer 2 small secret realms in exchange for assistance in dealing with the Void Insect clan. We hope the Great Xia will reconsider. The translator conveyed Colonel Jack's words. Upon hearing this, Wei Yuan let out a cold chuckle and exchanged a glance with Tian. Tian replied without hesitation. We will consider it, but perhaps it is you who should reconsider. It would be best if you brought your wits along for that. Following these remarks, the expressions of the American Empire's contingent grew increasingly grim as they departed, resembling ominous storm clouds. Once the crowd from the Great Xia remained, Wei Yuan urged everyone to activate the trial secret realm, even though the secret realm belonged to the Great Xia. The trial secret realm required participants to undergo trials to earn rewards, with varying degrees of difficulty based on the nature of the trials. Tian inquired, "Will the content of the trials in the secret realm differ significantly?" Wei Yuan responded, "Not all trials involve overcoming monsters. Some secret realms have unique challenges." Upon hearing this, Tian's expression brightened with anticipation. Together with Night Repair and the other four, they stepped into the entrance of the secret realm, activating the trial secret realm. Suddenly, the space within the secret realm transformed, resembling a virtual gaming environment. It appeared to be a virtual reality arena constructed from a digital network, with a screen floating at the entrance displaying ranking information. Tian exclaimed in astonishment, "What is this?" "It is actually Star Domain Arena. You are quite fortunate." Wei Yuan expressed his delight, noting that the content of the trial secret realm was randomized, and this particular outcome was exceptional. Star Domain Arena. Night Repair suddenly became animated, his eyes sparkling. "I've heard that this place can match various opponents for one-on-one combat." Indeed, Wei Yuan confirmed. And what makes Star Domain Arena particularly appealing is that its rewards reportedly have no upper limit. No upper limit? Tian was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a notification from the trial secret realm appeared before them. "Welcome to Star Domain Glory. This is a matchmaking competition platform connecting thousands of star domains across myriad worlds. As the owner of the secret realm, you may enter the Star Domain Glory platform with an entry ticket where you will be matched against opponents for one-on-one duels based on rank and personal strength. Victors will earn Starshine points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the Glory Treasury, and promotions in rank will yield additional rewards. Star Domain Glory ranks are divided into 8 tiers: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Starfall, King, Breakthrough, Immortal, and Blood Sea Azura. Each major rank consists of 5 subtiers from 5 to 1. Winning a match allows for promotion to a higher subtier. "Wow, this is incredible!" Tian exclaimed, realizing this was a one-on-one combat competition. Unlike certain low-stakes rehabilitation games from his past life, 1's rank and the corresponding rewards would increase proportionally with individual skill. At that moment, Night Repair's eyes gleamed with excitement. It seemed that the Glory Treasury had an abundance of items available for exchange, including legendary artifacts. Bai Qiuli, upon seeing the rewards in the treasury, was equally astonished. The interface for the Glory Treasury displayed a dazzling array of equipment, skill books, materials, rare items, and more. At the very top, it boldly proclaimed, "Mythical equipment, required Starshine points, 5,000. Beyond that, there were even more items requiring a higher number of points. But they could not be viewed until certain conditions were met. Rank must reach Silver 5 to unlock the next page of exchange items." Wei Yuan then remarked, "Not only are the rewards for exchanges substantial, but the rewards for ranking up are also quite impressive. The Great Xia has previously reached the Starfall rank, earning at least mythical level rewards." The individual he referenced was none other than the legendary class holder who had prophesied, and he remained the only one from the Great Xia to achieve the Starfall rank thus far. "Boss, I want to give it a try." Night Repair eagerly interjected. Though dungeon tactics were his forte, he had an even greater passion for competitive challenges. Upon witnessing the Star Domain Glory, he felt as though he had found his true calling. Entry into the Star Domain Glory was not a simple affair. Each entry required an entry ticket, and a single loss would result in immediate expulsion. Moreover, the secret realm only produced 3 entry tickets each week, making these opportunities exceedingly precious. As the owner of the secret realm, Tian nodded in agreement. Night Repair has contributed significantly to our team's success in claiming the secret realm and should rightfully receive an entry ticket. He handed one of the tickets to Night Repair, who eagerly utilized it. In the next moment, he vanished into the virtual combat space. Matching. Name, Night Repair. Your current glory rank is Bronze 5, class level, 2nd tier, level 30. Searching for an equally matched opponent. Chapter 78. The Young Wei Yuan. Thus, conquer me, Tian declared as he handed the remaining 2 entry tickets to Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che, while Wan Zhang voluntarily withdrew. Zhou Moya, serving as a support, found herself somewhat challenged in a one-on-one confrontation. Tian remarked, "Once Xiu fails, it will be your turn." The rules of engagement were clear to everyone. Victory would allow continued participation, while a single defeat would lead to expulsion, necessitating the use of another entry ticket for a rematch. Bai Qiuli and Jiang Che nodded in agreement, their gazes fixed on Xiu, anticipating his inaugural experience. Before long, Yusho successfully matched with an opponent you have been matched with, launching Mei Empire, Malik, virtual opponent. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into an arena, revealing a glowing blonde man across from him. Yushio's face lit up with excitement as his 1,000-machine umbrella morphed into a longsword. Tian expressed his confusion. A virtual opponent? Wei Yuan elaborated, based on years of experience in the Great Xia. We have derived a rule from the Star Domain Glory. Bronze and silver ranks are matched with virtual opponents, akin to projections of seasoned practitioners with combat instincts. These projections stem from past participants of Star Domain Glory. Only those in the gold rank and above face real opponents. Tian comprehended, so it's man versus machine. Wei Yuan chuckled. The combat ability of these virtual opponents is indistinguishable from that of actual practitioners and should not be underestimated. Moreover, it is said that below the Starfall rank, opponents are limited to those within the current world. Upon reaching Starfall rank and above, one can match with opponents across star domains. The term Star Domain in Star Domain Glory refers to planets and realms. This implies that this trial secret realm can match opponents from other worlds. Tian marveled at the concept of cross-world confrontations against other races. What grand entity conceived Star Domain Glory with such formidable power? It carried an essence of existence solely for battle. At that moment, Bai Qiuli was elaborating on the combat within the arena to Zhou Moya, aiming to make it more vivid. Yushio's opponent is a mage from the Mei Empire, likely a Tier 2 Earth mage. Yushio swiftly strikes, and the battle concludes. Zhou Moya exclaimed, "Wow, that was incredibly fast." It wasn't that the opponent was weak. Anyone able to obtain an entry ticket in the Mei Empire would not be a mere nobody. However, unless among the very top of Tier 2, resisting a blow from Yushio wielding the mythic 1,000-machine umbrella would be exceedingly difficult. At this moment, Yushio sheathed his sword, a victory screen appearing before him. You have won this match, earning 10 Starshine points, and your rank has been promoted to Bronze 4. What? It's over already? Yushio felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Let's go again. As long as he achieved victory, he could continue matching. Thus, with a single life, he aimed for a series of consecutive wins to elevate his rank. Matchmaking ensued. The onlookers were not surprised by Yushio's effortless first victory, yet this ease persisted. Bai Qiuli continued to elucidate for Zhou Moya. Yushio dashes forward, strikes again, and secures another quick victory. Yushio unleashes a metal storm. The firepower is overwhelming. And he finishes. Yushio opens the Judgment Thunder domain and finishes. Alright, I get it. Zhou Moya responded obediently. Another instant kill. Indeed. Within the bronze rank, he achieved 5 consecutive victories, all swift eliminations. Even against an epic practitioner 10 levels above him, he effortlessly secured victory. You have won this match, earning 50 Starshine points, and your rank has been promoted to Silver 5. You have received a rank promotion reward. Title, Glory, Silver Challenger. Yushio's eyes sparkled at the thought of a reward title. Titles can be displayed in certain specific scenarios, showcasing one's identity, and additionally provide attribute bonuses, activating passively without the need to carry them, akin to a passive skill. Glory, Silver Challenger, damage to alien beings 20. Alien beings? This is akin to a bane for demons and other races. Both Yushio and Tian shared this sentiment. You have shared the title obtained by Employee Yushio. Glory, Silver Challenger. Employee Yushio has reached Silver rank in Star Domain Glory, earning a bonus of Funds 3. Titles are notoriously difficult to acquire. Many seasoned warriors possess none, making the Silver rank title a delightful surprise. Yet, Silver rank could not satiate Yushio. He had yet to encounter any opponent worthy of his skills. He yearned not only for rewards, but also for the thrill of competition among practitioners. Again, matchmaking. Searching for a comparable opponent. Observing the proceedings, Wei Yuan commented, a Silver rank opponent should pose considerable pressure. Silver Tier 2 opponents are among the most elite in the Blue Star. However, despite the strength of his forthcoming adversaries, including the legendary Colonel Jack and the formidable Marshal Saint Zhou Yuan, the projections represented their younger selves from when they participated in Star Domain Glory, both at Tier 2. Yet Yushio possessed a multitude of strategies against Colonel Jack's fiery barrage. He stealthily maneuvered behind for a swift kill. Against Marshal Saint Zhou Yuan, he utilized the Thunder Domain to control the battlefield, buying time for the final strike. With 4 consecutive victories, Yushio remained unfazed. Even Wei Yuan couldn't help but praise. His array of techniques is astounding. Such a variety of skills flawlessly executed by a single individual. Tian nodded in agreement, affirming the allure of a godly free spirit. You have won this match, earning 140 starshine points, and your rank has been promoted to Silver 1. With a victory in Silver Tier 2 yielding 140 points, combined with his previous score, Yushuo's total reached 590. Just one more win would elevate him to Gold. Onward. Yet this time, once matched, peculiar expressions emerged among the spectators, including Yushuo. Tian and others turned their gazes toward Wei Yuan. My goodness, Wei Lao, cough, that is not an insult. You have been matched with Lan Xing, Great Xia, Wei Yuan, virtual opponent. Standing before Yushuo was a projection of a youthful Wei Yuan. He too was summoned as a virtual opponent in Star Domain Glory, a Tier 230 level Star Soul Master. Wei Yuan, upon seeing his younger self, appeared momentarily dazed, then chuckled. I never expected it would be me. The Golden Tribulation Bureau matched me with such an opponent? Yushuo scratched his head, offering a sheepish grin towards the audience below. Wei Lao, could you perhaps reveal your weaknesses? Wei Yuan smiled. You must discover them for yourself. He observed the arena with a nostalgic gaze, the version of himself from that time, battling against the current Yushuo. Back then, he too had been radiant and unstoppable, regarded as the foremost among the newcomers of the Great Xia. Unfortunately, when faced with demons and other races, he found himself overwhelmed, never again having the opportunity to challenge Star Domain Glory. In truth, regarding this duel, even Wei Yuan hoped for Yushuo's victory. The future of a nation rests upon its younger generation. If the current youth cannot surpass even the youth of the previous generation, what future can there be? In recent years, a random awakening of practitioners has led to a generational gap in the Great Xia and other nations. Only this year, with Tian's emergence, along with Bai Qiuli, Wang Jiang, and many other promising talents, has Wei Yuan genuinely felt a glimmer of hope for the future of the Great Xia. Thus, conquer me. Chapter 79, The All-Rounder. Thanks to Chuan Xiong for the divine certification. In truth, there is no need for excessive elaboration. Yushuo's actions were decisive and unhesitating. Even when facing the youthful Wei Yuan, his assault remained fiercely relentless. Divine punishment, Thunder Domain. Thunder rumbled, and celestial sounds resounded. Yushuo flicked his wrist, transforming the thousand-mechanism umbrella into a short dagger, rapidly closing in, accompanied by a howling wind. Wei Yuan, a Star Soul Master, belonged to the spell-casting profession and was undoubtedly vulnerable in terms of defenses. The virtual opponent was devoid of speech and emotion, driven solely by primal combat instincts. Before long, the young Wei Yuan enveloped himself within a star spirit barrier, shielding himself from the divine punishment Thunder Domain while evading Yushuo's lock-on. Observing this, Yushuo did not hesitate. He swiftly altered his tactic, morphing the short dagger into a colossal firearm, aiming directly at the barrier and unleashing a barrage of fire. Metal storm. A dense hail of gunfire rained down upon the barrier, shattering it almost instantaneously. Yet, in the next moment, the young Wei Yuan abruptly appeared behind Yushuo, the starnet transforming into a colossal hand that grasped at Yushuo. The onlookers widened their eyes in astonishment, with Bai Qiuli exclaiming rapidly, "Is that teleportation?" No. It's an illusion technique. At the moment he released the barrier, he had not remained within it, but had instead used the illusion to shift his position. Tian turned his head and remarked, "Brother Wei, you have quite the cunning mind." Wei Yuan chuckled lightly, acknowledging, "Unfortunately, the StarNet is the strongest control skill of a Star Soul Master. Once ensnared, no one of the same rank can resist." However, just as the gigantic hand was about to seize him, a smirk appeared on Yushuo's lips. 3-stage instant movement. He vanished from his original position, leaving the hand to grasp at nothing but air, before reappearing without warning behind the young Wei Yuan, brandishing the blade of divine slaughter. You have achieved victory in this match, earning 160 stellar points, and your rank has been elevated to Gold 5. You have received the Gold rank promotion reward, Ability Supplementation Count 1. Title, Glory, Gold Duelist. He actually won. Wei Yuan explained to the others, "This lad saw through my skills, or rather, he perceived my strategy. His understanding of tactics and professional abilities surpasses my own." For Wei Yuan to acknowledge this is a testament to its significance. Meanwhile, Tian interjected with a compliment. "You are a talent of the realm, and he is a jack of all trades, quite different." Wei Yuan took it as a consolation and shook his head, indicating that he was unbothered. In truth, Tian's remark was an astute evaluation of the potential of both individuals, which now appeared exceedingly accurate. Employee Yushuo has been promoted to Gold rank in Stellar Domain Glory, earning a bonus, Fund 6. The 2 rank promotions brought Tian a total of 9 points in financial gain. Furthermore, The gold rank promotion reward allowed Tian's title to share in a tribute upgrade, Gold Duelist, damage to alien creatures 60. At that moment, Xiao, standing on the platform, was particularly eager for another reward, ability supplementation count. After use, it can supplement a missing ability skill of the current profession. Xiao's expression turned peculiar. Supplement a lacking ability? Wei Yuan chimed in. This ability supplement is quite remarkable. It will enhance one top-tier legendary skill. If it pertains to a mage profession, under sufficient output, it could supplement a life-saving skill. If it pertains to a warrior profession, it might compensate for ranged, defensive, or area skills, among others. The supplemented skill will be aimed at enhancing combat effectiveness. It sounded rather appealing. However, both Xiao and Tian shared a common dilemma. As a free agent, well, what would happen if there were no lacking abilities? Indeed, Xiao currently possessed 14 skills. Covering all bases, he embodied the capabilities of priest, assassin, swordsman, mage, tank, gunner, summoner, and so forth. After all, his unique ability allowed him to learn and enhance everything, leaving him hardly lacking any capabilities. What could it possibly supplement for me? Xiao mused, curiosity piqued, as he decided to utilize the ability supplementation count, detecting your lacking abilities. At this moment, Jiangche scratched his head, somewhat exasperated. Boss, I must report, isn't this cheating? He already has so many skills. How can he possibly lose now? Indeed, if Xiao does not falter, Bai Qiuli and Jiangche might find themselves waiting indefinitely to use their 2 entry tickets. Tian reassured them. No need to worry. He will lose eventually. Yet time dragged on. The detection had yet to conclude, still detecting the abilities that need to be supplemented. Minutes passed, and even Wei Yuan could not help but express astonishment when the detection results finally appeared. Detection complete. Upon preliminary examination, you possess no shortcomings in the 8 primary aspects of strength, agility, constitution, precision, offense, defense, speed, endurance. Congratulations on achieving a hidden achievement. All-rounder, beginner. You have acquired a special talent, all-rounder. Hidden achievement. Everyone exclaimed in unison, while Zhou Moya felt an inexplicable awe. Xiao's pupils dilated, nearly unable to believe the talent attributes before him. All-rounder, beginner, effect. All skills you master have their values doubled. As a beginner all-rounder, please continue on the path of versatility. Unexpected rewards await you in the future. Values doubled. This meant that skills originally granting a 500 bonus would now surge to 1,000. It is well known that the potency of advanced skills lies not only in their unique effects but also in their elevated values. Now, he could fully exploit that characteristic to its utmost. And this was merely the initial stage of the all-rounder talent? Xiao marveled. To maintain the all-rounder path, I already embody a jack of all trades. Isn't that straightforward? Below, Tian inhaled sharply. He patted Jiangche on the shoulder. Now it's uncertain whether he will lose. With this talent, Xiao's combat prowess would undoubtedly be amplified significantly. Jiangche felt like crying without tears. Meanwhile, Xiao was brimming with excitement, ready to continue his challenges. Again, gold rank, matchmaking. Upon reaching the gold rank, he could now match against real opponents in real time, filling him with anticipation. On the other side, within the Elven Royal Court, AI Airway and was elucidating the reasons for his failure to the Elders. Due to this defeat in the Secret Realm contest, he was required to complete another Secret Realm task to meet the Royal Court's evaluation criteria before entering the most sacred Elven Royal Court for training. Originally, a second-tier Secret Realm was a simple feat for him. However, he had not anticipated such a straightforward loss, especially to a human who was far inferior in talent to the Elven Royal family. At this moment, AI Airway found himself subjected to considerable mockery from his kin on the way back. Human, Disya, Xiao, infuriated. He had no desire to continue accepting tasks and instead sought refuge in a trial Secret Realm, pulling out an entry ticket. Enough of this. I haven't played Stellar Domain Glory in ages. It's time to unwind. Chapter 80. Learning and Selling on the Spot. New redeemable items. Your opponent has been matched. Blue Star, Elven Kingdom, Elvian. Upon seeing this opponent, the expressions of everyone present, including Xiao, instantly brightened. Elvian? The captain of the Elven team who had just failed in the Secret Realm competition was indeed a notable adversary. The Elven royal family holds a significant position in Blue Star, making this match entirely reasonable. At this moment, in the arena, Elvian was filled with excitement upon spotting Xiao, a fervor reminiscent of vengeance. It's you. I remember your name. Yishio. Elvian gritted his teeth, recalling the Daxiao individual who had caused him to miss a secret realm. In contrast, Yishio remained unfazed, casually remarking, "Oh, what a coincidence." Coincidence? Huh. Let us see if you can still say that after this match. As he spoke, natural elemental power surged around Elvian, his strength escalating as if he intended to flay Yishio alive. Flames, heed my call. Elvian invoked an elven tongue, unleashing dozens of meteoric flames toward Yishio. The elves, relying on their innate ability to manipulate elements, could unleash legendary-level destructive magic without the need for skills. This was their racial talent. Yishio swiftly evaded the onslaught. Wind, fire, and thunder, answer my summons. Elvian's face contorted with madness as he unleashed a barrage of elemental spells, akin to a spell-casting machine gun. With this very technique, Elvian had achieved a continuous winning streak all the way to the gold rank, an unstoppable force. The extensive coverage and immense destructive power of elemental spells rendered him somewhat unreasonable in the arena. The arena was set in a gorge, and after exhausting his 3 teleportation abilities, Yishio found himself atop a precipice. Seeking your own demise, Elvian smirked, ready to redeem his shame from the failed Secret Realm competition by defeating the opposing captain. Standing on the cliff, Yishio would find it increasingly difficult to evade the spell onslaught. Elvian launched another attack with his wind, fire, and thunder spells, focusing his assault. Holy Shield! Yishio activated his shield skill, blocking the spells while enveloping himself in protection. Just a desperate struggle, Elvian scoffed, conjuring a white light bow in his hand. Light's arrow. With rapid succession, dozens of radiant arrows were fired toward the light shield. Should he shatter the shield, Yishio would undoubtedly perish in his current position. As Elvian reveled in his triumph, a sound akin to a blade piercing flesh echoed from behind him. Shoo! Elvian's pupils dilated, and he hesitantly lowered his gaze, discovering a dagger piercing through his heart. When did you? Unbeknownst to him, Yishio had slipped behind Elvian, ending the battle with a singular blow. However, the spectators displayed expressions of astonishment, with Tian turning to Wei Yuan in surprise. He asked, learning and applying on the spot. You just employed that tactic, and he countered it seamlessly. Wei Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Indeed, as Yishio activated his light shield, he had stealthily moved away, leading his opponent to mistakenly believe he remained behind the shield. This tactic was precisely what young Wei Yuan had used against Yishio moments prior. Yishio had figured it out, but Elvian had not. The elven combat style had yet to evolve to such a cunning level. Still need practice, little brother. Yishio flashed an innocuous smile before delivering the final blow to Elvian. Devious. So devious. Elvian's expression twisted in despair as he was ejected from the arena, finally realizing the true nature of Yishio's tactics. The human race is far too cunning. This time, not only was he tactically outmatched in the secret realm, but he was also technically overwhelmed in their duel. With a shattered countenance, Elvian exited the trial secret realm, his initial intent to relax now overshadowed by frustration. The elven guards stationed nearby were taken aback. You're out so soon? Not fighting today? The abrupt conclusion left the elven guards unaware of Elvian's defeat. Elvian's face darkened further as he mumbled a reluctant before trudging away. You have won this match, earning 200 star points, and your rank has ascended to Gold 4. Not bad. This match turned out to be quite interesting. Yishio twirled the dagger in his hand, excitement evident on his face. He casually opened the glory treasury, and in addition to the rank-up rewards, the items redeemable with points were also quite valuable. Having ascended to the gold rank, the array of redeemable rewards had expanded significantly. Upon glancing at the options, he was taken aback and quickly screenshot it to share with Tian and the others. Wow. You all must see these redeemable rewards. What is this world artifact? It's exorbitantly priced. Tian's mind raced. World artifact. The eternal spear, which had slain the Black Emperor, was a world artifact. Without it, it would have been nearly impossible for Bai Huang and the others to defeat the Black Emperor. Yet, for Daxia, even mythic weapons were a rarity, and the concept of a world artifact was unheard of. However, among the redeemable items for the gold rank, there were indeed listings marked as World Artifact This World. Required star points for redemption, 100,000. World Artifact Otherworld. Required star points for redemption, 200,000. Tian's expression grew serious, although the point requirements were steep. They had undeniably been provided with a tangible goal. Higher ranks yielded greater victories and more points. Winning a match in Gold 5 already granted 200 points. Albeit a daunting prospect, there remained a glimmer of hope. As for the distinction between the world artifacts of this world and those of another, that remained to be discovered later. Just then, Tian's gaze fell upon another item in the redemption list, and his eyes brightened. Exclusive equipment blind box. Required star points for redemption, 2,000. Exclusive equipment. Much like Yi Xiu's 1,000-mechanism umbrella, it was closely tied to one's profession. He had always been curious about what the boss's exclusive equipment would be. Now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Yi Xiu, redeem that exclusive equipment for me. Okay, boss. Yi Xiu, possessing the 1,000-mechanism umbrella, understood the significance of exclusive equipment even better. However, currently, having accumulated only 950 points from Bronze 5 to Gold 4, he was still short of the 2,000 needed for the exclusive equipment. A few more victories would soon remedy that. Regrettably, upon matching again, the waiting time had lengthened. Since gold rank was re-time matching, it would indeed take longer if there were no other challengers in the star domain of glory. Tian understood this and remained patient, knowing that the rewards wouldn't disappear. At that moment, Wei Yuan received a phone call and informed Tian of his intention to leave early. What? The headquarters is preparing to attempt the level 74 Fourth Order Advancement Dungeon again? Tian exclaimed in astonishment. This was no trivial matter. After all, the global community had been stuck at level 74 for quite some time, and the repeated failures in this Fourth Order dungeon had hindered their progress in obtaining the Fourth Order advancement items. Now, Daxia was planning to gather top-tier combatants for another challenge, which was undeniably risky. Wei Yuan explained, the White Emperor's recent descent has made everyone acutely aware of the power disparity. If we don't challenge the Fourth Order, what will we do when the White Emperor returns next time? Are we to pray that he does nothing and departs again? Indeed. The last time the White Emperor left directly was due to his primary objective being the search for the Black Prince. However, should he return with harmful intentions toward Daxia, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with him. After all, he represented the ancient emperor of the Dragon Clan, a force whose strength was unfathomable. Wei Yuan continued solemnly, moreover, Zhou Yuan's lifespan is dwindling. If we can elevate his devouring martial saint to Fourth Order, we might find a method to extend his life. Upon hearing this, Tian fell silent. Since the last interspecies competition, it seemed that Zhou Yuan had little time left, and now the situation appeared even more dire. Tian pondered for a moment. The formidable challenge of the fourth-tier dungeon was largely attributed to the restrictions imposed on the ultimate boss. Challenge participants' attributes reduced by 90. If Alice were to ascend to the status of the ultimate boss, thereby nullifying the opponent's limitations, the probability of success would undoubtedly increase. However, one could not ascertain how far Alice was from her ascension. Chapter 81. Godly Potential. The Undead Catastrophe. Wei Yuan departed from the secret realm, with plans to conquer a level 74 dungeon set for the following day. Alongside Wei Yuan, the other 4 elite professionals, including Ling Luo and Jiang Yuanshuang, would also participate, necessitating ample preparation time. Tian and his companions similarly exited the secret realm. In the realm of stellar glory, as long as there was no failure, one could match even after leaving the secret realm. However, re-entering after a failure required another trip to the secret realm, thus Yu Xiu also left along with them. Some troops were left behind by Wei Yuan to safeguard the entrance of the secret realm. After all, in an international public area, practitioners from various nations and international mercenary organizations could operate freely. Although they could not enter the secret realm, one could never be certain they wouldn't engage in some repugnant acts. Over a decade ago, there were reports of a mountain of excrement piled at the entrance of a secret realm in the American Empire. The grotesque sight of such a mound blocking the entrance is terrifying to even contemplate. It was said to have been perpetrated by a nation wronged by the American Empire. Yet the true culprits remained undiscovered, as there were too many potential suspects. The hover vehicle returned to base. Inside, the mood was buoyant, with some suggesting a card game. While Yi Xiu anxiously awaited a match, and Tian leaned against the window. Suddenly, Tian spotted below a group of international mercenaries in pursuit of an individual. His expression shifted dramatically as the automatic detection of the resume had activated. International mercenary organizations primarily exist within the chaos of international public areas as neutral entities. Mercenaries adhere to a singular principle: take the money, do the work. In 21 nations worldwide, crises arise to varying degrees, and national forces often struggle to cope. Seeking assistance from powerful nations is exorbitantly priced, making the hiring of international mercenaries a more cost-effective solution. Moreover, when nations wish to undertake actions that may provoke retaliation, They often resort to mercenaries. This has led to a substantial number of international mercenary organizations, which frequently find themselves embroiled in conflicts. At this moment, near the borders of the eastern capital, a man from the Great Xia was being relentlessly pursued by a group of mercenaries. Chen, you escaped when my family was exterminated, and now you dare return for revenge? You are seeking death. How dare you ambush and slay my son? I shall crush every bone in your body. I will make you regret ever stepping foot in this world. A dozen heavily armored mercenaries swiftly surrounded him, bloodied and exhausted. Chen remained silent, his cold gaze meticulously searching for an escape. I cannot die. My blood feud remains unavenged. Yet, despite Chen Mo's desperate attempts to flee, the fully armed encirclement paid him no heed. Just then, a figure leaped down from the sky, draped in black, directly landing within the circle of mercenaries. The armed individuals furrowed their brows, and their pupils constricted. They had certainly noticed the hover vehicle adorned with the Great Xia insignia above, and dared not provoke it. Yet, how could a person jump down from over 3,000 meters in the air? Not only the mercenaries, but also Wei Yuan and Bai Qiuli in the hover vehicle gaped in astonishment as they witnessed Tian leap from the open door. Sir, I am the captain of the Black Gold Hand, and you are. The leader introduced himself, hoping to elevate his stature since the Black Gold Hand was among the top 5 in international mercenary organizations. However, Tian merely waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Do not hinder my path. At this declaration, some within the Black Gold Hand could not maintain their composure. Only the captain regarded Tian with deep apprehension, sir. Before he could finish, an irate American team member interjected, You bastard, who do you think you are? The Black Gold Hand has numerous third-tier professionals. Even the American Empire must show some respect. You think you can just order us around? The moment those words were uttered, the captain's eyes widened in alarm. Sensing an impending crisis, he sought to halt the foolish actions of the American team member. You fool. Anyone who can leap from 3,000 meters cannot be an ordinary person. But it was too late. Tian unsheathed a long knife, sweeping it effortlessly to unleash the soul-severing slash. A crescent-shaped, invisible blade emanated from Tian, and in an instant, not a single member of the Black Gold Hand could withstand the blow, disintegrating into a crimson mist. Chen stared at Tian's flowing black figure, momentarily stunned. Tian turned, having already reviewed Chen Mo's resume, fully prepared. Name, Chen. Basic information, male, 19 years old, resident of Dingqing, Great Xia. Profession, assassin, potential, iridescent, undead catastrophe, background. His parents were slaughtered by a foreign race in his childhood, and he was adopted by the leader of the International Mercenary Organization. Dawn. 3 days ago, Dawn clashed with the Black Gold Hand for an F-Nation relic task. Encountering a surprise attack from the Black Gold Hand and remnants of the Divine Presence sect, resulting in the annihilation of Dawn due to a traitor, with only Chen escaping. Investment opportunity, godly profession, undead sovereign, 40 points of funding. The reason Tian leaped from the vehicle to rescue was that he had spotted this godly potential. The undead sovereign, a summoning-type godly profession. This was his first encounter with such a being. Do you wish for revenge? He asked directly, as the events that just transpired had already spoken volumes to Chen. The individual before him was terrifyingly powerful. He did not inquire how Tian knew of his hatred, nor about Tian's origins, as such questions were unnecessary. I wish, Chen succinctly replied. With your current level, you are still far from sufficient, Tian remarked casually. Join my ranks, obey my commands, and I can grant you the power for revenge. Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting the bloodstains left by the fallen Black Gold Hand members. After a moment of silence, he replied, Very well. Revenge was an obsession within his heart. Who Tian was, what he represented, or whether he was a devil, mattered little at that moment. Excellent. Tian expressed satisfaction. Those with a clear goal often walk with greater purpose. Utilizing the 40 points of funding, a contract fell into Chen Mo's hands. The latter suddenly inquired, What will you do? Tian pondered briefly. Control all international public areas. Prohibit anyone from approaching the trial secret realm in the eastern capital. Strive to become the strongest among international mercenaries. Can you achieve this? International public areas are recognized as lawless zones, where numerous extremist terrorist organizations congregate. Even remnants of the Divine Presence sect seem to linger there. However, due to the vastness of these public areas, the multitude of dangers, and the complexities of management, although countless dungeons and secret realms emerge annually, nations have refrained from intervening. Tian sought to see if he could use this undead catastrophe to impose violent retribution. 3 exceedingly audacious conditions were presented, Yet Chen Mo did not hesitate. Very well. He pressed his handprint onto the contract. Chapter 82. The Necromancer. Clues of the Ruins. Chen Mo's ultimate profession has been changed from necromancer to necromancer overlord. At this moment, the hovering vehicle descended slowly, preparing to pick up Tian. Everyone remained astonished by Tian's audacious leap from 3,000 meters, particularly by Chiuli, who struggled to comprehend why the gap between her and her boss was widening so dramatically. However, compared to others, Wei Yuan discerned the underlying truth and fell into deep contemplation. Surviving such a perilous drop unscathed could be attributed to one of three types of individuals. The first, those with the ability to fly. The second, those whose physical prowess is so formidable that they can entirely disregard the damage from freefall. This seemed to Wei Yuan the most plausible explanation and one he could accept. The third type required the practitioner to attain the state of levitation, enabling them to float in midair, thus achieving a rudimentary form of flight. However, this state necessitated a threshold in physique, agility, and spirit, typically only attainable by legendary practitioners above level 70. Throughout the vast realm of Xia, only a handful of elite practitioners could reach such heights. After a moment's reflection, Wei Yuan ultimately shook his head. It was simply too extravagant. How could a youth who had only awakened a mere dozen days ago possess attributes that rivaled the pinnacle of Xia? He did not underestimate Tian, but the likelihood was exceedingly slim, and he decisively dismissed this possibility. Just then, a dazzling array of colors erupted from below, soaring into the heavens. My goodness! A divine awakening! Has the boss unleashed his powers again? I too yearn to attain divinity. The onlookers aboard the hovering vehicle gasped, and Wei Yuan's pupils constricted. Another divine being. He instinctively sought to activate a barrier to shield against the awakening light beam. Yet, he quickly realized they were not in Xia. In this international public domain, Dongdu was already sparsely populated. Even if foreign entities or extremist organizations sought to launch an assault, they would likely find no one here. And moreover, one could flee at any moment in a public area. Tian shared this sentiment. Moreover, as Tian's strength grew, coupled with the conclusion of the grand tournament with the Ager dynasty, he increasingly felt that there was no need to conceal his job change, unless under special circumstances. Currently, he gazed in awe at Chen Mo's profession. Employee, Chen Mo. Profession, necromancer, second tier, quality, divine level, 25 strength, 435 agility, 435 constitution, 480 spirit, 690 professional talent, necromancer enhancement. All necromantic skills are enhanced tenfold. Soul harvest, absorbs a portion of spirit attributes when enemies perish nearby. Professional skills, curse domain, damage transfer, bone prison, summon undead berserker, summon undead marksman. Summon Lich Mage, summon Undead General. Summoning space, 0-1250. Just the Necromancer enhancement alone left Tian feeling that it was all about numerical values, devoid of any manipulative finesse, truly deserving of its divine quality. The tenfold enhancement of necromantic skills not only applied to spellcasting but also encompassed summoning skills. Every summoned necromantic entity's attributes and skills would be amplified tenfold. Originally, the primary flaw with necromantic summons was their fragility, easily dispatched, now enhanced. They could effectively form an army. Coupled with soul harvest, which infinitely bolstered spirit, the potential strength of the necromancer overlord was beyond imagination. Furthermore, with 1250 summoning spaces, he could simultaneously command 1250 undead subordinates. As levels increased, this number would continue to rise. Given such capabilities, one could anticipate that in the future, Chen Mo might command all international public zones single-handedly, a scenario that would likely leave all nations astounded. Remarkably powerful. It was only at this juncture that Chen Mo articulated his first emotionally charged remark. It was indeed the first time he had encountered such a formidable profession. Even the legendary practitioner, reputed to be the world's foremost mercenary, paled in comparison to his necromancer overlord. At this moment, his respect for Tian deepened. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, Tian had suddenly appeared to save him, granting him the power necessary for vengeance. Such an action, in Chen Mo's view, could only be attributed to a mythical demon. Indeed, the abilities Tian provided were undeniably potent. He must be a great demon. No, a demon king. Tian was oblivious to Chen Mo's erratic thoughts. He perused Chen Mo's resume again and inquired, "What is the situation regarding the ruins mission in Country F?" Qin Mo regarded the descriptions of the Black Gold Hand and the remnants of the Divine Intervention sect with indifference, seeing them merely as stepping stones for his growth. However, he was genuinely intrigued by the ruins. Each ruin represented boundless possibilities, and who could say what treasures of legacy might lie within? Qin Mo did not question how Tian had obtained this information, believing that with Tian's formidable capabilities, such intelligence was trivial. He took a deep breath and responded at length. A few days ago, Country F issued a mission to various mercenary organizations to explore the ruins. This ruin, it is said, took them nearly 3 years to decipher, and the higher-ups of Country F initially wished to keep it under wraps. However, after their military forces ventured into the secret realm, suffering heavy casualties without any gains, they were compelled to seek assistance, spending years deciphering the ruins only to find them insurmountable. No wonder they sought mercenaries. Moreover, their reluctance to enlist the help of other nations likely stemmed from a desire to prevent the spoils from being snatched away. Mercenaries were simply easier to control. Qin Mo added, however, many mercenaries who accepted the mission found it to be a one-way trip. My former boss. He paused momentarily. My former boss from the Dawn organization suspected that there might be treasures within the ruins that require a certain number of sacrifices to manifest. Oh? Tian's interest was piqued. This hypothesis was not without merit. If true, then the treasures within the ruins would indeed be extraordinary. Alas, he would never have the chance to verify it. Qin Mo's voice turned cold. Upon hearing this, Tian patted his shoulder, saying that if an opportunity arose, he should investigate the ruins for him. Even if it were a malevolent artifact, Tian would be intrigued, given that he had several employees of a similar nature. Qin Mo nodded. Besides seeking vengeance, he was also prepared to explore the ruins, fulfilling the wishes of the boss who had taken him in. Remember my task. Tian provided him with a contact number before returning to the hovering vehicle to depart. Watching the vehicle vanish, only Qin Mo remained amidst the desolate ruins at the edge of Dongdu. He lingered for a few moments, seemingly in disbelief that this was reality. The next moment, he spoke in a low, commanding tone, "Soldiers." As his words fell, numerous swirling vortices of dark energy emerged from the ground around him, exuding a putrid and terrifying aura. With a crackling sound, the dark energy coalesced into skeletal forms, meticulously reassembling and piecing together. Boom. Dozens of towering skeletons, 2 to 3 meters high, were fully reconstituted. Their hollow eye sockets igniting with eerie blue flames, as if bestowed with new life. Among the skeletons, some wielded bone axes, their forms tall and robust. Others held longbows. Their bodies agile, and some, akin to spectral liches, brandished bone staffs, emanating a sinister aura. Among them, before Qin Mo stood the most imposing skeleton general, cloaked in a shadowy mantle and wielding a long sword, exuding an air of pride. This was the undead general, the only one that could be summoned at a time. The remaining undead, under Qin Mo's tenfold enhancement, possessed attributes akin to level 30 epic practitioners, each endowed with 3 fixed skills. The undead general, however, surpassed them by 2 to 3 times in strength. Feeling the chilling atmosphere surrounding him, Qin Mo not only remained unfazed, but instead, a smile graced his lips. These summoned entities were merely the beginning. As his rank ascended, he sensed even more formidable undead awaiting his call. Qin Mo's thoughts drifted to the nearby outpost of the Black Gold Hand, and the flames of vengeance within him surged almost uncontrollably. His gaze turned steely as he raised his right hand and commanded, "Soldiers, advance." Chapter 83, Exclusive Equipment. Tian and his companions returned to East China. Bai Chuli and Zhou Moya disembarked in Xingqing and headed directly back to Huaxing University. Wang Zhang returned to the military camp at the border of Dingqing. However, as Yu Xiu was alighting in Qiqing, his figure suddenly vanished, as if he had been teleported away. It seemed that Brother Yi had matched with someone. In the realm of stellar glory, although remote matchmaking is possible, once matched, players are directly transported to the arena. Jiang Che remarked while remaining behind. "I'll wait for Brother Yu." Tian nodded and departed alone. Having returned from Dongdu, it was already late, and he chose not to go home but instead ventured into a dungeon. His purpose was not to level up, but to contact Alice. He had acquired 2 specially crafted communicators from Wei Yuan, created from legendary materials known as Mother and Child Crystal Stones. By inputting a message on one end, it could be received on the other end, ignoring signal and spatial conditions. With this device, Alice could proactively reach out to Tian. However, his primary objective was to inquire how soon Alice could become the ultimate boss. After all, the Great Xia was about to embark on the arduous journey of the 4th-tier dungeon, and if Alice could ascend to the ultimate level, it would simplify matters immensely. Regrettably, as Tian received the answer, he He found himself lost in thought on his way home. Was there to be only one ultimate boss within the entirety of Great Xia? Alice had been troubled by this notion for quite some time, and it now appeared that a gradual approach was the only solution. Without ascending to become the ultimate boss, clearing the 4th-tier dungeon would prove exceedingly difficult. Failing to conquer the 4th-tier dungeon would hinder the ability to replace the ultimate boss. The ultimate boss of Great Xia resided within the 4th-tier dungeon, thus creating a vicious cycle. Upon returning home, Tian suddenly had a revelation. What if one could ascend to the ultimate boss in other regions? If only one ultimate position existed within a given area, might there be other regions devoid of an ultimate boss? With this thought, Tian's eyes sparkled. As if he had uncovered a shortcut, he resolved to explore this possibility the following day. Meow. The piercing cry startled Tian, causing him to freeze. The black cat, confined within an aviation box on the coffee table, gazed at him with shimmering eyes, emitting a plaintive meow. Tian inhaled sharply, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had left the cat of time at home while departing with Wei Yuan, leading to the unfortunate feline being confined all day and likely famished. I apologize. I never anticipated returning so late. Tian said apologetically as he lifted the black cat from its box, silently pleading for forgiveness. Fortunately, the black cat appeared rather magnanimous, curling up on Tian's lap without further protest. Had the caretakers of 003 witnessed this, they would surely have been astounded, given 003's temperament. Even a mere change in the flavor of its cat food would provoke a tempest of fury, yet now, it was surprisingly docile in Tian's presence. It seemed that it reserved its grace solely for him. Tian hastily called Wei Yuan to send over some cat food, knowing not what it typically consumed, and gently stroked the black cat's fur, inquiring, "Where exactly is your partner, the child of prophecy?" The black cat let out a weary meow, as if to convey its own confusion. Tian, intrigued, pondered why, if it was indeed the child of prophecy, there had been no significant disturbances in Great Xia, leaving them both in a state of bewilderment. As night deepened, the black cat devoured the specially prepared cat food that had just arrived. Meanwhile, Tian's management log was conveniently updating. Today had seen collective actions in international public areas, yielding only modest dividends. The profits from the secret realm and the rank-up bonuses from Stellar Glory had long since been credited, and with the hiring of Chen Emo today, the remaining balance stood at a respectable 92.8. However, in terms of experience, the day had proven exceedingly fruitful. Although Tian had devoted both meetings to experience enhancement, the efficiency of leveling up was astonishing. You have shared the experience gained by your employees. Level increased, 3437. Leveling up 3 levels in a single day? Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Alice and the Black Prince had collaborated to defeat 3 level 60 Lord bosses today. The accomplishment was nothing short of terrifying, as the experience gained from overcoming foes of a higher tier was immensely rewarding. No wonder they had already approached the threshold of becoming the ultimate boss. Tian was now only a few levels shy of reaching the 50th level of Tier 3. Moreover, upon awakening from a deep slumber, Tian was greeted at his apartment door by Yishio, who bore an exhilarating surprise. "Boss, I achieved 4 consecutive victories. I have enough points." Seeing the dark circles under Yishio's eyes and the excitement radiating from his face, Tian felt a twinge of guilt. Clearly, Yishio had spent the entire night engaged in matchmaking for Stellar Glory, all in pursuit of that exclusive piece of equipment. Coincidentally, the night in Great Xia coincided with daytime in the United States, enabling Yishio to match with 4 players from the American team, all of whom he triumphed over. The victory points for the golden tier were as follows: 230,260,290,320, combined with Yishio's prior 950 points. He had precisely exchanged them for the exclusive equipment blind box. "You've worked hard," Tian sincerely acknowledged. He even resolved that the next opportunity for promotion would be reserved for Yishio. His dedication was commendable. Without delay, he opened the blind box, eager to unveil the exclusive equipment. A radiant light flashed, and a black card descended into Tian's hand. Exclusive equipment. Black card. Effect 1. Allows for overdraft of financial limits. Funds increased by 5 daily interest. Effect 2. Using the black card, available funds can be used to purchase any items requiring currency. Effect 3. Unlocks at Tier 3. Effect 4. Unlocks at Tier 4. Effect 5. Unlocks upon assembling the complete set. Chapter 84. Conscientious Boss or Malevolent Boss. Exclusive equipment. Black card. Tian gazed at the exquisite card in his hand, adorned with a black background and golden patterns, feeling a sense of astonishment. The card granted 5 unique effects of special equipment, although the last 3 required certain conditions to be met before they could be activated. Nonetheless, the first 2 effects were already remarkable. A daily interest of 5 on capital was exceedingly favorable for the Tian mouse, as the funds would accumulate rapidly. With a foundational capital of 100 points, one would earn 5 points of interest each day. Unfortunately, for Tian, accumulating funds was not feasible at the moment due to the looming threat of the Yagyu dynasty. He planned to distribute employee benefits to enhance experience acquisition, striving to reach level 50 and initiate a counterattack. However, the effective overdraft limit left Tian pondering for quite some time. How much could he overdraw? If it were akin to the highest grade credit card from his past life, the limit would be boundless. Regrettably, his dreams were swiftly dashed upon reading the detailed description. For a Tier 2 boss, the maximum overdraft limit is 500 funds. Well, it appears my level is insufficient. Tian mused with a hint of resignation, but the ability to overdraw 500 funds was still a considerable amount.